This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 346. What's the noise? The guard stationed on the Holy Land Star looked up in surprise, and then saw two deep scars across the sky. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The guard screamed in panic. As the Holy Land of the Apostle Holy City, the Holy Land Star has deployed a large number of defensive measures, which is well known. Even so, the enemy still dared to launch an attack, which shows that the enemy's strength must not be underestimated. What? Is it possible that the person you are asking is a young man who knows nothing? Stop it. The real rookies have no ability to reach the Holy Land Star. The arrangements outside the Holy Land Star are enough to stop them. In an instant, the planetary defense system of the Holy Land Star entered full power mode. The sky was blocked by a huge black net, and above the earth, the true spirit summons emerged one after another. Sister, let me handle all of this, you go deal with the fourth apostle. Ing Fu was about to rush to the black giant net. Bai Fu quickly pulled her back. Don't bother so much, I don't care about this level of defense at all. Before Ing Fu could figure out what was going on, she saw a huge amount of gray fog suddenly gushing out of Bai Fu's body. Everything touched by the gray fog, including her, the black giant net, the true spirit summonings on the ground, and the guards of the Holy Land Star of the Apostle Holy City, all became soft at this moment. What is this? Suppression can reduce the activity of energy. Even the Chaojue, who has completed 3 transformations, cannot be completely immune. Bai Fu grabbed Ing Fu's hand, and the two fell to the ground like cannonballs. The inactive black net was now completely useless, and was easily torn into pieces by the two people who fell like paper. Although the members of the Holy City of Apostles on the ground were sweating profusely, they were powerless. They couldn't use their own strength, and the weapons driven by psychic energy and dark energy couldn't use their strength either. What was even more frustrating was that they were horrified to find that they couldn't even move in the next second. Spatial ability, and it was a super-level spatial ability user? It was over. Fear spread like a plague in a space where time was slowed down countless times. This time, Bai Fu paid no attention to the people she had frozen with space-time freeze. Her goal was the things hidden in the Apostle Holy City. Because she was not sure whether the Supreme Gods on the front line had a way to return to the Holy Land Star immediately, she focused on a quick battle. Once she bypassed the defense lines outside the Holy Land Star, she immediately asked Ing Fu to destroy the surface of the Holy Land Star, while she herself quietly moved towards the place she mentioned. Bai Fu wanted to attract the fourth apostle in this way. But she still underestimated the fourth apostle. The holy planet of the Apostle Holy City was attacked. It's none of my business. Even if the holy planet exploded, it doesn't matter as long as the things in the secret room are intact. Who are you? The moment Bai Fu's hand was on the statue, a tin prism made of countless crystals suddenly appeared and blocked her way. TSK, it won't work. I wanted to sneak in and take a look. Bai Fu threw an apostle vision to apostle number 4. Soon, an extremely complex data panel popped up in front of her. Name, ? Overload, break limit, reverberation, template, old ones, fusion evolution, main occupation, old ones LV 35 plus 230. Secondary occupation, none skills, 3-phase power talent, strong luck, tuning, superstring, virtual realm particles, overload fusion. Favorability, boiling killing intent, 71, danger level, red. Apostle number 4 was not the first apostle Bai Fu had met, but it was the first complete apostle Bai Fu had met. Its data panel was even more complex than that of the awakening god of virtual realm, Elegy. Not only was it impossible to count the number of skills and talents, but the description of the status and template behind its name was also shockingly long. What the hell? Bai Fu was almost dumbfounded. She got a bunch of skills and prayer card drawings from other psychic praying masters through open-source mutual assistance, but the complexity of her data panel was only half of that of the fourth apostle. If this guy said that he didn't open it, she would do a handstand and bite her own feet on the spot. A second later, Bai Fu figured out the reason. Overload fusion. Apostle number 4 merged part of the true spirit essence of apostle number 1 and apostle number 3. This abnormal fusion strengthened its ability beyond the limit, but at the cost of it falling into an overload state. Apostle number 4 in the overload state even changed its appearance, from a human form to a what the hell. Its control over power was not as fine as before, and it could not do many delicate tasks. However, compared with the benefits of fusion, these disadvantages are obviously not unacceptable. After all, the fusion directly improved the strength of apostle number 4 by a large margin. For example, The talent of virtual realm particles is inherited from Apostle number 1, and the talent of tuning is inherited from Apostle number 3. How did it do it? Bai Fu took a breath. A told her that Apostle number 1 has unparalleled power in the virtual realm. So how did Apostle number 4 get part of the true spirit essence of Apostle number 1, that is, Elias? Bai Fu suppressed the shock in her heart and said to Apostle number 4 in a very strange tone, "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that the secret of you fusing the God of the Void Realm and part of the true spirit essence of Apostle number 3 will soon spread throughout the stars." To be honest, Bai Fu just wanted to scare Apostle number 4 and make her image more mysterious, but these words played an unexpected role. Buzz, Apostle number 4's body shook violently. It never dreamed that Bai Fu could reveal its biggest secret in one sentence. This secret, apart from itself, is known only to Apostle number 3 and the Supreme God, not even to the God of the Void. Now that Apostle number 3 is dead, it is impossible for it to spread the news everywhere, so... Was it the Supreme God who leaked the information? Why? Why did the Supreme God do this? Was it intentional or accidental? Apostle number 4's mind was spinning rapidly. It thought about it, and came up with only one answer. The Supreme God wanted it to become the target of public criticism, and then killed it with a borrowed knife. It knew that its cooperation with the Supreme God was actually a mutual calculation, but it never expected that the Supreme God would be so impatient that it wanted to kick it out before it had conquered the explored universe. Good, really good. The flame of anger grew in the heart of the fourth apostle, but it did not express it directly. What is your relationship with the Supreme God? Ah, Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. This fourth apostle spoke so jumpy. How could she be related to the Supreme God? It doesn't matter what kind of relationship I have with the Supreme God. What matters is your cooperation with the Supreme God. You want to use his power to eliminate the various problems caused by the fusion of the true spirit essence, right? The fourth apostle sneered. Oh, it doesn't matter. If I can't become the God of the Void Realm, he can't use my power to become the 12th apostle. Don't think I can't see through his ambition. I'm prepared. Ah, Bai Fu was stunned again, because at this time she received the task the secret of the fourth apostle, and the Supreme God the prompt for completion, successfully gained 50 billion experience and 5 blank skill cards. This mission required her to find out the truth about the cooperation between Apostle number 4 and the Supreme God. She had been prepared to spend a lot of time and energy on this mission, but Apostle number 4 actually took the initiative to speak out. Family, is this reasonable? Damn it, it turns out that the Supreme God's goal is to become Apostle number 12, which is clearly to take her place. You are Apostle number 12? I am Apostle number 12. Just as Bai Fu was thinking wildly, Apostle number 4 could no longer suppress his murderous intent. I don't think you will surrender, so I will disassemble you and read your memory. The terrifying pressure came like a wave. Bai Fu glanced at Apostle number 4. A level 265 boss, who has mastered the virtual particles, and has a pressure aura against psychic praying masters. Even if her body is here, she can't beat it, not to mention that she is only remotely descending on a true spirit summon. Goodbye. Bai Fu turned around and ran. Her body turned into the night, and dived into the already hazy night. While running, she contacted Ing Fu. Don't destroy it. The power of Apostle number 4 is beyond imagination. Its level is only 4 levels lower than that of the Supreme God. Its panel is twice as complicated as that of the Supreme God. Its strength may be stronger than that of the Supreme God. I will cover you, you run away quickly. Although Ing Fu can be resurrected through the Ark of Heaven even if she dies, it is better to be immortal. It can save some materials for recovery, right? Ing Fu did not show courtesy to Bai Fu. She immediately exerted her assassin instinct, and escaped into the turbulent psychic vortex outside. Affected by the huge energy fluctuations of the fourth apostle, the restrictions of suppression in time and space freezing have been broken at this time. The members of the Holy City of Apostles who regained their freedom returned to their posts one after another after celebrating, and began to operate various equipment, trying to cooperate with the fourth apostle to stop Bai Fu and Ing Fu from leaving. In the process of hunting down Bai Fu, the fourth apostle did not forget to directly cut off the support for the super-large secret art artificial god. The Supreme God cheated it. How could it not cheat back? A moment later, the direct battle site between the Apostle Holy City and the 3 cosmic civilizations. Most of the fleets of the 3 cosmic civilizations have been destroyed, and half of the attacking supernaturals have also fallen. The remaining people are already thinking about how to die. At this moment, the huge artificial god in front of them disappeared without a trace. This scene made both sides feel confused. What? The artificial god disappeared. The Supreme God in the distance suspected that they were hallucinating. Soon, he received an emergency call from the Holy Land. The Holy Land was invaded. No wonder the god suddenly disappeared. The Supreme God never thought that it was the fourth apostle who took the initiative to cut off the contact. He thought that the attack on the Holy Land was more serious. Let the group of people from the 10 saints go over to support. Don't let the invaders run away. I want to find out how they crossed the psychic defense lines I set up. The Supreme God's order was transmitted to the saints and others who were hiding in the temporary station and doing nothing through the superluminal communication equipment. Damn it, we don't have a chance to enjoy this good thing. But we have to do this kind of hard work. What a beast. The saint cursed non-stop, but still took the task honestly. He has completely boarded the ship of the Apostle Holy City. What else can he do now except obey? Corona, silence the signal of the Holy Land Star and monitor the entire area. After just a few seconds, the Holy Land Star changed from a place of pilgrimage to a space cage trapped on an isolated island. However, although the fourth apostle and the 10 saints responded very promptly, they still neglected a hand. The Baifu they faced had the blood of the void and mastered the ability to shuttle through the void. If I can't beat you, can I get rid of you? Baifu curled her lips. Actually, Apostle number 4 has skills that can block her ability to travel through the void, such as the descend to the void dimension that she also mastered, but unfortunately, the overload state makes Apostle number 4 unable to do such delicate work at all. A star realm channel suddenly opened in the sky, and Yingfu stumbled into the channel. Baifu was about to leave with Yingfu, but she retracted her feet the next second. Go for nothing. Anyway, her real body is not here. She finally came to the Holy Land of the Apostle Holy City. If she doesn't smash it hard, she may not have another chance in the future. Fuck you, I let you attack the explored universe, so I can't safely squeeze the players to upgrade and develop. I will smash your broken statue with my head. Under the restrictions of the pressure aura of the fourth apostle, Baifu could not exert her full strength, but it was more than enough to just cause damage. In addition, the fourth apostle found her smashing things and deliberately let her go, so this time she smashed things to her heart's content. This situation continued until the saint and Corona arrived. Baifu had no grudge against the saint, but it was different with Corona. Corona had attacked her from a distance. At that time, she had just been promoted to the Overlord. If she had not had the talent of immunity to instant death, she would probably have been killed, and would not have been as glorious as she is now. She had always wanted to seek revenge on Corona, but Corona was a mechanic and usually hid very deeply. He occasionally showed up and followed the main force. He never came forward, so it was very difficult to seek revenge on him. Today he finally came close, but Baifu looked at her hands. It was a foolish dream to talk about revenge in this body. No. Who said that revenge must be done by hand? Can't you kill someone with a borrowed knife? Baifu thought of the 5 blank skill cards she had just obtained through the mission reward. Blank skill cards can copy any skill of a designated target, a target not exceeding the user's level limit of 15 levels. What would happen if she copied the skills of the Saint and Corona, and then used the copied skills to sneak attack the fourth apostle? Go, my blank skill card. Chapter 347. First, select the blank skill card with your mind, then select Saint and Corona. After a ding, a large number of skills appeared in front of Baifu. The purpose is to frame Saint and Corona, so I must choose the skills they often use. Otherwise, if others don't recognize them, then my work will be in vain, so... Baifu quickly checked the floating boxes in front of her. Finally, she selected the Saint's Holy Cross seal and Corona's Full Metal Fury. Very good, the next thing to do is to find a suitable opportunity to use these 2 skills on Apostle number 4. Baifu looked around and found that Apostle number 4 was still far away from her. She rushed towards Apostle number 4 without saying a word. Humph, you want to escape? The Saint raised his hand and cast a Holy Cross seal. The bright red cross seal fell from the sky, as if it had torn a bleeding wound in the sky. Corona was not idle either. Although he did not use his mechanical army, the moment he appeared, the temporary caretaker of the Holy Land Star of the Apostle Holy City had already handed over the control of all the machines on the Holy Land Star to him. The mechanical overlord's thoughts were activated, and in an instant, all the machines on the Holy Land Star seemed to come alive, flying towards a spinning crystal that suddenly appeared in the sky at an incredibly fast speed. This crystal was obtained by Corona from Rufus not long ago. He helped Rufus find out why the Void Realm Research Society was looking for the true spirit essence, and Rufus gave him a half-destroyed mechanical overlord. He extracted a heart of creation from this mechanical overlord and created his own mechanical overlord. The so-called mechanical master is a giant formed by countless machines. Similar to the artificial god summoned by the Apostle Holy City with super large secrets, it is a miracle created by the Legion mechanics in the pursuit of perfection. Under the connection of the heart of creation, these machines are not simply accumulated together. Every part and every atom of them has produced a wonderful coordinated resonance, bursting out with power far beyond the past. Just like now. Under Corona's call, just a few seconds later, a mechanical master with a height of more than 10 kilometers appeared in the sky above the Holy Land star. However, this is just the beginning. Although the Holy Land is the capital of the psychic civilization, there are still a large number of mechanical buildings on its periphery. These buildings are all integrated into the mechanical overlord, making the size of the mechanical overlord expand every second. When Baifu dodged and finally avoided the Holy Cross seal of the saint, the size of the mechanical overlord was so large that it directly broke through the atmosphere of the Holy Land. God's hammer. The mechanical overlord smashed down, with his right hand raised high. When this giant fist wrapped in a dark matter coating pierced the ionosphere, the Holy Land suddenly fell into a strange silence. The atmosphere curled and shattered like an eggshell being opened, and the clouds thousands of meters thick were blown into crystal powder in the vacuum shock wave. 7 blood-red auroras lit up the northern sky, as if the sky was shedding blood and tears at the moment of its death. Falling, continued to fall. The seawater in the Holy Land Sea evaporated in a 10,000th of a second, the pilgrimage plane cracked with scars deep into the mantle, the statue of the supreme god melted like heated butter, and a dozen magnitude earthquake waves suddenly erupted, bringing the entire Holy Land star into the fast lane of death. Corona looked at his mechanical master, with a smile on his face. Unless he has a unique way of dodging, he will be seriously injured if he doesn't die from this punch. Saint, prepare to capture his soul. The saint smiled calmly. It's a piece of cake. The two of them have been working together for many years, and have formed a tacit understanding. Even if Corona doesn't say it, he knows what to do next. Of course, this is the first time Corona has released his mechanical master after obtaining it, so it's time for Corona to show off and be proud of himself. If Corona pretends to be happy, then the Apostle Holy City will look up to them, the 10 saints. Fuck, is the mechanic so handsome? Baifu looked up, looking at the mechanical iron fist getting closer and closer to her in the red background, and couldn't help but widen her eyes. She could feel how terrible the power contained in this fist. It condensed all its power under the surface of the fist, and it was only relying on the pure kinetic energy when pressing down that it was going to tear the Holy Land star, a planet that had been reinforced countless times, into pieces. If the power in the fist is fully released, even a galaxy can be easily penetrated. Baifu is very sure that with her fragile body now, she will definitely not be able to block this punch. But it doesn't matter, if you can't block it, then don't block it. Hee. Baifu took out the full metal fury that she copied from Corona before. Her original plan was to fly in front of the 4th apostle, and then use the 2 copied skill cards to sneak attack the 4th apostle. There is a problem with doing this, that is, she must hide her body, and not let the 4th apostle see that the attack actually came from her. But now she didn't need to think about this or that. Directly use full metal fury on the mechanical overlord, so that the mechanical overlord's iron fist deviates and hits the 4th apostle. Isn't it much simpler and more straightforward than her original sneak attack plan? Thank you, Corona, for the iron fist. Baifu threw the full metal fury skill card out. The skill card turned into a stream of light, and sank into the mechanical overlord's body. Boom! The mechanical overlord's body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was burning. It was getting excited. Its power began to overflow uncontrollably. Its perfectly coordinated resonance frequency began to deviate. When this deviation reached a certain level, its fist deviated from its original trajectory, and instead of hitting Baifu's head, it hit the head of the 4th apostle next to it. Something was wrong. As the master of the mechanical master, and the master of the 3 transformation mechanical school, how could Corona not notice the abnormality? But it was too late. The speed of the mechanical overlord was so fast that its fist had already fallen the moment it discovered the abnormality. Oops, Corona's face turned extremely ugly. The saint next to him asked in confusion, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. How the hell could I be okay? This punch hit the apostle number 4. Corona quickly told the saint about his discovery. The saint froze on the spot, and the smile on his face quickly disappeared like the tide. What? The apostle number 4, who was facing the iron fist of the mechanical overlord, was also frozen. It didn't move just now, because in its eyes, Baifu was already dead, so there was no need for it to continue to struggle. But, damn, Why did this fist suddenly change its target and hit it? Program error? There is no such possibility. Was it affected by the outside world? Impossible. It has fought with that intruder before, but that intruder has superb spatial ability. So how could he affect the mechanical master? Actually, it is still possible, but Apostle number 4 doesn't think about it at all now. What Bai Fu said just now made it completely dominated by anger, so that only the Supreme God was left in its mind. The Supreme God deliberately revealed its secret to the outside world in order to kill it. Now Corona's mechanical master's iron fist suddenly changed its target to hit it. Could it be that it was also instructed by the Supreme God? It's possible, very likely. He wants to kill me. In addition to Corona's sneak attack, he must have other tricks. Fighting him. No, now is not the time. If I fight him now, my chances of winning are not great. After all, the entire Apostle Holy City is still in his hands. If I rashly clash with him, the people of the Apostle Holy City are more likely to help him than help me. Apostle number 4 gnashed his teeth. After thinking it over, it made a very embarrassing but very practical decision. Run away. As long as it runs fast enough, all the moves prepared by the Supreme God will be useless. Of course, this is only a temporary retreat. When everything is settled, it will come back. Its character is not the kind of character that will endure the loss, and it is its character to find a way to retaliate immediately. The Apostle Holy City is not the Apostle Holy City of the Supreme God alone. As long as it offers a big enough stake, it will surely divide the Holy City of Apostles, get more people to stand on its side, and help it get rid of the Supreme God. Using the power of the Holy City of Apostles to get rid of you, the Supreme God of the Holy City of Apostles, this is the real revenge. Supreme God, you wait for me. The moment the iron fist fell, the fourth apostle resisted the annihilation of the fist and began to dissolve his body. Sizzle sizzle. The lightning was surging, like a titan snake, sweeping across the land of the northern hemisphere of the Holy Land Star. When the mechanical overlord retracted his fist, a circular depression with a diameter of 8,000 kilometers remained on the surface of the Holy Land. The electromagnetic pulse caused by the geomagnetic reversal was still burning the ionosphere, and the land outline was melted into a dark red magma river. Corona and the saint looked at each other, and the worry in their eyes turned into fear in an instant. How could they not be afraid? They searched everywhere, but they didn't see any trace of Apostle number 4. It dead turned into dust? Corona swallowed his saliva and felt incredible. You have to know that he is an apostle. He dared not even dream of an apostle being killed by his mechanical master with one punch. Is the fourth apostle just a show-off, or is the real strength of his mechanical master far beyond his imagination? Corona is confused. The saints who are traveling with him are also confused about what to do. If the people of the Apostle Holy City know what happened here, they will kill us. In his heart, he has already cursed Corona's ancestors for 18 generations. I asked you to show off. Why did you show off so much? Now you are done. Corona was furious. At this point, what else could he do except run away? Tell the people of the Apostle Holy City that they accidentally killed the fourth apostle? Don't make a fuss. If the people of the Apostle Holy City accept this explanation, he will eat it. The two said no more and ran away quickly. After a whoosh, the figures of the two disappeared in the sky, and the huge mechanical master disintegrated and turned into countless mechanical parts floating in the starry sky. In a corner of the ruins that no one cared about, Bai Fu curled her lips. I have to say that this mechanical master is really cool. You wait, I will definitely create a more handsome artificial psychic god. Bai Fu struggled to get up from the ruins. The mechanical master's iron fist did not hit her head directly, but the shock wave that burst out at the moment of the fall still caused her a lot of trouble. If it was her real body here, there would naturally be no big problem, but now it is just a body summoned by a master-level summoning card. How could there be no problem? It's almost time to go back. Bai Fu looked around, preparing to find a good place to detonate this body when she was released from the state of Advent. As she looked, she found a familiar face. Hey, isn't this her number 1 black man Feng Chi-kun Xing? I have to go up and say hello. In the ruins, Feng Chi-kun Xing kept coughing. What the hell, I just logged off to have a meal outside. Why did the Holy Land Star become like this after I logged back on? Could it be that the 3 cosmic civilizations are attacking us? He clicked on the faction channel, and was about to ask what happened when he saw a man wrapped tightly in a bag suddenly approaching from a distance. You are? Feng Chi-kun Xing immediately became alert. He only saw a string of question marks, but it is worth mentioning that the question marks were red, which means, is this an enemy? Damn, enemy attack, come. You did a good job. Feng Qiquanxing was interrupted by the visitor. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to find the exact location of the Holy Land Star. You have made a huge contribution to the journey of life evolution. When everything becomes clear, people will remember your name and engrave your name on the eternal monument. Let's say goodbye here today. I will come back to find you. The stranger left after saying that. Huh? Feng Qiquanxing was stunned, and then he fell into ecstasy. This line, this. He must have encountered a hidden plot, and it was the kind of hidden plot that seemed to have a mission. Ha ha ha. Feng Qiquanxing couldn't help laughing in his heart. Recently, he has been having a hard time in the Apostle Holy City. Firstly, the preview of version 3.0 has dealt a heavy blow to them, the Baifu Xiaohe Z, and secondly, that dog thing called Astronaut has recently stolen a lot of his limelight, and has a tendency to replace him as the new group leader of the Baifu Xiaohe Z group. He saw it all, and was anxious, but he had no way to deal with it. But now it's alright. Hidden plot, hidden mission. When I get the reward for this mission, I don't care if you are an astronaut or an underground person, you will become an inferior in front of me. When Feng Qiquanxing was laughing happily, he didn't realize that there was an NPC not far away who saw his reaction and his conversation with an unknown stranger. I hope you like this gift I gave you before I leave. Baifu hid in the dark and smiled at Feng Qiquanxing, who was still laughing foolishly. After a while, she found an unmanned area and lifted the descending state. Boom! An explosion woke up the guards of the Holy Land Star, who were in a state of terror. We must tell the Supreme God immediately what happened here. The fourth apostle disappeared. The Supreme God who received the news was struck by lightning. The fourth apostle, that was a very critical part of his plan, I can't sit still anymore. The Supreme God immediately abandoned the other people in the Apostle Holy City, and ran back to the Holy Land Star himself. As soon as he left, the pressure on the three cosmic civilizations was reduced. Now is not the time to grieve for the dead. Send someone to pick up the survivors of the assault team, and the others will work with me to find a way to cut off the Apostle Holy City's advance. Chapter 348. After the Supreme God left, the remaining people in the Apostle Holy City did not dare to advance rashly. They immediately ordered to suspend offensive operations on all fronts, and only sent a mobile force to support the number 8 formation that was fighting with the three cosmic civilizations. Knowing that the three cosmic civilizations had sent a large fleet to rescue people, the Apostle Holy City counterattacked a little, and let the number 8 formation retreat, allowing the people of the three cosmic civilizations to leave. A great battle ended with the sudden disappearance of the artificial god, and both sides retreated without the desire to fight. The apparent losses of the Apostle Holy City were completely within an acceptable range, but the losses of the three cosmic civilizations were a bit serious. A total of 6 supermasters were sent out, and in this battle, 3 died at the hands of the artificial gods, and the remaining 3, such as Demetrius, were severely injured and could not recover for a while. Now the situation has not improved at all, then, in 1 or 2 years at most, the three cosmic civilizations will be completely crushed by the Apostle Holy City. This discovery made the people in the frontline bases of the three cosmic civilizations, and the people in the rear all feel great pressure. For now, the only solution is to use that trick. Under the contact of the Imperial Emperor Odok, the top leaders of the three cosmic civilizations held an emergency meeting. During the meeting, they decided to drop a dimensional bomb into the different dimensional space. Dimensional bombs can trigger dimensional explosions. When the scale of the explosion reaches a certain scale, it can make 2 different dimensional spaces that were originally in a parallel state overlap at a certain point, thus creating a real interstellar Great Wall that is no less than the Great Wall of the universe. The abnormal overlap of space can effectively prevent the fleet of the Holy City of Apostles from advancing, and buy more time for the three cosmic civilizations to prepare for war. Of course, there are also great risks in doing so. If it is not corrected in time, so that the overlap of the 2 different dimensional spaces becomes larger and larger, it is very likely to cause a terrible dimensional disaster. The dimensional disaster will cause a large number of planets to be swallowed up and the waterway to be submerged, and it may induce the invasion of different dimensions. Before the war officially broke out, someone in the think tank of the three cosmic civilizations proposed to drop a dimensional bomb. The reason why this proposal was rejected at that time was because the potential risk was too great. But now the situation has deteriorated sharply, and the three cosmic civilizations have already considered the risks of doing so. Go! Under the instruction of the Emperor Odoak, a large number of dimensional bombs were transported to the front line, and a large number of players on the front line received new mainline tasks. The players who received the task did not refuse, and took action immediately. They broke into the different dimensional space with their physical bodies. Although the player's strength is a little worse, their fearlessness of death and pain allows them to often advance further than those elite warriors in the different dimensional space, and they don't have to worry about the deviation of the task execution due to loss of connection. Boom boom. Looking at the detection data displayed on the screen began to fluctuate violently. Boilo sighed helplessly. Next, the 3 cosmic civilizations will start a race with the god of death. In the 30,000 years of the Empire, the crises it has encountered can be counted on both hands, but none of them has ever made people feel so desperate. The gap in technology can be made up, but the gap in top combat power cannot be made up in just a few years even if Baifu is there. And now we can only hope that the original agreement will not launch an attack, otherwise everything we do now will be in vain. The question is, will the initial agreement really remain inactive? Fufu, one of my companions saw a person while operating in the other dimension. Just when Boilo and others were feeling uneasy, Baifu, who had just lifted the Advent state, received a call from Digging G. A person? What person? Baifu asked immediately. From the way he dresses and looks, he looks very similar to the leader of the initial agreement, who attacked you in the virtual world before, but we are not sure whether it is him or not. Digging G spread his hands helplessly. She asked the player to use the scouting technique, but because the level gap between the two sides was too big, all they detected were question marks, and they couldn't determine the other party's identity at all. Baifu frowned. The leader of the initial agreement? Does your companion still have the dark energy version of the Dark Moon Eye card? Yes, Fufu, yes. Okay, let him silently recite my name, and then use a dark energy version of the Dark Moon Eye card. Digging G immediately told the player, who contacted her about Baifu's request. After a few seconds, Baifu felt a call from somewhere, and she immediately switched her perspective. After all, the prayer cards were produced by her prayer card factory. Although they were sold to players, she could still access them at any time. A picture that was very different from the explored universe unfolded in front of Baifu, and it took her a while to adapt to this chaos. Then, without the player's explanation, her sight automatically locked onto a proud figure standing in the distance. Although she hadn't had time to use the Apostle's vision, she was sure that the figure was the leader of the initial protocol. What is he doing here? Is he trying to destroy the plans of the 3 cosmic civilizations? No. It doesn't look like that. If he wanted to destroy it, he could have done it a long time ago. There's no need to stand here stupidly. Are you just here to watch the fight? Baifu had an impulse, which was to quickly call Rufus over, and then drag the 3 cosmic civilizations together to beat up the leader of the initial protocol. But she quickly suppressed the impulse. Can she really kill the leader of the initial agreement here? Baifu thought it was difficult. This place was too close to the base of the Apostle Holy City fleet. Once a fight broke out, the leader of the initial agreement could summon the people of the Apostle Holy City to join the battlefield at any time, and then they would be the ones who would be at a disadvantage. Even if she was lucky enough to kill the leader of the initial agreement before the people of the Apostle Holy City arrived, it would probably not be easy for her to get the true spirit essence from Rufus. Rufus is definitely not a good guy. Baifu didn't believe that he really wanted to trade from the beginning. However, what Baifu was most wary of was not Rufus's character, but the speed of his upgrade. After years of struggling in the Starry Sea, Rufus was the NPC with the fastest and most exaggerated strength improvement she had ever seen. In just a few years, he went from 2 metamorphoses to 4 metamorphoses, and could compete with the 4th apostle, the Supreme God, and the leader of the original agreement. This guy may be a more difficult boss than the Supreme God and the leader of the original agreement in the subsequent plot. We must find a way to get rid of him. Baifu stared at the leader of the initial agreement in the distance. After staring for about 4 minutes, she found that the leader of the initial agreement finally moved. He flew straight towards a dimensional bomb that had just been thrown by the player. Baifu thought he wanted to stop the bomb from exploding, but in fact, he pushed the bomb deeper with a light push, making the explosion wider. He is helping the 3 cosmic civilizations? Baifu was stunned. Did he feel the threat of the Apostle Holy City, so he secretly helped to let the 3 cosmic civilizations hold on a little longer and consume more power from the Apostle Holy City, or did he have other purposes? Baifu couldn't help but think of 2 conversations. The first one was overheard when she and the Lord of the Oath went to the supernatural garden. At that time, the Lightless One was scolding the leader of the first agreement. He said that the reason why the leader had not taken action against her was because of the old relationship with the Rebirth Empire. The second one was heard from Yuan Yi's best friend AI when she asked Yuan Yi for help. AI said that the leader of the first agreement was very likely a very famous person in the tens of thousands of years of history of the Star Sea. Assuming that what the Lightless One and AI said were true, that means the leader of the first agreement was born in the Empire, and is a historical celebrity of the Empire. From this perspective, the original leader of the agreement came to help the players blow up the alien space, perhaps without any special purpose, just to help the Empire. Whatever the reason, it shows that he is not planning to conflict with the three cosmic civilizations for the time being, and even intends to help the three cosmic civilizations. Well, maybe we can try further. Bai Fu nodded secretly. Now the war situation is rotten. If she continues to follow the previous strategy, I am afraid that before she can raise the level, the three cosmic civilizations will have been blown through. She must find another way. Thinking of this, she stopped hiding and controlled a small flying beast to fly out from the player's hand. Before she flew to the leader's voice came first. If I'm not mistaken, you have been observing me for nearly 20 minutes. Tell me, what are you doing here? Bai Fu, aren't you curious about my identity? The leader looked calm. I'm not interested in your identity, only your purpose. Bai Fu said nothing and calmly restored her original appearance. You, Bai Fu? At this moment, even the leader of the original agreement, who was as calm as a 1,000-year-old pine tree, was broken. He widened his eyes, and the gray mist on his face kept dancing like the wind. Why are you still alive? Bai Fu, do you think you can kill me by killing me, and my clone called Hey Fu at the same time? Isn't it? If it weren't for Apostle number 4, I would have died, but it's a pity. Bai Fu started to talk nonsense. Apostle number 4 merged a part of my true spirit essence. It originally wanted to steal the power of me, the god of the Void Realm, but it gave me an insurance in disguise. Unless you destroy me, Hey Fu, and the part of my true spirit essence in Apostle number 4 at the same time, you can't kill me completely. The leader quickly calmed himself down. This is your secret, but you are telling me this secret now. Are you trying to persuade me to help you deal with Apostle number 4? I just want to discuss cooperation with you. Bai Fu described the current situation of Apostle number 4. If we don't stop it now, when it grows up, you and I will both suffer. Don't think I'm exaggerating. As the god of the void, you should know how difficult I am, and the grow-up Apostle number 4 will be more than 10 times more difficult than me. The leader's face was tense. If the fourth apostle really had some of Bai Fu's true spirit essence in him, and if he really had a way to completely digest Bai Fu's true spirit essence, then he really had to get rid of the fourth apostle as soon as possible. Because this means that after the fourth apostle grows up, he is likely to master the ability to guide others to advance like Bai Fu. Although the fourth apostle may not be like Bai Fu who guides people everywhere, this ability must be strangled in the cradle anyway. As you said, the fourth apostle is indeed very dangerous now, but... The leader laughed. If I kill it, without its restraint, can you take this opportunity to recover to your peak state? The question from the leader of the initial agreement was a bit tricky, and Bai Fu really didn't know how to answer it for a while. No such thing, after all, I am not the god of the Void Realm. Leader, do you think I believe it? Admit it? Bai Fu, you really have evil intentions. Seeing that Bai Fu didn't reply for a long time, the leader smiled. It seems that I guessed correctly. In this situation, it is most beneficial for me to not help either side. Let you and Apostle number 4 fight to a draw, and then kill both of you. You are not a fool. You can't not understand this, but you still came to me and took the initiative to tell me your secret. Tell me your real purpose. Damn it, I knew it was not easy to trick the leaders of the initial agreement to cooperate to deal with the holy city of apostles. Fortunately, I still have a trick up my sleeve. Bai Fu curled her lips. Since you see it so clearly, I won't keep you in suspense. I came to you because I want you to help me deal with Rufus. Rufus? You are strong enough to deal with him yourself. That was in the past. Now he has become the Lord of the Void. His strength is probably not inferior to yours. On my way to the Void Realm, Rufus found me and asked me to cooperate with him to deal with you. Although I don't deal with you, the invasion of the Apostle Holy City is imminent. Of course, I can't agree to him and put myself in an unfavorable situation of fighting on both sides with the Apostle Holy City as originally agreed. It's just that I can't help it. He threatened me that if I don't help him, he will cooperate with the Apostle Holy City to deal with me and the three cosmic civilizations. I can only agree reluctantly. Oh! The leader narrowed his eyes, wondering if Bai Fu was lying. Bai Fu continued to share the story she had just made up. I had originally planned to contact Rufus to kill you together after the dimensional explosion operation of the three major cosmic civilizations was over, but you showed up, so I changed my mind temporarily. Between Rufus and you, I think you are more trustworthy. If I cooperate with Rufus, Who knows if he will suddenly turn around to deal with me after the success? And if I cooperate with you, at least you will not suddenly turn around to kill me at this time." The leader nodded. If Bai Fu was telling the truth, then it was reasonable for her to think so. The only question was, "Do you think I should believe what you said?" It doesn't hurt to try to believe it once. The leader stared at Bai Fu, who was smiling. He wanted to eliminate the Void Apostles because they were projections of the old days. Similarly, he also wanted to eliminate the Void Monsters, who were the remnants of the old days. Is this a suitable entry point? Neither of them spoke, and this situation lasted for dozens of seconds. Finally, the leader also laughed. "Haha, okay, then I will trust you once. How do you plan to cooperate?" Bai Fu explained, "I will call Rufus over, and then besiege you with him. At this time, you have two choices. One is to cooperate with me to kill Rufus. The risk of doing so is that we may not be able to kill Rufus. After all, he is the Lord of the Void. If we fail to kill him, we will be in big trouble. He is the Lord of the Void. Although he is a new Lord of the Void, it is difficult to say whether he has a huge power in the Void dimension. The second is to pretend to be killed by Rufus and me, and then hide, observe Rufus' every move in the dark, and find out the real purpose of Rufus killing you and his real strength. The risk of doing so is that you may really die. Even if you don't die, it is possible that nothing will be investigated in the end. Which one do you choose?" The leader barely hesitated. The second choice. Bai Fu was surprised. "Are you so confident in your own strength?" The leader smiled and said nothing. Confident in your own strength? Indeed. But he believed the words of the Son of Prophecy more. When Bai Fu told him his plan, he asked the Son of Prophecy remotely, "What will my future be like?" "The stars still shine." A short sentence was enough for him to make up his mind. "Then, let's work together to complete this scene." When the apostles, the three cosmic civilizations, and the revolutionary army showed their magical powers, the Void suddenly intervened. "I'm curious about what their demands are." Happy cooperation. With the cooperation of the leader, Bai Fu is more confident to get the true spirit essence from Rufus. Perhaps the leader will not follow her script, and will suddenly tear up the cooperation agreement and deal with her as well. But it doesn't matter. She only knows that once she gets the true spirit essence, she can immediately upgrade her level to level 260 and become a true apostle. By then, no matter how Rufus and the original agreement mess up, she will have the power to protect herself. 3 days later. Ding. Rufus, who was nurtured in the Void, felt the vibration in the depths of his soul and immediately opened his eyes. The person who sent the message was Bai Fu. He glanced at the message quickly, and the next second, he slapped his thigh hard. The opportunity has come. The strange fluctuations wrapped in the sound spread in the Void dimension, and then, pairs of white empty eyes opened in the Void dimension. 20 minutes passed in a flash, and Rufus fell from the Void. Before he could retract the surging Void power behind him, Bai Fu took the initiative to meet him. "You are too slow. Has the leader of the original agreement left?" "That's not the case, but he has moved to several places, and he might leave at any time." Rufus breathed a sigh of relief. "Since he hasn't left yet, let's start the action." "Wait." Bai Fu stopped Rufus. "Where is the true spirit essence I want?" Rufus opened his right hand, and an irregular black crystal slowly floated out of his palm. The crystal was about the size of a goose egg. "Complete true spirit essence, Apostle number 9, very good." Looking at the words that appeared on the crystal, Bai Fu nodded with satisfaction. Rufus put away the true spirit essence. "Don't worry, I will definitely give it to you after killing the leader of the initial protocol. It's better this way." Bai Fu snorted. "Rufus, at this point, you still don't want to tell me the real reason why you want to kill the leader of the initial protocol?" Rufus opened a door to another dimension in front of him. "Didn't I say that because he is the god of the Void Realm? Do you want to tell me that you are the god of the Void Realm? There are indeed many rumors like this in the outside world, but I am sure that you are not the god of the Void." "Haha, of course I am not the god of the Void, but neither is the original leader of the agreement. The real god of the Void is Elias. Forget it. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Anyway, I just asked casually, so that you don't have any wild thoughts at this time, and see the problem." After entering the different dimension with Rufus, Bai Fu turned into a chatterbox robot on the spot, catching Rufus and talking about this and that, asking him to pay attention to this and that, and occasionally hitting indirection, which directly made Rufus depressed. "No, Bai Fu is such a talkative person, isn't she? I really want to find a piece of cloth to cover her mouth." This situation continued until the leader of the initial agreement came into view. "Don't talk nonsense, Xia Ji, now is the time to use your fists." Rufus muttered something in his mouth, And as he muttered, the different dimensional space began to vibrate strangely. The leader discovered the abnormality at the first time. I saw that the 3 coordinate axes of the empty space, front, back, left, right, up and down, plus the 8 areas divided by the coordinate axis, all had a unspecified currency shaped mark. It is the power of the void. This space has been cut into a separate world. This ability is a bit similar to the dimensional magic cube of the Reborn Empire. Is it really the Lord of the Void who has taken action? The leader pressed his right hand down, and in the blink of an eye, a giant array with a diameter of about hundreds of kilometers appeared under his feet. The red light rising from the array turned the area around him into a war field filled with murderous intent. Do it! Rufus shouted at Bai Fu, and then rushed over first. Bai Fu didn't play any tricks and followed immediately. It's hard to say whether Rufus has a high IQ, but his vision is definitely not bad. He can tell at a glance whether she has given her all. It must be said that the leader is also an old actor. At the moment Bai Fu and Rufus appeared, he acted out the surprised expression and tone very naturally. Is it you? Seeing the leader like this, Bai Fu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's it. The next thing she had to do was simple, which was to cooperate with Rufus to besiege the leader. While constantly playing prayer cards to increase the output space for Rufus, Bai Fu did not forget to secretly use a blank skill copy card for Rufus and the leader. What she copied from Rufus was an escape skill Void Return to Oneness. After using this skill, she could give herself a special buff. During the duration of the buff, she could ignore the differences between different spaces and move freely in different spaces. With this, she is not afraid of ordinary space blockades. Bai Fu copied a domain skill Burning World from the leader. The mana consumption of individuals entering this domain when using skills will be greatly increased. This is generally a double-edged sword, just like the suppression copy from the Lightless One, but Bai Fu can avoid the impact of this debuff on herself by merging with Yulia. High mana consumption? It doesn't matter, just increase the mana recovery speed. Very good. Next I want to see how these 2 old dings, Rufus and the leader of the original agreement, want to act. Bai Fu was ready. As time went on, the leader took the lead. The golden light shot out from his palm easily pierced through the space cage carefully built by Rufus, like a magic sword. Before the space cage closed again, several figures rushed in from outside. Leader, are you okay? I'm fine, now is not the time to talk. Find a way to deal with him first. Rufus was shocked. He never expected that the leader could break the cage and temporarily communicate with the normal space. In the previous battle, thanks to Bai Fu's dazzling psychic means, he successfully gained the upper hand, but his advantage was not particularly obvious. Now that the leader's helper has arrived, the balance of victory in this battle will slide uncontrollably to the leader's side. It's okay in the short term, but over a long period of time, if either he or Bai Fu is seriously injured, the situation will be completely corrupted. Are you going to use your trump card? The trump card was originally used to deal with Bai Fu and the Apostle Holy City. If you use it now, and make Bai Fu and the Apostle Holy City feel threatened, then even if you successfully get rid of the leader of the initial agreement here, their plan may still not be implemented. Steady, steady again, the situation has not deteriorated to the point where you have to use your trump card. Rufus relied on his superior spatial ability to flash continuously in the siege of several people. He seemed to be able to handle it with ease, but Bai Fu was a little bit unable to hold on. Do you have any backup plan? If you continue like this, when my prayer cards run out, my strength will drop several times in an instant, and then you and I will both die here. It's time now. If you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't. If you miss this opportunity, when will you have to wait to kill the leader of the initial agreement next time? Forget it. Give me the true spirit essence, and I will fight again. What are you still hesitating about? At this time, you are still thinking about giving it to me after completing the task. Have you lived too long and want to die? Hurry up and give me the true spirit essence, so that we may still have a chance of survival. If we are lucky, it is not impossible to kill the leader of the original agreement. Bai Fu was so angry that she cursed at Rufus. At this time, she had several wounds on her body, and her black tight combat uniform had been stained from bright to matte, looking extremely embarrassed. At this point, there was really no room for hesitation. Either use the trump card, or give her the true spirit essence as Bai Fu said. Rufus decisively chose the latter. In fact, he had no intention of giving the true spirit essence to Bai Fu at the beginning. His plan was to kill Bai Fu as soon as he killed the leader of the initial agreement, but now, he didn't have time to calculate so much. It's just a true spirit essence. This thing is actually of no value to him. Give it. Let Bai Fu and the leader of the initial agreement fight each other to a loss, so that it will be easier for him to deal with Bai Fu. Take it. Rufus took out the true spirit essence and threw it into a passage that suddenly opened in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the true spirit essence flew out from in front of Bai Fu. Bai Fu stretched out her right hand, and with a snap, she just grasped the true spirit essence in her palm. Thank you. A sincere smile of gratitude appeared on her face. At this moment, she felt that all the sounds in the world disappeared, leaving only the prompt sound from the game that was close at hand. True spirit essence detected. Whether to merge? Of course, I need to say that I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Bai Fu squeezed her right hand hard, and the true spirit essence directly merged into her body as if it was crushed by her. Fusion progress 0%, 1%, 2%. The progress bar began to grow rapidly at an incredibly fast speed. That is, the people who made the original agreement did not notice the abnormality for a while. It was not uncommon for someone to suddenly experience violent energy fluctuations on the battlefield. But Rufus, who had been communicating secretly with Bai Fu, vaguely sensed something was wrong. Was Bai Fu drawing out the power hidden in the true spirit essence? But did the true spirit essence he threw out really contain such great power? He and the painter killed Apostle number 9 himself. Although Apostle number 9 was seriously injured at the time, he could feel that even at his peak, Apostle number 9 was still not as strong as the ordinary 4-time metamorphosis supernatural. But now the aura emanating from Bai Fu. Fusion progress 100%. The reminder, like a fairy sound, sounded in Bai Fu's mind. Then, she received 2 reminders in succession. The first reminder told her that Apostle number 12, the talent, had been successfully activated. The second prompt told her that the conditions for the third transformation mission had been met. Here it comes, that feeling comes, the feeling that the whole person has turned into a blazing flame, and the blazing light is enough to illuminate any dark corner of the universe. But this is just the beginning. If she settles the transformation mission, if she clicks on the upgrade, if she raises her level to 260 in one go to trigger the 4th divine transformation, if she raises all the newly acquired skills to the maximum level, then the energy impact bursting out of her will be as terrifying as a mountain torrent. But it's not the right time yet. If we upgrade here, it will definitely cause the fear of the original agreement. Bai Fu hid the fire in her eyes. Time was running out. She didn't even look at the prompts after fusing the true spirit essence. Instead, she quickly shouted to Rufus and the leader, "Everyone, follow me." Walala! Black flames gushed out of Bai Fu's body. Under the burning of the flames, even the surrounding space reinforced by Rufus couldn't help but tremble, as if it would be burned through at any time. At this moment, Bai Fu became the most dazzling person in the audience, in the physical sense. The black flame soared into the air, turned into a long dragon, and rushed towards the leader at a speed so fast that people could not react at all. The leader looked tense. This momentum. To be honest, this momentum was not strong enough to scare him, but what was that subtle feeling? That's right, it was a deviation. The current Bai Fu seemed to have a slight deviation from the Bai Fu just now. She was still herself, but she was no longer completely herself. The leader had no time to think carefully about the difference here, as the fire dragon had already hit him. The most critical moment had arrived. He instantly blasted out a terrifying pressure that was enough to turn the galaxy upside down. At the same time, Rufus on the other side also took action. The situation had developed to this point, and he no longer needed to hide any strength. He turned into a light, the smoothest, strongest, and most indestructible light in the world. Leader? The people who had originally agreed to the agreement were horrified. They wanted to go over to save people, but it was too late. How could Rufus, the master of playing with space, give them this opportunity? Boom, boom, boom. The imagined collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth did not come, and the onlookers felt that they had fallen into a vacuum glass ball. There was no flow of time here, no concept of space, and it seemed like the beginning of the world. Only 3 energy vortices could be seen entwined with each other in absolute silence. At an unknown moment, the string-like energy beam suddenly broke. At this moment, reality collapsed like a crushed glass roof. Disordered energy gushed out from the cracks, and the dazzling white light swept in all directions, with a high-frequency buzzing sound that was enough to pierce the retina. Unknown particles penetrated the chests of the onlookers with the tremor of the universe, tearing the blocked space into billions of pieces of ice crystal powder flashing with cold light. Wow! Time finally began to flow again. In the center of the explosion, everything appeared. Bai Fu covered her broken right arm, blood was flowing all over her body, the leader was nowhere to be found, and only Rufus was laughing. Dead. Finally dead. In this way, the original agreement will no longer be a threat. The only ones who can stop him from becoming the Lord of today are the Apostle Holy City, Baifu, and other Void Lords. Oh no, there is no Baifu, because Baifu is about to die here. Baifu, thanks to you. Baifu turned around. Rufus clapped his hands, and golden ripples were stirred in the vacuum. The folds of space peeled off layer by layer along the ripples, revealing a cosmic scar that was as dense as a spider web. Deep in the scar, strange-looking void creatures rushed out like a tide. Under their impact, the scar became wider and wider. When the last 3 humanoid figures tore through the void, the curvature of space and time wailed. These are the Void Lords. 3 Void Lords. The twisted gravity naturally emanating from them twisted the entire alien space behind them into a starry night as described by Van Gogh. Since you've worked so hard, I make your death easier. Rufus had a terrifying smile on his face, and a bottle appeared in his hand. The bottle contained poison of old corruption. Chapter 349. As soon as he took out the bottle, Rufus threw it at Baifu without hesitation. Baifu sensed something was wrong and immediately used her void ability to completely distort the space in front of her, and quickly raised her psychic shield and dark energy shield to protect herself. Unfortunately, her void ability was too immature compared to Rufus, the Lord of the Void. No matter how she dodged, how she distorted the space, how she used illusion and escape, the bottle still locked onto her firmly, and then hit her psychic shield with a snap. Wow! The bottle broke, and a ball of hazy gray light came out. The psychic shield, which even a martial artist like the Lord of the Oath had to spend some effort to break in the past, now boiled violently like hot oil in water. In less than a second, the psychic shield exploded. Then, the dark energy shield attached to the psychic shield was not spared. When all the protections were shattered, Baifu could only use her body to resist the attack of the gray light. To her surprise, when the gray light exploded on her body, she did not feel any pain. However, a new state appeared behind the name. Old Day Assimilation Weakened. What the hell is this? Baifu quickly opened the item description of Old Day Corruption Poison, which she had just scouted but had no time to look at in detail. Old Day Corruption Poison. Quality. Color item description. A special toxin extracted from the stripped Old Days by the Void Lord from the Old Days. Although it is named as a toxin, it is essentially more like a rule with a very small range of influence. Additional effect. Objects and lives that have been eroded by the poison of the Old Ones will be gradually assimilated by the Old Ones and sealed forever in the past if the poison cannot be removed in time. Note 1. This item is a limited item. Note 2. This item is ineffective against objects and lives from the Old Ones in the Void. Note 3. The effect of this item on objects and lives from the Old Ones in the Void will be weakened. Note 4. To eliminate the effects of this item, you need to completely reshape your body and complete a sublimation. Thanks to the effect of the skill Extraordinary Vision given by the title Secret Treasure Collector, the description of this item is much more complete and detailed than when viewed with the Apostle's vision alone, and even the weaknesses of Old Corruption Poison are listed. I have the blood of the Void, and after fusing the true spirit essence and activating the talent of Apostle number 12, I have become a real Apostle again, so the effect of this poison on me has been weakened, but... Baifu frowned. After all, this is just a weakening, not completely ineffective. As long as the poisoning state lasts long enough, she will still be assimilated by the old corrupt poison. The result of assimilation is that she will become part of the void dimension, unable to leave, and may even be unable to move. If it really becomes this state, it can only be said that some people are still alive, but in fact they are dead. Fuck Rufus, this bastard actually took out this thing to deal with me? Baifu's face became extremely ugly. She immediately looked at the notes at the back, and she was relieved when she saw note 4. Completing a racial sublimation can eliminate the influence of the old corrupt poison. This may be difficult for other NPCs at the same level as her, but it is not as difficult as she imagined. As long as she finds out the true identity of the leader of the original agreement, obtains the blood of the god, or completes the 4th divine transformation, she will naturally accumulate enough capital for sublimation. Well, in fact, it is not easy to achieve these 2 goals. But? Baifu's eyes passed over the smugly laughing Rufus, and fell on the Void Lord behind him. Who said that the blood of the gods must be used to achieve racial sublimation? What if it was the core of the Void Lord? Baifu was very lucky. If she hadn't obtained the universe treasure early, unlocked the title of Secret Treasure Collector, and thus obtained the passive Extraordinary Vision, she would have been in big trouble this time. Although she had already made a plan in her heart, Baifu showed an unbelievable look on her face, and from the unbelievable evolved a strong anger. Rufus, what did you do to me? You don't need to know. You just need to know that no matter what means you use, your story will soon come to an end. Rufus pulled out a black blade from the void. Although Bai Fu had been poisoned by his old corruption, for safety reasons, he still planned to kill Bai Fu's body here first. Bai Fu looked around. 1, 2, 3, a full 3 void lords. Rufus, is this the reason for your confidence? It's just a precaution for today's operation. I was worried that you had some special means to avoid the poison I put in, but now it seems that I overestimated you. At this point, I alone can send you to death. Rufus swung the black blade, and a blazing blue-white flame suddenly jumped out from under his feet. The flame burned and the space was twisted into a mess. He was about to take action when a voice sounded in his mind. Rufus, you seem to have forgotten our existence. Rufus turned his head, and found that the people who spoke were the members of the original agreement who were summoned by the leader. I am not interested in paying attention to a few corpses, even if those corpses are talking. This statement can be said to be extremely arrogant, and he did not take the people of the original agreement seriously at all. Of course, Rufus has the capital to do so. But what he did not expect was that the people he mocked were neither angry nor afraid. What do you think of this cemetery? The one who responded was the NPC ferryman Schick, who was part of the original agreement. He looked at the starry night behind the Void Lord and seemed very satisfied. Rufus couldn't help but frown. He felt that Schick was not simply provoking him. This was unreasonable. Their leader was obviously dead, but they didn't feel panic at all, as if the one who died was just a passerby. Could it be that? As soon as a terrible thought arose in his mind, Rufus was shocked to find that the space around him was shaking. Not good. He shouted at the 3 Void Lords behind him. In a moment, the alien space was torn apart, and a huge beast jumped out of the crack, like a giant whale jumping out of the sea. The difference is that this time it jumped out of the sea of the universe, and it was an 8-armed monster with countless spikes on its back. This monster is so big that it can swallow all 3 Void Lords, who are already giants, whole with just one mouth. At this time, the Void Lords who were pretending to be powerful behind Rufus finally couldn't stand it anymore. They fled in all directions like any ordinary person who encountered danger, but the monster appeared too suddenly and too fast, so that the nearest Void Lord could not escape and was swallowed by the monster along with the surrounding ones. What the hell is this? Rufus was horrified and quickly joined the other 2 Void Lords to attack the monster. Under the attack from both inside and outside, the monster still failed to swallow the Void Lord directly into its golden stomach and had to spit it out in advance. Pah, it's so disgusting. Accompanied by a curse, the monster's body shrank rapidly and turned into a giant man who looked like a hill. This is the Fate Weaver of the original agreement. He is not alone. Because when he appeared, there was another person beside him, who was the leader of the original agreement, who was beaten to death by Bai Fu and Rufus not long ago. You are still alive. How is it possible? Rufus' eyes widened. He was sure that the leader's fate string had been broken when he was beaten, but now? The leader smiled. His string of fate was indeed broken at that moment, but the Weaver of Fate helped him to reconnect it. What is the highest level of pretending to be dead? It is to die for real. Of course, you must remember to revive after death. If I don't die, how can you reveal your true trump card, Rufus? I have been looking for the hiding place of the Void Lord, Rufus. Thanks to you, I can find it. Rufus's face was livid. He remembered that he had said something similar to Bai Fu just now. Now, let's go. Looking at this situation, the leader of the initial agreement seemed to have seen through everything a long time ago. So now he suddenly appeared. He must be rushing to kill them. If they continue to entangle here, they will definitely fall into a disadvantage. Without Rufus's call, the other 3 Void Lords took the initiative to run away. They didn't care about the void lives they had just brought out. If you can't even save your own life, who cares about your subordinates? Seeing that their boss was about to abandon them and flee, all the void lives present were anxious. For a moment, the entire alien space turned into a market with strange sound waves. Stop them! After preparing for a long time, and even dying once, how could the leader let Rufus and others go so easily? He immediately led the charge. While charging, he did not forget to have people surround Bai Fu. I'm really impressed. Bai Fu couldn't help but complain. Whether it was Rufus or the leader, they all wanted to kill the other party before sending her off. Is it really appropriate for you to treat a harmless, innocent girl like this? That's too much. Fortunately, I knew you were not good people, and made sufficient preparations. The moment the people who signed the initial agreement surrounded her, she directly took out the Void Return to Oneness skill card that she had just copied from Rufus. Start, Buzz. In an instant, Bai Fu found herself transformed into the darling of space. The world in front of her was no longer a flat world, but a world filled with lines that converged in a regular pattern. She selected one of the lines and pulled it hard. Goodbye. Whoosh. Huh? Where are the people? Entropy Sea Ferryman Hick looked at the empty space in front of him with horror. He didn't understand how Bai Fu left. Could it be an illusion? However, he searched for a long time and found no trace of illusion. He could only vent his frustration on Rufus and the other 3 Void Lords. Rufus ran the fastest, and he was not attacked at the beginning, so he successfully escaped after paying a small price. But the remaining 3 Void Lords were not as lucky as him. One escaped with serious injuries. One was left behind forever. Another was chased for a long time before finally escaping from danger. There is a problem? There is a problem. There must be a problem. The seriously injured Void Lord Guiji kept cursing while drifting towards the depths of the void. From the various reactions of the initial agreement, it is obvious that they had expected their attack. Then who is the leaker? Did the leaker take the initiative or leaked it accidentally? I can't leak the secret myself, and the other 2 don't look like it either. So is it Bai Fu or Rufus? The reason why Guiji suspected Rufus was, on the one hand, because Rufus was a Void Lord transformed from a human, and he was not the same kind as him, and on the other hand, in the battle just now, only Rufus was not seriously injured. Is this a coincidence? Rufus, if I know that you leaked the secret, you will be dead. You don't have this chance. A voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Guiji's words. Who? Guiji turned his head, and saw Bai Fu walking out of the void. No! This woman is a little different from Bai Fu. Her hair is black. Is this Bai Fu's clone Hei Fu? Why are you here? Guiji was shocked. Of course I followed you all the way here. Bai Fu smiled. Don't worry. Considering your relationship with Lord Rufus, I will let you die easily. Lord Rufus? Did Rufus send you here? Yes, but you don't have to think about revenge. You will die today, and your companion will be dealt with by Lord Rufus himself. Even at this time, Bai Fu did not forget to use her ability to sow discord. I knew there was something wrong with him. Guiji was furious. You can't kill me. Your strength is indeed very strong, but it is far from enough. You don't know how terrible the true strength of a Void Lord is. Really? Rufus and the leader were not around, so Bai Fu didn't need to hide her true strength anymore. Then I let you see my true strength. Bai Fu locked the 3rd transformation task with her mind. Solve the task? Yes. Level up? Yes. When the 3rd transformation task was submitted, and the plus behind the Dark Emperor profession was clicked one after another, Bai Fu had a huge improvement like a rebirth. God transformation progress 60.0%, 61.1%, 62.5%, 79.9%. Professional Dark Emperor level increased to LV16, LV20, LV30. When the 2 data finally stopped climbing, a mighty force, like the beginning of the universe, gushed out from the depths of Bai Fu's body. That was the dance of psychic energy and dark energy. That was the cheering of the void realm. That was the music played for the evolution of life. That was the ascension journey that made all life, including Guiji, the Lord of the Void, feel awed. You. Guiji was so shocked that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. At the same time, billions of light years away, Alice suddenly felt her heartbeat speed up. I feel like there's a string in my heart. Is it an apostle who is awakened from his slumber? Chapter 350. Bai Fu feels that she is now extremely powerful. After successfully fusing the true spirit essence and activating the Apostle number 12 talent, she obtained the 1st level of enhancement. Apostle number 12. There are 5 effects in total. 1. When in the virtual realm, you can directly draw the psychic energy / dark energy in the virtual realm to release skills, which is equivalent to having unlimited mana. It is worth mentioning that this effect can be used in conjunction with the skill Virtual Realm Dimension Descent that can temporarily transform the surrounding space into the virtual realm dimension to achieve unlimited mana in a short period of time. 2. Unless the true spiritual essence in the body is also destroyed, even if the whole body is destroyed, it can be resurrected by absorbing psychic energy or dark energy after a period of time. 3. The psychic value conversion of each 1 point of inspiration is plus 150, the health value conversion of each 1 point of constitution is plus 50, and the psychic value and health value recovery speed is plus 1000%. 4. The basic effect of all psychic skills is plus 100%, and the basic effect of all prayer cards is plus 100%. 5. Psychic Transfer Station talent effect is improved, the Psychic Legion bonus is greatly improved, and the domain effect is greatly improved. The suppression effect on non-psychic school professions is also improved to a certain extent. Once these 5 effects were released, Bai Fu's combat power was directly raised by at least 50% on the original basis. If she was in the virtual realm and fighting with others, relying on the bonus of infinite mana, her strength would be more than doubled. If continuous damage skills, like the virtual realm force field, can be kept open, it goes without saying how terrible the destructive power is. After successfully completing the 3rd divine transformation task and adding another layer of divine fire buds, Bai Fu obtained the 2nd layer of enhancement. The overall effect of this enhancement is similar to the previous one. Among the 4 bonuses, Beyond the Peak and Nurture the Divine Envoy are both normal +1, among which Beyond the Peak increases the basic effect of the prayer card by 60%, and the limited number of divine envoys for nurturing the divine envoy becomes 5. However, the enhancements of divine transformation and ethereal rage skills are much more special. The notes of the 3rd transformation task specifically mention that this transformation is a special transformation. The more psychic attributes you master and the more true spirit essence you have, the higher the exclusive bonus you will get after the transformation. When settling the transformation task, Bai Fu now has a total of 6 psychic attributes. Although not as good as Elegy, it is also very powerful. After all, the basic requirement of the task is to master 2 attributes. Therefore, the attribute bonus effect of Bai Fu's new layer divine transformation has changed from the original basic inspiration plus 15%, basic strength, and other attributes plus 10% to basic inspiration plus 27%, basic strength, and other attributes plus 22%, which is an exaggeration. The skill Ethereal Rage has evolved into Ethereal Sinking Sea. The new skill is similar to the previous one, but has a larger coverage, faster activation speed, and the energy released is a mixture of psychic energy and dark energy. After completing the upgrade from Dark Emperor LV16 to Dark Emperor LV30, Bai Fu gained the 3rd level of enhancement. When these 3 levels of enhancement are superimposed, the result is that Bai Fu, who is now standing in front of Guiji, has directly become a terrifying demon king. Health: 813610-813610 Psychic: 1523969/1523969 Chi: 295325/295325 Attributes: Strength 7433, Agility 7498, Constitution 13070, Intelligence 7941, Spirit 11809, Inspiration 23518. Compared to before, the health value increased by 40%, the psychic value increased by 60%, and the inspiration attribute increased by 25%, which completely surpassed the Void Lord in front of her, whose total level was 2 levels higher than her. Did you feel the threat of death? Bai Fu didn't know whether Guiji felt it or not. But she knew very well that the space around her belonging to the void dimension felt the pressure of being crushed. However, even though she had surpassed Guiji in terms of attributes, and Guiji was still in a seriously injured state, for the sake of the commission, at the moment of completing the evolution, Bai Fu still took out the Burning World skill card that she had copied from the original leader of the agreement. Burning World, start. An invisible domain suddenly descended, and Bai Fu found that the spiritual energy consumption in all her skill descriptions had become more than 10 or even dozens of times as much as before. Yes, this debuff is powerful. Now, do you think your true strength is more terrifying, or my true strength is more terrifying? Bai Fu looked at Guiji with a smile. Guiji's body trembled involuntarily. In fact, it was trembling before, but at that time it was trembling because of injury, and now it was trembling because of fear. With its current strength, how could it not see how terrifying Bai Fu's true strength is? Wait! Guiji shouted hurriedly. What bargaining chips did I offer you? I give you double, no, triple. Not only triple, I'm also willing to cooperate with you to kill Rufus and help you get rid of your worries. If you want me to help you deal with the Apostle Holy City, I can help. Bai Fu spread her hands. No need to bother, I will deal with the Apostle Holy City myself. As for the things on you, after killing you, those things will also be mine. Asshole. Guiji was shocked and angry. At this point, it knew that begging for mercy was no longer feasible, and it could only resist with all its strength to have a chance of survival. Void maze. What's going on? Why can't I create a void maze? Guiji roared, and wanted to set up a maze in front of him to prevent Bai Fu from approaching him, but his usual bailing skills were ineffective this time. It seems that you still don't understand the situation. Bai Fu appeared in front of Guiji in a flash. She raised her right hand and punched Guiji's face, which seemed to be made of lava. Boom! Dark energy gushed out. Under the impact of the spirit explosion skill, Guiji's face was directly split in two. Before it could reshape its face, a huge black hole suddenly opened on its head, and endless spiritual energy and dark energy poured out from it, like pouring boiling oil, pouring it screaming. How dare it continue to stay here? And hurriedly tried to flash to the outer edge of the coverage of ethereal spirit sunk sea, but this time it failed again. It was horrified to find that the space around it had changed. It was no longer the void dimension that made it feel familiar and comfortable, but the void realm. Yes, the void realm. Welcome to my home. Bai Fu, who had opened the void realm dimension, did not hold back at all. She had nothing to say to Guiji now. She just wanted Guiji's void lord core, the void realm force field, dark energy devouring, dark burning, dark realm boiling. One after another, skills that consumed a lot of energy, but were equally powerful hit Guiji. At this moment, Bai Fu completely transformed into an emotionless output machine, launching a fierce attack on Guiji that could not even stop. Boom boom boom. Under the attack of all kinds of psychic attributes, Guiji was gradually covered with more than a dozen debuffs. It tried its best to resist, even resorting to desperate tactics, in an attempt to scare Bai Fu away, so as to give itself a chance to escape. However, to its surprise, Bai Fu knew how to risk her life better than it did. Come on, come on. Let's see whose head is twisted off first. Bai Fu has super energy aggregation, true spirit essence, Hei Fu, and Heaven's Arc for life-saving buffs. Facing this kind of enemy that can't cause her any fundamental damage, she has no intention of dodging at all. Just hit it, and it's over, after being suppressed and beaten for a few minutes. With a lot of holes all over his body that couldn't be repaired in time, Guiji finally found a lot of twisting phantoms coming from a distance. Yes, it's the void life active in this area. They must have sensed the fighting here and came to see. Great, with their help, it has a chance to survive. Save me, I'm Guiji. After leaving here Boom, before Guiji finished speaking, a black scepter suddenly appeared in front of Bai Fu. The energy at the top of the scepter flashed, and suddenly exploded, shooting out an energy beam that was strong enough to penetrate the dimension, and hit the void life swimming from afar. Get out. Bai Fu shouted without looking back. I'm sorry. Swish. The void life that swam over fled at a speed several times faster than when it came, leaving behind only the corpses of its companions that were blown to pieces by the sacrifice skill of the sacrifice scepter. Guiji, fuck you guys. Don't worry, it's your turn now. As soon as the words fell, a giant beast suddenly jumped out from behind Bai Fu. The beast was several thousand meters tall, and had a hideous face. It was simply the physical embodiment of killing. This was exactly her evolution. Kabe, who evolved with her later. Kabe rushed into the surging sunken sea and grabbed Guiji. Guiji struggled desperately, but the force fields coming from all directions made it impossible for it to break free. Bai Fu, if you kill me now, you will regret it. You underestimated Rufus. If you let me go, I can tell you Rufus's weaknesses, so that when he comes back to deal with you in the future, you can counter him. Bai Fu ignored Guiji's shouts. Guiji still did not give up. I swear, as long as you let me go, I will be your pet, and you can do whatever you want to me. Is it okay for you to give me your Void Lord core? Guiji lost his voice. It's over. It knew that Bai Fu would not let it go no matter what. I will fight you, Guiji roared hysterically. At this point, it no longer had hope of survival, it just wanted to take Bai Fu with it when it died. Oh, and that beast Rufus, it must not be allowed to continue to roam freely in the void. Since you're going to die anyway, then you should die with me. Guiji roared, causing the dimension to collapse. At the moment when his body quickly disappeared due to the dimensional collapse, he shouted his last cry towards the boundless void dimension. Rufus colluded with outsiders to kill me. Bang! Guiji was shattered. The void realm dimension was shattered. Bai Fu was also shattered. But soon Bai Fu recondensed her body through her super energy aggregation talent. She grabbed the Void Lord core extracted by Guiji and drilled into the void realm. When she was concentrating on integrating the newly acquired Void Lord core, the entire void dimension was shaken by the roar of Guiji before his death. What? Rufus colluded with outsiders to kill Guiji. What do you mean I colluded with outsiders to kill Guiji? Rufus was stunned. How could he not know about this? He wanted to explain, but the pursuit of the original agreement made the void life a mess, and now no one had the energy to deal with him. Damn, who did this? Who is framing me? This is too bad. Rufus was almost fainted from anger. Chapter 351. Rufus wanted to rush to Guiji and confront him face to face. But the entire void dimension was in chaos, and he didn't dare to run around. If he was blocked by the original agreement or other aggressive void lords on the way, he might be dead. His strength was very strong, but not strong enough to do whatever he wanted. But if he didn't explain it now, it would be meaningless to explain it later. What a sin! After all the calculations, he failed to kill the initial leader of the agreement, failed to kill Bai Fu, and 2 of the only 3 void lords who had a good relationship with him died. In the end, he was labeled as a void traitor. It was so miserable. Who should he go to for justice? I don't know. Rufus only knew that he could not stay in the void. Since he first came into contact with the core of the Void Lord decades ago, he had a burning ambition in his heart, as well as a feeling of I am the man of destiny. Strong self-confidence. He always believed that he could achieve great things, and achieve greater things than the founders of the 3 cosmic civilizations, such as becoming the most dazzling star in the universe, making countless people kneel down. Even if he encountered setbacks in the process of achieving great things, his self-confidence remained undiminished. It was just a little bit of wind and frost. Who achieves great things will not experience wind and frost, but is the wind and frost I have experienced a little too much? First, he provoked the 3 cosmic civilizations, then fell out with the Apostle Holy City, and then his hometown was inexplicably raided by the Supernova Battle Group, and now he and Bai Fu, the original agreement, and the Void all fell out in one breath. Rufus was stunned. The whole world is his enemy. This is exactly what he is talking about. He even wanted to say that he was awesome. But it shouldn't have been like this. Rufus recalled carefully and found that except for provoking the 3 cosmic civilizations, which was his own choice, the other times were all accidents. It's okay to have one accident, but it's really hard not to feel desperate when there are so many accidents. I can't get what I want. I've been defeated in many battles, and I've stopped at the Lord of the Void. Is this my fate? Rufus wanted to shout that he didn't believe in fate. But he couldn't do it. Even if he shouted, he couldn't convince himself. He was really hit, and the hit was very severe. Now, he didn't even know where to go next. Go find Bai Fu? Hey, can we reconcile? Are you kidding? Even an honest person like Bai Fu would never reconcile with him. As for the initial agreement, it was to kill all the Void Lords. The Apostle Holy City will probably not pay attention to me, so the only people I can find are the Saint and Corona. After escaping from the Void at high speed, Rufus contacted Corona immediately. Corona was stunned when he received the message. You escaped from the Void and want to join us? Oh, that's a coincidence. We just escaped from the Apostle Holy City, and now the Supreme God should have called for people to hunt us down. Rufus, F***K, world. Rufus's mentality collapsed. Is this universe OL fun? I don't believe in fate. I really don't believe in fate at all. He decided not to look for anyone. Since the Void Dimension has already identified him as a traitor, he will really betray to the end, taking advantage of the initial agreement to invade in a large scale, and launch an attack. If he fails, he will die. Just as Rufus and other Void Lords were fighting wits and courage, Bai Fu was slowly absorbing the Void Lord core that she had just obtained in the Void Realm. The Void Lord core is different from the true spirit essence. It is not only the core of the power of the Void Lord, but also a micro-universe created by the Void Lord with his life's efforts. Therefore, after killing Guiji, Bai Fu not only got Guiji's power, but also most of Guiji's treasures. However, since she has not yet completely absorbed Guiji's Void Lord core, she is not sure how many good things Guiji has. Digestion progress 2.23%. At this rate, it will take several days to completely absorb this Void Lord core. There is no way. Who made me fuse not enough Void gene fragments? It's okay if it can be integrated. What made Bai Fu happy was that after she began to integrate the core of the Void Lord, her racial potential score began to grow at a snail's pace, and the erosion caused by the old corruption poison on her was also suppressed to a certain extent, which meant that she was on the right path. Now it depends on what will happen to the original agreement and the Void. Bai Fu was full of expectations. But she first waited for the news from the Apostle Holy City. Apostle Bai Fu, the Supreme God suddenly came back. The contact was Sui Shi, who relayed to Bai Fu what happened in the Holy Land Star of the Apostle Holy City. After the Supreme God returned to the Holy Land Star, he immediately counted the losses of the Holy Land Star, and then sent people to hunt down the Saint and Corona in anger. As for the other members of the 10 Saints, including the head of State Cade, they were all forcibly captured to the Holy Land Star and subjected to extremely cruel torture. But whether it was because they were particularly stubborn or for some other reason, no matter how the Supreme God tortured them, The people of the 10 saints did not reveal any information that would help capture the saint and Corona. The furious supreme god immediately executed all the members of the 10 saints, and did not show any mercy, no matter how the captives begged for mercy. "You will die a miserable death." Cade was so angry that he cursed. He regretted it now. If he had known this would happen, why did he do such a bad thing? If he had been honest and had a good relationship with Bai Fu, not to mention becoming Bai Fu's best friend, even if he had become Bai Fu's loyal dog, his situation would have been 10,000 times better than it is now. Children, if there is an afterlife, don't go against Bai Fu. After sending away the people of the 10 saints, the supreme god was still angry. The focus was not on the life and death of these people, but on the life and death of Apostle number 4. If Apostle number 4 was really dead, then when would his plan be postponed? Find it for me. I don't believe it died like this. It's an apostle, but an apostle who has merged part of the true spirit essence of the god of the void realm. At the call of the supreme god, all the members of the Holy Land Star attacked and searched for the traces of Apostle number 4. This situation lasted for several hours. Just when the supreme god felt desperate, Apostle number 4 suddenly appeared by himself. The supreme god was overjoyed, and even hugged the fourth apostle excitedly. But at this time, he never dreamed that the fourth apostle had already regarded him as his mortal enemy in his heart. Just keep acting, the fourth apostle sneered in his heart. Don't think I don't know that the saint and Corona were ordered by you to kill me. If you fail this time, what means will you use next time? Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for being rude. Before showing up to meet the supreme god, the fourth apostle secretly ran to meet with those servants who were extremely at odds with the supreme god on weekdays. It has enough self-confidence to pull these servants to its side and become important chess pieces for it to overthrow the supreme god. Leave this to me. You go back and rest first. After sending the fourth apostle away, the supreme god frowned. He felt that he could no longer let the apostle, who had been causing trouble near the Leia's civilization, go. If it continues like this, it will cause a real disaster one day, and it must find a way to get rid of it. The supreme god was thinking, and suddenly someone came to report that a secret related to the undead was discovered. What secret? The visitor explained tremblingly, saying that when the Holy Land was attacked not long ago, he accidentally discovered that the representative of the undead, Feng Qikun Xing, was whispering with the attacker. They only said a few words, and the attacker left quickly, but after the attacker left, Feng Qikun Xing suddenly became very excited, as if he had won a lottery. I didn't hear what he said to himself, but I heard him say something like, "You all have to become inferior people in front of me." The face of the supreme god gradually became ugly. All become inferior people? This sentence was obviously not said to the attacker, otherwise there would be no need to add the word all. So, are you going to turn us all into inferior people? Okay, very good. The supreme god was so angry that he laughed. He said that these undead people were brought here by the saints and Corona, so how could there be no problems at all? Keep them under close surveillance for me. Don't rush to arrest them now. I still have a lot of use for them. The supreme god's murderous intent was boiling, but Feng Qikun Xing was still unaware. He was still immersed in the joy of triggering the hidden plot. He smiled at everyone he met, and rarely scolded people in the community. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully the poor young, my friend. After suffering so much, it is finally my turn to take off. Just laugh, idiot. The supreme god's bad mood finally eased. But after more than 10 minutes, he received a new round of bad news. The 3 cosmic civilizations dropped a large number of dimensional bombs, and the dimensional collapse caused a large number of roads, leading to the 3 cosmic civilizations to be cut off. Now, the Apostle Holy City needs to spend several times, or even dozens of times, more time than before to approach the outposts of the 3 cosmic civilizations. Not only will the time be extended, but the risk of the fleet advancing will also be greatly increased. Bang! The angry supreme god punched his own statue into ashes. It seems that there is no need to worry about attacks from the Apostle Holy City in the short term. After hearing Sui Shi's words, Bai Fu's heart was slightly relieved. But she still didn't dare to let down her guard. Whether it was the Holy City of Apostles, the Void Life, the Apostles, or the initial agreement, they were all hostile to her. Although after this wave of improvement, she had officially become one of the top stars in the sea, but she still had to continue to find ways to improve her strength, so that she could survive in this world of chaos. And the most direct way to continue to improve her strength was to complete the 4th divine transformation and unlock a new path of evolution. Bai Fu opened her task panel. The requirements for her 4th transformation task are synthesize virtual particles 0/1. Psionic attribute 6/9. Racial potential score 96.1/98. Kingslayer, kill a target with a total level of 260 or above, 1/1. Omniscient, exploration of the story above the stars, 6.9% per 8% compared with the third transformation task. The difficulty of completing Bai Fu's fourth transformation task has increased several times. The most difficult requirement is naturally to synthesize virtual particles. This again, how can I make Elegy tell me this method without any suspicion? Bai Fu sighed. Fortunately, the following requirements were not difficult for her to complete. Go back, just digest the Void Lord core. There is no need to stay here. With the help of Hei Fu's summons, Bai Fu quickly returned to the supernatural garden. In the next 2 days, she did not go anywhere, and devoted herself to digesting the Void Lord core. When the digestion progress reached 60%, she successfully opened the micro-universe left by Guiji after his death. As she expected, as an old Ding who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, there were a lot of good things hidden in his microcosm, including a bottle of the old corruption poison that Rufus had used to attack her. The only problem was that many of the resources inside were too low grade for her, who was already level 260. Bai Fu took out these resources separately, gave most of them to Fei and Jinlu, and distributed the rest to Yulia, Cixia, Anya and others, and even the Lord of the Oath took a share. In this troubled time, you need to do your best to cultivate every fighting force around you. What is this? While checking the micro-universe, Bai Fu suddenly found a purple antique. Old Relic 003. Quality. Color item description. A relic from the old days, carefully hidden in the void by the Void Lord Guiji. Although it looks ordinary, it seems to be very important. Note, this item is a special mission item. Once you conduct in-depth exploration, it will trigger a special mission. This special mission is extremely dangerous, and may cause major deviations in the game plot. Please think carefully before deciding whether to conduct in-depth exploration. Bai Fu opened her mouth in surprise, as she looked at the item description interface that popped up in front of her. She had come into contact with countless items so far, but it was the first time she had seen such a strange item as the old Relic 003. Her fingers stroked the missing corner of the relic, and for some reason, she suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart, as if she would fall into an endless abyss and could never get out if she took one more step. Stop exploring the road ahead. Such words seemed to flash in her ears. Bai Fu remained silent. To explore or not to explore? She thought for a full minute before finally making up her mind. Explore. Can you avoid danger by not exploring? No way. Whether she knew or not, the danger was there. In that case, it would be better for her to be a wise person. Bai Fu began to explore the old Relic 003 in depth. The process was very short. After successfully unlocking the relic, she heard a new game prompt in her mind. Ding! You have triggered the ultimate hidden mission the Harvester's Past. Mission objective. Listen to a story of the Harvester. Reward. Attribute points plus 100. Special title listener. Chapter 352. The ultimate hidden mission? Bai Fu was shocked when she saw the word ultimate. Although she felt that this relic was unusual when she found it, she didn't expect it to be so unusual, ultimate. If she remembered correctly, this was the first time she saw a mission named Ultimate in the game. You have to know that from the official public beta to now, the total number of missions released by Above the Stars has exceeded 10 digits at least. If this isn't an April Fool's joke, or a little Easter egg from the game developer's bad taste, then... Anyway, let's listen to the story of the Reaper mentioned in the mission first. Bai Fu operated the Relic 003 according to the instructions in the mission description. After a while, an unknown white particle floated out of the open Relic 003. The particle gradually unfolded in front of her, turning into countless smaller particles. These particles gathered together, and through continuous movement, they created images and sounds, telling her a story from an even older time. A certain year, a certain month, a certain day. The person who called himself the Recorder of the Yuan era told what they were experiencing through a special device developed by his civilization. Just like the ending of the Void Civilization and the Void Civilization that Bai Fu had seen before, the civilization where the Recorder was also invaded, and was finally cut off from the main universe and exiled outside the main universe, becoming the old days. Before, Bai Fu was curious about what this invader was, but she looked through all the information she could find, and even used her connections to get the highest authority of the Reborn Empire's glorious host, but still got nothing. Now, this question finally has an answer. The Recorder of the Yuan era directly revealed the true identity of the invaders. We have never seen their true appearance, So we gave them a name, the Reapers. In fact, it may be a bit inappropriate to use them to describe them. Because until the moment when civilization collapsed, we still don't know whether they are an individual, a civilization, or many similar civilizations. Our understanding of them is based on what we have seen with our own eyes in one era after another. The general impression obtained by integrating the collected intelligence together. Now, I, the recorder in the Yuan era, will tell you the story of them and us. They, the Reapers, are doing something that is not unfamiliar to many of us. Planting civilization. The Reapers plant civilization like farmers plant wheat. Every universe is a wheat field of them, and every era. They will plant many civilizations in these wheat fields. When the civilization matures, they will harvest the civilization they planted just like farmers harvest wheat. For us who are regarded as wheat, this is cruel, but from the perspective of the harvesters, they are just harvesting the ripe wheat, doing the most ordinary things. Seeing this, you may have guessed when the harvesters will come to harvest civilization? Unfortunately, even if we have personally experienced a harvesting event, we, like the civilizations before us, still have not fully understood the mechanism that triggers the arrival of the harvesters. I can only roughly classify it into the following three situations. First, when the development level of civilization exceeds a certain red line. Second, when the number of individuals in the civilization who know the existence of the harvesters exceeds a certain red line. Third, when an individual in the civilization does something that angers the harvesters. It is worth mentioning that the third situation only exists in speculation, and there is no example to support this conjecture. From my point of view, I think this one is meaningless. I don't think the harvesters will be wheat. They are the gods who are high above us, thousands of times more real and specific than the gods we believed in and fought against before. The recorder said a lot more afterwards. Most of them were about the situation when his civilization was harvested, and why he wrote down these things. The former was actually written very briefly, because the harvest of the harvesters was really just a moment, and many people did not realize what happened at all, and were destroyed by the disaster. The reason why he wrote these things down was that he hoped to break this cycle, and Maizi was also eager to break the restrictions and grow freely. At the end of the record, the recorder mentioned another question that puzzled Bai Fu. Why didn't the harvesters completely shovel out the wheat field, but had to cut off some of it and throw it outside the field? The recorder thought there were two possibilities. First, the harvesters thought it was fun to do so. They cut off fragments of civilizations one after another in order to create a civilization museum for viewing. Second, the harvesters deliberately left some traces of previous civilizations, hoping to use the collision between previous civilizations and newly planted civilizations to breed more interesting civilizations. I can't tell which one is the real answer. Everything is up to you as the listener to judge. The white particles are unified again and fall into the old relic 003. When the strange phenomenon disappears, Bai Fu receives a prompt that the task is completed and is awarded 100 attribute points and the title of listener. Listener, maximum psychic energy plus 15%. The title is a good title, but Bai Fu has no time to pay attention to it now. She just wants to shout hack it. Is it true? Is this a big scam against her? If this is true, then there are many other universes in the game, and the map of this game is really too big to be understood. Thinking about it, Bai Fu remembered what the leader of the original agreement said before. When the leader explained why he wanted to kill her, he kept saying that her actions made her an obstacle to the world, and she was unwilling to cut off cooperation with the three major cosmic civilizations, so she had to be eliminated. At that time, she still thought that the leader was quite inexplicable, but now she probably understood. The leader's words seemed to be proof of the real existence of the Reapers. He should also know about the existence of the Reapers. He wants to kill me because he is worried that my guidance of the three cosmic civilizations will cause the development speed of the three cosmic civilizations to increase dramatically, and in a short period of time, they will touch the red line that will lead to the arrival of the Reapers? Bai Fu narrowed her eyes slightly. If the truth is really like this, then the leader seems to be a person who can be won over. As long as she agrees to stop guiding the superpowers of the three cosmic civilizations, then the most important thing for the leader to eliminate now should be the Apostle Holy City, not her. If the Apostle Holy City is left alone, the three cosmic civilizations will be swallowed up by the Apostle Holy City sooner or later. In this way, although the total number of masters and transcendents in the Star Sea will decrease, the supreme gods are very likely to continue to improve their strength with this wave of dividends, reaching level 270 or above, and even completing 5 divine transformations to become the first person in history. Will this unprecedented breakthrough trigger the harvesting mechanism? Bai Fu is not sure. But she believes that if the leader really wants to maintain balance and prevent the harvesting mechanism from being triggered in this generation of the universe, then he will definitely not sit idly by and watch the supreme gods continue to improve their strength, because the risk is too great. Although the original agreement was to kill me, judging from the current situation, it should be the most correct choice to stop fighting and make peace with them. Bai Fu scratched her head. It's difficult. She thought she was about to get through it, but who would have thought that there would be another Reaper above? At first glance, this thing is no less terrifying than the creator god in mythology. A being like Elegy, who is respected as a god, is nothing compared to them. We must be careful in what we do next. If we accidentally trigger the Reaper mechanism, we will be finished. Once the harvest comes, the entire game will collapse, and she will inevitably die. Bai Fu dare not determine whether the game developers will restore everything. If they don't restore it, then she will really die. Thinking of this, Bai Fu's mind popped up another question that she had thought about many times. Is this really just a game? As her strength became stronger, and she came into contact with more and more things, she became more and more suspicious. The appearance of the harvester made Bai Fu's degree of instability reach a new high. She began to suspect that Above the Stars was actually a game made by the Reapers. The game developers, planners, operators, etc. were all played by the Reapers. She and the players were thrown into the game by the Reapers for some purpose. Planner brother? Are you there? Not brother? Then planner sister? Ni hao? Have you eaten? Okay. After shouting for more than 10 times without receiving any response, Bai Fu stopped calling. Not getting any response did not mean that her guess was wrong. Perhaps the Reaper simply did not want to pay attention to her. Bai Fu picked up the old relic 003, trying to find some other clues, but found nothing. She could only give up the investigation of the Reaper temporarily. Without any clues, it would be a waste of time to continue the investigation. It would be better to think about how to fool Elegy. Cooperating with the original agreement is the general direction of her next action, but considering that the leader always wants to kill her, in order to really promote cooperation, she must show enough strength to make the leader feel daunted. In Elegy's eyes, I am her mother, the true god of the virtual world. I know everything she knows. If I ask her about the synthesis method of virtual particles, it will definitely arouse her suspicion. So, I have to act out a play and become the abnormal me in her eyes, the me who needs her to share what she knows in order to return to normal. Amnesia. Ordinary amnesia is not easy to act. It needs some trouble to make my amnesia more natural. Bai Fu's eyes darted around, and finally landed on the old relic 003. She thought of a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and to achieve this plan, she needed the cooperation of a Void Lord. It's you, Rufus. Rufus is too dangerous. Bai Fu thinks it's better to keep him in sight. After making up her mind, she didn't act in a hurry, but continued to digest the Void Lord's core. This state lasted for another day and a half. During this period, she contacted the 3 major cosmic civilizations many times, and discussed the next method to deal with the Apostle Holy City. She didn't have any good suggestions for the time being, and she didn't plan to tell anyone about her plan to cooperate with the original agreement. A day and a half later, Bai Fu finally increased the digestion progress to 100%, and the race potential also increased from the original 96.1 to 99.8. The prompt sounded. You have completed the special sublimation, and entered a new realm of life. Please name your new race after absorbing the core of the Void Lord. I am both an apostle and a Void Lord. It is indeed a bit too one-sided to call my race God of the Void Realm, so let's call it Old God. Ding! Your race has changed to Old God, exclusive race. Race change completed. You get attribute corrections. Strength plus 1,319, Agility plus 1902, Constitution plus 1,021, Intelligence plus 871, Spirit plus 1,105, Inspiration plus 581. Compared with the previous sublimation to God of the Void, this time the race sublimation to Bai Fu brings much more attribute corrections. The only pity is that the inspiration added by the evolution in the Void direction is too little, only 581 points, the lowest in the field. In addition to the most basic attribute corrections, Bai Fu also gained a lot of new abilities. For example, full adaptation to the Void dimension, the upgraded version of the Talent Void original, Void Shuttle, the ultimate evolution of the Talent Void fusion, transformed into Night, the ultimate evolution of the Talent Void, and so on. In addition to these evolutions of the original Void talents, Bai Fu also gained several new talents. 1. Void Master. From now on, Bai Fu can manipulate the Void dimension, freely change the form of some areas of the void dimension, and mobilize the power of the void to strengthen herself. 2. Special energy conversion. From now on, Baifu can convert the absorbed void power into psychic energy, dark energy, and restore the mana bar. She can also convert psychic energy and dark energy into void power, allowing herself to use some special void abilities. 3. Perfect fusion. The perfect fusion of void genes and apostle genes allows Baifu to break the limitation of a single race and usher in a new evolution. The effect of this evolution is that she has obtained new attribute corrections, and the conversion efficiency of constitution, health value and inspiration. Psychic value has increased by 100 each. You get attribute corrections. Strength plus 1019, agility plus 1202, constitution plus 1421, intelligence plus 1071, spirit plus 1605, inspiration plus 1121. Oh my god, is this the benefit of a racial potential score of 99.8? There are actually 2 rounds of attribute corrections. Baifu was stunned. The terrifying power rushed out of her body, covering the entire supernatural garden. At this moment, even AI Legia, who was far away on the front line, noticed something was wrong. It seems that what awakened a few days ago was not an apostle, but something more terrifying. Good. Baifu became excited. The void core of Guiji completely turned her into a big piece of meat. A big piece of meat that she herself shook her head at. Now I can go meet Rufus. Chapter 353. It's still a bit too hasty, but if I don't take this opportunity to improve my strength as soon as possible, I'm afraid I won't have a place to stand in the future world. Rufus covered his left arm, which had become translucent, with a trace of sadness on his face. Just now, he ran to attack a Void Lord who didn't get along with him. Relying on his versatile abilities, and the 2 advantages of sneak attacks, he almost completed a single kill. But at the critical moment, another Void Lord happened to arrive, so he failed. It can only be said that he was really unlucky. If the other Void Lord had come 2 or 3 minutes later, he would have been able to harvest the second Void Lord core. Why did he not only get nothing but almost lose his life, like now? What a sin! What a sin! Rufus's mentality was once again on the verge of collapse. But after all, he was not a person who would easily admit defeat, easily accept the status quo, and stop climbing to higher peaks. He wanted to win. As long as he had a breath, as long as his fingers could still struggle, he would never lie down easily. He would tear into all the food he saw like a greedy beast until his stomach was truly full. Wait for me, I'll be back soon. A fierce light flashed in Rufus' eyes. Although he was seriously injured, he did not rush to find a hiding place, but planned to continue to crouch nearby to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He believed that the 2 Void Lords would never expect that he had such a trick, and this was his chance. But, Just a few minutes later, Rufus was horrified to find that a terrifying aura was coming from all directions. There was no doubt that this was the energy fluctuation that only the Void Lord could emit. He felt that the space around him was rapidly closing in, trying to lock him into a cage. How could it be possible? Rufus was shocked. He had no idea how the 2 Void Lords found him. Was he really going to die here today? No, Rufus dodged desperately. But no matter how he struggled, he could not escape the opponent's lock. The distorted space was like a living being, chasing him closely, not giving him any chance to breathe. Because he was injured, Rufus had no effective way to deal with it at this time. He could only bite the bullet and continue to dodge, hoping that he would be lucky enough to escape. This situation lasted for a full 10 minutes. Gradually, Rufus realized that something was wrong. It seemed that the other party was deliberately playing with him, because if the other party really wanted to kill him, he should have done it long ago. Why would he deliberately delay until now? Rufus simply stopped, with a fierce look on his face. Who? Yuanshi? Or Zonga? Or someone else? If you want to kill me, just point it out. After the roar, silence lasted for another minute. Just as Rufus' heart was getting heavier and heavier, the space in front of him suddenly fluctuated. He quickly took a step back and tensed his whole body. The next second, a figure he absolutely did not expect walked out of the space fluctuation. Baifu? Rufus' eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Who else could that girl with hair as soft and shimmering as fresh winter snow be if not Baifu? Shocked. The question is, why is it Baifu? It's really not easy to find you. Baifu laughed. Luckily, when she got the Void Lord core and was about to run away, she used the last blank skill card on the Fate Weaver of the initial agreement, and copied a skill from the Fate Weaver that can be used to find people, life network tracing otherwise, It would be really difficult to find Rufus in a short time. Rufus stared at Bai Fu. He was thinking about a question. Is there a Void Lord behind Bai Fu? If so, it means that Bai Fu has reached a cooperation with other Void Lords. If not, doesn't it mean that the powerful Void control just now came from Bai Fu herself, which... This is even more terrifying. Just now, was it you? Rufus didn't notice that his voice began to tremble. Bai Fu didn't speak, raised her right hand, and personally demonstrated her Void ability to Rufus. Rufus was shocked. It was Bai Fu. His heart sank into the abyss. His hatred for Bai Fu was much greater than his hatred for other Void Lords. Now he was seriously injured, and Bai Fu was unharmed and came to him with powerful Void abilities. He couldn't think of where he could find a ray of hope. It was over. Rufus regretted it now. He shouldn't have rushed to attack Bai Fu. If he had been patient and waited until the initial agreement and the Void Dimension were all dealt with before backstabbing Bai Fu, why would he end up in such a miserable state now? How did you master the power of the Void Lord? Bai Fu shook her head. You don't need to know that, Rufus. I give you 2 options. Rufus was stunned. What options? The first option is to be killed by me. The second option is to cooperate with me and help me do a few things. Bai Fu crossed her arms and looked down at Rufus. She now has absolute confidence that she can deal with Rufus. The health value is 14 million, equivalent to 1.4 Lords of Oath. The spiritual energy value is 24 million, equivalent to 2 Curse Lords Olsen. The basic inspiration is as high as 27517, and it can instantly increase to 50,000 points after full burst. With such a demigod body, there is no need for any complicated operation. Rufus, who is now seriously injured, can be crushed to death by numerical crushing. Bai Fu knows that she is very strong, and Rufus can also feel that she is very strong. So, after she finished speaking, Rufus did not argue, but thought silently. It is impossible to beat him. If he wants to survive, he can only be a dog for Bai Fu. The question is, why did Bai Fu do this? If I am not mistaken, we are mortal enemies. It's true that we are mortal enemies, but the threat you have caused after all this trouble is still far less than that of the Apostle Holy City and the Void Dimension, so I am not in a hurry to get rid of you now. Rufus, I can't say that I know your situation clearly, but I have basically understood it. You actually have no choice. You have provoked 3 major cosmic civilizations, the Apostle Holy City, the Initial Agreement, the Void Dimension, and me at the same time. For you, if you don't want to die, then the best choice is to work for me and help me get rid of the Apostle Holy City and the Void Dimension. In this way, you don't have to bear the pressure from me and the 3 major cosmic civilizations in a short period of time, and when the Apostle Holy City and the Void Dimension want to deal with you, I can also help. Bai Fu spoke directly. Rufus had to admit that Bai Fu was right. He could only bow his head and let Bai Fu put a noose around his neck. He was willing to do this to survive. But it was so frustrating. When Bai Fu first came to Shanghai, she was just a small B-level superpower who was not worthy of his attention. As time passed, he became the Lord of the Void, but Bai Fu became more powerful than him. No! This was only temporary. He would not be inferior to Bai Fu. When he recovers, when he has a stronger power, he will definitely kill Bai Fu, the troublemaker. Just when Rufus was about to have a ruthless heart, Bai Fu's voice suddenly came to his ears. I advise you to put away those little thoughts. I am no longer the person I used to be. Even if you were in your prime, you would not be my opponent now. Rufus did not speak, but just sneered in his heart. You are bragging. Do you know what Rufus is? Bai Fu, if you don't believe me, I tell you the truth. You have no secrets in front of me. Do you want to kill me with void sinking or cinder destruction? Or do you want to kill me with your useless talent trick common sense collapse, which you have been hiding all along? What? If Rufus was in a state of shock at level 1 when he found out that the person coming was Bai Fu, then he is in a state of shock at level 10 now. He has only used the common sense collapse move twice since he was born, and he has never used it once since he became a super master. But Bai Fu not only knows that he has this ability, but also accurately says the name of the ability. Monster. Bai Fu is an ultimate monster. Rufus was genuinely terrified. Tell me, what do you want me to do? First, cooperate with me to act out a play to deceive the Holy City of Apostles. Bai Fu told Rufus about her plan. 1 day later, when the 3 cosmic civilizations were actively building new lines of defense to deal with the next round of attacks from the Holy City of Apostles. When Elegy was taking players around to help them with tasks and experience. The Silent Courtyard, which had not appeared on the Star News hotspot ranking for a long time, suddenly gained a lot of points. Enemy attack. The roar of the psychic summons, and the alarm of the mechanical creations cut through the night. No one expected that at this time, Rufus suddenly appeared and attacked the supernatural garden. This news shook the entire starry sky. For a time, the three cosmic civilizations, the Apostle Holy City, the Initial Agreement, and other forces all focused their attention on this attack, and the three cosmic civilizations sent reinforcements at the first time. For them, the importance of Baifu and Baifu's silent garden is self-evident. If Baifu died at Rufus' hands, their situation would become extremely difficult in the next tug-of-war with the Holy City of Apostles. So Baifu couldn't die. I go too. Alice was so anxious that her scalp was numb. The one who was attacked was her mother. You know, her mother was seriously injured and now she is just an illusory soul. If her mother died like this. Rufus, I fight you. Alice rushed to the supernatural garden in a hurry. Just as Alice was on her way, the battle in the power garden reached its climax. Facing Rufus' attack, the true spirit summonings outside the power garden fell one after another. Seeing that Rufus was about to enter the power garden, Baifu finally rushed out. Unexpectedly, Baifu's current condition was very bad. Under Rufus' attack, she was defeated step by step. This scene made all those who paid attention to this matter, and supported Baifu feel nervous. Everyone, let's lend light to Fu together. On the other hand, those who hated Baifu were smiling happily. Come on, big brother who is against everyone. The battle turned the world upside down, and the starry sky shattered. Finally, Baifu took out her ultimate move. She didn't know what method she used, but suddenly burst out with extremely terrifying strength and defeated Rufus miserably. But the consequence of doing so was that she fell down immediately after the battle, and the whole person floated in the starry sky. It was unknown whether she fainted or died. Great! The people in the Apostle Holy City were so excited that they almost jumped up after hearing the news. Although the original agreement was shocked, they were still very happy about this ending. If Baifu can't be killed, it would be a good thing to prevent her from jumping around for a short time. Pour Rufus a cup of cappuccino to comfort him. How could this happen? Elegy felt like the sky was falling. That beautiful mother, the mother who cared about her, was fake, all fake. Yulia looked at Elegia, who was about to cry with a sad face. Elegy, calm down. Baifu is not dead yet. She is just very weak, and then... Elegy looked at Yulia with expectant eyes, like a drowning person who grabbed a life-saving straw. She burned herself, which led to... Yulia pointed to her brain. Here, I mean memory, intelligence, maybe even if it's cured, it will still... Even if it's cured, you still drool, right? Woo woo woo. Elegy's mentality exploded. Is there really no way out? The three cosmic civilizations can't come up with a solution? What about finding other apostles? Yulia, it's difficult. The three cosmic civilizations' understanding of psychic energy and dark energy is not as good as yours. As for the other apostles, for the sake of the godly position, it's good that they don't kill Baifu, but it's not completely impossible. Really? A glimmer of hope was revived in Elegia's heart. Yulia explained, I'd like to state in advance that I'm only making inferences from a doctor's perspective, and I'm not sure if it will work. Baifu's soul is actually not damaged, which means that she is still good in essence. The reason why she lost her memory and her intelligence was damaged may be because she triggered a self-protection mechanism when she forcibly called on her power. To make her return to normal, we have to find a way to break this mechanism. I see. So, is there anything I can do to help? Elegy asked immediately. Yulia thought for a while. I am worried that brute force will make Baifu completely stupid, so my idea now is to use a gentler method to wake her up. How to wake her up? It is to find ways to resonate with her memory, let her realize that the outside world is no longer dangerous, and release herself from protection. As her daughter, you can spend more time with her when you are free, and talk about the little secrets that only the two of you know, or the knowledge and abilities that only you understand. Alice nodded. Little secrets, knowledge, and abilities that only she and her mother knew? There are indeed many such things. For example, the method of synthesizing psychic energy and dark energy. Got it. She completely understood. In the process of helping her mother recall the past, maybe she can also take the opportunity to recall more things that she can't remember, which is completely killing two birds with one stone. Leave it to me. I will definitely wake up my mother. Oh, then come on. Yulia looked at Alice, who was fooled and secretly wiped her sweat. Baifu, you'd better pray that Alice doesn't recover first while helping you recover. Chapter 354. The news that Baifu had become Shafu could not be concealed after all. I don't know who spread it. This news caused a great uproar. The happiest people were the people of the Apostle Holy City. Although Bai Fu was not dead, it seemed that she would not be able to continue to make trouble for a while. Without Bai Fu's support, the combat power of the three cosmic civilizations would drop a lot. Of course, we cannot completely relax our vigilance. What if the three cosmic civilizations suddenly developed some special weapons? What if that damned initial agreement suddenly came out to make trouble? What if Rufus, the old shady guy who made trouble everywhere, jumped out to make trouble again? Although there were many things that could happen after this incident, the hearts of the Supreme God disciples, which had been covered with a layer of clouds because of the attack on the Holy Land Star, the betrayal of the 10 saints, and the near accident of the 4th apostle, finally cleared up again. Rufus, this traitor, is not bad. He immediately summoned the senior members of the Apostle Holy City and reopened a strategic meeting, emphasizing that they must seize this opportunity to establish a large number of stable positions in the three major cosmic civilizations. In this way, even if Bai Fu recovers in the future, she will not be able to reverse the situation. The proposal of the Supreme God was agreed by everyone. However, he was in a high position and immersed in joy, and he did not notice the undercurrent in the virtual conference room. All this came from the secret connection of Apostle number 4. When they first received the private contact from Apostle number 4, the people in the cathedrals who were dissatisfied with the Supreme Gods thought that this was a trap set by the Supreme Gods and Apostle number 4 to get rid of them. But after careful probing many times, they suddenly realized that Apostle number 4 had really fallen out with the Supreme Gods. They immediately realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they didn't seize this opportunity, they would be trampled under the feet of the current Supreme Gods for the rest of their lives. The Holy City of Apostles has never been truly monolithic due to its special organizational structure. A servant who does not want to be a Supreme God is not a good servant. In an instant, all the ambitious people in the Holy City of Apostles reached a cooperation with the Apostle number 4. However, they are not in a hurry to break up with the Supreme God now. It is not the right time yet. The most urgent task is to work together to eliminate the three major cosmic civilizations. If they start to make trouble before the three major cosmic civilizations are eliminated, it will give the three major cosmic civilizations the opportunity to push back against them. Let the current Supreme God die at the most glorious moment, amid the cheers of the masses, and the flowers all over the sky. This is the unspoken idea of all the ambitious people from the Apostle Holy City. After the meeting, the Apostle Holy City immediately dispatched troops and sent multiple fleets to bypass the Great Wall of the universe built by the collapse of the dimension and attack the three cosmic civilizations. This is destined to be a fierce and time-consuming war. Both the Apostle Holy City and the three cosmic civilizations have made sufficient psychological preparations. However, compared with the Apostle Holy City, the three cosmic civilizations are obviously the less confident side. The situation was already very difficult, and then suddenly there was news that Bai Fu had become Sha Fu. How could people have fun? Damn, Rufus, this beast, even Drano, the president of Titan Industries, who is known for his demeanor, cursed Rufus's ancestors in his heart. They regret it now. Why didn't they make great efforts to unite the Supernova Corps to kill Rufus directly? If Rufus had died, there wouldn't be this disaster today. It's pointless to say more now. The chief of the Supernova Corps, Fitz, shook his head helplessly. After a discussion, everyone decided to send a delegation to the Supernatural Garden to visit Bai Fu and see if there was any way to save Bai Fu. The representative of the Reborn Empire was Dimitri. In fact, Dimitri is also a wounded soldier now. In the previous attack, he was hit hard by the artificial psychic god of the Apostle Holy City. Fortunately, he was strong enough to complete the third divine transformation with the help of Bai Fu early on, so he survived. He took the initiative to apply to visit Bai Fu this time. On the one hand, he wanted to express his gratitude in person, even though Bai Fu might not understand what gratitude was now, and on the other hand, he went to say goodbye to Bai Fu in person. The current situation is much better than before, but if there is no change, the Reborn Empire will sooner or later be annexed by the Apostle Holy City. This is something Dimitri cannot accept. There are currently only two ways to change this outcome. The first is that the Reborn Empire suddenly makes great progress in the research of dark energy and void, and uses these progress to severely damage the Holy City of Apostles. The second is that the Reborn Empire suddenly gives birth to a Dinghaitian that has completed 4 divine transformations. With this Dinghaitian, no matter how powerful the Holy City of Apostles is, it is enough to leave a spark for the continuation of the Reborn Empire. Dimitri did not have much experience in research, But he learned from Boilo that the results of the research of the three cosmic civilizations were far from enough to give the joint fleet an overwhelming advantage when facing the fleet of the Holy City of Apostles. Moreover, in the foreseeable 1 or 2 years, the research center of the Reborn Empire will not be able to make relevant breakthroughs. Therefore, if we want to save the Reborn Empire, we can and can only work hard on the second path. The Reborn Empire has a special secondary space, which was created by the Holy Emperor Rhine, who was active in the Empire for 26,000 years, and a group of top space scholars at that time. The Holy Emperor left a large number of superb holy relics in this secondary space. Those relics contain powerful power. If I contain the power in them, I will definitely be able to complete the 4th transformation in the shortest time. Dmitri sat on a chair, talking non-stop. 2 meters away from him, the sunlight penetrated the window frame like a blunt knife, falling on Baifu's cheek, which was curled up in the rattan chair, cutting the delicate cheek like a porcelain doll even more stupid. Alas! Dmitri sighed in his heart. Once I succeed, then the Reborn Empire will not have to worry about the invasion of the Apostle Holy City. Baifu, you have helped me a lot, and helped the Empire even more. This time, you can sleep peacefully, don't work hard anymore, I will take on everything. After that, Dmitri stood up. Baifu's eyelids jumped. Hey, why do you say that I have already seen it? You are still sleeping peacefully, you really don't know how tired I am recently. During the day, I was constantly nagging by Alice. Once Alice left, Yulia, Anya, Cixia and others came in one after another, saying that while I don't have to go out recently, I must make up for all the classes I missed before. They can write dozens of different versions of the paper a new solution to double-slit interference experiment. Fortunately, my body is not made of iron, but it is much better than iron. Otherwise, the person sitting in front of you now would not be silly Fu, but old bygone. What if I fail? If I fail, I will probably die, but I have prepared myself mentally. Huh? Dmitri, who was still immersed in the mood of sacrifice, suddenly realized something was wrong. It seems that it was Baifu who suddenly asked him a question just now. Are you back to normal? Dmitri rushed to Baifu with a look of surprise. Baifu rolled her eyes. I haven't recovered. To be precise, I'm fine. Ah? I'm pretending. I'm doing this to deceive the Holy City of Apostles. Baifu started to deceive. She hadn't intended to be exposed, but Dmitri was going to die, so she should come forward to persuade this friend. Acting? Dmitri was stunned. Damn, are the people in the Silent Garden so good at acting? That's not all acting. If you want to deceive the enemy, you must first deceive the people around you. Except for a few people like Yulia, no one else knows that I am acting. Algae doesn't know either, so don't tell her. Baifu hurriedly warned Dmitri not to leak the secret. Dmitri patted his chest and promised not to say anything. Baifu smiled with relief. Okay, now that you know I'm fine, don't mess around. Just heal your wounds first. Dmitri shook his head. Since you are acting, of course, I have to cooperate with you to avoid suspicion from outsiders. I will enter the secondary space as planned, but don't worry, I won't touch the things inside. It's up to you. By the way, Dmitri, do me a favor. What favor? This. A few minutes later, Dmitri suddenly rushed out of the reception room, his face full of surprise. This strange behavior attracted the attention of everyone nearby, including Algae. There is a reaction. Yulia looked puzzled. What reaction? Dmitri explained. I was talking to Baifu just now, and she suddenly controlled her psychic energy and dark energy. I don't know what she was doing, but I heard her shouting something virtual particles, but these are not important. The important thing is that I am sure that she hesitated when she looked at me just now. She may have felt that I looked familiar at that moment. Before Yulia could speak, Algae suddenly jumped up and stared at Dmitri. What did you say just now? Dmitri, I said that Baifu might remember who I was at that moment. No, not this. I mean the one you said was unimportant before. Virtual realm particles? Yes, that's it. Algae's eyes seemed to have lit a candle, full of surprise. Virtual realm particles. Huh. Just now, my mother must have subconsciously synthesized virtual realm particles. If she helps her mother remember the method of synthesizing virtual particles, will her mother recover as Yulia's mother said? We must give it a try. I go first. You guys are welcome. Algae rushed into the reception room with a whoosh. Dmitri? ? Baifu asked him to do all this, but to be honest, he didn't understand the meaning of doing so. Yulia understood it immediately. But she became more worried. Poor Algae. she was almost ruined by Baifu. I don't know if Eiliji likes women, otherwise when she recovers her memory, she might chase Baifu from here to the virtual world, and then chase her back from the virtual world. Let's go in, and take a look first. Yulia called the others, to enter the reception room together. As soon as they entered, they found Eiliji holding Baifu's hand, and teaching Baifu how to synthesize virtual particles. Yes, that's it, follow me, one step. A lot more, this is just right. It worked. Looking at the tiny particle floating in the center of the room, and spinning continuously, Eiliji excitedly hugged Baifu, and almost smacked Baifu in the face. In her opinion, this was because she had carefully guided Baifu to recover some of her dusty memories, which showed that Yulia's theory was indeed effective. As long as she continued to work hard, she would be able to restore Baifu to normal one day. But in reality, you have realized the new talent virtual realm particles. You have completed the special task Fusion Road, and received a reward of 50 billion experience points, and analysis card *12 pleasant reminder sounded in my ears. Baifu, who was tightly held by Eiliji, tried very hard not to laugh out loud. Be serious, we are still in the play. In order to act more stupid, she simply emptied her eyes, and used her consciousness to read her new gains. Virtual realm particles is a very powerful talent. After mastering this, she can use virtual realm particles to perform most of her skills, and draw most of the prayer cards. The power of skills and prayer cards blessed by virtual realm particles will increase the basic damage by 300% to 500%, which makes her output ability rise by 50% out of thin air, and her real combat power has more than doubled. If I can steal all the talents such as all phase, tuning, and superstring from Eiliji next. I also have the talents that the God of the Void has, so you can tell me if I am the God of the Void. Just when she was feeling proud, Baifu found that Yulia was looking at her with a strange look. TSK. She made me look like a bad woman, but everything I did was clearly in accordance with Heaven's way. Hasn't version 3.0 been promoting the interweaving of light and darkness? After my efforts, there is now a virtual god Eiliji representing light, and a virtual god Baifu representing darkness in the game. Tell me if this is in line with the way of Heaven 3.0 version trailer. The meeting ended with Eiliji's surprised cry. After leaving the supernatural garden, Dimitri did not delay, and quickly returned to the Rebirth Empire. Because of Baifu's instructions, he did not even tell others that Baifu's illness had improved. He decided to stay in the secondary space for a few days, as planned before going out, and then lied that he had failed and survived by chance. Under the gaze of the crowd, Dimitri opened the space door that had been sealed for decades and stepped in. The next second, he was suddenly stunned. What's going on? In his shocked eyes, a chaotic scene like a hurricane was reflected. Dimitri was shocked to find that most of the relics originally placed in the secondary space were gone. Who is it? Dimitri was completely stunned. To open the seal and enter the secondary space, the person must have royal blood. Could it be that Emperor Odoacer did it? But there is no reason for Odoacer to do such a thing. It is useless for him to take the relics in the secondary space. It is even more impossible for other people in the royal family. It is very difficult for them to approach here. Call Guangwei immediately. Guangwei has been monitoring the entrance to the secondary space. Analyzing its data may find something. Chapter 355. As one of the pillars of the reborn empire, Dimitri has the same level of authority in the glorious host as Emperor Odoacer. His call was quickly responded to by Glorious. However, to his great disappointment, whether he asked Glorious to search by himself or look through the surveillance records himself, he still did not find any abnormalities. But the secondary space has been turned into this state. Is there no possibility of abnormality? Dimitri felt that there were only two possibilities. The first possibility is that the intruder has extremely special abilities, and can freely enter and exit Guangwei's surveillance without causing any abnormalities. The second possibility is that Guangwei's data has been modified. If it is the second possibility, then is it Guangwei itself who modified the data, or the people who have the same authority as me? Dimitri felt a chill. Whatever the truth is, this is something he cannot handle now. He is not exaggerating. Suppose there is a person who can walk freely in the empire without paying attention to Guangwei's surveillance. If this person has any ill will towards the empire, then the empire will be in danger. If Guangwei deleted the data on his own initiative, the empire is in great danger now. Who knows what Guangwei has done secretly? If someone with the same authority as him deleted Guangwei's data, then... Damn it, the enemy is in the base camp. How can the empire be good? Go find Boilo. No, even Boilo is not trustworthy now. Chong Shao, Chong Xiao is even worse, the Emperor. Even if the Emperor is innocent, it's useless to fight him, he can't solve this kind of problem at all. Dmitri was numb. He felt cold all over in the secondary space, as if a pair of cold and murderous eyes were staring at him from behind. This was an experience he had never had before. He had never felt so powerless even when facing the artificial psychic god of the Apostle Holy City. No matter how strong the external enemy is, there is only death. But if the enemy is inside, from the defection of Slick, a member of the glorious family, to the initial agreement, to the theft of the secondary space now, Dmitri felt that he could no longer trust anyone. Damn it, how could a good country become such a mess now? If the empire collapsed because of internal enemies, he would never rest in peace. Dmitri sat on the ground. He didn't rush out, but kept thinking. This thinking took 2.5 days. Afterwards, he put the remaining relics in the secondary space into his personal space, and walked out of the door, as if nothing had happened. When others asked him about the progress of fusing the relics, he only said that he couldn't see any problems for the time being and needed to find a quiet place to continue fusing. I don't know if other people are suspicious. Anyway, after leaving the capital of the empire, Dmitri rushed to the superpower garden as soon as possible. He thought about it, and felt that only Bai Fu was the person he could trust at this time. Maybe Bai Fu had other thoughts, but Bai Fu would never think of sending the empire to its death. Because if she really had such an idea, then there would be no need to help the empire from the beginning. A few days later. Superpower Garden. Just after dealing with the visiting group of the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries, and before he had time to contact Rufus to do something together, Bai Fu was surprised to find that Dmitri had returned. What happened? Dmitri smiled bitterly. I don't know now. I've never been so confused before. I think you're the only one who can help me solve this puzzle. As he spoke, he took out the remaining relics, and placed them in front of Bai Fu one by one. This is the super holy relic I told you about before, but... Dmitri explained his experience and his worries at the moment. The Apostle Holy City may attack at any time, and the original agreement is also eyeing it covetously. Now something like this has suddenly happened inside the Empire. Alas, I want you to see if there is a way to find that person. I won't let you work in vain. I will do my best to help you get whatever you want. As for these relics, pick out some that you can use, and take them away. Anyway, they will be stolen if they are left in the Empire. Ding! As soon as Dmitri finished speaking, Bai Fu received a new task prompt. You have triggered the hidden task Shadow of the Empire. Task objective. Accept Dmitri's commission and investigate the theft of the Reborn Empire's superb relics. Reward. Holy Light *1. There is only one task reward, but this reward is priceless because it can raise the strength of a master to superb. Although it is useless to me, if I give it to Yulia, and then get the last piece of the true spirit relic fragment of Apostle number 3, wouldn't it be possible for Yulia to become an apostle as well? Bai Fu's eyes lit up. Each apostle has its own special ability. The most special ability of Apostle number 3 is that it can perfectly communicate with the virtual world no matter where it is, which is equivalent to it having infinite blue. If Yulia becomes an apostle, and obtains the ability of Apostle number 3, it means that Bai Fu can also have infinite blue. A high-burst super tanky mage with infinite mana. I just want to ask you if you are afraid. Yes, this task can be accepted. The only problem is how to investigate this. Bai Fu used the extraordinary vision to look at all the super holy relics brought by Dmitri, but did not find anything abnormal. She thought about it. How about this? I will give you some little Bai Fu prayer cards later. When you return to the Reborn Empire, take the little Bai Fu I gave you to find those people you think are suspicious. Just chat with them normally, don't say anything extra. I will judge whether they have any problems. Dmitri agreed immediately. At this point, he could only trust Bai Fu without reservation. With the prayer card given by Bai Fu, Dmitri returned to the Empire as quickly as possible. He had many doubts about people, so he was too lazy to talk to them one by one. He simply held a large banquet under the pretext of practicing for himself and invited all the doubters to the scene. This road is difficult. I don't know if I can reach the other side, but I have to go on. If I, a pillar of the Empire, don't even try, who else can I ask for help? Dmitri raised his glass. His eyes, full of love and enthusiasm for the Empire, looked around the banquet hall. Chong Xiao, a royal minister in the Senate, even including Emperor Odoacer. They had quarreled and cooperated closely. In the end, where would their relationship go? Dmitri drank the wine. Then, Chong Xiao walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. I thought we would be a good opponent, but unfortunately. Don't worry, even if you fail, I will fight with the Empire until the situation is really irreversible. Dmitri smiled. I feel relieved when you say that. After saying goodbye to everyone he knew, he walked into the so-called retreat room. This scene was quite tragic. No one could have imagined that there was conspiracy and suspicion hidden under this tragedy. Did you see anything unusual? Do you really want me to tell you? Go ahead, I will accept it no matter who it is. Bai Fu shook her head. In fact, I didn't see who stole the things in the secondary space, but I saw that many people have already thought about jumping off the ship of the reborn empire. She wasn't trying to scare Dmitri. When she used the apostle's vision on the people in the banquet hall just now, she found that many of them had more than one camp in their camp column. It was okay for someone like Chong Xiao, who was originally the patriarch of the mechanical firepower sect, but those who were obviously of the imperial royal blood suddenly showed that they had added 2 camps. Isn't this planning to run away? Dmitri opened his mouth, with thousands of words in his heart, but in the end, he swallowed them all. What else could he say? Although the coalition forces once again blocked the attack of the Apostle Holy City at the front line, the price they paid was the lives of many extraordinary people and the detonation of the alien space. This kind of tragic victory will not only not calm those who have second thoughts, but will make them more anxious. This time they were lucky enough to repel the Apostle Holy City, but what about next time? You know, Bai Fu is in trouble. You can't really expect the return of the King of Annihilation, right? Jump ship. Dmitri knew that many people in the Empire now have such thoughts. However, he could do nothing. Just because we didn't find the traitor this time, doesn't mean we won't be able to find him. As long as he stays in the Empire and wants to cause trouble, I will definitely find him. You should take good care of your injuries recently. Dmitri nodded. Oh, it's a troubled time. Bai Fu stretched. These days, she successfully mastered the remaining 3 psychic attributes and unlocked the all-phase talent. In addition, she also merged several super relics to improve her and Ing Fu's basic attributes. We have almost finished what we need to do, and it is time to go out for some activities. Bai Fu immediately sent He Fu out and asked He Fu to contact Rufus. Tell me, who do you want to deal with? Bai Fu, want revenge. Rufus' heartbeat slowed down. What do you mean? Bai Fu, Lord of the Void, before the decisive battle with the Holy City of the Apostles, we need to eliminate all these unstable elements. Rufus became excited. Hunting the Lord of the Void? He likes this. Not only can he get revenge, but if he is lucky, he can also get a new Void Lord core. If he can fuse another Void Lord core, even if Bai Fu sees through his trump card, what does it matter? But he can't be too eager. He must be obedient. Let Bai Fu trust him, and then take action when she feels that he is not a threat. I will lead the way. The two entered the Void one after the other, and launched a hunting operation against the Void Lord. There are a total of 7 Void Lords in the Void, including Rufus. Of course, this is already a thing of the past. After the battle in the other dimension, there are only 5 Lords left alive in the Void dimension, among whom Rufus has defected, and the overall strength has been greatly reduced. This is why Bai Fu dared to attack the Void. The first target chosen by Rufus was the Void Lord Yuanshi, whom he had failed to attack before. He launched another sneak attack, but failed again, and was trapped in a double team. Rufus, you are dead today. Really? Rufus curled his lips in disdain. Since I dare to come, I have made sufficient preparations. Do you really think you are 2 against 1 now? Abyss sneered on the ferocious head. Bluffing, Rufus, you have offended everyone you can offend. Who else can you ask for help now? Bluffing? Do you want to look behind you? Behind you? Abyss turned his head suddenly, and what came into his sight was a person he could never have dreamed of. Bai Fu. Why is it Bai Fu? Weren't you beaten into a fool by Rufus? Why are you here? Could it be that you have become Rufus's puppet? Yuanshi couldn't understand and was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. No. It's not a big problem. Bai Fu's strength is not bad, but there is still a distance compared to them, which can be seen from the previous battle that broke out in the different dimension. I thought you had some backup plan. If it was just a puppet of Bai Fu's level, Rufus, you would still die today. You're wrong. Bai Fu suddenly interrupted Yuanshi's words. I'm not Rufus's puppet. On the contrary, Rufus is now my follower. Huh? Yuanshi was stunned for a moment. And Bai Fu laughed. You 2 are going to die today. As soon as she finished speaking, Kabe, the prayer angel, and Ing Fu emerged from under her feet, in front of her, and behind her. Kabe's huge body broke through the sky, dwarfing the already huge Void Lord. Send them on their way. After a light shout, Kabe, the angel of prayer, Ing Fu and Rufus rushed forward at the same time. Since she was promoted to the Overlord, Bai Fu has never fought a battle as rich, and with such a huge advantage in numbers as this one. Crushing. completely crushing. The powerful Void Lord was as weak as a fish belly in front of her and Rufus. With the advent of the Void Realm dimension, the darkness without boundaries, the dark energy and other multiple blockades, Yuan sure couldn't send out his voice even if he wanted to ask for help. It could only watch its body being torn apart inch by inch, and finally died without even being able to self-destruct. 2 Void Lord cores were floating in the void. Rufus looked at them with greedy eyes, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Bai Fu raised her hand, and 2 Void Lord cores flew into her hands. The next second, she suddenly did something that was completely unexpected by Rufus. She opened her mouth and ate one of the Void Lord cores in one bite, just like eating candy beans. Rufus was dumbfounded. No, you just ate it directly. Bai Fu looked curious. It's just digesting and absorbing the Void Lord core. What's the fuss? Isn't that how you digest and absorb it? Aye. Fuck, which good person absorbs the core of the Void Lord like this? Rufus' body trembled. Eating a Void Lord core raw, and the whole person is not hurt at all. This is not a human being. Rufus knelt on the spot. He was thinking about getting another Void Lord core before, and then taking revenge on Bai Fu. Revenge, going to give yourself away, right? From this moment on, Rufus had no idea of resisting. Ding! Rufus's favorability towards you plus 43, current favorability 78, deep awe. Bai Fu smiled with relief. That's right. Be a dog, and act like a dog. Let's go, bury the void completely. Chapter 356. Bai Fu took Rufus to wander around the void for several times, but couldn't find the remaining 2 Void Lords. It was unknown whether they sensed danger and hid themselves, or whether they died early in the large-scale attack of the initial agreement. The once bustling void became as deserted as a morgue in just 10 days. Once the Lord died, the void creatures below also scattered and disappeared. Because time was tight, Bai Fu did not continue the search, but asked Hei Fu to take the 2 newly acquired Void Lord cores and return to the supernatural garden immediately. Yes. 2. She swallowed a core in front of Rufus, but she was just pretending to scare the restless Rufus, and she didn't really digest it. It's not that she can't digest it. With the guidance of the game, she can digest 2 more Void Lord cores without any side effects, let alone another one. At most, it will take more time and resources. But in her current state, even if she digests 2 more Void Lord cores, the improvement in strength will not be obvious. It may be a blessing to be able to increase the racial potential score by 0.2. As for new talents and new skills, it is unlikely to have them. Considering this, Bai Fu thought that instead of wasting the Void Lord core on herself, it would be better to give it to Fei Yi and Jean Lu. Fei Yi and Jean Lu have now been promoted to overlords. Under her guidance, there is a high probability that they can digest the Void Lord core. In this way, the Silent Courtyard can add 2 more highly potential super absolutes. You called me here in such a hurry, are you unable to hold it back? If I remember correctly, we just had a sparring match a few hours ago. Fei Yi avoided Ai Lijia's sight, and quietly slipped into Bai Fu's room. Bai Fu stretched out her right hand, and in her palm lay 2 round, shiny Void Lord cores. She was about to explain, but Fei Yi said first, so you found a new prop? But these 2 little guys don't look any special compared to the previous props. How to use them? Do you use it or do I use it? Or should we each have one? Stop. What are you thinking about? Can you be more upright like me, and not just think about discussing the Tao and studying relative motion all day long, and treat everything as an experimental instrument? Bai Fu couldn't help but roll her eyes. This is the Void Lord core. It's for use, not for use. Fei Yi's face flushed. Her mind was full of her sister Jean Lu's mocking voice. She opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but finally held it back. Okay, I just lust after your body, okay. Bai Fu stuffed the Void Lord core into Fei Yi's hand. Here you go. Fei Yi curiously flipped the ball in her hand. Where did you get it from? Compared to me and my sister, you need them more, right? I am already a Void Lord, so they are useless to me. Well, without further ado, I will help you digest these 2 cores now. At Bai Fu's urging, Fei Yi swallowed both cores in succession. It's so bloated, I feel like my stomach is full and will burst at any time. Fei Yi's face was as pale as paper, and pain appeared on his face unconsciously. Don't worry, I'm here, and it won't hurt soon. Having already digested a Void Lord core, Bai Fu can be called an old driver. Under her hands-on guidance, and with the help of a large number of auxiliary props, they quickly got rid of the pain caused by the massive void energy injected into his body. Seeing that Fei had entered the state, Bai Fu turned her eyes to Fei's sister Jinlu. You are a pure soul body. The pain you will endure in a while may be more intense than Fei. I'm ready. Then I start to act. The Void Lord core not only contains most of the power of a Void Lord, but also contains the Void Lord's genes. Once Jean Lu successfully merges with the Void Lord core, she will be free from the current situation of having to share a body with Fei Yi, and reshape a body that belongs to her alone through the Void genes. In fact, she has long been accustomed to sharing a body with Fei Yi, but it still feels different to have a body of her own. At least this way she doesn't have to play the game of Lian Ji with Fei Yi, and can directly play a game with Bai Fu offline. Ahem. Jean Lu focuses on fusing the Void Lord core. This process was extremely slow. After all, her and Fei's strength was still too low, of course. This low refers to the comparison with the Void Lord. Bai Fu did not dare to increase the speed, for fear of accidentally killing them. However, although Bai Fu was very careful, the accident still happened. Close Fei's fusion, the sudden red warning surprised Bai Fu. She saw that the core of Fei and Jean Lu that had been fused began to move towards each other uncontrollably, and even if she used all her strength as the Void Lord, she could not stop it. Directly destroy the Void Lord core? This is also very risky. Bai Fu quickly clicked on the description of near Fei's fusion. After fusing the characteristics of Fei and Jean Lu, a wonderful resonance occurred between the two Void Lord cores. They were originally from the same source, and now they have a connection that transcends time and space. Warning, warning, special world-class boss, limited to the explored universe, Void Twins, Void Lord larvae, in the process of being bred him? Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. This doesn't seem to be a bad thing, does it? Her strength before becoming an N-level boss was world-level boss, limited to the explored universe. Bai Fu reached out and poked the Void Twins entry again. Void Twins, Void Lord hatchling, they look like two individuals, but in fact they are a very special kind of Void life. The entangled twins perfectly integrate the Void and empty characteristics of the Void power, and have higher potential than ordinary Void Lords. Bai Fu heaved a sigh of relief. This accident was not only not a bad thing, but also a happy thing. The power that Fei and Jean Lu unleashed after they combined into the Void Twins was not simply 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Since they combined the Void and empty characteristics of the Void power in a rather tricky way, the efficiency of their calling power from the core of the Void Lord would be much greater than that of other Void Lords, so the power that they unleashed after their combination would be much greater than 2. Not only that, the twin characteristics also allow them to create a super long distance Void channel through Void sensing, which is farther than the jump distance of the Apostle Holy City's idol. Class Mothership. This is something that other Void Lords can never do. What a great luck. Bai Fu was in a good mood, and she was in a better mood than accidentally combining a colorful prayer card. She had already begun to imagine that she would collect the remaining few Void Lord cores, feed them all to Fei and Jean Lu, and cultivate a bright future of a Void Emperor who would be the best in the history of the Void. Since she learned about the existence of the Reaper, she has been eager to improve the strength of herself and the people around her. She has no confidence that she can break the harvest, but when the Reaper comes, it is always more reassuring to have strength than to have no strength. 3 days later, Fei and Jean Lu successfully completed the digestion and absorption of the Void Lord's core. This speed is much faster than Bai Fu imagined. According to her original plan, this digestion will last for more than a month. The reason why it suddenly became so fast is all thanks to close Fei's fusion. The active fusion of the two cores allowed Fei and Jean Lu to control the cores without much effort. Of course, it would take a long time for them to completely control the power in the cores. In the room, Fei and Jean Lu looked at each other in surprise. They had never expected things to turn out like this. Ahem, there was a little accident, but becoming the Void Twins is more beneficial than harmful to you. As for the benefits, I won't say much about the increase in strength. The most important point is that in the future, unless the enemy kills you both at the same time in a short period of time, you can both use your own bodies to reshape the other. As for the disadvantages, Bai Fu pondered for a moment, and this made Fei Yi and Jean Lu nervous. I thought about it carefully, and it seems that there are no disadvantages. The biggest disadvantage is probably that you two will share your senses from now on, which should not be difficult to overcome. What? Fei Yi and Jean Lu breathed a sigh of relief. TSK. They thought it was something else. Sharing senses is not a disadvantage at all. It's obviously great. Why not try the benefits of sharing senses now? Fei and Jean Lu looked at each other and launched a pincer attack on Bai Fu. Evening. The supernatural garden. Elegy held her cheeks. Mom's complexion seems to be getting better and better these days. Her face is so rosy that it seems like water can be squeezed out. I believe that as long as I take care of her for a while, she will definitely recover. Yulia mother, thanks to you. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have thought of this method. Ah ha ha ha, really? Anyway, keep it up. Yulia secretly wiped the sweat off her face. After a while, Adligia spoke again. Yulia mother, do you think I can really get the recognition of Aunt Anya and Aunt Faye after my mother recovers? Yulia, I guess I can get their recognition. After all, if it wasn't for stealing the knowledge you mastered, Baifu wouldn't have to pretend to be stupid. If Baifu didn't pretend to be stupid, she wouldn't stay in the supernatural garden. If Baifu didn't stay in the supernatural garden, Anya and the others wouldn't be able to have academic exchanges every day. Can you really get recognition? That's great. Eiliji patted her face excitedly. She sat by the window, the sun shining on her fair cheeks, coating her face with a layer of golden happiness, making people feel dazed. After finally sending Eiliji away, Yulia rushed forward and punched Baifu. Don't pretend. Have you thought about how to deal with Eiliji, who has recovered her memory? Baifu waved her hand. How can I not have thought about it? Don't worry, the bag won't turn over. It would be better if it were true. Yulia, how long do you plan to continue? Baifu, just in the next few days. An hour ago, I received news from the Rebirth Empire that the fleet of the Apostle Holy City, after making a big circle, once again launched an attack on the outposts and frontline bases established by the three cosmic civilizations. This time, because there was a lot more preparation time, the three cosmic civilizations did not suffer much, but all this is temporary. With the strength of the Apostle Holy City, the three cosmic civilizations will retreat sooner or later. I must find a way to delay their retreat as much as possible. Yulia, do you need my help? This time you may need to fight with me. This battle cannot be delayed. The longer it is delayed, the more likely the initial agreement, who is watching the show from the sidelines, will be defeated. We must break up the Apostle Holy City in one go before the initial agreement can react, so that we have enough time and energy to turn around and deal with the initial agreement. Baifu's expression gradually became serious. She has not been busy these days. Her series of actions against the Void, as well as her actions to help Fei Yi and Jin Lu improve their strength, are all preparations for the general attack on the Apostle Holy City. With the help of Fei Yi and Jin Lu's abilities, a road leading directly to the Holy Land Star is opened up to grab the last piece of the true spirit of Apostle number 3 hidden by the Supreme God. If this operation goes smoothly, she won't have to worry about the Apostle Holy City anymore. Under Baifu's instruction, Yulia began to prepare for the operation. Just as they were about to contact the three cosmic civilizations and ask them to cover them, an urgent message suddenly came from Li Tai. Sunlan suddenly contacted me just now and said that the Supreme God and the fourth apostle had a falling out. Oh! Chapter 357. When Baifu first wanted to incite the people of the Apostle Holy City to rebel, she chose Sunlan, who had a direct confrontation in the Tubu star system. But the development of the matter was completely beyond her expectations. Sunlan, who had been tricked by her several times, did not betray the Apostle Holy City. Instead, it was Sunlan's boss Li Tai who ran away. During this period of time, Li Tai had been leading the members of the Anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance to stir up trouble around the border of the Apostle Holy City. Although it did not cause major damage to the Apostle Holy City, it made the people of the Apostle Holy City panic. Including the Supreme God and the fourth apostle, now they all have no doubt that there is really an apostle hiding in the dark and spying on the Apostle Holy City. Baifu was very satisfied with Li Tai's work performance. But what she didn't expect was that Li Tai brought her another good news today. This is what happened. Li Tai described the situation in detail. At that time, he was secretly setting up a signal base station at the border of the Apostle Holy City with the special forces of the Machine Core civilization, and suddenly received a private call from Sunlan. He answered the call with doubts, and then heard Sunlan say that there were undercurrents in the Apostle Holy City recently. Although everyone seemed polite on the surface, and all their thoughts were on how to annex the three major cosmic civilizations, many people had already colluded behind the scenes to plot to drive the current Supreme God out of power. I have received several secret contacts in the past few days. Sunlan's tone was a bit heavy. His mental journey was the same as that of other people who received contacts. At first, he thought it was a test from the Supreme God, but after a few more contacts, he realized that it was not a test, but that the fourth apostle and the Supreme God had really fallen out. The storm is coming. Sunlan pretended to agree, but his heart was filled with strong uneasiness. He thought about it, and couldn't think of any reason for him to participate in this internal struggle. Whether he stood on the side of the fourth apostle or the side of the Supreme God, he would die if he lost. As for winning, when the meat was divided, With his strength and the current decay of the fourth cathedral, he would most likely not be able to eat the meat, and would most likely only be able to get a few mouthfuls of soup. For a few mouthfuls of soup, taking the risk of being beheaded, this deal is not worth it no matter how you look at it. Sun Lan's final decision was to simply betray the Apostle Holy City, and go to his old boss Li Tai. Away from the center of the storm of the Apostle Holy City, he would not be hurt by the storm. It's possible that Sun Lan sincerely wants to join us, but it's also possible that he is cooperating with the Supreme God to set a trap for us. Li Tai expressed his thoughts. Bai Fu nodded. Which one is the truth? It's obviously difficult to draw a reliable conclusion by just guessing. In this case, take the initiative to test it. Whether Sun Lan is sincere or not, as long as we can figure out his mind, this is an opportunity to teach the Apostle Holy City a good lesson. Li Tai, how to test? Bai Fu, send him one of my prayer cards. I want to talk to him in person. Li Tai immediately agreed. Sun Lan was once his subordinate, so he naturally hoped that Sun Lan would really surrender this time, so that his position in Bai Fu's power would be more stable. Because Li Tai was originally near the Apostle Holy City, he sent a Dark Moon Eye card made in Bai Fu's prayer card factory to Sun Lan in just 2 days. Sun Lan looked at the prayer card in his hand with curiosity. Just when he was guessing the intention of Li Tai to send this card, Bai Fu had already seen through his true thoughts. Favorability, 74, reverence and admiration. If he is cooperating with the Supreme God to set a trap for me, then his favorability towards me should not be so high, and the adjective of favorability should not include admiration. Bai Fu looked up from her contemplation, her eyes rolling. Long time no see. A familiar voice sounded in her ears. Sun Lan was stunned for a full 10 seconds, before finally coming back to his senses. Bai Fu? Bai Fu's voice came out of the prayer card sent by Li Tai, which means that after Li Tai betrayed the Apostle Holy City, he actually went to Bai Fu? Damn, a shocking discovery. If things are really like what he thought, then his joining Li Tai is equivalent to joining Bai Fu. Considering the relationship between Bai Fu and the 3 major cosmic civilizations, his joining is completely against the Holy City of Apostles. This opposition is opposition, damn it. I can get to where I am today, all thanks to my own efforts and the cultivation of the number 4 cathedral. Now the number 4 cathedral has been tossed into this mess, and they still want me to join their internal struggle, hack him. Sun Lan's words became extremely fierce. The resentment accumulated over the years suddenly came out. He didn't ask for anything, just fairness, but the Apostle Holy City couldn't give him that. In this case, it's better to go to Bai Fu. Bai Fu is a recognized good person. Not to mention unfair rewards and punishments, she has never done anything like harming others. Her character is completely trustworthy. As for strength, Sun Lan estimated that Bai Fu's current strength is not much weaker than that of the Supreme God. He didn't just guess blindly, he came prepared. A while ago, there was news that Bai Fu was attacked by Rufus and turned into a fool, but in fact Bai Fu was completely fine and had time to talk to him. No matter what the truth is, this shows that Bai Fu is now capable of dealing with Rufus. Rufus is not weak. It is said that he has become a Void Lord. Facing the sudden attack of the Void Lord is still no big deal. Who dares to say that Bai Fu is not powerful? Thinking of this, Sun Lan took the initiative to ask Bai Fu if Li Tai had surrendered to her. After getting a positive answer, his eyes gradually became firm. He wanted to leave the Apostle Holy City and join Li Tai immediately, but now he changed his mind. No hurry. He planned to do something as a gift to Bai Fu to improve his and Li Tai's status in Bai Fu's heart. We are not the idiots who turned to you because we couldn't make it in the Apostle Holy City. We are really capable, but the environment in the Apostle Holy City is extremely bad and can't accommodate us. I can't affect the overall situation of the Apostle Holy City, but I can open a gap in the number 4 formation when you attack, so that you can rush in. Bai Fu nodded. If Sun Lan was sincere in his service, then what he did would be enough to turn the tide of the war at a critical moment. The question is he sincere? Although she was suspicious, Bai Fu looked very excited. She praised Sun Lan and said that she would definitely protect his safety. The explored universe will remember everything you have done. You will be as dazzling as a star. Your name will definitely be on the monument built after the victory of the war. The conversation between Bai Fu and Sun Lan ended with a pile of pancakes. As soon as the meeting ended, she immediately found the Rebirth Empire. Bai Fu, have you recovered? The core members of the Empire, including Emperor Odoak, were all shocked when they saw Bai Fu appear. Yes, I have recovered, but this is not the focus now. Bai Fu told Odoak and others about Sun Lan's surrender. Even Odoak, who looked unreliable, immediately realized that this was an opportunity. They immediately set up a temporary countermeasures committee and pulled in trustworthy people from the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries to discuss how to take advantage of this opportunity. The Holy City of Apostles has launched a new round of large-scale attacks, so we don't have time to slowly verify whether what Salon said is true or false. Titan Industries Mechanical Marshal Saint Thunderblade looked around and expressed his opinion. Stardust Yurun of the Supernova Corps nodded. In my opinion, there is no need to waste energy on this. It is better to regard this as a conspiracy of the Holy City of Apostles. Are you going to give up this opportunity? Of course not. What I mean is that in the past month, we have been preparing for the long-range pit plan, investing a lot of manpower and material resources. In a short period of time, we are no longer able to implement another large-scale plan. In this case, let's just treat the Salon line as a supplement to the long-range pit plan. The so-called long-range pit plan, in layman's terms, is a plan to lure the enemy deep into the territory and then surround and annihilate them. Yurun's words aroused the interest of other members of the Countermeasures Committee. How to supplement? Titan Industries President Drano looked at Yurun with interest. Form a task force and let this force be responsible for contacting Sunlon, and pretend that we are going to launch a large-scale assault from the number 4 formation where Sunlon is, just like when we annihilated them and raided the number 8 formation before. Of course, we are not really going to attack the 4th formation this time. We just want to take this opportunity to attract the attention of the Apostle Holy City. When the Apostle Holy City sends people to support the 4th formation, we don't need to care about what Sunlon and the Apostle Holy City think. We just need to defeat them. Yurun laughed as he spoke. 2 consecutive raids ended in disastrous defeats. At this time, our morale collapsed, and the main force on the front line also suffered a disastrous defeat. We had to abandon the base and retreat quickly. Isn't it very reasonable? Unless someone among us leaks the information, I believe that the Holy City of Apostles will definitely take the bait this time and fall into the long-shot trap. The virtual conference room was full of discussions. Almost everyone thought that Yurun's plan was very good. Originally, they were still struggling with how to lose more naturally, so that the Holy City of Apostles would not suspect that they were faking a defeat. Now this method has come, right? You are worthy of being the director of the Countermeasures Bureau of Titan Industries. Boilo cast an approving look at Yurun, but there is still a hurdle to implement this plan. Even if he didn't say it, others knew it. To increase the success rate of this plan, the task force sent to attack the 4th formation will inevitably make huge sacrifices. If they don't make sacrifices, how can they make the Apostle Holy City believe that they are really defeated and the mentality of the main force is really affected? The question is, who is willing to be the cannon fodder? Most people present ask themselves, if they were asked to go, they would not be willing. They have already come to this point on the road of evolution, with strength and status in hand, who can calmly accept that their fate will end with the 4th formation? Perhaps, they could trick a few people into going to their deaths. However, once the deceived people found out the truth, the situation would be bad. The deceived people didn't have to defect to the Holy City of Apostles. As long as they ran away halfway, it would be enough to completely disrupt their plan. For a moment, Odok, Draenor, and Fitz, the 3 giants of the 3 cosmic civilizations, all fell into silence. There was no other way. It seemed that they had to change their plan. Let me do it! In the empty and silent virtual conference room, a white arm slowly raised up. Without using their eyes to see, everyone knew that the person who took the initiative to stand up at this time would only be a hot woman. The Lord of the Court of Silence, the Border Watcher who has explored the universe, the spiritual leader of the undead, the born god of the void, the eternal saint, the son of pure white, Bai Fu. She is simply a Superman, a beam of light in the darkness. Odok looked at Bai Fu with a complicated expression, and the complicated emotions turned around in his heart, but in the end, he didn't say a word. The corners of Bai Fu's eyes spread with a smile as warm as the spring breeze. I am the most suitable person to carry out this mission. Given the conflict between me and the Holy City of Apostles, I will definitely attract a lot of attention from the Holy City of Apostles as soon as I show up. And wasn't I attacked by Rufus a while ago? Once the people of the Holy City of Apostles find out that I am in the number 4 formation, they will definitely think that my accident is a conspiracy, and the real purpose is to attack the number 4 formation. If they think so, they will fall into our trap completely. That's right. Boilo shook his head. I can't let you do everything. Bai Fu spread her hands. Is there a better way? At least if I go, my chance of survival is much higher than yours. Don't forget that I have a special clone. Yurun frowned. But if there is only one person. Don't worry, of course I'm not the only one going. Ingfu, Black King, Fei, Yulia and others will go with me. With my summons, This will definitely be a bigger operation than Dimitri and his teams. Bai Fu still had a smile on her face, but she was already complaining in her heart. Stop talking, just agree to it, and accept my kindness. She has already said this, what else can others say? After a low discussion, everyone agreed with Bai Fu's proposal. As before, they gave Bai Fu a lot of things in one go to make up for their inner sense of debt, and Titan Industries even directly gave the Titan shield to Bai Fu. No need to pay it back, you deserve it, that's what Draenor said. Good guy. Bai Fu was shocked. She stepped forward for two main purposes. The first purpose was to use this action to cover up her real purpose, that is, while the Apostle Holy City and the three cosmic civilizations were fighting fiercely, she took Jin Lu, Yulia, Ying Fu, Rufus and others to rush into the Holy Land Star of the Apostle Holy City and snatch the fragments of the true spirit of the Apostle number 3. The second purpose was to take this opportunity to brush up on the favorability and reputation, and then take some wool from the three cosmic civilizations. This was not the first time she had done this. Every time she stepped forward, the three cosmic civilizations would send her all kinds of things. It would be a waste if she didn't take advantage of them. It just so happened that she had consumed a lot of resources to help Faye, Yulia, Cixia and others improve their strength these days, so that the warehouse of the supernatural garden was half empty and urgently needed to be replenished. But even though she had planned it in advance, Bai Fu still didn't expect that this time she could get the ownership of the Titan shield. You know, this is the treasure of the universe. You guys. Bai Fu was so touched. Titan Industries, right? I will definitely come back to take advantage of you next time. Time is running out, so let's end this meeting here. Bai Fu nodded to everyone in the virtual conference room, and then logged off decisively. She was afraid that she would laugh and expose her little plan. Others didn't know she was so dark, and they couldn't help but sigh as they watched her gradually disappear. Alas! The person who sighed the most in the conference room was none other than Odok. Bai Fu basically pulled all the high-level combat power of the Silent Court over there. If something happened, the entire Silent Court would be destroyed. Although they are not from the Empire, their actions can be called loyal and brave. Odok's sighs drowned out the sound of the wind passing outside his palace. The Empire owed Bai Fu too much. But now it can only owe it. Chapter 358. After exiting the virtual conference room, Bai Fu immediately called Fei Yi, Jin Lu, Yulia, Ying Fu and He Wang to hold a meeting. It was a serious meeting that had nothing to do with academic research. At the meeting, Bai Fu explained her plan to everyone. This plan received unanimous praise. This battle will determine the future direction of the entire universe, and it will also determine the future of the Silent Court and all its members. Therefore, everyone present, including Bai Fu, was in high spirits. The one who reacted most intensely was none other than Yulia, who usually behaved calmly. Yulia's icy blue eyes flickered like a boiling sea. Her position in the Silent Court was extremely stable. Even if Ying Fu, Fei, and others surpassed her in strength, she was still the well-deserved second person in the Silent Court, the first person below Bai Fu. But even though her position was stable, she still had a little bit of ambition in her heart. Not to mention that she had to be stronger than Ying Fu, Fei and others, she had to be promoted to a superb level anyway, so as not to drag everyone down, right? Unfortunately, her talent is not high enough. Even with Bai Fu's guidance, her promotion speed is still not fast. Therefore, she can only put her hope on the true spirit relics of Apostle number 3. If she can win this battle, if she can successfully collect the fragments of the true spirit relics, if she can inherit the power of Apostle number 3, then she will not only gain powerful strength, but also transform into a power bank with almost unlimited energy and super fast charging, and achieve complete complementarity with Bai Fu from psychology to physiology to ability. And realize true seamless connection. The second most excited people after Yulia were Fei and Jin Lu. They finally advanced to the super absolute level and mastered the power of the Void Lord, so they couldn't wait to show themselves. We can't always eat, drink and use Bai Fu's food, right? We have to change our roles occasionally. In comparison, Ying Fu and the Black King were much calmer. Sister is in charge of commanding, and we are in charge of charging. Okay, let's get ready. With Bai Fu's shout, everyone left the meeting room and began to prepare for the expedition. The three cosmic civilizations have said that they will provide a fleet, but the fleet pilots will need to be arranged by the Court of Silence. This is not difficult to do. Pilots? Just let the players go. The only problem is that because of the previous war, most of the players in the Court of Silence are currently on the front line, and Bai Fu needs time to summon them back. You have triggered the main quest billions of light years of burning faint to the east and attack in the west. Quest objective, Branch 1. Bloodshed Galaxy attack the Apostle Holy City number 4 formation. The reward depends on the extent of damage to the Apostle Holy City number 4 formation, branch 2. Deadly Gravity continue to attack the Apostle Holy City number 4 formation until the reinforcements sent by the Apostle Holy City arrive. The reward depends on the attack time and the strength of the reinforcements sent by the Apostle Holy City, branch 3. Holy Fall defeat the Apostle Holy City number 4 formation. Reward God Statue Class Mothership Construction Blueprint *1, Dark Energy Grid Construction Blueprint *1, Skill Mind is better than matter, Transcendental Descent. Note, directly defeat the Apostle Holy City's number 4 formation and reinforcements. This mission will end in failure, but it will trigger a hidden mission as soon as Yulia and others stepped out of the conference room. Bai Fu received a new mission reminder. As a key task that determines the direction of the war, the rewards for this task can be said to be quite rich. As a basic task, the minimum reward for Branch 1 is 20 billion experience points. If the contribution is increased, the reward will definitely be very exaggerated. The 3 rewards for Branch 3 are even more tempting. The power of the Idol class mothership is self-evident. Although the Dark Energy Grid is not well known, it is actually an ultimate security system that integrates reconnaissance, defense, long-range strikes, and cross-regional coordinated defense. Its value is no less than that of the Idol class mothership and the Supernatural Garden. The skill Mind is stronger than matter. Transcendental Descent is a magical skill that is no less valuable than her most powerful output skill Entanglement of Light and Darkness. As an auxiliary skill, the effect of Mind is stronger than matter. Transcendental Descent is to strengthen all designated individuals within a large range. This strengthening is multifaceted, from health and mana, to attack and defense, to resistance, to recovery ability, to damage reduction, to communication, to the attribute strengthening brought by collective resonance. The effect of this skill is equivalent to dozens of auxiliary skills. Mind is better than matter. Transcendental there is also a special effect, that is, the units that enjoy the skill bonus will be regarded as the user's legion. Since it is regarded as a legion, Bai Fu's many legion bonus skills will be useful. Bai Fu roughly calculated that with this set of operations, she can temporarily increase the combat power of the legion that accepts her blessing by 5 to 6 times. Of course, this is limited. If the target rank of the skill has reached the master, then the bonus will be much lower. We must find a way to get this skill. Bai Fu clenched her fists. This skill is a perfect match for players. At this stage, throwing tens of millions of players into the Star Wars will not make any waves, but after 1 or 2 versions, when the player level cap is raised to level 110, the situation will be completely different. With a set of mind over matter small combos, she can instantly have tens of millions of undead warriors with strength comparable to weak natural disasters. She didn't know whether others would be afraid of this, but she knew she was so excited that she started to hum. Are you still a human if you don't even hum? Bai Fu continued to read, and when she saw the task notes, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. It was already difficult to defeat the number 4 formation, and you also killed the reinforcements of the Apostle Holy City. You really think highly of me. Bai Fu closed the task panel, and seeing that the time was almost up, she sat down on the chair and continued to act silly. Just as Bai Fu was playing with Elegy, the players of the Silent Court camp on the front line received a new notification at the same time. Silent Court Level 1 Order, all undead who received the message please withdraw from the front line to Zuyuan Star immediately. Next, we have a more important task. Along with the notification came a new main task. This notice caused a heated discussion among the player community. This was the first time they had received such an order since joining the Silent Court. Treasure hunting, what's going on? Digging G, I don't know. Why don't we ask Fu? Aw no, I forgot that Fu turned into silly Fu. Oh, how could this happen? Is it possible that the Silent Court was attacked again, and we need to go back to support it? Don't make a fuss. What can we support with our strength? Could it be that the relationship between the Silent Court and the 3 major cosmic civilizations broke down, so the Silent Court urgently summoned us back? It's possible that the relationship broke down, but it's unlikely. Indeed, the 3 major cosmic civilizations are not brain-dead, and it's not good for them to fall out with the Silent Court at this time. Gradually, a large number of conspiracy theories began to appear in the community. Players from all over the Star Ocean temporarily put aside their current tasks, and from time to time went to the community to check the progress of this matter, wanting to know what exactly happened. After all, this matter may be related to the future development of the game's plot. In the chaos, some players with connections wanted to use their connections to find out the reason, so that they could make arrangements in advance. But no matter how hard they tried, They still got nothing this time. Even players with strong connections, like Digging G, were no exception. Forget it, if you can't guess it, then don't guess it. It's an important task, so the reward must be very generous. I'm going back first. We just accepted a task with rich rewards on the front line. It would be a loss to give it up like this, right? Shit, I won't go back. I don't believe the reward for the mission issued by the Silent Courtyard can be higher than the reward for the mission I have now. In the end, most players chose to return to the Silent Courtyard, and a small number of players continued to hold the front line. Only more than 19 million players returned. That's enough. Anyway, this operation does not require them to conduct deep space combat, as long as they protect the warships. After receiving Yulia's report, Baifu immediately asked Yulia to organize all the players and divide them into multiple arrays, and then let the players familiarize themselves with the warships sent by the three major cosmic civilizations in advance to prepare for the decisive battle. The days of waiting are long. While the players who returned to Zuyuan Star were familiarizing themselves with the operation of the spacecraft and enjoying the experience rewards of the low-income missions, the players who remained on the front line were very happy. They acted together with the coalition forces of the three major cosmic civilizations, fighting bloody battles in the starry sky. Every day, they were either heroes or witnessing the birth and death of heroes. They were a burning flame on the battle line of billions of light years. They were always dazzling. Of course, this dazzlingness was also accompanied by the blood shed by the warring parties as they continued to pull. For both the Holy City of Apostles and the three cosmic civilizations, this was the most difficult war they had ever experienced. Both sides invested a large number of top weapons, a large number of cosmic treasures, a large number of masters, and supernatural powers, and fought back and forth on the vast battlefield where life was the fuel. For NPCs, this was the prelude to the end of the world. But for players, this was an era of passion. It was impossible for players who returned to Zuyuan Star to see this scene without envy. But they didn't envy for too long. Half a month later, when Baifu was able to recognize people under the care of Elegy, an urgent message came from Lit. Under the instruction of the Supreme God, the Apostle Holy City No. 4 is carrying out a large-scale troop transfer. They plan to transfer from the Empire to the Titan Industry. The Apostle Holy City seems to think that the Titan Industry's large mechanical army and Titan array are the most urgent to deal with. Our chance has come. Yes, the long-awaited opportunity has finally come. Baifu recalled that when she got a fragment of the true spirit of the third apostle, she had not left Zuyuan Star yet. When she finally had the opportunity to collect all the fragments, more than 20 years had passed. The Starry Sea has entered a noisy and chaotic world, and our silent courtyard no longer needs to remain silent. Let's go! Baifu's voice echoed in the virtual conference room. A few minutes later, the news of the start of the mission spread in Zuyuan Star. The players stationed here boarded the spaceships sent by the three major cosmic civilizations one by one. Under the leadership of Yulia, Fei, Hei Wang, and Ing Fu, millions of sub-flagships and hundreds of millions of frigates jumped into the sky, tearing the starry sky apart in the interweaving dark energy ripples. Billions of ships, crossing billions of stars, rushing to the battlefield billions of light years away, at the same time, in that unknown secret battlefield. Leet led the anti-apostle Holy City Alliance to act quietly. Sui, she was silently dormant in the Holy Land Star. Baifu's body brought Jin Lu, Bai Wang, Eye of Sorrow and other invisible winds through the dead void dimension, heading towards Rufus's location. Anya, Xiaoshi, Xixia, and thousands of protagonists gathered by Baifu through various means over the years. All of them monitor the actions of the reborn empire in their own way. Everyone is burning themselves in the right place. When the burning light gathers together, it becomes a holy light that surpasses the light of the stars. Everyone is acting according to the plan. Next, we just need to wait for everyone to arrive at the destination. Jin Lu and Fei use their talents to build a super long-distance transmission channel, and then we can launch a formal attack. In the fleet heading to the fourth formation, Hei Fu silently looked at the psychedelic colors outside the window. Except for the few people who knew about it, no one knew that she was in the fleet, just like no one knew where they were going to attack this time. Has the Court of Silence started to act? Where is their target? I don't know. The Supreme God, the Fourth Apostle, and the leader of the initial agreement all received the same answer. Because the focus at the moment was still on the front battlefield, and Baifu was beaten into a fool by Rufus, they did not spend too much energy to investigate the movements of the Court of Silence. It must succeed. On the other side, the insiders of the three cosmic civilizations kept praying in their hearts. Only if Baifu succeeds, Their long-range pit plan can be better closed. Also praying is Sunlan, who is at the center of the vortex of the incident. Since he secretly contacted Li Tae, he has been in extreme anxiety, fearing that his actions have been exposed. But several days have passed, and no one has come to investigate him. Does this mean that he should not have been exposed yet? No, it's hard to say. Maybe the people of the Apostle Holy City just want to play the long game and catch the big fish. Oh! It's meaningless to think so much now. He has already boarded Bai Fu's ship. All he can do is hope that Bai Fu will attack as soon as possible. As long as Bai Fu launches an attack, everything will be fine. Sunlan continued to tense his face, and this tense lasted for another 2 days. 2 days later, when he nervously sent a comrade out the door, the Dark Moon Eye prayer card he carried with him trembled slightly. Here it comes, finally here. Sunlan stared at the prayer card intently. Don't answer. No, answer. Kill through the holy city of apostles. Buzz. Bai Fu lowered her head and glanced at the message uploaded by the Dark Moon Eye prayer card. Almost done. She sent a notification to everyone in the virtual conference room. Then, she walked out of the room, crossed the wide corridor of the command flagship, and came to the bridge of the flagship under the gaze of countless players. Damn, why is Fu here? Looking at her, she has nothing to do with stupidity. Soon, the screen of Bai Fu's speech was pushed to all the players in the fleet. Bai Fu didn't say much nonsense, but simply described the goal of this operation. Apostle Holy City Formation Number 4. What we have to do is simple: break the silence, ignite the sea of stars, and tear them apart. Cheers like thunder. The thunder gathered into the cheers of the fleet's attack. Go! Fight for the victory of the largest interstellar war since the game was launched. Fight for the most important mission that I have personally participated in since the game was launched. Fight to become a legend in the sea of stars. The torrent of starships rushed towards the hole that Sunlan deliberately opened on the number 4 formation. Before the people in the number 4 formation could react, the hole had been torn into pieces. Enemy attack! It's an enemy attack! Quick, gather the fleet. Report intelligence to the headquarters, quickly. Hurry up and find out who the attacker is. Damn it, how dare they? No, there is no need to investigate seriously. I can see clearly. Yes, she is outside. You can see her for yourself. In the interstellar battlefield filled with nebulae, there was a person who, though delicate, was a billion times more dazzling than the idol-class mothership in the center of the 4th formation. She was Bai Fu. She stood on Kabei's shoulder, with the roaring angel of prayer to her left and the roaring shadow lord to her right, and the endless torrent of annihilation pouring down from her head. Didn't Rufus make her a fool? Why is she here? Is this what a fool should look like? A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow, not to mention that Bai Fu came here in person, and the people of the Apostle Holy City were frightened and pale. The commander of the number 4 formation contacted the frontline command center without saying a word. It's Bai Fu. Bai Fu called. Apply to activate the artificial god. It will be too late. Huh? The supreme god and the number 4 apostle were both confused. Bai Fu? What a situation. Even if they didn't understand it, they didn't dare to delay it this time. Bai Fu or not Bai Fu will be discussed later. The most urgent task is to send people to assist the number 4 formation as soon as possible. This is most likely the direction of the 3 major cosmic civilizations. Under the auspices of the Supreme God and the number 4 Apostle, the super-large secret technique of summoning artificial gods was activated. Across countless star fields, the power of almost God suddenly descended. In the starry sky, a huge god with 10 faces poked out from the clouds and confronted Bai Fu from a distance. Chapter 359. This is not the first time that the man-made psychic god has descended. Most of its body is hidden in the dark clouds of the starry sky, and it is still full of terrifying power, as if it has descended from the sky. The starry sky, stars, dust, warships. Everything covered by the divine light of the man-made psychic god is trembling, as if it will be crushed at any time. The last time, the troops that attacked the Apostle Holy City Formation number 8 began to collapse from the first moment they met. But this time, the situation is completely different. The man-made psychic god is still the man-made psychic god. Although the number 4 formation standing behind it is slightly weaker than the number 8 formation, it is not much weaker. However, it is Bai Fu who is facing it. I heard that you are a man-made god. TSK. The one standing in front of us now is the real god of the virtual world. The power of the man-made psychic god was blocked by an invisible high wall hundreds of kilometers away from Bai Fu. No matter how it explodes its own power, the invisible high wall still does not waver at all. In the starry sky, the energy emanating from Bai Fu and the energy emanating from the man-made psychic god collided violently. From the side, the two energies were clearly separated, and it was impossible to tell who would win for a while. TSK, a man-made god is not as good as a hair of Fu-Fu. Go Fu-Fu, kill it! In the battleship, the players were full of passion, without any fear in their hearts. Whether it was a man-made god, a statue-class mothership, a superb one, or a master, as long as Bai Fu was there, we would be invincible. Kill! Hundreds of thousands of warships gathered together, forming a huge sharp-angled arrow. In the cloud-covered starry sky, they passed by Bai Fu and rushed towards the Apostle Holy City Formation number 4 that was gathering rapidly. This is the first achievement. Our Iron Rain Guild has taken it. Someone took the lead, and soon other players followed suit. Hundreds of huge arrows tore through the starry sky, piercing the core of the number 4 formation, swallowing the galaxy. This was not a traditional interstellar war. Normal interstellar wars all start with long-range shooting, mobile forces pulling formations, flanking encirclement, and other operations. In this war, because of Sinlan's traitorous behavior, the fleets of both sides entered a state of chaos from the beginning. In a melee of this scale, if you want to determine the winner, the test is not strategy and tactics, but courage and the level of operation when the warships are fighting. Among these two, courage is the more important. In other words, this war is the process of the participants on both sides composing a hymn of courage. Who is more courageous, the player or the NPC? It is undeniable that even if a considerable number of NPCs are not immortal, their courage is still more dazzling than that of the players. But the proportion of such NPC data in the 4th formation is too low. The Holy City of Apostles is not a unified civilization with thousands of years of glory. When these NPCs rushed towards the enemy camp with their beliefs, emotions, and all the noble qualities that intelligent life can possess, what awaited them were players who were 100 times more fearless than them. Come on, let's fight it out. Before the war broke out, although the people of the Apostle Holy City were amazed at the players' immortality, they didn't think the players were that scary. It's not their fault for being short-sighted. The fundamental reason is that the number of players recruited by the Apostle Holy City is too small, only tens of thousands in total. If tens of thousands of players were packed and thrown into a galaxy-level civilization or a galaxy cluster-level civilization, it would be a terrifying whirlwind. But if they were thrown into a super-universe-level civilization like the Apostle Holy City, it would be difficult to even stir up a wave. Although the people of the Apostle Holy City had a premonition that more players gathering together could play an extraordinary role, they still did not expect it to be so great. If we fight like this, the longer we fight, the more we will lose. They won't die, but one less elite pilot will be one less. Use the true spirit summoning object to consume them. Dream on, the opponent is a psychic praying master who is much stronger than us, and there is also a space-based supernatural power user among them. Then find a way to get rid of that space psychic first. The members of the command center of the number 4 formation were sweating profusely. They immediately took action and tried to get rid of the two big troubles, Faye and the Shadow Venerable that Bai Fu had just found. But they soon realized that they thought the problem was too simple. Space Psychic, a young Void Lord, even in his young age, Faye still relied on his space ability to beat the super absolutes of the number 4 formation. At this time, it was time for Ying Fu, a top assassin, to show her skills. After Bai Fu's multiple reinforcements, Ying Fu's hard power is still not as good as the Lord of the Oath, but her sneak attack burst is not lower than the Lord of the Oath. Can't fight at all. The super absolutes of the 4th formation were beaten to a pulp. They realized that if they continued to fight like this, they would be defeated earlier than their fleet. Bai Fu has been planning for a long time. The people she brought this time completely restrained us. It is impossible for us to defeat her by ourselves, unless the artificial god can kill her, but everyone, including Sun Lan, looked at each other. In the current situation, it was hard for them to believe that the man-made god could kill Bai Fu. If it could, wouldn't it have done it long ago? As for the fight next to it, why was it still standing there with Bai Fu motionlessly? So, keep asking for help. Once the number 4 formation was defeated, the entire flank of the Apostle Holy City would be completely exposed. As for the consequences, at the least, this wave of offensive operations that had been prepared for a month would end in failure, and at worst, the Apostle Holy City would suffer a more serious blow and would have to temporarily shrink its forces and retreat back to the Apostle Holy City. Of course, most of the members of the command center of the 4th formation didn't think that far. The reason they were in a hurry to continue asking for help was simply because they didn't want to die. Damn it, why is it that the 4th cathedral always suffers? Some people even suspected that the reason Bai Fu was able to break through the defense of the fourth formation so easily was because the Supreme God or other people who didn't like the fourth cathedral secretly leaked the news to Bai Fu, hoping to get rid of them with Bai Fu's hands. They didn't expect that the traitor was right next to them. Why are there so many extraordinary people around Bai Fu all of a sudden? Even if she can guide others to advance, the speed shouldn't be so fast. The Supreme God's face turned pale when he received the news. The situation was urgent, and he didn't have time to think so much now. He could only send his most capable subordinates to support. While the Apostle Holy City was mobilizing one after another, the coalition forces of the three cosmic civilizations also immediately launched an active attack to cooperate with Bai Fu's actions. Everything was going according to plan. Those who were not aware of the situation thought that the three cosmic civilizations were going to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to defeat the Apostle Holy City in one fell swoop. It seems that we don't need to take action for the time being. The leader of the original agreement looked at the star map in front of him with interest. In that case, let's just watch the show here. The wind was blowing in all directions. More than 10 minutes had passed since the attack began. Seeing that the players had completely stabilized the situation, Bai Fu loosened her muscles. It seems that I don't need to watch over there anymore. Now it's time to send you on your way. Originally, Bai Fu did not intend to expose her true strength in this operation. She just wanted to put on a show and wait for the large-scale reinforcements from the Holy City of Apostles to arrive. Then she could perform a heroic sacrifice and change the battlefield. But for the 3 rewards of the main task branch 3, she no longer planned to hide. What a bullshit false god. I will let you know what the power of a true god is now. Real name, Liberation. Bai Fu raised her right hand high, and the scepter of sacrifice slowly emerged from her palm, and a huge black vortex appeared above her head. The vortex greedily devoured all the energy around it. In an instant, all the light in the sea of stars completely disappeared, and the entire sea of stars turned into a dark world. The sea of stars is falling? In the distance, the commander of the number 4 formation almost popped his eyes out when he saw this scene. Isn't this the super large secret technique figured out by the Apostle Holy City? Why does Bai Fu know this trick? Of course, Bai Fu knows more than this. When the countless dark energies devoured the sea of stars, she once again waved the scepter of sacrifice, and this time, the scepter was followed by a frenzy of annihilation. Psychic energy in the left hand, dark energy in the right hand. The 2 streams instantly broke through the domain held up by the artificial psychic god, and attacked the prism-like body. The artificial psychic god is by no means a show-off. Although its strength is not as good as the Supreme God and the 4th Apostle, it ranks 3rd in the huge Apostle Holy City. It did not take action before because it found that it could not see through Bai Fu at all, but now that Bai Fu took the initiative to attack, it naturally would not have any reservations. Just do it. What is there for it? A man-made god, to fear? The 10 crystals radiate a dazzling light that seems to be the beginning of the universe. The light is interwoven like ropes, forming a thick net that blocks the way of the falling star sea and the annihilation frenzy. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions are continuous, but no matter how the falling star sea and the annihilation frenzy hit, the light net is still as stable as before. It was a close call. The man-made psychic god secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since its mind catcher can block Bai Fu's ultimate move, then the next thing will be easy. As long as it grinds slowly, it will definitely win in the end. But before it could be happy for long, something unexpected happened. The originally distinct sea of stars falling and the annihilation frenzy suddenly converged at this moment. Try this entanglement of light and darkness. Since I acquired this skill, you are the first to face it. Under Bai Fu's instruction, when the entanglement of light and darkness was still accumulating power, Kabe and the prayer angel attacked from 2 directions respectively, entangled the man-made psychic god. Damn! Staring at the psychic energy and dark energy entangled like a Tai Chi diagram, the man-made psychic god instinctively felt something was wrong. But under the desperate restraint of Kabe and the praying angel, it could not break free in a short time. It could only watch the light and darkness really entangle together, and after the effect of the real sanctions was superimposed, it was like a spiral galaxy moving at high speed and hitting it heavily. Wait, what is that? The terrifying movement immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Even those who were fighting fiercely stopped at this moment, looking at the entanglement of light and darkness that had completely submerged the artificial psychic god with eyes of shock or surprise. This move shook the galaxy, turned time and space upside down, and was enough to kill gods. When it fell, everything around it was crushed, including time and space. The starry sky turned into nothingness, and the virtual dimension summoned by Baifu was shattered into slag. The players couldn't tell the truth from the false, and only thought that this move was awesome. But the command members of the number 4 formation were all scared and sweating. If they were facing this move, they would be seriously injured if not dead. As for the artificial psychic god, it is very strong, but in the face of the entanglement of light and darkness with full bonus, it is obviously not strong enough. Stop! Stop! The artificial psychic god kept slapping the prisms on his body, trying to break the huge vortex that fell. One side, two sides, three sides. The prisms flew out one by one, and were ground into powder one by one. Until the seventh prism was crushed, the vortex finally collapsed. The artificial psychic god breathed a sigh of relief. Finally blocked it, so the next step is its revenge. Don't worry, that's just an appetizer. Baifu raised the scepter of sacrifice, and made a sacrifice. Although the power of this shot is not as strong as the entanglement of light and darkness, as a full-strength attack of an offensive cosmic treasure, it is still enough to shatter the galaxy. Bang, 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 2 more prisms on the body of the artificial psychic god were shattered in one breath. When the last one floated up, what was waiting for it was a particle that did not seem very strange at first glance. However, virtual realm particle? The artificial psychic god recognized it. The command members of the number 4 formation recognized it. The supreme god, who was connected remotely, the number 4 apostle recognized it. The reinforcements from the holy city of apostles, who came to rescue on the god-class mothership recognized it. Get out of the way! Humph, can you still hide at this point? Baifu sneered. In order to completely destroy the number 4 formation, she did not hide her weakness at all. It's over. A false god with only a level, but no health or attributes to support the level, void exile, all things are frozen. The terrifying aura that belongs only to the Lord of the Void surged out of Baifu's body. With the god of artificial psychic energy as the center, the space of more than 10 miles around was cut off and exiled to a different dimension that could not be located at all. In this cage, the artificial psychic god had no way to dodge. It could only watch. Watch as the void realm particle shattered its last prism and shot into its exposed core. Boom! The violent explosion shattered the artificial psychic god and the space that was cut out. The false god was dead. All was silent. In the cockpit of the idol-class mothership that seemed to be frozen, the roar of the supreme god suddenly sounded. Lord of the Void? Baifu is actually the Lord of the Void? He could no longer sit still. Void Lord plus God of the Void? This is a double of the old ones. Leave this to Zoril, I will personally go to support the number 4 formation. The supreme god hurried away. This time he also brought spiritual desert and 4 other cosmic treasures. Baifu must be killed. No matter what the cost, Baifu must be killed. Chapter 360. When the supreme god led his men to angrily kill the number 4 formation, the number 4 formation had already fallen into chaos. The man-made god was defeated. Although it was just a false god, it was defeated after all. Even when it faced Baifu, it died so cleanly. So how should they face Baifu? No one knows. Now the only thing they can do is to pray desperately, praying that the supreme god will come quickly, so that they can rely on the super defense line formed by the large fleet to keep a glimmer of hope, otherwise they will all die here today. The void ability that Baifu showed just now made everyone realize that it was almost impossible to escape from her hands. Tell the coalition frontline headquarters what happened here. They can start to act. As Baifu gave an order, the players near her immediately contacted the other side, who were fighting with the main force of the Apostle Holy City. Through those players, the battle report here was transmitted to Boilo, Fitz, Metal Lord and others at an incredibly fast speed. What did you just say? After listening to Boilo's retelling, the Emperor of the Reborn Empire, Odoacer, stared at Boilo with eyes that seemed to want to eat him. Although he had never personally fought against the artificial gods of the Holy City of Apostles, like Demetrius, he had also observed the artificial gods closely through Demetrius's memories, so he knew how powerful the artificial gods were. That was so powerful that one would feel that one's soul began to break apart at a glance. For this reason, when Baifu said that she would take on the task of attacking the number 4 formation and creating opportunities for the coalition forces, he also followed the others in the virtual conference room to dissuade Baifu. It's not that he doesn't believe in Baifu. After all the things that happened before, his trust in Baifu is no less than that of Boilo in front of him. He believes that as long as Baifu is given enough time, she will definitely be stronger than the false god in the Apostle Holy City in the future, and it is very likely that she will be stronger than the Supreme God. But isn't Baifu just short of time now? You know, It has only been a few years since she was promoted to the Super Ultimate. For ordinary Super Ultimates, it may take several years to even reach the edge of a transformation. It is already amazing that Baifu can improve her strength to be comparable to 3 transformations in such a short time. We really can't expect too much. However, Your Majesty, you heard it right. Baifu has killed the artificial god summoned by the Holy City of Apostles. Boilo repeated it again. Odoacer was so shocked that he couldn't say a complete sentence. Baifu killed the artificial god, and it took less than half an hour. To be honest, he wouldn't dare to do such an exaggerated thing in his dreams. Baifu, but she is a miracle maker. Boilo smiled and nodded to the phantom of Odoacer. After that, he turned his head and shouted to the people in the bridge, the artificial god is dead, and the Holy City of Apostles must be restless. Now, it's time for us to take the stage. I, Boilo, the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Forces, hereby issue an order to launch a full-scale attack. Kill, kill, kill. The Supremes and Overlords from the 3 cosmic civilizations have been suppressed for too long. Now that they finally have a real chance to fight back, how can they sit still, dye the starry sky red with blood and build a road to victory leading to the long-shot pit? Charge. One after another, the Supremes and Overlords rushed out from the bridge and led their fleets to the main fleet of the Apostle Holy City. When everyone was immersed in joy, only Odok had a little more emotion in his eyes. This world needs a saint like Baifu. However, this world can hardly accommodate a saint like Baifu. Your Majesty? Boilo, who was about to leave, noticed the strangeness in Odoak's expression and called out in confusion. Are you okay? Odoak walked to the window of his office, through which he could see the busy mother planet of the Empire. This planet carries a lot. It carries the glory of the Imperial family, the honor of the Imperial nobles, the rise and fall of the Imperial industry and commerce, and the dreams of countless ordinary people. More than 30,000 years of glory gathered on this small planet, forming an extremely heavy burden. This burden. I often sigh. Odoak's voice sounded a little unreal, as if it did not come from this moment. The throne of the Empire should not have been inherited by me. My eldest brother, Odable, was born with a racial potential score of 93. He was so handsome that he could charm thousands of girls. He had the highest courage, the sharpest sense of smell, the most reliable decision-making, and the most correct etiquette. From the moment he was born, the entire Empire was calling his name. He was the one that everyone expected. He was born to make the Empire even greater. As Odoacer spoke, Boilo could not help but think of the Crown Prince, who was brave, gentlemanly, and wise throughout his life. At that time, everything was beautiful. However, the much-anticipated Crown Prince Odobear died in the Void Expedition. His death brought about a chain reaction. The old Emperor was so angry that he died. The Senate had to step in urgently and put Grand Duke Odoacer, who had never received orthodox Crown Prince education, on the throne of Emperor. In fact, Odoacer was not a suitable candidate to be the Emperor of the Empire. But under the circumstances at that time, who else could be chosen if not him? Boilo. Odoacer's call woke Boilo up. When I first became Emperor, I tried to surpass my elder brother and prove to the world that I was no worse than him. But I just lacked opportunities. But I soon realized that I was wrong. There is really a gap between people. Odoacer is not as good as Odobar. No matter how much I don't accept it, this is the fact. For example, if my elder brother were in my position, I believe he would not be confused and would do better than me. Boilo opened his mouth, not knowing how to comfort the Emperor, who suddenly became emo, so he could only say a few empty words. Your Majesty, everyone is unique. If you do your best, your life is already half successful. Do your best? But I am the Emperor of the Empire after all. Odoacer shook his head. It's just a casual complaint, Boilo, you don't have to mind it. I wish you a triumphant return. By then, I will welcome you with the most grand ceremony. Boilo smiled awkwardly. The situation was urgent, and he had no time to think about what happened to the Emperor. After saying goodbye, he left in a hurry. How could he, the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Forces, be absent in the midst of the war? At the same time, the original agreement, which had been watching, also received news from the battlefield in the direction of the 4th formation. It is said that Baifu killed the artificial god of the Apostle Holy City in less than half an hour. The ferryman of the Sea of Entropy, Shika, glanced at the message that popped up on the communicator and said to the people around him. The leader slowly raised his head. Are you sure? If I'm not mistaken, when Baifu came to me not long ago, she had just completed her 3rd transformation. The artificial god of the Apostle Holy City has already completed the 4th transformation, right? Shika didn't say anything, and looked at the Weaver of Destiny and the Son of Prophecy. The Son of Prophecy. Bai Fu's figure is getting more and more blurred. I can't see through it, but the artificial god of the Apostle Holy City. I can no longer sense its aura. The Fate Weaver interrupted. The Son of Prophecy nodded, indicating that the Fate Weaver was right. The leader frowned. So the man-made god was really killed by Bai Fu? He couldn't understand. Even if Bai Fu was the incarnation of the god of the Void Realm, her strength shouldn't have increased so quickly. This was beyond common sense. Throughout the ages, in the tens of thousands of years of galaxy turmoil, there had never been a superpower as exaggerated as Bai Fu. Could it be that the god of the Void Realm encountered something? It seems that we can't just sit there and do nothing. Let's solve the Apostle Holy City as soon as possible, and then, when everyone is excited, give them a surprise. We must get the world back on track. Yes. The Fate Weaver and the Son of Prophecy bowed respectfully. Even the Lightless Ones and others who had previously scolded the leader in the Superpower Garden, and were then killed by Bai Fu and resurrected, did not dare to say anything at this time, and could only do as they were told. The leader's strength was beyond their imagination. Under Bai Fu's command, Fei Yi and others, the player core, and her psychic core launched a general attack on the number 4 formation. This was undoubtedly a brutal battle. Even though the man-made psychic god was dead, the number 4 formation still did not collapse on the spot. They were afraid, but they still did not forget their military qualities and fear. But this situation was not sustainable after all. There was a limit to human endurance, and the players' fearless attacks would not end in a short time. They kept charging, and even if they died, they would resurrect from the temporary resurrection point built nearby and continue to charge. How could the members of the number 4 formation, shrouded in Bai Fu's huge terror, withstand such a charge? They finally started to collapse. Bai Fu seized the opportunity and threw out more prayer cards at once, focusing on attacking the weak points of the number 4 formation. For the mission reward, she really risked her life this time. If she lost the money and cards, she could earn them later, but if she missed this mission reward, who knows when she would get it? And the more fierce and crazy she behaved here, the more people in the Apostle Holy City would think that this was her real main attack direction. In this way, if she was defeated, and it was a miserable defeat, then it would be more natural for the main force of the subsequent coalition forces to be defeated under her influence. We can't hold on any longer. If the reinforcements don't come, we all die here. Why don't we just surrender? Hey, you are not allowed to surrender. If you surrender, aren't you trying to take my position? Salman was a little anxious. Luckily, they received a call from the Supreme God at this time. I'm here. Simply saying this calmed down the number 4 formation, which had already fallen into chaos, and the chaotic fleets regrouped in a very short time. Is it coming? Bai Fu felt the pressure of forced oppression. But now she is not afraid at all. What if the Supreme God or the Apostle number 4 comes? Unless the Reaper comes today, she will destroy the number 4 formation. When the godlike mothership broke through the distance limit and stuck the head of the ship out of the hyperspace, Bai Fu once again used the void ability to completely disrupt the surrounding space. You go first, leave this to me. After receiving the order, Fei Yi and others did not hesitate and retreated immediately. The next second, Bai Fu took out all the colorful prayer cards that she had been holding in her hand for a long time. She was waiting for the arrival of the reinforcements from the Holy City of Apostles, and the number 4 formation headquarters was excited, thus accidentally revealing a flaw. Breaking the limit, instantly transcending the dimension, the skill was activated, and Bai Fu's body, including the tight combat suit she was wearing, turned into translucent mercury at this moment. She plunged into the void. The people at the number 4 formation headquarters felt the danger, and they urgently called for psychic energy, dark energy protection, and space strikes. As long as they can delay for a while, they can wait for the Supreme God to break free and come to rescue them. With the Supreme God standing in front of them, they will not be afraid of another one, not to mention Bai Fu. However, this time, they completely underestimated Bai Fu's strength. What spiritual energy, dark energy protection, are all vulnerable in front of the virtual particles? What space attack, dimension erosion, under the protection of breaking the limit and instantly transcending the dimension that can be immune to space and dimension damage? Bai Fu can't be hurt at all. Bai Fu broke through everything and came directly to the headquarters of the number 4 formation. What she had to do next was simple. Per card, start, endless dark field, the painter's whisper, soul stripping, dark energy completely distorted. Special colored prayer cards were thrown down one by one, and the headquarters directly turned into a gloomy underworld. Bai Fu, the lord of the underworld, waved the sickle in her hand and began to harvest mercilessly. In fact, normally speaking, even if the enemy was caught off guard and was much stronger, it would still be difficult for Bai Fu to harvest these commanders of the number 4 formation in a short time. No matter how bad a super expert is, he is still a super expert, with the protection of the domain. However, there is a traitor in the headquarters of the number 4 formation. When Bai Fu launched the attack, Sun Lan also stood up. At this point, helping Bai Fu is helping himself, otherwise after the war is over, others will find out that he let Bai Fu in, and then he will be finished. Under Sun Lan's sneak attack, the other people in the headquarters were instantly severely injured. When the Supreme God finally broke through the shackles and descended here, he saw Sun Lan being sent away by Bai Fu using the space ability, and the other people in the headquarters died tragically without exception. You? Although he had been unhappy with the Cathedral number 4 for a long time, the Supreme God was still overwhelmed by anger when the people of the Cathedral number 4 died in front of him. He is indeed much stronger than the artificial psychic god. His level has already reached level 271 without knowing it, 2 levels higher than before. Bai Fu was not frightened by the momentum of the Supreme God. Enough. As the headquarters of the number 4 formation was wiped out, she received a prompt that the main task billions of light years of burning faint to the east and west branch 3 was completed. Since the mission has been completed, what does it matter if this body dies here? No. Rather, this body should die here, and it should die in such a way that it still cannot win even after trying its best, and finally dies in despair in fear of the strength of the Supreme God. Let's start. Bai Fu closed the mission panel, and then killed the Supreme God. What's the situation with Bai Fu? On the front battlefield, Boilo asked his assistant. The assistant looked down at the communicator. Not yet. No, there is news. Bai Fu said that her clone is dead, and the troops attacking the 4th formation were also wiped out. Boilo nodded seriously. The Apostle Holy City will release the news soon, so be prepared. Yes. The assistant became excited. Has the long-prepared long-shot pit plan finally come into play? Chapter 361. Looking at the space, not far away, that was slowly healing under the powerful inertia, the face of the Supreme God was more solemn than ever before. He successfully killed Bai Fu's body, but he was not happy at all now. Bai Fu's strength was too unusual. He clearly remembered that at the time when Li Te defected, Bai Fu's strength was only equivalent to that of an ordinary 3 transformation super absolute. Very strong, but not strong enough. But now, although Bai Fu is still not as good as him, the gap between him and him is no longer the kind that cannot be seen at a glance. The gap between them became that he was on the other side of the river, and Bai Fu was on this side. It was unknown when Bai Fu would be able to cross the river and catch up with him. Is this reasonable? No. It is totally unreasonable. Even if Bai Fu was once the god of the Void Realm, it would be impossible for her to improve so quickly. It is not like he had not learned about the true and false of the god of the Void Realm from the 4th apostle. But it still happened. That means that Bai Fu must have had another adventure. This adventure not only made her strength grow rapidly, but also allowed her to master the special void ability that only the Void Lord has. To be honest, this is an extremely dangerous signal for the Supreme God. Of course, he is not afraid of Bai Fu's strength, but Bai Fu's identity. Bai Fu is the god of the Void Realm. Once she fully recovers and regains her former godhood, will the road he has been planning for a long time be cut off? The Supreme God is not sure, but he is very uneasy. If this is true, then all his efforts over the years will be in vain. This cannot be the case. Under the stimulation of the crisis, the Supreme God took a few heavy breaths. At this moment, he suddenly received an emergency call. Sir Supreme God, the 3 cosmic civilizations have launched a full-scale attack. We are under great pressure and urgently need support from the reserve team. Full-scale attack? The Supreme God snorted coldly. There is no need for that. I have already dealt with Bai Fu. The contact's eyes suddenly lit up. He understood what the Supreme God meant. This is an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The 3 cosmic civilizations originally wanted to use this opportunity to severely injure them, but the Supreme God decisively attacked and defeated Bai Fu, who they had bet heavily on. Once this news spread, the morale of the frontline troops of the 3 cosmic civilizations would inevitably collapse. If they can seize this opportunity, they may be able to break through the defense line that the 3 cosmic civilizations have spent several months carefully laying out, and push the front line to the explored universe. By then, their chances of winning will be infinitely magnified, and they will no longer have to worry about the mysterious organization hiding in the dark, the initial agreement. I will spread this news immediately. The Supreme God nodded. Although he was anxious, he knew that the most urgent thing was to win this battle first. The number 4 formation was destroyed by Baifu's wave of attacks, and there was a traitor named Sunlan. He must use the blood of the 3 cosmic civilizations to wash away his anger. Go, I be there soon. The frontline troops of the Apostle Holy City moved quickly. Baifu was defeated, and the whole army was annihilated. The news that the two-way assault plan that the 3 cosmic civilizations had painstakingly planned had failed soon spread throughout the 3 cosmic civilizations. For a time, the sky was overcast, and wailing was everywhere. The news spread so quickly, thanks to both the Apostle Holy City and the help of Boilo and others. Except for those who were unaware, people on both sides were very excited at this time. The opportunity has come. Garuga, it depends on your acting skills. Boilo gave orders to Garuga, who was fighting on the front line, in the multi-encrypted communication channel. Garuga is the iron-blooded god of war of the Supernova Regiment, nicknamed the Devouring Fist. He looks like a reckless man, but he is actually very careful. It is perfect for him to play the first domino to fall. Garuga nodded solemnly. He knew how heavy the burden on his shoulders was. If he performed well, everything would be easy. If he failed, the 3 cosmic civilizations would lose a lot of manpower and material resources. However, even with the heavy burden on his shoulders, he still did not panic at all, but felt extremely excited. This is the right time for him to show off. After finishing the call with Boilo, Garuga immediately gave a short but very appealing speech. Ladies and gentlemen, although Baifuna lost all the way, it does not mean that we have no chance of winning. In this vast starry sky, miracles are born every moment. As long as we burn our beliefs, miracles may come to us. Please remember, we are not fighting for someone else, we are fighting for ourselves, for our hometown, for our family, for not being brainwashed by the holy city of apostles, for having our own self. Under Garuga's call, the entire fleet burst into an unprecedented fighting spirit. Garuga then divided the fleet into 2. Let the mechanical troops, and the true spirit summoning troops, be responsible for the frontal attack, and let the rest be responsible for the flanks and rear, so as to minimize losses. The assault war broke out suddenly. When the 3 cosmic civilizations burst out with overwhelming momentum, the Apostle Holy City was not far behind. Driven by the desire for achievement, the people of the Apostle Holy City rushed faster than each other, fearing that the first achievement would be snatched away by others. Millions of warships were entangled in a small planetary system. Life and death were intertwined, and under the witness of the stars, a galactic epic was staged that was destined to be recorded. This war lasted from the morning to the evening of June 2nd, 30003 of the Imperial calendar. In the Battle of Warships, the coalition forces of the 3 cosmic civilizations once had the upper hand. But then the Apostle Holy City sent out the Super and Overlord, and although Garuga tried his best, he still couldn't win. As Garuga was defeated, the Apostle Holy City gradually took control of the situation. A 1,000-mile embankment was destroyed by an ant hole. The defense line built by the 3 cosmic civilizations on a scale of tens of millions of light years finally collapsed because of Garuga's defeat along the way. At this moment, there was only one voice left on the Apostle Holy City side. Charge, charge towards victory. Finally succeeded. Boilo let out a long sigh. They paid a heavy price, but it was all worth it. Now, lure the main force of the Apostle Holy City to the long-shot pit. He immediately told Odoak and Baifu the news. Baifu was not in a hurry to act. She was still waiting. When the Apostle Holy City fell into the long-shot pit and was caught in a dilemma, that was when she would take the initiative to attack the Holy Land Star again. As for now, what she should do is to watch the show while counting the mission rewards. In the previous operation, she successfully completed all 3 branches of the main mission, billions of light years burning faint to the east and attack in the west. Because she directly destroyed the headquarters of the number 4 formation, the evaluation given to branch 1 was very high, which allowed her to obtain 178 billion experience rewards, 2 super rare recovery potions, 10 prayer card copy cards, can copy prayer cards, including colored prayer cards, and a psychic construct upgrade card. Baifu saved the potion and copy card, and used the psychic construct upgrade card directly on the combat uniform she was wearing. It is better to sharpen your spear before the battle. The evaluation given at the settlement of Branch 2 is also very high. After all, the Supreme God disciples came in person. After the settlement, Baifu gained 213.8 billion experience, Void Hell skill card *1 and new skill Great Body of God. The most valuable of them is the new skill. The name of Great Body of God sounds ordinary, but the actual effect of the skill is very exaggerated. After using the skill, Baifu can temporarily descend to a body of God. On the surface, the divine body is similar to the artificial psychic god in the Apostle Holy City. It is huge, powerful, and has a very high bonus to the psychic army. The difference is that the divine body does not have a fixed health bar, because it is a projection of the virtual world from a certain perspective. To destroy it, the entire virtual world dimension must be destroyed. However, the divine body has a time limit for its arrival. Once the countdown ends, it will automatically dissipate. Of course, if the opponent has mastered the means to forcibly strip the spiritual will, it can make the divine body dissipate in advance by cutting off the connection between the skill user and the divine body. I didn't expect there would be such a pleasant surprise. Baifu patted her cheeks excitedly. She was obsessed with this task, and her main goal was the skill mind is stronger than matter, transcendental rewarded by branch 3. Now it's good. Great body and mind is stronger than matter, transcendental when combined. The bonus for players will be even more exaggerated. When players from other camps find out that they can get such a big bonus by following her, they will have to run to her panting. All players in the world are in my grasp. Before launching an attack on the Holy Land Star, Baifu quickly tested the 2 new skills she had just acquired. The test results were very encouraging. Baifu was confident that as long as the Supreme God was trapped in the long-shot pit, she would be able to break through the Holy Land Star and get the last true spirit relic fragment of Apostle number 3, even if Apostle number 4 jumped out to stop her. Come on, big brothers and sisters from the 3 cosmic civilizations, you must trap the Supreme God. When Baifu prayed devoutly, Apostle number 4 also took action. The news came from the front line that the Apostle Holy City had won a great victory. This was the first major defeat of the 3 cosmic civilizations. From this moment on, the balance of victory in the war will completely tilt towards the Apostle Holy City. It's time. It's time to send the Supreme God, the dog who wanted to harm him, to his death. Ever since it saw through the Supreme God's murderous intentions towards it, it has been secretly preparing for this day. It will stand up at the moment when the Supreme God believes that he has reached the peak, and personally pierce the sharp blade into the body of the Supreme God, ending the Supreme God's beautiful dream. Then, stepping on the corpse of the Supreme God, it will embark on its own road to becoming a god in the virtual world. Get ready. The 4th Apostle sent a message to all members of the Apostle Holy City who had secretly turned to it. Those who received the message deleted the message silently, as if nothing had happened, but in fact, the murderous intent in their hearts had already boiled. The pursuit lasted for 2 full days. When the Apostle Holy City was chasing the defeated fleet of the 3 cosmic civilizations, a small incident occurred. The people who had originally agreed suddenly jumped out and launched an attack on the Apostle Holy City. They obviously intended to join forces with the 3 cosmic civilizations to deal with the Apostle Holy City, so as to prevent the Apostle Holy City from continuing to grow. But everything seemed to be too late. The defeat of the coalition forces of the 3 cosmic civilizations was completely unstoppable. No matter how Boilo shouted, the defeated army only knew to run back. For every extra light year they traveled, the Holy City of Apostles occupied a new territory of 1 light year. This situation continued until the coalition forces arrived at the long-shot pit that had been arranged in advance. The long-shot pit, as the name suggests, is a pit, but it is a pit limited to the dimension. It is very difficult for people and objects that fall into this pit to get out, and at this time, the coalition forces can launch a fierce attack on the pit through the arrangements made, or even directly destroy the pit from the root, causing a terrible explosion. The people of the Holy City of Apostles have already caught up with them. How could they have imagined that the 3 cosmic civilizations had set such a trap for them? When they realized something was wrong, they could no longer get out. Now! Boilo shouted, "Fire, fire! As long as we can kill the Supreme God of the Holy City of Apostles here, then the Holy City of Apostles has nothing to fear." One giant cannon after another was activated, and one cosmic treasure after another was awakened. However, when everyone tried to find the Supreme God, they were surprised to find that the Supreme God was not in the pit at all. Where is the person? No one knew where the Supreme God was. Boilo was dumbfounded. Baifu was dumbfounded. Apostle number 4 was dumbfounded. The people who made the original agreement were also dumbfounded. In the deep space of the universe, at this time, the Supreme God was rushing towards the Holy Land Star at an incredibly fast speed. Chapter 362. From the moment he discovered that Baifu's strength was growing faster than expected, the heart of the Supreme God was covered with a cloud that was difficult to dispel. Even if the Apostle Holy City successfully repelled the desperate counterattack of the 3 cosmic civilizations, and then pursued the victory, continuously conquered cities and territories, and exerted a momentum that swallowed up the mountains and rivers, he still couldn't laugh. Unless the Apostle Holy City relied on this wave of flat push to eliminate the three cosmic civilizations, and help him gather the seeds of faith and divine fire he needed, otherwise all this would not matter to him. He never cared whether the Apostle Holy City could become the hegemon of the universe. It had nothing to do with him. The Apostle Holy City was not a tightly structured national organization. All he really cared about was himself and the group of people in the place where he was born. For him, the Apostle Holy City was just a stepping stone that could help him reach the end of his evolutionary path. Whether the stepping stone was solid or shaky, as long as it could successfully propel him up, it was a good stepping stone. Before Baifu appeared, the plan of the Supreme God was implemented very smoothly. Although there were occasional minor setbacks, these minor setbacks did not affect the overall situation at all. However, with Baifu's sudden appearance, everything changed. Baifu brought small setbacks, medium setbacks, and big setbacks. These setbacks came together and finally formed a huge setback that was enough to cut off his evolutionary path. This was an unbearable burden. The Supreme God clearly remembered how much effort he had put in for that goal, and how much he had sacrificed. If he failed in the end, how would he face his past self? Would those who were sacrificed by him feel that their sacrifice was too worthless? It is impossible for me to completely kill Baifu in a short time, because I don't know where her other body is. In this way, even if I want to release the death factor of the God of the Void that the fourth apostle stripped from his body, there is no target. The Supreme God took a deep breath. If he can't find Baifu's other body, he can't stop Baifu from continuing to improve her strength. Once Baifu returns to the position of the God of the Void, his evolutionary path will be cut off. In order to prevent his evolutionary path from being cut off, he can and can only do one thing now. Get ahead of Baifu, and get the God of the Void's godhood. Hold it in your hand. As long as he takes this position first, then no matter how Baifu messes up, it won't affect his path. In order to achieve this goal, the Supreme God simply abandoned the main fleet of the Apostle Holy City, and flew directly to the Holy Land Star. He was going to get something, that is, the tree that he left under the Holy Land Star that looked a bit like a tangled yin and yang fish at first glance. What the Supreme God didn't know was that his strange behavior directly confused everyone. The people of the three cosmic civilizations were panicked, fearing that he had suddenly disappeared because he had seen through their plan. Apostle number 4 and the Apostle Holy City servants, who had joined Apostle number 4, were also panicking, fearing that he had discovered their plan. After receiving the news, the original agreement immediately asked the Son of Prophecy and the Weaver of Fate to spy on his fate, to see where he had gone, and whether to further assist the three cosmic civilizations. Among all the people, the calmest at this time was Baifu, who caused the Supreme God to think wildly and change the plan temporarily. The Supreme God disappeared? Oh, this is really surprising. But it doesn't matter. Let him disappear, as long as he doesn't suddenly return to the Holy Land. It's not a big deal. Baifu waited quietly for good news from the three cosmic civilizations. Although they were very worried, the coalition forces of the three cosmic civilizations still did not hold back when dealing with the Apostle Holy City warships that fell into the long-range pit. Regardless of whether the Apostle Holy City had a backup plan, they would try their best to eliminate the group of people who fell into the trap first. If you look ahead and behind and hesitate, you may not get anything at the right time, but will be attacked from both sides by the people of the Apostle Holy City and suffer greater losses. This time, the three cosmic civilizations have made the right bet, because the Supreme God ran away without any signs, and no one could contact him afterwards. The members of the Apostle Holy City who fell into the long-shot pit had to suspect that they were sold out by the Supreme God. What? You said that the Supreme God could not have sold us out. The only possibility is that he is dead, otherwise why didn't he reply to the message? Choose. You have to choose one of the two guesses. No matter which of the two guesses is the truth, the morale of the members of the Holy City of Apostles in the long-shot pit has been hit hard. In a war of this level, the impact of morale collapse is extremely bad. Attack each other, stab in the back in anger, surrender. All kinds of crazy operations came out at once. Although some people resisted to death and wanted to rush out of the long-shot pit with a burst of blood and courage, the number of such people was too small and could not reverse the overall situation. We won, we are going to win. Boilo stared at the virtual screen in front of him. He felt like he was in a dream. In his initial expectation, in order to eliminate the members of the Apostle Holy City who fell into the long-range pit, the three cosmic civilizations must pay an extremely tragic price. But now the casualties of the three cosmic civilizations have barely reached 1/3 of the initial expected number. This is more than a win, it is simply a big win. After this battle, the Apostle Holy City will no longer be able to launch such a large-scale attack in a short period of time, and will inevitably shrink the front line, and this is their opportunity. As long as they seize this time, digest the dark energy and void knowledge that Baifu brought back as much as possible, and improve their own ranks as much as possible, they may be able to push back to the Apostle Holy City in the future. Garuda held Boilo's shoulder, his voice was still calm. No, it's not the time to be happy now. If the Supreme God of the Apostle Holy City brings reinforcements at this time, we may still fail. That's right. Boilo suppressed the excitement in his heart. Will there be reinforcements? The answer is no. The Supreme God only noticed that he had received many messages for help after he had entered the Holy City of the Apostles. At this time, half a day had passed since the 3 cosmic civilizations launched a counterattack. Trap? The Supreme God was shocked. Although he was surprised, he had no intention of going back to rescue. Rescue for nothing. There was no time. The focus was on Baifu, yes, Baifu, but when he was about to turn off his communication equipment, the Supreme God suddenly thought of a plan. I was just worrying about how to gather them together. Isn't this opportunity here? He couldn't help but laugh. This is a godsend. Let's go. The Supreme God rushed to the Holy Land Star at a faster speed. While on the way, he contacted all the servants in the Apostle Holy City, or on the front lines in other directions. The 3 cosmic civilizations are pretending to be defeated. The main force on the front line accidentally fell into the trap they set in advance. Now the situation is precarious. Everyone, gather at the Holy Land Star immediately. We must concentrate our strength to rescue those who fell into the trap. All-out attack? What if the Apostle hiding in the dark and his followers launch an attack at this time? There is no time to think about this now. If we can't rescue those people, we will be held back by the 3 major cosmic civilizations. If something unexpected happens during this period, all of us will be in trouble. The anxious roar of the Supreme God made the others nod their heads. Yes, it seems that there is really no time to consider other problems now. The only problem is, after the call ended, the servants who had secretly reached an agreement with the 4th apostle cast their eyes on the 4th apostle. Given the current situation, should the plan to attack the Supreme Gods be postponed? If the plan is implemented, the chances of success should be quite high. After all, the Supreme God seem to be focusing on rescuing the fleets that have fallen into the trap, and they will definitely not be on guard against them. But if they act at this point, and cause internal strife, it will be equivalent to providing assistance to the 3 cosmic civilizations in resisting the invasion of the Apostle Holy City. Apostle number 4 certainly understands this. After pondering for a long time, it finally decided to slow down. Let's wait until the 3 cosmic civilizations are defeated before taking action against the Supreme God. In this way, after the matter is accomplished, it will not have to deal with the 3 cosmic civilizations and the initial agreement at the same time. It will have enough time to eliminate the negative states on its body and completely replace the number 1 apostle as the new god of the Void Realm. The day I become a god is the day when the Void Realm returns to reality. The number 4 apostle has great ambitions. It wants to create a brand new era and make psychic energy and dark energy the truth of the world. Apostle number 4 informed the others of his decision. Make preparations as soon as possible. If rescue is timely, we may be able to turn defeat into victory and continue to advance into the homeland of the 3 cosmic civilizations. When that happens, it won't be too late for us to deal with the Supreme Gods. Under the instruction of Apostle number 4, the followers who had surrendered to him took action. When the Supreme Gods arrived at the Holy Land Star, most of them had already gathered in front of the big statue. In the sky, outside the atmosphere, there were densely packed spaceships. The entire Holy Land Star was like a huge beehive. Baifu was speechless. What happened? Damn! Why did the Supreme God suddenly come back? And why did other people from the Apostle Holy City come to the Holy Land Star? Did her plan get exposed? Impossible. Except for Faye, Yulia and others, she didn't tell anyone her real plan. And Faye, Yulia and others would never do anything to harm her. So, did the players accidentally leak the information? This is impossible. She pulled the players from the battlefield of the number 4 formation to the vicinity of the Holy Land Star, but in the process of pulling them, she deliberately used the void bubble to wrap all the players up. From the transfer to now, the players have no idea where they are now. Their maps only show a gray fog. How can players leak information if they don't even know where they are? Damn it. Baifu frowned. It's impossible to go up now. Even if she has new skills, skill cards, and recovery potions, with her current strength, it is impossible to defeat the Supreme God and the 4th Apostle alone. If she can complete the 4th transformation, there is still a reason, but hasn't she not completed the transformation task yet? In fact, since she stole the method of synthesizing virtual particles from Elegy, Bai Fu is not far from completing the 4th transformation. She now has only one task requirement left to complete. The omniscient, plot exploration degree above the stars, 7.3% per 8%. The problem is that it is very difficult to make up for the last 0.7% of the plot exploration degree gap. Recently, Bai Fu has asked Yulia and the players to help her collect various secrets, but those secrets can only increase her plot exploration degree in a certain area, not the entire above the stars. It can only be said that things don't go as planned. Bai Fu never dreamed that her last step would be stuck here. At first, she thought this condition was easy to achieve. Let's wait and see. This may just be a coincidence. Because the 4th apostle and the supreme god are both there, Bai Fu can't ask Sui Shi now. If Sui Shi is accidentally exposed, the situation may become worse. After arriving at the Holy Land Star, the supreme god did not meet with the 4th apostle at the first time, but came to the basement he had carefully arranged. After confirming that everything in the basement was fine, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's almost time. The moment he was waiting for is almost here. A few minutes later, the supreme god walked out of the basement with a calm face. Apostle number 4 came to him and said, "There are still a few people who haven't arrived yet. Time is running out. I think we should not wait any longer. Let's set off first, and let them catch up later." Eyes turned one after another. Unexpectedly, the supreme god rejected this proposal. No hurry. Now you tell me there's no hurry. However, the supreme god insisted not to leave, and the others had no choice but to continue waiting. Nearly half an hour passed, and finally the few people came late. The supreme god, the number of people is almost there. Although there are still a few less, it doesn't affect the overall situation. He stopped, turned around and nodded to the 4th apostle beside him. Now, it's time to go. Without waiting for the 4th apostle to react, he raised his right hand without warning, and slapped out a black liquid as thick as ink from his palm, which shot straight into the body of the 4th apostle. The next second, the ground began to tremble uncontrollably. Cracks were like spider webs, and branches of different colors, some white and some black, quickly popped out from the cracks, stabbing at the apostle holy city servants standing on the ground like sharp blades. What's going on? Sir Supreme God, what are you doing? Asshole. Instantly, the surroundings became a market. Everyone was stunned, including Bai Fu, who was watching the show from a distance. No one expected that the Supreme God would take action at this time. A ferocious smile appeared on the face of the Supreme God. I don't have time to go outside to collect enough fuel. In this case, I will use you as fuel. Your death is glorious. With your lives as firewood, what is smelted out is the real God, a God more real than the God of the Void Realm. Ha ha ha. The arrogant laughter rippled on the surface. Amid the laughter, the body of the Supreme God slowly floated into the air under the support of the branches. He opened his arms and faced the strong wind. At this moment, he did not look like a god, but rather like a demon race that had given the 3 major cosmic civilizations a headache for a long time. Chapter 363. The Supreme God launched the attack too suddenly. Neither Bai Fu, who had been watching intently, nor the 4th apostle, who had worked closely with him, nor the other apostle servants of the holy city, who knew him well, expected that things would develop into what they are now. Crazy? This was Bai Fu's first reaction. She didn't understand. Although she did a lot of things to sow discord, her actions really wouldn't make the Supreme God take such a cruel action at this point in time. Could it be that Sunlan betrayed him, and the frontline troops fell into a trap and drove him crazy? The 4th apostle and others quickly reacted to it. Yes. The Supreme God must have discovered their little tricks, so he wanted to take the initiative. The problem is, how dare the Supreme God? He is just one person, but there are more than a dozen people on their side, and among them is the 4th apostle, who is the most extraordinary among the extraordinary. How can the Supreme God be so confident that he can fight 10 people alone and knock everyone down? Does he have accomplices? Apostle number 4 looked around in horror. However, the more he looked, the more incredible it felt. At a glance, he could only see the black and white branches growing wildly, and he could not see anyone coming to help the Supreme God. Don't look, I'm alone. The Supreme God saw through Apostle number 4's thoughts at a glance. The smile on his face became more and more terrifying. But don't think that you can survive just by me. For this day, I have made sufficient preparations. From the moment your body is pierced by the branches, your only fate is to become firewood to help me become a god. Branches? Before the 4th apostle could react, The other servants entangled by the branches suddenly realized that something was wrong. The energy in their bodies was dissipating. If they were not mistaken, their energy was sucked away by the branches that pierced their bodies. In fact, if it was just absorbing energy, it would be fine. Through the contract with the fourth apostle, they had almost endless energy to call upon. If a little was sucked away, they just had to make up for it quickly. The trouble was that the branches that pierced their bodies only absorbed half of their energy. The white branches absorbed psychic energy, and the black branches absorbed dark energy. This absorption directly caused the energy imbalance in the bodies of these psychic praying masters, who had not yet mastered the method of synthesizing virtual particles. Before they could adjust the imbalance, another branch of a different color pierced into their bodies. The new branch that pierced into their bodies did not continue to absorb their energy, but instead injected energy into them, but the energy injected into them was the energy just absorbed from others. With one absorption and one injection, the trapped servants suddenly had an energy disorder debuff, and they felt uncomfortable all over. What the hell is this? One of the servants tried to cut off the branch that was wrapped around him in fear. He raised his hand and delivered a blow that was powerful enough to shatter the stars. To his surprise, the blow did not cause any damage to the branch. On the contrary, the energy he blasted out was swallowed by the branch without mercy, and then sent to the body of another servant, causing the servant to groan, and the blood on his dark face surged, as if he had been hit hard by someone. This scene made everyone present, except the Supreme God's followers, jump in heart. Some people didn't believe it, and tried it again, and the result was that their companions next to them were beaten. "Don't move. Do you want to kill all of us?" The scolding was accompanied by panic. Since energy attacks don't work, what about physical cutting? A servant took out a long sword made of alien materials from his body. This sword can easily cut through the body of a meat shield type master. But what shocked him was that he chopped it down hard with a knife, but only left a white mark on the branch. "Ezron, what did you do?" The first candidate of the number 1 Cathedral of Vipses stared at the Supreme God with anger. Because he was too angry, he directly called out the real name of the Supreme God. The Supreme God, Ezron, smiled and looked down at Vipses, who was almost tangled up by the black and white branches. "I didn't want to do this. If you want to blame someone, blame Bai Fu. It was she who made me feel the crisis and had to take the risk to activate this backup plan." At this point, Ezron had to thank his past self. After reaching a cooperation with the fourth apostle, after being determined to attack the end of the evolutionary road, after obtaining the cosmic treasure double helix tree nurtured by the virtual realm, and after seeing his own future through the cosmic treasure crystal ball set by the saint, he made 2 preparations at the same time. The first preparation is naturally to make sufficient preparations to speed up the conquest of the 3 cosmic civilizations, and then to feed the double helix tree with the bait of capturing the super absolute from the 3 cosmic civilizations, and then use the power of the key of destiny to make the double helix tree become his new skeleton to help himself become a true god far superior to the god of the virtual realm. The second-hand preparation was thought out after making the worst-case scenario. What if something unexpected happened during the conquest, resulting in the failure to conquer the 3 major cosmic civilizations and the inability to collect enough divine fire and seeds of faith? Ezron's plan was to turn the extraordinary people in the holy city of apostles into bait. God must be achieved, and he had to achieve it. He could wait, but he couldn't wait indefinitely. Therefore, he would never be soft on his compatriots at the critical moment. In order to achieve this goal, Ezron did a lot of preparation. It's easy to say that you can attack your own people, but how can you ensure that you can defeat these people? His strength is very strong, but not strong enough to beat all the other supernaturals in the Apostle Holy City by himself. After thinking hard, he came up with a solution. What is the biggest weakness of the Apostle Holy City? Ezron's answer is that the power system is too single. All the strong ones are strong in the psychic school. If the enemy takes out a method to restrain the psychic school, then the situation will be dangerous. After learning the method of synthesizing virtual particles from the fourth apostle, a bold idea was born in Ezron's mind. That idea is what he is doing now. Taking the double helix tree as the foundation, the double helix tree is cultivated in a targeted manner to strengthen its ability to absorb and inject energy, and then use this ability to break the balance of spiritual energy and dark energy in the target's body, creating an opportunity for himself to harvest. This move is indeed very effective. However, in just a few minutes, all the servants present lost their ability to resist. They only felt that they were trapped in a quagmire, and the more they struggled, the deeper they sank. Only Ezron and Apostle number 4 were immune to the attack of the double helix tree, because they had mastered the synthesis method of virtual particles, and the balance had long been stable, so they were naturally not afraid of being broken. However, Ezron had already calculated this. So the first target he chose to attack was Apostle number 4, and he prepared another package for Apostle number 4. The fragment of the recompiled true spirit of the god of the virtual realm. This fragment was given to him by Apostle number 4. After they reached a cooperation, it now became a bullet shot back at Apostle number 4. Do you feel your body is bloated now, and all the energy in your body seems to be out of your control? Ezron glanced at Apostle number 4. Apostle number 4 was furious. I was wrong. Although I had seen through your malicious intentions long ago, I still didn't expect you to be able to do this. I should have taken action when you went to the front line, so that you couldn't use the power of this tree. Ezron was stunned for a moment. You had seen through my malicious intentions long ago. When did it happen? He was confused. If he really saw through it, shouldn't he smash the double helix tree? Forget it. Why think about this? Now is the time to harvest the fruits. In fact, the number of super absolutes here is not enough, but it is not a big problem. After he harvests everyone here and his power increases, he can replenish the divine fire needed by the double helix tree. Ezron raised his hand. Apostle number 4 immediately shouted, Stop him quickly, he wants to devour your power and help himself become a god. If you don't stop him, not only will you die, but people who have a good relationship with you will also be wiped out by him. The trapped people are not fools. Of course they know that now is not the time to worry about hurting others. Since the attack on the double helix tree is ineffective, they can attack Ezron directly. Once Ezron dies, it doesn't matter if they are sucked dry by the double helix tree. They just need to spend more time to recover. Everyone launched a counterattack. Facing the counterattack of everyone, Ezron smiled disdainfully. That's it? It can't hurt him at all. From the moment the fourth apostle failed to avoid the fragments of the true spirit remains he carefully prepared, the ending was doomed. I'm sure to win. The double helix tree began to extract the vitality of all the bound people. With the nourishment of this vitality, Ezron felt stronger than ever before. It's time. He rushed towards Apostle number 4 quickly, wanting to kill Apostle number 4 completely, and grab the Apostle number 4's true spirit essence. A great war broke out. Although Apostle number 4 was hit, and his physical condition was extremely unstable, his foundation was still there, so even if he was attacked, he could still hold out for the time being. Looking at its current state, it won't last much longer. Bai Fu's face became extremely solemn. The development of the matter was completely beyond her expectations. She originally wanted to wait for the Supreme God and others to leave before going out to get the fragment of the true spirit relic of Apostle number 3. But now this plan is definitely not feasible. Leave? No, you can't leave. If you sit back and do nothing, the strength of the Supreme God will definitely increase dramatically after this battle, and it may rise to level 275 in one go, or even complete the 5th divine transformation. This will be a disaster. It is already terrible to simply merge the strength of multiple apostles to level 275. If he completes the 5th divine transformation and attracts the arrival of the Reaper, it will be even more terrifying. There is no time to hesitate. The Supreme God must be stopped. Bai Fu turned her head and quickly shouted to Rufus, who was hiding in the cracks of space, Cover me. If you can't interrupt the plan of the Supreme God here, you may never have the possibility of revenge on the Holy City of Apostles in the future. Rufus nodded solemnly. Fei Jinlu, Ingfu, Black King, White King, and Eye of Sorrow, who came together, all looked at Bai Fu. What about us? Fei Jinlu, you attack the double helix tree and see if you can rescue those people. Ingfu, you guys broadcast what happened here first and see if you can gather more people. Even if you can't, you have to make others wary of the Supreme God. There is no need to continue the war between the Apostle Holy City and the 3 cosmic civilizations. After broadcasting the message, you don't have to worry about the Supreme Gods. Just attack the Holy Land Star directly. Take away all the good things you see. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you must not miss it. Bai Fu quickly assigned tasks to everyone. Oh yes, there are also players. Fight for me, I will give you these 2 super buffs. Mind is better than things, transcendental and power of faith. You don't have to worry about anything, just hit the Holy Land Star and the surrounding areas hard, and make sure to turn this pilgrimage place of the Apostle Holy City into ruins. After the arrangement was completed, Bai Fu used the new ability she had just acquired not long ago without saying a word. Great body of God. Want to become a god, right? Supreme God, then I will show you the body of God first. Ezron's right palm stopped and pulled down 1 meter away from Apostle number 4. It was a phantom, and he missed. Where did Apostle number 4 hide? He tried to find it. But the next second, something strange happened. There was a loud noise in the sky, and he raised his head suddenly. And then, he saw it. It was a giant god several thousand meters tall, with angry eyes, and a crystal skin emitting a cold light. The giant god stood above the clouds, looking down at the earth with eyes like examining ants, and finally locked his sight on him. The moment their eyes met, Etheron saw the giant god ruthlessly slapping him with a palm. Wherever the palm passed, the space was completely torn into pieces, leaving behind a bizarre and different dimensional space peeping channel, and the dazzling light shook the billions of stars around. Artificial psychic god? No, it's different. The aura on this body is much more real. Esalen was shocked. He had never expected such a thing to pop up. He had to let Apostle number 4 go for the time being and started to fight back. The terrifying virtual particles flew out of his body. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion set off a strong wind, sweeping across the surface of the Holy Land star with the force of thunder. The entire planet was shaking like a knotty marble. The two sides collided at a speed that was completely invisible to the naked eye. After each collision, a space molten hole that could not be healed for a long time would be left in the sky. Seeing that Etheron had no time to pay attention to him, Apostle number 4 thought about running away. However, just as he was about to take action, he heard Etheron's loud laughter. Do you think you can still run away now? Wait, a cage woven by virtual particles. Apostle number 4 bumped into a transparent barrier, and the ripples in the space made his face change suddenly. I deal with you after I deal with it. After leaving a cruel word, Etheron continued to concentrate on dealing with the sudden giant god. This giant god is very strong, but not as strong as he is now. He is invincible now. Bai Fu, the leader of the original agreement, can't be his opponent even if they attack together. My path to becoming a god is unstoppable. Just when Esalen was proud, a strange light suddenly penetrated the virtual particle cage he set up and came to the side of Apostle number 4. He turned his head suddenly. Rufus? After seeing the appearance of the person coming, Esalen's pupils shrank suddenly. Rufus put his hand on the shoulder of Apostle number 4 without saying a word, dragged Apostle number 4 and ran away. Damn it, this is the power of the Void Lord. Esaron was furious. Apostle number 4 was the key to his plan, and he must not let Apostle number 4 leave. Leave it to me. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, you have to get past me first. Hey Fu flashed in front of Esaron out of thin air, and smiled and grabbed the scepter, and the Titan Holy Shield in her hands. The combination of the scepter and the shield made the aura emanating from her body even stronger than that of the giant god, who covered the sky and the sun. Chapter 364. Bai Fu? Esaron was shocked. Rufus and Bai Fu appeared at the Holy Land star at the same time. Rufus tried to take Apostle number 4 away, and Bai Fu covered for Rufus. What the hell is going on? Didn't Rufus attack Bai Fu a while ago and beat her into a fool? Why are they suddenly working together again now? Forget it, there is no need to worry about this now. After all, Esaron is a man who has seen storms and waves, and what he is doing now is a top-notch event, so he has already made sufficient mental preparations, and he will not be confused no matter what strange and weird things he encounters. Isn't it just that Bai Fu and Rufus have reached a temporary cooperation? So what? It can't affect the overall situation at all. Bai Fu can't beat him, and Rufus can't beat him either. Do the two of his defeated opponents think they can stop him? What a joke. Before today, there might have been a slight chance, but now, he has successfully absorbed the vitality and power of a large number of servants in the Apostle Holy City, so this kind of thing will never happen. That huge godlike body was also summoned by you, right? Interesting. An ability I've never seen before. It seems you have a new understanding. Esaron smiled at Bai Fu, then he suddenly shouted into the void. Rufus, I let you run for 5 minutes first, and after 5 minutes, I let you know what it means to be omnipresent. 5 minutes? Bai Fu curled her lips. Do you really think you can get rid of me in 5 minutes? Esaron shook his head. 5 minutes is the time I gave Rufus. As for getting rid of you, to be honest, it doesn't take 5 minutes. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the double helix tree with more than a dozen serpents entangled suddenly twisted wildly. The branches entangled under Etheron's feet, like leaping black and white flames, making Etheron floating on them look like a sage who has seen through all the truths in the world, exuding a sage aura that makes people feel ashamed. How can I describe that feeling? I can't help but want to kneel down after just one look. How could Etheron be so knowledgeable and so smart? Compared with him, I am like an illiterate who has never read a book. How can I fight him? He is a well-deserved saint in the field of psychic energy, dark energy. What he says is the golden rule that no one can shake. All those who seek on the road of psychic energy, dark energy, in the world cannot question him, and can only follow the rules on the road he has paved. Fuck. Bai Fu shook her head vigorously to dispel the strange thoughts that suddenly came to her mind. Just now, she did not receive any game prompts that she was attacked, but she was still affected by the Supreme God. What kind of ability is this? Domain? No, the domain of the extraordinary is not that strong. Could it be that the Supreme God has truly touched the realm of God? Even the extraordinary herself, who is about to complete the fourth divine transformation, and whose strength is not weaker than that of ordinary people, who have completed 4 transformations, can be affected. It seems that there is nothing wrong with saying that the Supreme God is almost a god. Bullshit. This is a big problem, isn't it? If the Supreme God really becomes a god, will it cause the arrival of the Reaper? Interrupt him. Bai Fu did not dare to delay, and immediately commanded the huge body of the god, and Hei Fu to attack the Supreme God at the same time. Facing the attack from both sides, Ezeron remained calm. No matter how you struggle, it's useless. I have already embarked on that road, and you still have a long way to go before you can recover and become a true god of the virtual world. Today, I don't care if you are Hei Fu, Bai Fu, or Transparent Fu, you will all become dead Fu when you meet me. Ezeron did not dodge or evade at all. He transformed into a tree rooted in space, controlling the purest spiritual energy, dark energy, and virtual particles to attack the divine bodies controlled by Hei Fu and Bai Fu. Bai Fu had only seen such a rough fighting style in the past. Now she finally met her opponent. But she had to admit that the Supreme Divine Disciple was an opponent that made her feel involuntarily afraid. His strength was already terrifying, and now that he had turned more than a dozen servants of the Apostle Holy City into his own nutrients, his strength was even more terrifying. Bai Fu can still deal with the Supreme God for a while, with the help of her huge body. Once the invincible body disappears, then... Fuck. Bai Fu doesn't think she can defeat the Supreme God from the front. Through the Apostle's vision, she saw with her own eyes that the health bar of the Supreme God was getting longer and longer, and the various attributes were slowly climbing over time. Correspondingly, the data of the servants entangled by the double helix tree were all falling at this time, and they were all miserable. We can only see whether Fei and Jinlu can get anything. If they can rescue these trapped servants and gather everyone's strength, they should be able to kill the Supreme God here today, otherwise it will be troublesome. Bai Fu used all the skills she could, and kept the Titan shield on her body. But this could only protect her from the harm of the Supreme God, but could not cause any substantial harm to the Supreme God. If it continued, the situation would obviously be unfavorable to her. While they were fighting, suddenly, Etheron stopped. Space fluctuations? Rufus is back? Oh. No. They were just 2 little guys, who had the aura of the Void Lord, but their strength was far inferior to that of the real Void Lord. Ezeron's sight fell on Fei and Jinlu, who suddenly appeared beside the first candidate for the divine disciple, Dipsys. The 2 worked together, their palms became knives, and the space-cutting blades wrapped in high-frequency vibrations chopped heavily on the branches that were entangled with Dipsys. Crack! The branch broke with a sound, but Dipsys was not saved because new branches grew from the broken section of the branch in an instant and entangled Dipsys. No, we must cut off all these branches in one go. Fei and Jinlu looked at each other, and each of them picked a side and chopped wildly. But they stopped while chopping. The branches they chopped off were not dead, but became more active, like an expanding and twisted mechanical arm, crackling and wrapping around them. Not good. Fei and Jinlu's faces suddenly changed. They didn't dare to stop for a moment, and quickly entered the void channel that had just been opened, and narrowly avoided the entanglement. They looked at Dipsys, who was entangled more tightly, with a grim face. Sister, it seems that we can only use a rough method to directly crush the branches and this person. He is a superb person, who has undergone 3 transformations. Even if his body is completely crushed, he should not die. Jinlu nodded in agreement, and just as they were about to take action, Bai Fu's voice rang in their minds. Hurry up and retreat, it will be too late if we don't retreat now. Go to where we just hid, I will come to find you soon. Fei Yi and Jinlu were startled. Floating in the sky, they hurriedly looked down, but what they saw was a scene that shocked them. Branches, branches, branches everywhere. Before they knew it, the entire Holy Land star had been pierced with countless holes by the black and white branches of the double helix tree, as if it was pierced, bound and imprisoned. At this time, there were wailing sounds everywhere on the Holy Land star. Because more people were sucked by the branches, these people were from the Apostle Holy City. As for Yingfu and the players, they received Baifu's emergency notice early, ran fast and far, and thus successfully avoided the crisis. No wonder the Supreme God disciple just stood there motionless. I thought he was swollen because of his sudden increase in strength. It turns out that this guy is secretly devouring the Holy Land Star and wants to attack us by surprise. Fei Yi gritted her teeth. The Supreme God was truly the most terrifying enemy she had ever seen. After decades of planning, even though his power had surged and his great cause was about to be accomplished, he still did not let victory get him carried away. Even though the most important chess piece was taken away by Rufus, he remained very calm in his heart. Listen to Bai Fu. Fei Yi shouted at Jean Lu, turned around and ran, and Jean Lu followed closely behind without delay. Want to escape? At this point, how could Ezron let Fei Yi and Jean Lu leave so easily? But just as he raised his hand, Bai Fu pushed the sacrifice staff forward, and the sacrifice rushed towards him together with the falling star sea. In the energy tide, Ezron was like a huge ship, unscathed, and did not shake a few times. When the energy tide dissipated, he found that Fei, Jean Lu, and Bai Fu were all gone, and what was blocking him was the huge body of the god. You want to stop me with this thing? Ezron sneered, but soon he found that something was wrong. It's fine. How can it be fine? He even used the skill of using virtual particles, but there is no trace of injury on the huge body. How can there be a life in the world that is more resistant to psychic energy, dark energy, attacks than him? You must be stupid. My body is invincible. Attacking it can only reduce the time it exists in the world, but it will not cause any impact on its body. Bai Fu carried Fei Yi and the others and ran away quickly. As for the players, children, I wish you good luck. The target of the warship the player is riding is too big. Even if she, as the Lord of the Void, helps the player to transfer, it is inevitable that traces will be left. What should we do next? Yulia asked Bai Fu urgently. Bai Fu, ask for help. It is impossible for us to kill the Supreme God alone. The three major cosmic civilizations are now unable to spare any hands. We can only ask the initial agreement. Such a big thing has happened. As long as the leader of the initial agreement is sincere in maintaining the balance, he will definitely not sit idly by and spread the news that the Supreme God swallowed the Holy Land Star, warning everyone that the Supreme God is now in great danger and can't let him swallow it like this, otherwise we will all die. Bai Fu did not hide the existence of the Reapers from Yulia, so as soon as she opened her mouth, Yulia knew what she meant. Don't worry, I will contact Li Tai and Sinlan immediately and ask them to contact the other servants of the Apostle Holy City. You will contact the initial protocol yourself. No problem. Bai Fu immediately sent a public broadcast message to the three major cosmic civilizations, asking the initial protocol to contact her as soon as possible. As expected, she received a message from the leader of the initial protocol in just half a minute. I know you've always wanted to kill me. For the balance you're pursuing, now there's a guy who's more capable of destroying the balance than me. If you don't do it again, something bad will happen. The leader of the initial agreement was stunned for a moment. Who? Bai Fu quickly told him what had just happened. There's no time for you to hesitate. Hurry over as fast as you can. Once Rufus is captured, and the fourth apostle falls into the hands of the Supreme God, it may be impossible to deal with him. The usually calm leader was also shocked after hearing Bai Fu's words. This change happened too quickly. A few minutes? He certainly couldn't make it in time. The good news is that because he was afraid of the strength of the Apostle Holy City, he sent several people to sneak into the Apostle Holy City in recent years. These people are far less powerful than him, but they can be regarded as masters among the three transformation super-absolutes, and they all have special props in their hands. Even if they can't kill the Supreme God, there should be a great chance that they can help Rufus escape the pursuit of the Supreme God. I have contacted those people. They are not far from where you are. They will arrive soon. Bai Fu breathed a sigh of relief. It is better to have someone to help than no one to help. Just over a minute later, a member of the original agreement arrived at the scene. His name was Angus, and he was a superpower. His data was much better than that of Dimitri, who was also a superpower. It can be seen that he was one of the trump cards in the original agreement. You go and meet up with Rufus. The others will pick you up. Leave this to me. Angus smiled confidently. No, buddy, you are very strong, but your data is not as good as the Supreme God. Bai Fu quickly persuaded Angus not to be so arrogant, and it would be better to wait until everyone was together before considering how to deal with the Supreme God. Angus waved his hand. Don't underestimate my ability, and I have this with me. A miniature ecliptic theodolite appeared in his hand. Bai Fu recognized this thing at a glance. Isn't this the destiny orb used by the original agreement when she was surrounded and killed in the virtual realm. Bai Fu had been craving this for a long time. After completing the Fusion Road mission and obtaining the analysis card, she had been planning how to analyze the production method of the Destiny Orb. She didn't expect that the opportunity would come to her now. Then what is there to hesitate about? Analysis card, start. After the copying work was completed, Bai Fu was too lazy to persuade Angus anymore. If you want to go, then go ahead. I slip away first. Bai Fu took Yulia, Faye, and others to chase in the direction where Rufus ran away. A few minutes later. Hey, wait for me. A voice came from the communicator. Bai Fu turned around and found Angus chasing after her breathlessly. Aren't you going to intercept the Supreme God? Angus' face turned green. Intercept? What the hell? I can't beat them. TSK. I told you that the Supreme God was very powerful, but you still didn't believe it. Bai Fu was too lazy to pay attention to Angus and continued to run. Although Angus was unreliable, his efforts were still useful. For example, he successfully bought her time and made the Supreme God's 5-minute arrest of Rufus become a joke. Of course, it wasn't very funny, because the Supreme God finally stopped Rufus, but it took twice as long. 1, 2, 3. A total of 12 supernatural powers. The Supreme God smiled without any fear. Compared to 10 minutes ago, he had changed. He had merged half with the double helix tree, completely lost his human form, and looked like a dancing monster under the night sky. It's my honor to have so many people watching my godhood ceremony. It's also your honor to witness my godhood ceremony. Chapter 365. Compared to not long ago, the level of the Supreme God has increased again, from level 271 to level 274, and is only one step away from the currently known level cap of 275. But this step is not so easy to cross. Bai Fu found that there was a new status after his name. Life Chasm, as the name of the status says, a chasm lies in front of the Supreme God at this time, making it impossible for him to rely on simply accumulating strength to achieve level improvement and life level transition. He needed a special evolution to prove that he had the qualifications to break the cage and become a god. For the Supreme God, it was not difficult to complete this evolution, at least in his own opinion. What was so difficult about it? He just needed to knock down all the 10 or so supernaturals in front of him, and then grab the fourth apostle and swallow him in one gulp. Ezron did not think he could not do it. There were many people on the opposite side, but he was not fighting alone. The dozen or so apostle holy city servants entangled in the branches of the huge double helix tree were his best power banks. With the help of a dozen power banks, plus he had already completed nearly half of the fusion with the double helix tree, how could he lose? It seems that it is difficult to run away, so I can only fight him. Angus covered his scarred arm, his face full of fatigue. Can we win? At this time, another member of the original agreement asked. Can we win a hammer? Bai Fu couldn't help rolling her eyes. Half a meter away from her, a task introduction panel was floating. Tree of the Rebel. Task introduction. The Supreme God of the Apostle Holy City unexpectedly attacked his companions and turned them into firewood on his way to becoming a god. The massive infusion of psychic energy and dark energy made him resonate with the cosmic treasure double helix tree born in the virtual world. When they are completely integrated, perhaps it is the time when the will of the Supreme God erodes the virtual world. Task goal. Prevent the integration of the Supreme God and the double helix tree. Current integration progress 42.97%. Reward 350 billion experience points. The remnant of the holy tree. The old gene bank *1. Note 1. When the progress is higher than 80%, the task is declared failed. Note 2. When the progress reaches 100%, the Supreme God will be able to influence the virtual world, and all psychic prayer masters will be affected. This newly triggered task revealed a lot of useful information. It not only points out the origin of the double helix tree, but also the true purpose of the Supreme God. It turns out that this cub wants to counter-erode the virtual world by fusing the double helix tree, and finally control the entire virtual world. No wonder he keeps talking about what kind of path to becoming a god. If he really controls the virtual world, then he is really no different from a god. The god of the virtual world, not as good as one of his fingers, and the mission reward also reveals that it is very difficult to stop the Supreme God. 350 billion experience points is amazing, and the remaining heart of the holy tree and the old gene bank are even more amazing. The remnant heart of the holy tree, the top-level super rare item, has the effect of shaping a holy tree body. This body has extraordinary psychic energy, dark energy, affinity, and has extremely strong self-healing ability and resistance to attack. Of course, Bai Fu can't use this now. After all, her own racial potential score has reached 99.8, which is not inferior to the Holy Tree body, and even better. She doesn't need to throw away the talents and skills she has long been accustomed to readapt to a new body. If the task can be completed, it is better to give the Holy Tree body to Yulia. Bai Fu's favorite is the old gene bank. This gene bank contains a large amount of genetic data of the old virtual civilization. This data may be the key to further her race's potential. I can only say that the mission reward is very good. But such a good reward means that it is difficult to stop the Supreme God in the current situation. Let alone stop it. It is hard to say whether you can leave here alive. In short, let's give everyone present a shot of prevention. Bai Fu took a deep breath and shouted in the communication channel. The tree that the Supreme God merged with is the double helix tree born in the virtual world. Once he completely merges with this tree, he will have the opportunity to control the virtual world and truly become a godlike existence. At that time, no matter where we escape to, he can come instantly as long as he catches our movements. What? A cry startled thousands of birds in the forest. Everyone present, including the fourth apostle and Etheron himself, was shocked. Yulia and others were shocked by the plan of the Supreme God. The fourth apostle was shocked that he and the Supreme God discovered the double helix tree together, but he didn't know that the double helix tree had this function. Etheron was shocked that Bai Fu could see through his true purpose. Bai Fu is the god of the void realm. It is reasonable that she is knowledgeable, but this is the only thing she shouldn't know. What's going on? When Etheron frowned, the fourth apostle who was held by Rufus had already asked sharply. How did you find out that the double helix tree has this effect right under my nose? When? Etheron smiled. From the moment we found the double helix tree. The fourth apostle couldn't believe it. Impossible, I'm an apostle. Even I didn't see it. How could you see it? Etheron, it's because you are an apostle, you are part of the virtual world, you can't see it. Not only can't see it, even if I tell you that the double helix tree has this effect, you can't merge with the double helix tree, you are just a projection of the old days, and you want to surpass the old days, and become a true god. Bai Fu is much smarter than you. She simply gave up her apostle status, and wanted to integrate into today's world. Now she can merge with the double helix tree, but it's too late. I will devour all of you here and turn you into my nutrients. The dark tree man roared silently in the deep space. The surging power tore the surrounding space apart. The spiritual energy and dark energy intertwined, breaking through the barriers in the virtual space of another dimension, and descended at this moment, enveloping Bai Fu and others. This is not a cage, but the effect of the advent of the virtual dimension is no worse than the initial agreement of the people using the fate sphere. Everyone present felt a huge pressure, and the one who felt the most pressure was none other than Apostle number 4. After all, Etheron's first goal was to eat it. Stop him quickly. Once he absorbs me, he can seize the ecological niche of the god of the virtual realm, and become a new god of the virtual realm. At that time, his fusion with the double helix tree can no longer be reversed. Do you really think you can defeat the entire world? Apostle number 4 kept shouting. The only response it received was Etheron's sneer, and the sounds of others fighting. What's the point of shouting, sister, now? Can it help us defeat the Supreme God? While dealing with the tentacles-like branches that suddenly appeared from all directions, Angus quickly told the leader about the situation here. The leader had no choice but to let them hold on as long as possible. More than a dozen people besieged Etheron together, but it was these dozen people who fell into a disadvantage. Firstly, the data difference between the two sides is huge. Secondly, after learning the truth about Etheron's strength, everyone has to divert their attention to protect Apostle number 4, so as to prevent Apostle number 4 from being snatched away by Etheron. In such a situation, this battle, which was already difficult to fight, became even more difficult to deal with. Every moment, someone was hit by a branch, even Bai Fu, who had a terrifyingly high affinity for psychic energy, and was proficient in the void ability. In the short term, there was no abnormality in everyone, but as time went on, as more and more negative buffs accumulated on everyone, the balance of victory would sooner or later completely tip over to Etheron. It just so happens that we are facing a psychic boss. If it is a boss from another school, I can still rely on the dark psychic and some special prayer cards to continuously add debuffs to the boss and gradually narrow the gap between the two sides. Bai Fu was a little annoyed. If the situation does not change at all, they will all die here. One of her clones is not here, and the souls of Yulia and others are also backed up in the Heaven Arc, so they will not really die. But then no one can stop the Supreme God, and the Supreme God will be transformed into a god. becoming an ultimate supermodel monster that should never appear in version 3.0. We must find a way to reverse the situation. The first thing Bai Fu thought of was her 4th transformation mission. She was only one step away from completing the 4th transformation mission. As long as she could increase the plot exploration degree of above the stars to more than 8%, she could instantly complete the transformation mission and raise her level to around level 270 in one go. It's hard to say whether she can defeat the Supreme God at this level, but she can definitely hold out for a long time under the attack of the Supreme God until the leader and others arrive. How can we improve the plot exploration now? Bai Fu's eyes fell on Angus and others. Fei Yi, Jean Lu, cover me. The twins did not hesitate, and their spatial abilities burst out. They risked getting hurt and fought for the opportunity for Bai Fu to come to Angus. Time is running out. Tell me a secret that can affect the entire Shanghai situation. Angus was confused. Sister, what are you doing? You are still trying to get information from me at this time. If you have the time to get information from me, you might as well think about how to get the 4th apostle out of this cage. Angus was actually very unhappy with Bai Fu. The reason they can cooperate now is purely because Ezeron is more terrifying. I'm trying to get information from you. Bai Fu was almost speechless. Who has the time to get information from you at this time? Hurry up, as long as you tell me a big secret, my strength will immediately become stronger. Don't disbelieve it, this is one of the requirements for me to complete the 4th transformation. I don't believe you. Angus didn't want to bother with Bai Fu anymore. He was too busy dealing with Etheron's attack, so how could he bother talking to Bai Fu about these nonsense? He could complete his transformation to divinity by listening to a secret. He would just take it if there was such a good thing in the world. Just when Bai Fu wanted to curse, there was a new movement outside the virtual dimension. Who? Etheron stopped attacking temporarily and turned his head to look. He saw that a dense mass of small light spots suddenly lit up in the lightless universe. Look carefully. Those are spaceships one after another. Judging from the shape, a few are spaceships driven by players, and more are spaceships from the Holy City of Apostles. Could it be that the people of the Holy City of Apostles have kidnapped the players to come to support the Supreme God? Oh no. Bai Fu soon realized that these people came to attack the Supreme God. What happened on the Holy Land Star has been spread through the propaganda of Lit and Sinlan, and most people in the Holy City of Apostles regard the Supreme God as an enemy. Why did your Majesty rebel? They either want to avenge those servants who are about to be sucked dry, or they are worried that after those servants are sucked dry, it will be their turn, so they take the initiative. With this in mind, they immediately attacked the Supreme Gods as soon as they arrived at the scene. There's hope. Angus' eyes lit up. He didn't expect these spaceships to kill the Supreme Gods. That was totally unrealistic. But as long as they could break the virtual dimension that had descended, they could take the opportunity to escape. There's hope? We're in big trouble. Angus didn't understand. But how could Bai Fu, a psychic prayer master, not understand? As expected, the attacks of these spaceships failed to shake the virtual dimension that had descended. After a round of bombing, thousands of branches suddenly shot out from the void. These branches quickly expanded to be thicker than deep space missiles, and then penetrated all nearby spaceships in an instant with the force of thunder. Energy, all the energy in the spaceship has been sucked away by the branches. The people in the spaceship shouted in horror. Some powerful superpowers tried to jump off the ship and leave, but the small branches separated from the thick branches and tangled them in the blink of an eye. Now that you are here, you still want to escape? All this happened within 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, Etheron, who originally only had a dozen power banks, suddenly had hundreds of thousands of small batteries hanging on his body. With the supply of these small batteries, his aura became more and more terrifying. Damn it, Angus's face turned green. He finally realized that he had thought the problem was too simple. It will take some time for the leader to arrive. They may really die here. Angus was under great pressure, just like Apostle number 4. He will die, he will die, he will die. It can only place its hopes on Bai Fu. You are the god of the Void Realm, you must have a way. As long as you restore the true body of the god of the Void Realm now, Etheron will not be able to completely merge with the double helix tree. In this way, there is still a chance to get rid of him. Is there such a thing? Bai Fu was stunned for a moment, but soon the tense expression on her face collapsed. She also wanted to, but she was not the real god of the Void Realm. Now it can only place its hopes on completing the 4th transformation. Bai Fu found Angus again, and this time her tone was much heavier. I'm not kidding you. If you don't want to die, do what I say and tell me a secret that can affect the entire galaxy. Angus was stunned. Bai Fu didn't seem to be joking, but would this really work? What is a secret that can affect the entire galaxy? The Reaper? This secret can't be told. If you tell it, I already know about the Reaper, so let's change it. Ah, then. Angus dodged and thought at the same time. His brain was spinning fast, but he couldn't think of anything. Then tell me what secret the first seekers found in the void. You should know this, right? Bai Fu urged. The secret found in the void. Yes, that one. Angus said hurriedly. This matter is actually related to the harvesters. The first group of seekers originally went to investigate the harvesting incident in the void, but there, they found a set of set programs. They couldn't crack the program, so they could only temporarily seal it up. Now the program is in the original agreement, and is kept by the Son of Prophecy. That's it? Bai Fu was stunned for a moment, and just when she was about to ask another secret, the prompt that popped up surprised her. Above the stars plot exploration plus 3.7% fuck. She was dumbfounded. If she remembered correctly, the plot exploration she added after she learned about the existence of the Reaper was not so high. What on earth was that program? Bai Fu knew very well that now was not the time to worry about this. After obtaining 3.7% of the plot exploration, she finally successfully completed all the requirements of the fourth transformation mission. It's time. She grabbed a flying branch with a snap. Facing Esselin's arrogant eyes, her lips moved slightly. Transform. You have completed the fourth divine transformation mission, the intertwined spiritual energy and dark energy submerged Bai Fu, and at the same time, a series of game prompt sounds also submerged Bai Fu. Chapter 346. God Fire Sprouting Progress 80.0%. Beyond Peak plus 3 Advanced to Beyond Peak plus 4. Divine Transformation plus 3 Advanced to Divine Transformation plus 4. Nurturing God plus 3 Advanced to Nurturing God plus 4. Ethereal Spirit Sunk C Advanced to Ethereal Spirit Primal Explosion. You have obtained the new bonus Primal Purification. A large number of prompts appeared. Along with the game prompts came a force that made Bai Fu, the controller, feel trembling. This power is vast and profound. This is it. Bai Fu quickly clicked on the game prompts and checked them one by one. Among them, the advancement of Beyond Peak and Breeding Divine Envoys is nothing special as always. The former further enhances the power of her prayer card, and the latter increases the number of divine envoys she can control by one again. The advancement of divine transformation is actually very regular, but the bonus is as exaggerated as the third transformation. From the original basic inspiration plus 27%, basic strength and other attributes plus 22%, it became basic inspiration plus 42%, basic strength and other attributes plus 37%. So that's why, it's because I have mastered all 9 psychic attributes. Bai Fu smiled and continued to flip through the pages. The skill Ethereal Rush that was upgraded during the third transformation was upgraded again this time, and became Ethereal Primal Explosion. The Sunken Sea releases a mixture of psychic energy and dark energy, while the Primal Explosion releases a flow of primordial energy from the virtual world particles. Although the skill cost is 3 times as much as before, it is worth mentioning that the skill power is 5 times as much as before. The only problem is that Ethereal Primal Explosion cannot be used frequently, because synthesizing virtual world particles puts a heavy burden on the body of the psychic praying master. But, hey, I don't seem to be subject to this restriction. Bai Fu looked at the new bonus she had obtained with a look of surprise. Primal Purification. You have been recognized by the Void Realm. Primal Purification allows you to use Void Realm particles without restrictions, without worrying about being assimilated by the Void Realm. Fuck awesome. With this bonus, Bai Fu can not only use Void Spirit Primal Burst without restrictions, but also upgrade many other skills and prayer cards. The benefit this brings to her is that her output capacity will suddenly soar by 1 or 2 times. 1 or 2 times? No, this is not the limit of my advancement this time. Upgrade me, add points, +1, +1, +1. In just a few seconds, Bai Fu raised the level of the Dark Emperor profession from level 30 to level 41, and the total level of the single profession also rose from level 260 to level 271. Just when Bai Fu tried to add points to herself, she suddenly received a new prompt. Ding! You triggered a special job transfer. Dark Emperor advanced to a higher level alternative job Original Lord. Job transfer completed. You get attribute corrections. Strength plus 271, Agility plus 271, Constitution plus 542, Intelligence plus 542, Spirit plus 542, Inspiration plus 1,355, Attribute points plus 1,355. Is there such a good thing? Bai Fu quickly added all her attribute points to Inspiration. At this moment, her attribute panel ushered in a drastic change. Health: 1781380/1781380 Psionic 331473030/331473030 Attributes: Strength 15160, Agility 16689, Constitution 23060, Intelligence 15383, Spirit 21594, Inspiration 38100. Compared with before the fourth transformation, the improvement of various attributes is not small, especially inspiration, which has increased from nearly 30,000 to 38,100 in one go. From the basic data alone, it is actually no worse than the current Supreme God. The difference is that the Supreme God has merged half with the double helix tree, and absorbed a large number of servants, members of the Apostle Holy City, and the Apostle Holy City spaceship, which has increased his real-time inspiration to an extremely exaggerated value. It doesn't matter, at least it's not completely invincible now, and the most important point is, Bai Fu found that the void dimension summoned by the Supreme God could no longer trap him, and she could break through the shackles and contact her other body left in the outside world. In this case, the first thing she had to do was to stop more people from the Apostle Holy City from rushing over to be killed, so as to prevent the Supreme God from becoming more powerful after a crazy sucking. When Bai Fu controlled another body to do this, everyone around her stopped fighting and focused their eyes on her. What's going on? Even Angus, who was extremely insensitive to psychic energy, noticed something unusual. He found that after he told Bai Fu the secret she wanted to hear, in just a few dozen seconds, Bai Fu's aura increased twice. These two growths were without any signs, and of great magnitude. Angus felt like he saw a huge sun that was so big that it could engulf the galaxy. Such a terrifying life force, isn't it completely inferior to the Supreme God? Could it be that Bai Fu really completed the fourth divine transformation after listening to the secret he told her as she said? No. This is totally unreasonable. Even if Bai Fu could really complete the fourth transformation in this way, her transformation speed should not be so fast, and her aura should not have such a strange step-by-step growth. Could it be that Bai Fu used two secret methods of explosive power in succession? Angus didn't figure it out for a while, but the Supreme God Aziron on the opposite side saw through it at a glance. What's wrong with her? Originally, his attention was mostly on Apostle number 4, but now he had to stare at Bai Fu. Because Bai Fu has become stronger, and it's a transformation. She stood there, holding the flying double helix tree branches, like a mountain. This mountain, which made ordinary people breathless, also made Aziron's heart ring with alarm. At present, he has not devoured the fourth apostle, and has not completely merged with the double helix tree. If Bai Fu recovers the identity of the god of the void realm at this time, his path to becoming a god will be cut off by Bai Fu. Never allow this to happen. I don't know what means you use to make your strength soar, but it doesn't matter. No matter how much your strength increases, you can't beat me who is merged with the double helix tree. My carefully designed plan, my hard work, my extraordinary talent, my extraordinary luck, everything I have, will not allow me to lose to you. Things from the past should be kept in the past. At this moment, Aziron suddenly retracted all the branches that were stretched out. It was like he was shrinking the front line. But everyone knew that he was retracting his fist at this time in order to punch better. The next time, the target of his punch would be Bai Fu. Bai Fu, get out of the way! The first person to remind was Yulia. Then came Fei Yi, Jean Lu, Ing Fu, Angus and others. The fourth apostle and Rufus, who actually had a grudge against Bai Fu, were no exception. If Bai Fu died at the hands of Esalen, then they would have a harder time. Unfortunately, their reminder came too late. Esalen had already finished accumulating power. Quick, quick, quick! In the virtual dimension that descended, Esalen was a god. As soon as he thought of it, countless branches and virtual particles had turned into 10,000 branches returning to the root and rushed towards Bai Fu. Death, boom, boom, boom. The dark energy that accidentally leaked out during the explosion caused a chain explosion of the surrounding spacecraft, which was a string of millions of firecrackers. Because the particle shock waves refracted by the collision annihilated all the nearby stars one by one, the huge tide generated by the annihilation swept the super galaxy cluster, where the Holy Land star was located at an incredibly fast speed. Undoubtedly, this is the biggest disaster encountered by the Apostle Holy City in thousands of years. When the shock subsides, it can be predicted that the entire super galaxy cluster is very likely to collapse. And the initiator of all this is the Supreme God, who is supposed to protect the Apostle Holy City. In the face of such a disaster, Esalen did not show any pity, but laughed wildly. He won. To be honest, if Bai Fu was not the god of the void realm, He might not win this battle, because the aura that Baifu exuded just now was not much weaker than his. If Baifu delayed for a long time, when the people of the three cosmic civilizations arrived after the initial agreement, the situation would be very unfavorable to him. But who made Baifu the god of the Void Realm? In order to deal with the god of the Void Realm, he had been preparing since the day he reached a cooperation with the fourth apostle. Just now, in the terrifying frenzy of annihilation of the Void Realm particles, he secretly inserted a special attack item against the god of the Void Realm, which was stripped from the body of the fourth apostle, and continuously improved by him, and the double helix tree, the god of the Void Realm death factor. This death factor has two functions. One is to prevent the god of the Void from communicating with the Void, and the other is to erode the god of the Void's existence, to lead it from the Void, and then kill it in this way. Baifu's attention was all on the particle frenzy, so he didn't realize that he had hidden his trick at all, and he was really hit. Considering that Baifu still has a clone, Esteron didn't think that this trick could really kill Baifu completely. However, he didn't need to kill Baifu completely. As long as he could kill the Baifu who was in the way, he could catch the fourth apostle. After he swallowed the fourth apostle, no matter how Baifu tossed, it would not affect him. Ezeron, you. The face of the fourth apostle changed drastically. He saw through Ezeron's plan and was in shock. Ezeron laughed sinisterly. The fourth apostle, this is all thanks to you. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't be able to make the death factor of the god of the Void. Without the death factor, I wouldn't be able to kill Baifu here. It was you who directed your own death. The fourth apostle was so angry that he trembled all over. The people next to him, who didn't know the truth and could only understand the situation through the conversation between the two of them, were almost fainted this time. Damn apostle number 4, you really made us suffer. Angus and Rufus wanted to rush up and give apostle number 4 a few big fights. Seeing Baifu's strength soaring, they thought they were going to be saved. Now, everything is ruined by the idiot apostle number 4. Ezeron no longer paid attention to Rufus and others. The branches were biting the Void, and his tree body quickly approached Baifu. It was time to reap Baifu's life. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The space was ruthlessly crushed. In the turbulence of the intertwined space, a small fist suddenly broke through the thick energy cloud. That was Baifu's fist. A special death factor for the god of the Void? Oh, awesome. The problem is, I, Baifu, am not the god of the Void at all. I just happen to be called the god of the Void. You bastard, take my Void Spirit Primal Burst with the real damage effect. Baifu originally fantasized about fighting the Supreme God to the end of the universe, but who would have thought that the Supreme God would not play by the rules and hide a killer move? That's good. The Supreme God has used a killing move, so wouldn't it be too rude for her not to respond with a killing move? How is that possible? When he saw Baifu's fist coming out, Ezeron realized something was wrong. When the original power of the virtual world surged out of the fist, he shouted in surprise. Why was Baifu not affected by the death factor? He didn't have time to think about this question. Baifu punched him directly in the face, and a large amount of virtual particles flowed into his body along his face, biting his body mercilessly. Boom, boom, boom. Under the impact of the explosion, his entire body shattered and flew backwards. Pain, severe pain, heart-wrenching pain. In the pain, a sense of exhaustion pierced Esselin's soul. Since he merged with the double helix tree, he felt the threat of death for the first time. No! How could he die here? He played with the apostles like toys. He found the double helix tree that even the god of the Void Realm didn't know existed, and he left himself enough retreat with every step he took. How could he fall down when he was about to succeed? There is only one possible reason why he fell into Baifu's hands just now. You are not the god of the Void Realm at all. Yes, apart from this answer, Esteron could not think of why Baifu, who was infected with the death factor, would be fine. Baifu did not comment. The others around, except for a few people who knew about it, were all confused. Baifu is not the god of the Void Realm, but didn't Baifu herself personally verify that she is the god of the Void Realm? If she is really not, then it means that she is lying? Fuck, I didn't expect that a guy like you with thick eyebrows and big eyes would also cheat outside. Angus felt like he was about to break apart. He once had a beautiful fantasy about the world, because there were people like Baifu who were supreme, pure and kind in the world, but now... I kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you! Ezeron angrily launched a violent attack on Baifu. He figured it out. It wasn't a bad thing that Baifu was not the god of the Void Realm. Since Baifu was not the god of the Void Realm, her strength must be much weaker than he imagined, and she couldn't cut off his path to becoming a god. So kill them all, TSK. Baifu curled her lips in disdain. You think you are safe after finding out that I am not the god of the void? I am not, but I am. Daughter? Yes, at the same time, Bai Fu's other body appeared in front of the real god of the void, Elias. This is an opportunity, a good opportunity to defeat Ezeron and clear her name, so that Elias will not chase her in the future. Mother? Elias looked at Bai Fu, who suddenly appeared in surprise. She was not in a good condition, because she suddenly felt a palpitation not long ago, as if some powerful existence had awakened in the sea of stars, which made her feel that something big was going to happen. Bai Fu happened to show up at this time, which seemed to prove that her feeling was correct. Bai Fu stepped forward and put her hand on Ai Lijia's shoulder. Ai Lijia, now that things have come to this, I must tell you the truth. What truth? Bai Fu said sincerely, actually, I'm not your mother, I'm your sister. Ai Lijia was petrified on the spot. Chapter 367. Maybe I'm dreaming. Ai Lijia went back to the room, took a few deep breaths, and then opened the door and walked out again. However, the big Bai Fu that Bai Fu descended upon was still standing at the door. So everything she heard just now was not a dream, then. No. This doesn't prove that what Bai Fu said was true. Maybe Bai Fu was just joking with her. It sounds too outrageous that my mother suddenly became my sister. In comparison, it sounds a little more reasonable that my mother became my sister. Although it is also outrageous, at least this kind of thing really happened. As for becoming a younger sister, don't make a fuss. The birth order doesn't even match. Ai Lijia said seriously, Mother, this is not the time to joke. I just suddenly sensed that two very scary psychic lives were born in the starry sky. I need to confirm the situation. If you don't have anything urgent to do, just walk around. I come back to chat with you after I'm done. It's not easy to be the chief affairs officer of the Silent Court. These days, although she is not on the front line, Ai Lijia is still busy. There is no other way, because now is a time of great changes. She must grasp every piece of information and carefully analyze whether it will be detrimental to the Court of Silence. Sometimes, Ai Lijia admires Yulia. Yulia's mother sticks with Bai Fu's mother every day, and after that, she can handle all the affairs of the Court of Silence in an orderly manner. How does she do this? You know, she often wishes she could become two people. Could it be that Yulia's mother sticks with Bai Fu's mother while handling official business? Thinking of this, Alice admired him even more. He could handle official business while doing the posting, and he could handle it without any mistakes. What kind of Superman is this? She also wanted to learn this skill. Maybe she could use it in the future. Alice walked away with her mind wandering, but she was pulled back by Bai Fu after just 2 steps. Okay, no need to check. The 2 very scary psychic lives you mentioned are most likely the Supreme God of the Apostle Holy City and me. The Supreme God just merged with the double helix tree, and I just completed the 4th divine transformation. Alice, don't doubt me, I'm not kidding. I'm sorry, Alice, I didn't mean to take advantage of you. As your sister, I pretended to be your mother. I have my reasons. Bai Fu looked at Alice with an apology on her face. In fact, you were not created by me. The reason you have the memory of the god of the Void Realm is because you are the real god of the Void Realm. Huh? Alice's eyes almost popped out when she heard this. Me, the god of the Void Realm? This is not right. If I am the real god of the Void Realm, then mother. Then why do you also have all the abilities of the god of the Void Realm? Why can't others see that you are not the god of the Void Realm? Bai Fu explained, because I am an apostle, and I am a very special apostle. As everyone knows, there were originally only 11 apostles in the Void Realm. I relied on my own efforts, and eventually became the 12th apostle. As an apostle, of course, I can disguise myself as the god of the Void Realm, and make others unable to see the flaws. Well, that's why I said I am your sister. You are apostle number 1, and I am apostle number 12. Of course I am your sister. It seems like I understand, but it also seems like I understand nothing. Ai Lijia asked, then why do you pretend to be the god of the Void Realm, and pretend to be my mother? This is what happened. Bai Fu shared the story she had just made up with Ai Lijia. In fact, your mother, Bai Fu, I saw that you are the god of the Void Realm a long time ago. Not only that, I also saw that many people are eyeing you, such as the 4th apostle, the Supreme God, and the people who signed the original agreement. They are all greedy for your body, and wish to eat you up. I am different. As your sister, I don't want your body at all. I only respect and worship you. You maintain the peace of the Void Realm with your own strength. You continue the civilization of the Void Realm with your own strength, and when you are at the peak, you are willing to take risks to come to the Void Realm to find a future. You are the real saint. Based on this respect and worship, After learning that you are the god of the Void Realm, the first thought that came to my mind was not to rush up and stick to you, but I want to protect you. Yes, I want to protect you. I can't let your true identity be exposed, because if you do, you will be in endless trouble. But how can I protect you? Simply hiding your identity is not enough, because there is still a risk of disclosure. In the end, I came up with a bold plan, that is, I disguise myself as the god of the Void Realm. As long as everyone thinks that I am the god of the Void Realm, then no one will doubt your identity, you will be safe, and you can grow up safely. At the beginning, things went smoothly, but things did not go as planned, and you suddenly awakened some of the memories of the god of the Void Realm. It was really thrilling at that time, because I didn't know that this happened. Fortunately, you didn't publicize it, and because of the misjudgment of the news from the outside world, you took the initiative to look for me. The moment you found me, I was really nervous and surprised. That was a close call. In short, in order to continue to conceal I can only pretend to be your mother. To be honest, I was under a lot of pressure during the acting period. You said that I, a younger sister, actually turned into the mother of an idol sister. Isn't this a joke? I wanted to explain the situation to you several times, but after learning about the conspiracy of the fourth apostle and the supreme god, I dared not to speak out. I could only hold on to this secret tightly, not even telling Yulia. Fortunately, all the efforts in the past are valuable. Elegy, wake up. Now is the time for you to wake up. Baifu told Elegia what happened in the Apostle Holy City, including the conspiracy and conflict between the Supreme God and the Fourth Apostle, including the existence of the double helix tree, including the current situation. Elegia, now you just need to stop the Supreme God and maintain the peace of the virtual world. When Baifu looked at Elegia with expectant eyes, Elegia was completely confused. This story is too bizarre. She couldn't dream of such a bizarre dream. But everything makes sense, there is no flaw in Baifu's words. Baifu, who never lies, Baifu, who always admires her, suddenly told a big lie. What else could it be for except to protect her, and deal with the villains in the Apostle Holy City? Elegia believed it. She was so moved that her heart melted. Mother, oh no, sister, you are so nice, you are simply the best person I have ever seen in the world. She took a few steps forward, hugged Dada Baifu's legs, and put her face on her fleshy legs, feeling the strange warmth. Thank you. At this point, the entanglement in Elegia's heart has dissipated a lot. Mother suddenly became a sister? It was indeed very entangled at first. But thinking carefully, it is actually quite good. She is not a pervert who likes to play mother-daughter role-playing games. A sister, and not a real sister, isn't that good? Feeling the friction on her thigh, Baifu knew that she was almost successful. She came to find Elegy this time for two purposes. The first purpose is to wake up Elegy, and cut off the path of the Supreme God to become a god. In this way, even if the Supreme God caught the fourth apostle, she would not have to worry. The second purpose is to use this incident to make her relationship with Elegy clear, so that the truth will not be accidentally exposed, and Elegy will chase her with a big stick as Yulia worried. It is not clear whether Baifu can achieve the first goal. But the second goal has obviously been achieved. Damn it, I believe it myself. If it were not for the clear memory of the past in her mind, Baifu would almost think that she was really a good woman, who did not want to take advantage of Elegia, and only wanted to protect Elegia. If she thought so, how could Elegia not fall into her trap? I can't help but say it. Another hug to express our deep sisterly love. After hugging for a long time, Elegia took the initiative to let go of Baifu. Mother, sister. Sister, you can just call me Sister Bai or Sister Fu, don't be so polite. Baifu corrected Elegia's address. Yulia, who had always been linked to her, was speechless this time. Damn, you are the worst, sister? You are calling me by the shadow of Fu, right? Sister Bai, Sister Fu, you are worthy of it. Elegia blushed, then, Sister Fu, ahem, let me talk about business first. Although I know the situation is very dangerous now, I still don't know how to restore the true body of the god of the Void Realm. My memory is very messy and broken. This is indeed a problem. Baifu thought for a moment. What if I bring some of your true spirit essence and true spirit relics? Elegia hesitated. Maybe it will work? Okay, then wait for me. Baifu, who was in the battlefield near the Holy Land Star, immediately took action. Yingfu, go! She personally entangled the Supreme God, and Yingfu, who received the order, suddenly flashed in front of the sneaky apostle number 4 like a ghost. Want to escape? No, I definitely don't want to escape. Apostle number 4 was startled. In the past, he would never be afraid of Yingfu, After all, its level is much higher than Yingfu. But now it was seriously injured by Ezeron's conspiracy, and Yingfu's strength increased sharply after being strengthened by Baifu, and the offensive and defensive situation was different. Hand over the true spirit essence and true spirit remains of the god of the void realm that you swallowed. Yingfu took out a weapon and threatened Apostle number 4 without hesitation. Apostle number 4 immediately became alert. What do you want to do? Yingfu knocked its head with her weapon impatiently. You have no choice now. I can't kill you, but the Supreme God can. You don't want to die at the hands of the Supreme God, do you? Then hand over the things obediently. Only in this way can we stop the Supreme God from becoming a god. The face of the fourth apostle was uncertain. The true spirit essence and true spirit remains of the god of the void realm are the key to its replacement of the god of the void realm. If it hands this over, it is very likely that it will never be able to turn over. Hee. Yingfu sneered. If you hesitate any longer, we won't bother to care about you. Once my elder sister leaves, I see how you can still hesitate. The body of the fourth apostle stiffened. To this day, does it still have a choice? Or rather, after being plotted against by Ezeron, it has no choice. For you, all for you. Hundreds of years ago, I, the fourth apostle, could have the last laugh in the fight between the apostles. Now, as long as I am not dead, I can still continue to laugh in the future. Apostle number 4 separated all the fragments of the true spirit essence and true spirit relics of the god of the void realm that he had merged with. Snap! Yingfu raised her hand and caught the thing. Etheron, who was fighting with Baifu, noticed the abnormality at the first time. His heart was shocked, and he wanted to stop it, but how could Baifu give him this opportunity? Let you have a taste of this trick. Baifu first played the Void Hell skill card that she had obtained through the mission before, and then she raised her right hand high in the shocked eyes of Etheron. Black and white energy intertwined in her palm, and an invisible wind blew in the Void Hell. In an instant, flames formed by countless tiny particles rose up. Initial Furnace, this is the name of this skill. And this skill is Etheron's ultimate move. How do you know this move? Etheron shouted. How can I? Of course, I copied it through the ultimate John card. Baifu smiled. After Angus told her the secret, she not only completed the transformation task, but also completed the secrets of the old days task that was triggered a long time ago. One of the rewards of this task is the ultimate John card. Anyway, thank you for giving me such a useful ultimate skill that is both damage and control. Under the scorching heat of the initial furnace, Esselin's body melted at an incredibly fast speed, and his scary-looking health bar began to drop in percentage. Alas, noble percentage damage. But Baifu didn't expect that this percentage damage could really kill the Supreme God instantly. The Supreme God is no longer the Supreme God of the past. After a certain degree of fusion with the double helix tree, the health bar on his head can no longer be considered his real health bar, but only a corner of his huge vitality. As expected, at the moment when the health bar was reduced to only 18.2%, the length of the Supreme God's health bar quickly increased at a terrifying speed. If you don't destroy the double helix tree, or forcibly separate him from the double helix tree, it will be as difficult to kill him as it is to kill me. Baifu curled her lips. Never mind. Anyway, the point now is not to fool the Supreme God. When the Supreme God was burned by the initial furnace, Yingfu had already cooperated with Fei He and Jean Lu to send the things they had just obtained back to the supernatural garden. I try. Eiliji grabbed the true spirit essence and true spirit relics fragments handed over by Dada Baifu. She felt an unprecedented sense of intimacy. Sister Fu really didn't lie to her. She is really the god of the void realm. For the void realm, for Sister Fu, come back, my most proud power. The true spirit essence and true spirit relics fragments turned into a pure energy and poured into Aijia's body. At this moment, Aijia returned to the position of the god of the void realm. At this moment, the fourth apostle, the supreme god, and the leader of the original agreement all stopped. The leader of the original agreement listened to the report from the Son of Prophecy. The crisis of the arrival of the Reaper has been resolved. Chapter 368. The leader breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know what happened, the future that the Son of Prophecy saw was that the Supreme God's path to godhood had been cut off. In this way, in a short period of time, no matter how the Supreme God struggled, he would not be able to break the balance line, causing the Reaper to come out and harvest. Help me lock the fate star of the Supreme God. He must die this time. Also, let the Destiny Weaver keep an eye on Baifu, get rid of the Supreme God, and the next one will be Baifu. Only when all these unstable elements are eliminated can the world be stable. The Son of Prophecy quickly agreed. After the leader ended the call, he led his men to continue flying towards the vicinity of the Holy Land. At the same time, Etheron was now furious. Even the son of prophecy, an outsider, could see that his path to godhood was broken, so how could he, as the person involved, not know anything? If there was no hope from the beginning, he would at most complain a few words. When he saw hope, and was about to reach the top, the door was suddenly closed. His anger could no longer be suppressed. Countless energies burst out from the body of Etheron, who was trapped in the initial furnace. Under the impact of these energies, the particle flames in the initial furnace struggled for a long time, and were finally extinguished. The void hell outside the furnace was not spared either. After 3 consecutive impacts, it broke into countless pieces. The void fragments completely shattered the surrounding space. The furious Etheron floated in a void. The flying vines and the rolling particle beams turned into a substantial fire of anger. All of this intertwined together, making him look like a demon king who destroyed the world. Baifu, what did you do? Etheron stared at Baifu. The pressure from the super boss of 274 made the whole world fear it. Fei Yi, Jean Lu, Angus and others were shaking uncontrollably. What happened? They looked at each other, not understanding what had happened during this period of time. Why did Baifu know the ultimate move of the Supreme God? Why did the Supreme God go crazy when he was fine just now? Why can't they contact the outside world at all? They felt extremely anxious. With an uncertain future and a situation that cannot be understood, how can they not be anxious? Only Baifu, who directly confronted Etheron, remained unmoved. On the one hand, it was because she was no longer the Afu of the past, and her current strength was enough to support her to resist Etheron's pressure. On the other hand, it was because she actually did not hear what Etheron was saying at all, and she was counting the mission rewards at this time. Don't make noise, I'm thinking. After helping Elegy return to the realm of the God of the Void, Baifu received a prompt from the game. The fusion progress of the Supreme God and the double helix tree stopped at 49.23%. So you completed the main quest tree of the Rebel, and received 350 billion experience points, the remnant of the Holy Tree, and the old Gene Bank asterisk one. The rewards for this quest are very rich. The moment she received the reward, Baifu spent all her experience on the skills that were enhanced by the virtual particles, and raised the level of all the new skills to the maximum, and her strength increased by several % without her noticing. Compared with experience, the remnant of the Holy Tree that can create a special body, and the old Gene Bank that can improve the potential of the race are actually more valuable. But now the situation is urgent. Baifu has no time to create a special body and configure drugs to enhance the potential of the race. This battle, if you can win, then fight. If you can't win, there is no need to continue to entangle with the Supreme God. I can wait until I go back to develop a wave before fighting him. Baifu closed the task panel and looked at Etheron with a sneer. Do you still have the time to worry about this now? In a while, when the people who signed the original agreement arrive, you will be dead. Even with the protection of the double helix tree, you will have nowhere to escape. Bullshit. Etheron certainly couldn't be scared away by Baifu's words. He was too angry to ask any more questions, and he rushed towards Baifu with a roar. He just wanted to kill Baifu now. Use the fastest means. Therefore, he abandoned all the red tape, and used the purest and most primitive violence to completely annihilate Baifu from the root. This was a killing against the root, and no matter how many clones Baifu had, they would not be spared. Fuck, so fierce? Baifu was surprised. Is this the confidence that the double helix tree gave to Esalen? To be honest, she felt that if there was no bonus from the double helix tree, the Supreme God would most likely not be able to beat her. She didn't use so many cheats for nothing. But the double helix tree, a super cheat, made the Supreme God's recovery abilities stronger than the normal life. Injury for injury. Usually, this is Baifu's last resort, but now this trick has been used by the Supreme God. Baifu looked at her own health bar of nearly 18 million, and the second health bar of 20%, and then looked at the health bar of the Supreme God's disciple of more than 14 million, but she didn't know how much reserve health bar there was, and she felt a headache. No matter what, fight first. After the skill was upgraded, the cooldown time was reset, and she activated the majestic body without saying a word. The even larger body of the giant god fell from the sky and fought with the huge tree man Etheron. The huge fist of the giant god hit Etheron's head heavily, and the great power crushed it, and in an instant, the head was blasted into a gray mist. The next second, Etheron's head grew out from another part of the double helix tree, and the fist formed by countless branches swung. The fist force penetrated the galaxy, dragging the corpses of dozens of galaxies in the broken space dimension, spectacular and shocking. This punch was aimed directly at the body of the god. Nothing more. No matter how fierce the fist is, it can't break up a unit without a health bar. The body of the giant god continued to expand while roaring, and the terrifying power twisted the gravity of a super galaxy cluster under the dimension into a vortex that collapsed inward. It was pure fighting. Baifu and Ezeron's fists had no skill arcs, they were just straight on the timeline. Every time they swung, the energy explosion that spread through the broken space to other places would crush a galaxy into 2 dimensions. At a certain moment, Ezeron's fist went straight through the giant's abdomen, but the giant turned his hand and pinched his shoulder, and a rainbow bridge blew out from between his fingers. Such a primitive fight stunned all the onlookers. This was the first time they intuitively felt how terrifying the super absolute approaching the 5th transformation was. Although they were all super superiors, the gap in strength between the 2 sides was much greater than that between ordinary super superiors and masters. This is not a battle we can intervene in. Fortunately, the Supreme God did not go crazy on us at the beginning, otherwise we would have died here. Angus' scalp was numb. Apostle number 4 was also shaking. It really couldn't stay here any longer. It had to escape while everyone's attention was not on it. Apostle number 4 secretly retreated and protected everyone in front of him. It waited for a long time, and finally. Now! When everyone's attention was focused on the passionate fight between the divine body and Ezeron, the space around the body of the 4th apostle suddenly became a virtual world. It wants to escape! Rufus' eyes widened. But it was too late. Even if the 4th apostle was plotted against by Ezeron, he was still an apostle. One of the apostles' great abilities is that they can escape into the virtual world instantly. Before, Ezeron used his ability to block the surroundings, and the 4th apostle could not escape. Now Ezeron and Baifu are fighting so hard that the sky is broken and the stars are reversed. There is no time to block the space anymore. The 4th apostle took this opportunity to run away. When everyone ignored him, whoosh, he disappeared in an instant. Baifu, shock. Ezeron, shock. The 2 people who were fighting each other hurriedly stopped. Baifu, do you want to chase? Yulia, Faye and others asked quickly. Don't worry about it. After the Supreme God's path to godhood was interrupted, it is no longer useful. Even if the Supreme God absorbs it, it can only slightly improve its strength, which is not enough to cause a qualitative change. Yulia trusted Baifu very much and nodded. What should we do now? Baifu's brain was spinning rapidly. She felt that there was no need to continue fighting. She couldn't kill the Supreme God now anyway. She could continue to drag it out and wait for the leader of the initial agreement to come. But what if the leader came and took care of her and Ezeron together? You must be on guard against others. Her cooperation with the initial agreement was only forced by the situation, and she believed that the leader's murderous intention towards her would never decrease because of the previous cooperation. It's better to leave first, go back and develop a wave before sending the Supreme God to the road. We leave too, I help you hold the Supreme God, you leave quickly, I come find you after you leave. Okay. Fei Yi, Jean Lu, Yingfu and others immediately began to build a void channel. Ezeron discovered the abnormality here at the first time, he immediately stepped forward to stop it, but the giant god crossed his hand and blocked his way. Get through me first. It seems that those people can't stay. Esselin didn't dwell on it, but laughed. Very good, now we are the only ones left here. You ruined my future, and I will destroy your future here. Baifu was not to be outdone. You can try. Do you really think you can escape from me? Esselin's face gradually became ferocious. I still have a trump card, that card. I originally prepared for the 4th apostle, but now my path to becoming a god is broken, and the true spirit essence of the god of the virtual realm on the 4th apostle was also taken away by you. So, that card can only be used against you. There is still a trump card? Baifu was shocked and felt uneasy. Ezeron said it so confidently, which shows that the trump card must be very terrible, even more terrible than the initial furnace she copied before. But she didn't see that Ezeron had any explosive skills. Could it be that he had equipment and props similar to the double helix tree? Just when she was stunned, Ezeron played that card. You have 1 minute. A countdown composed of virtual particles suddenly appeared above Ezeron's head, which can be said to be extremely pretentious. Baifu pouted, who are you trying to scare? That being said, she was secretly trying to run away. But the restraints from the double helix tree made it impossible for her to escape into the void or the virtual world for a while. If she simply ran away, it would not be easy to outrun Esselin. You have no choice but to fight me. If you win, you leave, and if you lose, you stay. Baifu frowned. It seems that you think you have me? Esselin did not comment. Do you remember someone? Who? A person who is totally insignificant to you now. She met you in the Sea Lion Galaxy, betrayed you, and then followed the saint to the Apostle Holy City. Bai Fu's pupil shrank. The Supreme God is not talking about Sui Shi? Ezeron smiled. Yes, it's her. I didn't expect you to remember her. Bai Fu, you must not have thought how special she is. Her physique seems normal at first glance, but she is actually the key to destiny that is hard to find in the universe. Ha ha ha, you must not have heard of this name. This is normal, because only those who have come into contact with the double helix tree know how powerful the key to destiny is. With her, I can truly merge with the double helix tree. Although you cut off my path to godhood and prevented me from completely merging with the double helix tree, relying on Sui Shi and the fragment of the true spirit relic of Apostle number 3, I can still burst out with far more power than I have now in a short period of time, and this power will end your life. As he spoke, Esalen suddenly sighed again. Bai Fu, life is like this, always full of unexpected things. From the day you ignored Sui Shi, your death was doomed. Bai Fu's face was tense, and she nodded secretly. It's really Sui Shi. Just when she was about to say something, Ezeron suddenly turned his head. Okay, she's here. Bai Fu followed Ezeron's line of sight, and saw Sui Shi holding the last fragment of the true spirit of Apostle number 3 and flying towards them. Sui Shi's speed was very fast. Haha, Sui Shi, come here. Today I will let you see my true strength. Ezeron was so proud that he almost pointed to the sky with one hand and the ground with the other, revealing his arrogance. He was ready to swallow Sui Shi and the fragment of the true spirit in one gulp. Teacher, thank you. At this time, Sui Shi suddenly spoke. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to find this fragment. If I couldn't find this fragment, how could I have the face to meet Apostle Bai Fu? In front of Ezeron, Sui Shi threw herself into Bai Fu's arms with a blushing face. Apostle Bai Fu, I have fulfilled my mission. She presented the fragment. Bai Fu swallowed the fragment in one gulp without hesitation, then transferred her power to Yulia, and hugged the excited Sui Shi. Supreme God, thank you for the express delivery. I was worried that I couldn't get this fragment. Ezeron was petrified on the spot. Not this you. Damn it, you two bastards. When did you hook up, you? Damn it. Why are all the good women seduced by Bai Fu, damn it? Ezeron was furious. But his fury was soon extinguished. A terrifying aura emanated from Bai Fu. When the three fragments combined in Yulia's body, the power of the lost Apostle number 3 returned. The characteristic of Apostle number 3 is to communicate with the virtual world and enjoy unlimited blue. Yulia and Bai Fu are linked together. Yulia has unlimited blue, which means Bai Fu has unlimited blue. Do you want to try to stop a mage with unlimited blue? Chapter 369. Ezeron felt a great threat from Bai Fu. That power was not that pure, at least not as pure as the double helix tree that merged with him. But that power was so long that it frightened him. Ezeron was about to say something when the fist of the mighty god body fell again. Damn it. After cursing in his heart, Ezeron rushed forward and continued to fight with the god body. This was not the first time he had fought with the god body, so he knew very well that the existence of the god body was limited in time. As long as he can drag on for this period of time, he can face Bai Fu directly next. Ezelen's idea is very good. But he still underestimated how much bonus Yulia brought to Bai Fu after mastering the power of Apostle number 3. In addition to the unlimited mana supply, there are also a large number of attribute point bonuses. Bai Fu's basic attributes were originally very exaggerated, reaching 38,100 points. After counting various bonuses, it rushed to 67,000 plus in a short time. When the attribute panel was opened, Bai Fu only saw the beauty of the numbers, and the sweat she had shed along the way. Really, she wasn't bragging, she did put in a lot of sweat. Who said that the sweat she shed while doing experiments with Yulia wasn't called sweat? If she hadn't shed so much sweat, would her relationship with Yulia be so harmonious? If the two didn't get along so well, would she be able to get so many bonuses from Yulia? Look, this is the virtual realm force field that is pulled to the maximum. Boom! With Bai Fu as the center, a terrifying force field suddenly descended. Since she was promoted to the super absolute level, this is the first time that Bai Fu has used the force field skill without reservation. With the supply of nearly infinite spiritual energy, the strength of the force field increased by dozens of times. Under the influence of the force field, everything around was distorted into absurd colors. The enhanced virtual force field has far more power than this. In the area covered by the force field, Bai Fu seemed to be given supreme authority. Space, energy, any tiny elementary particle. She can control it at will. She is like the god of creation, using spiritual energy as a pen and force field as paper, creating a small virtual world that belongs to her alone in the vast starry sky. I am so strong now that even I am afraid of myself. Bai Fu silently accumulated strength. Over there, Ezeron was still fighting with the divine body. When the countdown reached the last second, the divine body collapsed under the attack of Ezeron's punch through the heart. Ezeron was overjoyed and was about to go forward to deal with Bai Fu. But the next second, he was stunned. Buheo! What the hell is this? Ezeron looked at the force field around Bai Fu with a shocked face. Fuck, I don't care if you are a god or a human, I must kill you today. Ezelin gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Bai Fu's force field was terrifyingly strong, and the piece of virtual world fragment that he forcibly pulled out of the virtual world with the help of the double helix tree was also not to be trifled with. If the previous battle was a melee between giant gods, then the current battle has become a competition between magical powers. The collision between the force field and the virtual world fragments aroused ripples of spiritual energy. Bai Fu controlled the force field with a cold eye, trying to crush Ezelin in endless distortion. Ezelin roared and swung his fists, and each blow was blessed by the virtual world, forcibly tearing cracks in the force field. Both sides consumed millions of units of spiritual energy in a very short time. This scale of battle was unimaginable to Bai Fu in the past. As time went by, Bai Fu shook her head helplessly. It's still not enough. This damn Ezeron is too tanky after fusing with the double helix tree. Before the effect of her burst skill disappears, she has no confidence that she can kill Ezeron. Sure enough, she still has to go back and settle down. In this case, Bai Fu's eyes flashed with cunning. Supreme God, I have solved your trump card. Now it's time for you to try mine. Ezeron's pupil shrank suddenly. He thought of how she was cowed away by Bai Fu. But no matter how angry he was still 100% alert at this moment. What exactly was Bai Fu's trump card? He saw it. He saw the force field around Bai Fu's body suddenly shrink, and the whole person turned into a series of dazzling light blades, rushing towards him. Spiral Abyss. Ezeron roared, and he stood still, standing like a pine tree. Soon, the half of his body, that had completely turned into a tree began to twist strangely. Don't underestimate the double helix tree as the top treasure of the universe. No matter what tricks you have, the double helix tree will definitely be able to withstand it. Amid the roar, Ezeron did not wait for Bai Fu's fierce attack, but waited for the force field. The virtual force field shrank rapidly. When it shrank to a size of about a few kilometers, the distorted colors solidified instantly, turning into an invisible cage that trapped him. Wait, where is Bai Fu? Ezeron's eyes widened, and he saw Bai Fu opened a hole in the dimensional gap, and now she was holding Shi and jumping into the hole. You give it to Luda. Hack you. Ezeron reacted instantly and almost fainted. Bai Fu didn't have any trump cards. She clearly wanted to run away. Stop right there. Come back and fight me for 300 rounds. Bai Fu, you hottie next door, actually deceived me, a 500-year-old grandfather. Ezeron bombarded the cage in a rage, and the whole person began to speak incoherently. After a fierce attack lasting nearly 10 seconds, he finally tore the cage apart. But looking around, Bai Fu had already disappeared. Furious, Ezelin's eyes were red, and he wanted to chase immediately, but when he thought of the upcoming reinforcements of the initial agreement and the fourth apostle, who had slipped into the virtual world, he could only reluctantly give up the idea. Bai Fu, I'm not done with you, you wait, I'm going to expose you. Ezelin left angrily. 10 minutes later. With a sway, more than a dozen figures appeared where Bai Fu and Ezeron were fighting. The people who came were the leaders of the original agreement, as well as Angus and others who had returned. Gone? Who won? Angus looked around. The leader frowned. I don't smell the smell of decay. It seems that the two people are not dead. What a pity. He still wanted to take this opportunity to catch Bai Fu and Ezeron in one fell swoop, but these two people were still clear-headed. Let's go! Just as the leader was about to leave, someone next to him suddenly shouted. Leader, take a look at this. The leader leaned over and found it was a video, revealing the true face of the Starry Sky's #1 scammer. The leader enlarged the video and watched it at 10 times the speed. The video was posted by the Supreme God, who loudly accused Bai Fu in the form of a selfie. Today, I will smash the golden body of the saint that Bai Fu, the first swindler in the Starry Sky, has carefully built for herself. The audience must be curious why I use the first swindler in the Starry Sky to describe Bai Fu. The reason is very simple, Because Bai Fu can hardly tell the truth, she is either lying or on the way to lying. It is not appropriate for me to say this, because I am Bai Fu's enemy, and a thorn in the eyes of the three major cosmic civilizations. Now, I have fallen out with the Apostle Holy City. So, I don't expect everyone who watches the video to agree with what I say, I just want to leave a lead. I believe that in this starry sky full of wisdom, pretenders cannot pretend for a lifetime. Bai Fu will reveal bigger flaws sooner or later. When you think of my video again, you will know what kind of person she is. Next, I will show the evidence. Leader, what the hell? He continued to read and found that the Supreme God had indeed released a lot of evidence. First, Bai Fu was not the god of the Void Realm at all, but she had been lying to the outside world that she was the god of the Void Realm, and then she gained a lot of benefits with this identity, and the people who had the original agreement could testify to this. Second, Bai Fu was a bad woman who would do anything to achieve her goals. In order to deal with the Apostle Holy City, she did not hesitate to seduce Sui Shi with her beauty, and let Sui Shi turn against her. This was proved by the video. Third, Bai Fu was a fighting lizard. She shouted that she would fight to the death, but in fact she ran faster than anyone else and was shameless. This was proved by the video. Fourth, Bai Fu is an actor. She was fighting with Rufus one moment, but suddenly cooperated with him the next moment. This can be proved by the people who had the original agreement, the video, and some undead people. That's all I want to say for now. If you have anything else to say, please add it below. The leader turned his head and looked at Angus and others beside him. Is this true? Angus, the first and fourth points are true. Bai Fu is indeed not the god of the Void Realm, and she did cooperate with Rufus, but the second and third points are not sure. The leader nodded, and suddenly found a few comments that broke the news among the comments. Check who posted these comments. Soon, the son of prophecy replied, I can't lock the location and identity information of the posters of these comments, but judging from the other party's response, it is most likely the Saint and Corona. The leader's mouth twitched. Bai Fu's enemies are here to build a team. Forget it, don't worry about them. He can see what the Supreme God is up to. Isn't it just to provoke the relationship between Bai Fu and the original agreement and the three cosmic civilizations? The problem is that they were not in the same group with Bai Fu in the initial agreement. The Supreme God will not let Bai Fu go, son of prophecy, find a way to lock his position, and when he fights Bai Fu again, it is time for us to intervene. Leader, what should we do now? You, come with me to meet Rufus, he should be very happy to see us. The video of the Supreme God caused a huge response in the starry sky, and the popularity even overshadowed the super good news that the three cosmic civilizations had severely damaged the Apostle Holy City through the long-range pit plan. After all, Bai Fu is a person who has always been at the center of the topic, and the whistleblower this time is the Supreme God. But not many people believe what the Supreme God said. You are a villain, and you are talking nonsense here. Whoever believes you is an idiot. Only the players in the Apostle Holy City camp are heartbroken. Damn, how can Bai Fu be so bad? Watching the video of Sui Shi throwing herself into Bai Fu's arms, they almost vomited blood and died. The reason why quite a number of them joined the Apostle Holy City is because Sui Shi, like Bai Fu, is also the protagonist of the game Above the Stars. They thought that when Sui Shi grew up, she would be no worse than Bai Fu, and they could use Sui Shi's power to oppress Bai Fu. Little Bai Fu, are you still arrogant now? As a result, Sui Shi was seduced by Bai Fu's beauty, and fell into Bai Fu's arms. Is this really reasonable? Fuck, the protagonist of the Revolutionary Army, Elegy, was abducted by Bai Fu, and the protagonist of the Apostle Holy City, Sui Shi, was also abducted by Bai Fu. You bastard, is Bai Fu your mother? Come out, I promise not to beat you to death. Sui Shi, wake up, there are so many beautiful women in this world, don't be fooled by Bai Fu, you will not be happy with her. The players of the Apostle Holy City broke the defense in the community. Digging G and other players quickly came to laugh. Loyalu, you know nothing, this is Fu's charm, the community was in a mess, and Bai Fu was just laughing. The Supreme God's revelation can only be said to be too late. If he had released this video before the battle on the Holy Land Star, she might have broken up with AI Legia if she didn't handle it well. But now? Fuck, how can this Supreme God be so mean? Sister Fu, you deliberately said that you were the god of the Void Realm to protect me, but he distorted the facts and said that you were cheating. AI Legia, who was watching the video, was furious and wanted to rush into the video to give the Supreme God a few big fights. I will stand up and help you clarify now. Wait, there is no rush. Bai Fu hurriedly stopped AI Legia. Now is not the time to reveal that AI Legia is the god of the Void Realm. This trump card can only get the greatest benefit when it is used to deal with the initial agreement. The most urgent task is to synthesize the strengthening potion according to the old gene bank rewarded by the task as soon as possible. A few days later, Yulia successfully integrated the remnant of the holy tree into her body. After reshaping her body, her strength surged, and she reached the level of the second transformation in a short period of time. It will take some time to synthesize the potion, at least a week, and at most half a month. Half a month? Well, not long. It will take quite a while for the Supreme God to capture the fourth apostle. This wait took by Fu 10 days. During this period, the game was shut down for the 3.1 version update. Bai Fu had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Who doesn't like enhancement? But this time the situation is unexpectedly special. Enhancement? No. In addition to some positioning changes, only 2 corrections caught Bai Fu's attention. 1. Starting from version 3.1, she will be officially confirmed as the poster girl of the game above the stars, and her avatar will become the startup icon of the new client of the game. 2. This is a reminder that she must take a look at the program that the original seeker found in the void when she has the chance. It's not easy. I finally became the only official poster girl. The haters will be so angry when they see the new announcement, right? Bai Fu couldn't help but snort. But when she thought of the second tip, she felt a little overwhelmed. According to Angus, the program is now in the original agreement. It is not an easy task to get the program from the original agreement. We still need to think about it carefully. At this point, let's take medicine first. Bai Fu took out the old potion that Yulia gave her. Chapter 370 Old Days Potion, Bai Fu's Special Enhancement Edition. Quality. Colorful item description. The gene enhancement potion made by Yulia, the head of the research department of the Silent Garden, based on the gene bank of the virtual civilization, and Bai Fu's gene map, is a priceless treasure that is no less than the treasure of the universe. Additional effect. After taking it, it can fully optimize the genes and greatly improve the psychic talent and racial potential. Note 1. This potion can also be used by people other than Bai Fu, but due to genetic incompatibility, there is a certain probability of mutation, resulting in reduced racial potential or gene collapse. Do not try it casually. Note 2. If a person's racial potential score is less than 80 points and her virtual realm suitability is less than 60%, taking this potion will definitely lead to her assimilation into the potion and loss of self. Do not try it. Bai Fu quickly glanced at the item description of the old potion. Very good, this potion has no side effects on her. There is nothing to hesitate about. Drink it. Bai Fu raised her head, gurgled, and poured the potion into her stomach in one gulp. The potion swelled quickly, and the bone-chilling coldness stimulated her to the point of wanting to vomit. After a while, the urge to vomit gradually subsided, but then came fatigue, dry mouth, as if dehydrated. This feeling. I haven't appeared since my level was at least 50 levels higher than Yulia and the others. Usually they would become like this. Bai Fu lay on the bed, not even wanting to lift a finger. This strange state lasted until the sunset of the 3rd day, when it finally disappeared. You have completed the special sublimation and entered a new realm of life. Please name your new race. The moment the game prompt sounded in her ears, Bai Fu opened her eyes and climbed out of the bed. It's finally over. She breathed a sigh of relief. After the last sublimation, her race name has changed from God of the Void to God of the Old Days, but she is obviously not satisfied with just being God of the Old Days. Let's call it Lord of the Stars. Bai Fu proudly gave herself a very pretentious race name. Ding! Your race has been changed to Lord of the Stars, exclusive race. Race change completed. You get attribute corrections. Strength plus 1,332, Agility plus 1,212, Constitution plus 1,428, Intelligence plus 1,193, Spirit plus 1,305, Inspiration plus 1981. This time the attribute correction is unprecedentedly large. But this is normal. After all, what Bai Fu merged is the crystallization of the wisdom of the virtual world civilization for tens of millions of years. If the correction is not large, wouldn't it make the virtual world civilization look stupid? In addition to the attribute correction, Bai Fu also gained a lot of other benefits. The most direct benefit is that her virtual world suitability was raised to 100% in one go, which is higher than that of Elias, the god of the virtual world. The effect of raising the virtual world suitability to the maximum is that the talent virtual world suitability evolves into virtual world suitability max. Max virtual realm adaptability. From this moment on, you not only fully adapt to the virtual realm, but also receive the complete blessing of the virtual realm. Your inspiration. Psychic energy conversion rate increases by 100, basic psychic energy plus 30%. You can restore health by consuming psychic energy, and you can restore 1 health point for every 5 psychic energy consumed, and you can restore up to 2.5% of your maximum health per second. Fuck awesome! Bai Fu was stunned by the effect of this talent, especially the last active blood recovery ability. She actually has a skill to actively recover health, but originally that skill can only be used when the blessing of the virtual world gods is activated. With max virtual world suitability, plus Yulia's assistance, she is equivalent to hanging a blood recovery pump with her. In this way, her ability to resist attacks will be increased several times. Although it is still not as good as the Supreme God, who is merged with the double helix tree, it is definitely ranked at the forefront among all the supernatural powers. It is worthy of being the crystallization of the wisdom of the virtual world civilization for tens of millions of years. It directly solves the problem that the psychic prayer master is very fragile and cannot withstand killing. Sure enough, on the road of evolution, no matter what profession, they all end up evolving into flawless hexagonal warriors. Bai Fu continued to read with a look of emotion. In addition to max virtual realm suitability, she also gained several new abilities. 1. Talent Infinite Spiral. Psychic energy and dark energy automatically merge in the body. In the future, Bai Fu can directly avoid the synthesis process when she wants to use virtual realm particles. 2. Talent Above Apostles. From this moment on, Bai Fu completely surpassed apostles. Now, even if she loses contact with the virtual realm, she can assimilate the space around her into a virtual realm space that is completely under her control, so that she can get various bonuses. 3. Talent Virtual God Crown. From this moment on, Bai Fu can choose any piece of equipment, including the universe treasure, as her coronation crown. She can use the virtual particles to strengthen the crown and let its ability continue to grow. 4. Talent Virtual Realm High Heaven. After fusing the old mixture, Bai Fu's genes are already perfect at this level, and the perfect body allows her constitution, life value conversion rate to increase by 50, inspiration, psychic energy conversion rate to increase by 100 again, and gain a 15% basic inspiration bonus. Note that it is basic inspiration, which is much more powerful than the general bonus. 5. Skill Creator. This skill is used in conjunction with Above Apostle. In the virtual space, she can now freely create various true spirit summons by consuming virtual particles, and can also directly release various skills carried by prayer cards without using cards. It can be said that with this skill, Bai Fu no longer has to worry about her combat power dropping sharply due to the consumption of prayer cards. 6. Skill Ethereal Spirit God King. After using this skill, Bai Fu can summon a God King level ethereal spirit from the virtual world to help in the battle. The combat power of God King is extremely exaggerated, and it is not much weaker than the giant body summoned by Great God Body. These 4 talents and these 2 skills are all superb. Bai Fu couldn't help but sigh. She stared at the virtual God crown for a long time, and finally chose the Heaven's Arc as her coronation crown, rather than the sacrifice scepter that could directly enhance her strength. The reason is simple. The Heaven's Arc is a life-saving artifact. She is now much stronger, but it is hard to say whether she can beat the initial agreement, so she has to be on guard. Bai Fu stretched out her hand and poked at the race column, and a more detailed panel popped up. She found that after this wave of enhancement, her racial potential score reached 100, no more, no less, just 0.2 higher than before. However, 100 points is still not the end of life evolution, but only the end of the road of psychic power. Going up, it is a realm that no one in this generation has ever seen. If I can break through that barrier, I can truly become a god, but it must be very difficult to break through this barrier, and it is definitely not something that can be achieved by fusing a few more Void Lord cores. It's better not to think too far ahead, and think about how to deal with the Supreme God's followers first. Bai Fu opened her attribute panel. Health, 23140-170/23140-170 Psionic, 69168090/69168090 Attributes, Strength 18635, Agility 19901, Constitution 27304, Intelligence 18554, Spirit 25245, Inspiration 49265. Compared with her recent fight with the Supreme God's followers, these data have undergone earth-shaking changes. Strong. Really strong. Even if the Supreme God absorbed the 4th Apostle, and then absorbed XX Apostles in a corner, she now has enough confidence to suppress the Supreme God. The only problem is, Supreme God, where are you hiding? You are not in the Apostle Holy City at all. Bai Fu asked Li Tei and others. Li Tei and others also asked those old acquaintances who retreated to the Apostle Holy City because of the disastrous defeat of the long-shot pit. In the end, no one knew where the Supreme God was hiding. This forced Bai Fu, who wanted to rush over and beat up the Supreme God immediately, to postpone her action. Okay. Then wait. With the Supreme God's hatred for her, he will show up sooner or later. The disadvantage is that if the Supreme God shows up, it may attract the people who signed the original agreement. At that time, she will not only have to deal with the Supreme God. But Bai Fu couldn't think of a way to accurately capture the location of the Supreme God in a short period of time. She could only send people to Liga and let the people of the Anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance to inquire about the news, while guiding Yulia and others in the Silent Court to help them improve their strength. She had just killed several Void Lords, and the Supreme God had killed more than a dozen servants from the Apostle Holy City. Therefore, she didn't have to worry about helping Yulia and the others improve their strength, which would break the balance and lead to the arrival of the Reaper. In fact, Bai Fu didn't really have much to do, except to assist Yulia in doing experiments, which were very serious experiments. Based on her own genes, she made targeted strengthening potions for Anya, Cixia, Cyprus and others. Then, Anya and Cyprus were thrown into the strengthened heavenly arc to stimulate their spiritual attribute growth. For more than 10 consecutive days, Bai Fu stayed in the supernatural garden and never went out. The Apostle Holy City had such a big change. Now the 3 cosmic civilizations were enough to deal with the Apostle Holy City. She didn't need to get involved. This was the fact. During the time when Bai Fu was away, the 3 cosmic civilizations only rested for a few days after cleaning up the battlefield of the long-shot pit, and then regrouped their fleets and launched a counterattack against the Apostle Holy City. The Apostle Holy City suffered a great change and suffered heavy losses. The remaining people were afraid that the Supreme God disciples would suddenly appear and cause trouble again, so they had no time to stop the 3 cosmic civilizations. However, in just half a month, the 3 cosmic civilizations successfully recovered all the lost territory and controlled the dimensional chain collapse caused by the previous collapse, and established a large number of outposts near the territory of the Apostle Holy City. The 2 sides stopped fighting. But everyone knew that the stoppage would not last long, and a new round of war would soon break out, and it was after the 3 cosmic civilizations were fully prepared. Of course, the people in the Apostle Holy City also understood. So after a long struggle, the remaining cathedrals and their servants temporarily stopped arguing, pulled out the warships they controlled, and formed a new fleet. They had to join forces. If they didn't join forces, would they just watch the 3 cosmic civilizations come in and take away everything they had accumulated for a lifetime? Fuck, what's going on? This magical scene appeared in the trailer for version 3.1, which really shocked the players. It is said that things change over time, but this is too fast, isn't it? But speaking of it, the reason why the situation changed so quickly seems to be Fu Fu's credit, right? How could it not be? My Fu Fu is the best in the world. Taking G is full of energy. I have said long ago that Fu Fu is very powerful, a very important NPC in the game, and may even be the protagonist of the entire game. You still don't believe it. Now you understand it completely, right? In version 3.0, Fu Fu not only changed the war situation between the 3 cosmic civilizations and the Apostle Holy City by herself, but also replaced the previous Chuanqing Yang after the version ended, and officially became the poster girl of Above the Stars. Don't you think it's awesome? This is the official endorsement of Fu Fu. Hee hee, you black fans, you can cry. As for me, I am already looking forward to the plot after the 3.1 version is launched. Fu Fu is so powerful in the 3.0 version, so how can the 3.1 version be even better? The post about digging G received a lot of support from players. The black fans led by Fengqi Chuanqing and Astronaut disappeared completely at this time, and there was no trace of them in the community. With such a bad wind, how could the black fans still have the mood to come out and show up? Feng Qi regrets it now. Especially after seeing the portrait of Bai Fu at the top of the official website, his mouth twitched. He has been blacking Bai Fu in the game for so many years. What did he come up with? Plot. I basically didn't experience the important plot. Reputation? No good reputation at all bad reputation. Money? All businesses dare not touch his black traffic. The most outrageous thing is that after a series of operations, he even lost his position as the leader of the Zaiheezy group, and was taken away by his mortal enemy, the Astronaut. If he had honestly followed Bai Fu instead of deliberately spoofing Bai Fu for the sake of attention, he would definitely be doing well now, right? The only good news is that although he didn't get anything, his mortal enemy, Astronaut, was even worse off than him. In order to compete with him for status, Astronaut licked Sui Shi and the servants of the Holy City of Apostles. In the end, Sui Shi was kidnapped by Bai Fu, and those servants were all sucked dry by the supreme gods from the trailer. TSK, I can't beat Bai Fu, I can't beat Digger, and I can't beat you, little guy. Feng Qi-kun Xing wanted to laugh at the astronaut in the group, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. It was meaningless to hurt the enemy by 1,000 and lose 800. He decided to cancel this account. But before canceling the account, he planned to visit the places where he left many memories in the last game. Half a day later, Above the Stars was reopened, and Feng Qi-kun Xing entered the game as soon as possible. Before he could browse for long, an accident happened suddenly. He was robbed by the Supreme God, who suddenly appeared. What the hell? Why the hell did you arrest me for no reason? Why did I arrest you? Haha. Ezron showed a cruel smile. What do you think? You are Bai Fu's spy. I will not let you, anyone who has a relationship with Bai Fu, and Bai Fu go. Feng Qi-kun Xing was confused. When did I become Bai Fu's spy? Ezron laughed. You still want to quibble? I have already obtained the information about your collusion with Bai Fu. When the Holy Land was attacked last time, who else could the person who talked to you be but Bai Fu? Haha, I was so naive that I actually thought that the apostle who was causing trouble in the Leia civilization was an unknown apostle. If it weren't for the recent frequent appearances of Lit, I'm afraid I would still be kept in the dark. That's not an unknown apostle, it's clearly Bai Fu. Feng Qi-kun Xing widened his eyes. Wait, that's Bai Fu? He thought he had triggered some hidden plot, but he waited for a long time, but didn't get any follow-up tasks. It's unfair, Bai Fu and I have nothing to do with each other, Feng Qi-kun Xing was about to shout, but was cut off by Ezron's roar. Shut up, do you still want to deny it now? Haha, I know you are immortal, and you can't be killed by conventional means, so I don't plan to kill you, I want to imprison you forever, so that you can neither live nor die. Feng Qi-kun Xing stared at Ezron. He didn't understand. Why does he always encounter such a mess? Is he the clown, destined to be the enemy of the world? Good. Good, good, good. You are a follower of the Supreme God, right? You are picking on me, right? You think I can't deal with you, right? I will fight you today. Digging G, I want to join Bai Fu. The angry Feng Qi-kun Xing decisively sent a message to Digging G, and sent the coordinates of Esselin's location. Digging G, ? Bai Fu, ? Good man, what's going on? Chapter 371. When Digging G passed the news, Bai Fu thought she was dreaming. I fantasized again, fantasizing that all my little black fans were conquered by my strength and beauty, and they all abandoned the dark and joined the light, becoming my ultimate licking dogs, willing to sacrifice everything for me. However, this time it was not a dream. It must be a trap. It must be a trap set by the Supreme God and Feng Qi-kun Xing together. Bai Fu thought so. Yulia, who gave her advice, also thought so. However, there was one thing Bai Fu couldn't figure out. If it was a trap, there was no need to ask Feng Qi-kun Xing to act out this drama. Wouldn't it be easy for her to become suspicious, thus causing the plan to fail? There weren't many players in the Holy City of Apostles, but there were still tens of thousands of them. So was Feng Qi-kun Xing really joining them? Forget it. Bai Fu shook her head. She just needed to know where the Supreme God was hiding, and as for other things, such as whether Feng Qi-kun Xing was sincere or not, it didn't matter, as long as the coordinates revealed by Feng Qi-kun Xing were true. Obviously, this coordinate is not fake. Even if the Supreme God is not there now, he will definitely show up when she passes there. Otherwise, why would Feng Qi-kun Xing and the Supreme God go to such great lengths to do this? What a sudden turn of events. I thought I would not be able to find the Supreme God in a short time. Now I can send him off without any worries, and then deal with the initial agreement. Bai Fu immediately called everyone she could. But when she called Rufus, no matter how she called, she received no response. What is this guy Rufus up to again? Never mind. After we finish dealing with the Supreme God, we will send him off. Bai Fu has not forgotten that Fei He, Jean Liu and Rufus have a grudge. After killing Rufus, the man who jumps back and forth, he will feed his Void Lord core to Fei He and Jean Liu. Let's go! When Bai Fu flew towards the Apostle Holy City with murderous intent, Ezron, who knew nothing about his situation, was carrying out a large-scale purge. Of course, he didn't dare to show up directly. The Great Purge he implemented meant that with the cooperation of Zoriel, the master of the True Spirit Hall, he secretly killed the servants, who had shown clear hostility towards him in the Holy City of Apostles in recent times. One was to kill people to vent his anger, and the other was to snatch the cosmic treasures held by these people, such as the Book of Revelation and the Desert of the Soul. Etheron had completely lost interest in the holy city of apostles. His plan was to kill Bai Fu and take Zoriel and other people who had always supported him to build a new holy city of apostles in another place. Those cosmic treasures are the important cornerstones for him to build the new apostle holy city. When he completely controls the double helix tree and develops the new apostle holy city, it will be time for him to come back to seek revenge on the three cosmic civilizations. This is a grand plan that is destined to take many years. This is the fate of rebelling against me. In the temporary hiding place, watching the video images sent back by Zoriel, Ezeron couldn't help but sneer. His actions plunged the apostle holy city into extreme panic. At this time, the servants hurriedly gathered together to hold a meeting to discuss how to deal with the assassination. The funny thing is that those servants did not associate this with him. They thought it was done by the three cosmic civilizations, or the people of the initial agreement. Ha! Ezeron was about to laugh a few times, but the laughter behind him completely drowned out his voice. He turned his head suddenly and stared at Fengqi Chuanxing, who was sealed in amber by him, with his cold eyes. Do you want to provoke me and let me kill you in anger? Fengqi Chuanxing snorted. No, I just want to tell you that you are going to die. I'm going to die just because of you. Yes, just because of me. To tell you the truth, Bai Fu is here, you have no way to escape. Bai Fu? No way to escape? Ezeron was so angry that he laughed. You are? Wait. His voice stopped abruptly. He felt that Fengqi Chuanxing did not seem to lie. When he carefully explored, he found that the space constant around him had jumped, which was usually a phenomenon that would only occur when a high-level void life descended, and Bai Fu happened to be a high-level void life. So, ha ha ha. Ezeron suddenly laughed. You undeads are really interesting. Even though I blocked your information and brought you to a different dimension that is difficult to locate, you can still contact Bai Fu and tell her your exact location. The nature of this ability is definitely not ordinary. After I kill Bai Fu, I must find a way to figure out the source of your power. Maybe this is another opportunity for me to become a god. Ezeron is very confident. What if Bai Fu comes? More than 20 days ago, Bai Fu had tried her best to barely tie with him. Now, more than 20 days later, he had absorbed the fourth apostle, and his strength had doubled. What could Bai Fu use to fight him? TSK. Fengqi Chuanxing glanced at Ezelin with disdain. You still want to kill Bai Fu? If you have time to fantasize, you might as well think about your last words. Ezelin narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't cry until you see the coffin. Fengqi Chuanxing was too lazy to pay attention to Ezelin. His confidence in Bai Fu came from the promotional video of version 3.1. In this promotional video, Bai Fu alone occupied 2/3 of the space, and was a well-deserved protagonist. Considering that Bai Fu had just been selected as the poster girl for Above the Stars, he had sufficient reason to believe that Ezelin was no match for Bai Fu. But he couldn't explain this to Ezelin, and even if he did, it would be distorted into meaningless nonsense, so it was better to watch the show quietly. Ezelin didn't wait too long. Half a minute after the space constant changed, his temporary hiding place suddenly fell into abnormal shaking. Here it comes. Ezelin's body expanded rapidly, and in less than a second, it changed from a human form to a monster tens of kilometers high, with hundreds of millions of branches and roots dancing around it. Among them, the thickest branches were hung with thin bodies. These were puppets. They were true spirit puppets made by Ezeron, with the servants he devoured. Although these puppets were not as strong as they were when they were alive, they were not much weaker. Come on, Bai Fu, today I will let you see what a demigod body is. The roar shook the dimension. A small crack suddenly appeared on the dimensional ripples. Then, Bai Fu took light steps, flew through the air, and walked out of the crack. The four looked at each other. They were silent for a long time. After a long time, Ezeron smiled. You rushed over here, as if you had me in your hands. I thought you had brought the group of people who made the original agreement with you. It seems that I thought too much. Bai Fu, you don't know how powerful I am now. Although you cut off my path to becoming a god, you can't cut off the fusion between me and the double helix tree. Last time, I said I would finish you off in 5 minutes, but you ran away. This time, I will keep my promise, and keep you in 5 minutes. I will make it impossible for you to be resurrected. Before he finished speaking, thousands of branches and roots shot towards Bai Fu like arrows. Ding ding ding. After touching the force field around Bai Fu, these branches and roots turned black and dissolved at an incredibly fast speed, as if they were splashed with strong acid. At this time, A spinning cube floated in the palm of Baifu's right hand. Ezeron, if you had run away as soon as you noticed my arrival, you would have had a 5% chance of escaping from me today, but now, it's too late. The fateful orb will unfold, and your fate will be locked here. The cube collapsed like a sand tower, turning into countless tiny particles. These particles entangled in one place, like a flood running between the cracks of the dimension, and finally turned into a giant ecliptic theodolite that wrapped Baifu and Ezeron in it. Destined Sphere. This is a one-time cosmic treasure that Baifu learned from the initial agreement through the analysis card. Lock space, lock dimension, lock fate, lock everything. However, this is just an appetizer prepared by Baifu for Ezeron. When Ezeron tried to attack again, the huge void spirit god king was born from his mind and descended from the virtual realm. His huge body, like a dwarf planet, stretched in front of Baifu, forming a high wall that seemed to never fall. What is this? The appearance of the faded orb had already surprised Ezelin. After seeing the void spirit god king, his eyes almost popped out. Hundreds of years had passed since he set foot in the psychic school. During these hundreds of years, he had summoned countless true spirits and fought against countless true spirits, but he had never seen a true spirit with such profound power. Its power was even greater than that of Apostle number 4. Ezelin's heart tightened uncontrollably. He seemed to have misjudged something. However, there was no time for him to think about it now, because the void spirit god king had already rushed up. This huge true spirit, relying on its ever-changing abilities, could show agility that was no less than that of a small life form. Bang bang bang. The void spirit god king and Ezeron fought in a group. Baifu slowly opened the force field and used the above the apostle talent to assimilate the surrounding space into the virtual space under her control. Only when her virtual space was born, she would be the strongest. No, something is wrong, this fluctuation, this power, this breath. It was not until the abnormal vibration of the space was detected by the branches that Ezeron finally realized what he had misjudged. It was Baifu's strength. In the past 20 days, his strength has more than doubled, but the breath Baifu exudes now is several times stronger than when fighting him. Not only has it eliminated the gap between them, but it has even surpassed him completely. How is this possible? He merged with the double helix tree, he devoured the fourth apostle, and he devoured more than a dozen super-level servants in the apostle holy city. How could Baifu's strength increase faster than his? Could it be that Baifu crossed the chasm in one step and entered the legendary realm of God without the help of the double helix tree? Could it be that the reason why his path to becoming a god was interrupted was not because the god of the void realm had revived, but because Baifu had taken the position in advance? At this moment, the fierceness and arrogance on Ezelin's face disappeared completely, leaving only fear and disbelief. He wanted to connect to the void realm and escape without hesitation, but the lock of the destiny orb left him with no way out. He tried to interrupt Baifu's spatial assimilation again. Not only did he use billions of branches and roots to exert force at the same time, but he also sacrificed the revelation, the soul desert, and other cosmic treasures. However, he still failed. The Heaven's Ark, which was strengthened by the crown of the Void God, increased its power. Under the protection of the Heaven's Ark, all mental attacks were ineffective against Baifu at this time. As for other types of attacks, can you avoid the Void God King, Kabe, the Prayer Angel, the Shadow Lord, the vast psychic army, and even the majestic body controlled by Heifu? Oh, I heard you're going to release the puppets. Come out, Fei Jinlu, Anya, Cixia, Cypress, Ingfu. In terms of the number of super absolutes, after counting the divine messengers like Ingfu, Baifu's side is not weaker than Ezeron's side. Although Anya, Cixia, and Cypress are all newly promoted super absolutes with mediocre strength, Baifu stuffed a lot of prayer cards into each of them before they set off. With the blessing of these prayer cards, they are not at all inferior to the puppets controlled by Ezeron. Crack crack. Ezeron played one card after another, but Baifu responded tit for tat, crushing all his cards mercilessly. Psychic energy and dark energy intertwined, virtual particles flew, and in the cracks of this dimension, Ezeron was numb. It seemed that he really couldn't stop Baifu. He had used all the means of attack he could, but it was still useless. What should he do? Among all the psychic praying masters, he was not famous for killing. In the past, he was good at control. Now, he is good at flesh. Of course, he knows that his ability is flawed. But it is not a big problem. As long as he becomes a god, all the flaws will be automatically made up. But he did not become a god in the end. I can't continue to fight. Ezeron's face was pale. If he continues to fight, he will definitely get into trouble. Although he will not die with the blessing of the double helix tree, it is not a glorious thing to be beaten like a sandbag. Esseron only left some branches and roots to continue fighting against the Void God King, and then devoted himself to the work of cracking the Fate Sphere. Although he would inevitably be beaten by the Void God King, it was nothing with his tankiness. Esseron still underestimated the hardness of the Fate Sphere. Seeing that Baifu's aura was getting stronger and stronger, and the degree of assimilation of the space around her body was getting higher and higher, he shouted hurriedly. Stop, stop, stop. I don't think we need to continue fighting. You are very strong, stronger than I expected. I am not your opponent, but you can't kill me either. You are not a god. If you really become a god, you can directly control the entire virtual world. There is no need to create it here by yourself. I think we should reconcile here. From now on you. That's not necessary. Baifu interrupted Esseron. In fact, it didn't take her long to assimilate the surrounding space. The reason why it took so long was to cover up for Elegy. Now that Elegy was hiding in the right place, there was no need for her to hide any longer. In an instant, a strong impact emanated from Baifu. With all the bonus skills activated at the same time, Ethereal Original Explosion and Initial Furnace, which were completely driven by virtual particles, fell at the same time. Esseron felt an unprecedented danger. He immediately used all his life-saving methods. But it was useless. Psychic Shield, Dark Energy Shield, Virtual Particle Shield, Spatial Dislocation, Dimensional Interweaving, High Wall made of branches and roots, Escape. Everything was like brittle paper in front of Baifu's full-scale outbreak, and was burned to ashes in an instant, with no resistance. Esseron screamed. His whole body was burned, but fortunately the double helix tree contained terrifying vitality. At the moment when he was about to be burned to death, he was resurrected with full blood. Esseron was still in shock. The attack had not stopped. He could only continue to shout, "You really can't kill me, Baifu, wake up!" Really? Baifu was unmoved. She continued to attack, and the virtual particles seemed to smash down like they were free, turning the world upside down. Esseron was in great pain, and his attention was all on Baifu. However, at this moment, an abnormal light shone out from the void. Who was that? Esseron's eyes suddenly widened. Then, he saw the person he least wanted to see appear. God of the Void. Elias floated past Esseron like a ghost. When she stood beside Baifu, Esseron felt an unprecedented emptiness. The connection between him and the double helix tree was broken. You're dead. Baifu suddenly appeared in front of Esseron and gently pressed her hand on Esseron's body. Chapter 372. Compared to Esseron, who was tens of kilometers tall, Baifu's palm was so small that it could be ignored. But it was this small palm that made Esseron feel unprecedented fear. He knew that Baifu was not exaggerating when she flashed in front of him. If he was really hit by this hand, he would be dead. Without the support of the double helix tree, his so-called flesh was only flesh relative to ordinary psychic school super absolutes. But in front of Baifu, who was already so strong that it was completely beyond the normal range, his flesh. It was no different from a piece of cracker. They would break into countless tiny pieces with a snap. Driven by fear, Esseron retreated desperately, trying to avoid it. But now it was too late. Neither the appearance of Elijah nor the sudden attack of Baifu was within his expectations. With no intention against the intention, and with less strength than the opponent, how could he dodge? Bang! The palm still fell. It landed on the dry and wrinkled bark of the tree. Instantly, endless virtual particles flowed out from Baifu's palm, pouring into Esseron's body like a dump truck pouring cement. These are not ordinary virtual particles. These are virtual particles enhanced by the dual skills of Void Spirit, Primal Explosion, and True Punishment. Ignore all defenses and destroy all obstacles. Although he could not see the health bar above his head, Esseron still felt that his life was decreasing at a percentage rate. When it dropped to 0%, his life would be completely over. This time, because the fusion with the double helix tree has been interrupted and separated, he will not be resurrected like before. Esseron attacked Baifu like crazy. But all the attacks were blocked by Titan's Holy Shield and various protection skills. As his health value decreased, gradually, his body was completely suppressed by the force field released by Baifu, and he couldn't even fight back. Where did you find the God of the Void Realm? Why can the God of the Void Realm cut off my connection with the double helix tree? Esseron roared angrily, but the only response he got was Baifu's smug smile. Where did I find it? She came to me on her own. I can't help it, because I have such high charm. As for why Elegy could cut off the fusion between Esseron and the double helix tree. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being an apostle. The double helix tree was born in the virtual world, so it naturally has a higher affinity with the apostles. Oh no, after devouring the true spirit essence of the fourth apostle, you replaced the fourth apostle, but the time was too short. And how could the fourth apostle compare with the first apostle, who was hailed as the god of the virtual world? In fact, AI Legia did not do anything complicated. She simply charmed the double helix tree, and the double helix tree took the initiative to cancel the fusion with Etheron. Although it was not completely cancelled, it at least stopped assisting Etheron. For Baifu, this was enough. Etheron was very unwilling to learn the truth. Even if there was no double helix tree, he stood at the top of the universe. How could he be willing to die like this? I still have a chance, the last chance. I will explode with her. As long as she shows a trace of retreat, I will have a chance to escape. Esalen was furious and frantically urged his body and soul. The power beyond his limits surged from deep inside his body, and his body began to twist uncontrollably. This is the distortion and assimilation of the virtual world. Baifu, get out of the way quickly. If you are not careful, your soul will be swallowed by the virtual world. In this way, even if you can be resurrected, you will never be able to leave the virtual world. AI Legia noticed the abnormality and hurriedly reminded Baifu. Baifu did not move at all. This was a great opportunity to completely kill Esalen, and she would never miss it. If she let Esalen run away here, who knows when she would find him next time. The soul will be devoured by the virtual world, right? It's not a big problem, as long as the body is not blown to pieces. Don't underestimate her new body that has just reached 100 points of potential. Not long after, Ezron's energy accumulation reached its peak. Boom! The violent impact swept in all directions, tearing everything in all directions. The first to bear the brunt was Baifu. The twisted power even directly dispersed her virtual spirit primordial burst skill. Then, her combat uniform, her half-solid and half-energy body, began to disintegrate like quicksand under the tearing of the impact. When the collapse was halfway done, Baifu suddenly took out a bottle of recovery potion. This was the reward she got for completing the main quest billions of light years burning faint to the east and attack in the west. After drinking a bottle of potion, her health bar began to grow rapidly against the impact of Etheron's self-explosion. It rose to more than 80%, and then began to fall again because the potion was exhausted. No hurry. Baifu took out another bottle. She had 2 bottles of recovery potion in total. When both bottles of potion were consumed, the power of the impact had weakened a lot. The recovery skill attached to Blessing of the Void God, and the recovery ability attached to Max Void Suitability were activated at the same time. No matter how much impact her body suffered, Baifu's health bar always remained at around 37%. No! Esron's eyes were red with anger. Even the self-detonation couldn't blow Baifu back, so what hope did he have? The answer is naturally no. The drop in health not only did not put Baifu in trouble, but because of the passive effect attribute value of Dark Despair, it soared again. Have you had enough trouble? Baifu manipulated the force field to transform into a huge hand, grabbed Esron's completely alienated body, and squeezed it hard in Esron's desperate eyes. Bang! Esron's eyes turned from horror to gray. When his health bar dropped to 0%, he completely turned into an insignificant energy vortex and dissipated in the cracks of the dimension, leaving only a spinning true spirit essence and a small tree that looked like a yin-yang fish from above floating quietly. You killed the Supreme Divine Disciple Esron. You completed the hidden mission The Fall of the Supreme. 2 prompts sounded in succession. Baifu hurriedly looked at it. The reward for killing Esron is 139 million experience points and Esron's skill card Hospice *1. The so-called Hospice Care is actually the move he just used to self-destruct. This skill name can only be said to be very funny, but it is very useful. The reward for killing Etheron to complete the hidden task Supreme Fall is 1 trillion experience, the Double Helix Tree Fusion Experience Guide, the genetic data of the Supreme Disciple Etheron, the Universe Treasure Soul Desert, the Universe Treasure Revelation, and the special title End of Destiny. Among them, the title End of Destiny is the ultimate advanced title of the title Peak Hunter. The effect is plus 20% basic damage, plus 10% maximum basic attribute, almost twice that of Peak Hunter. I've made a killing. Baifu's eyes sparkled. Not to mention the Cosmic Treasure, the True Spirit Essence, and the Double Helix Tree, these experiences alone are enough for her to raise the total level of her psychic profession to level 274 and trigger Life Chasm. And she can use the remaining experience to brush other professions, so that her body is closer to the true hexagonal development. That was a close call. Just as Baifu was imagining the future, AI Legia and the others flew to Baifu with lingering fear. I almost thought you were crazy, Sister Fu. I didn't expect you had such a trick up your sleeve. Now that Ezron is dead, I take this opportunity to help you fuse the double helix tree. Elegy raised her hand and summoned the true spirit essence and the double helix tree. Wait, it's not convenient here. Let's go to another place. Bai Fu quickly stopped Elegia. Her worry was not without reason. When she was fighting with the supreme god, Feng Qikun Xing was killed by the aftermath of the battle. The first thing he did after his resurrection was to log into the community and post a new post. Big news, big news. Bai Fu and the supreme god fought in the dimensional gap. He did not take a video of the battle, but only took a few photos. In order to prove that he was not lying, he attached the coordinates of the battle location in the post. This post attracted a huge amount of attention and ranked first in the community's real-time popularity list in a very short time, even surpassing the promotional video of version 3.1 and the promotional post of Bai Fu becoming the poster girl. Bai Fu was worried that the news had reached the ears of the leader of the original agreement. If that was the case, the leader of the original agreement would definitely not miss this opportunity, and he must be on his way now. If she continued to stay here, she might be beaten up. The leader of the original agreement was different from the supreme god. His strength was unpredictable, and he was not alone. Bai Fu did not want to confront him directly now. Elegia did not ask for the specific reason. Since Bai Fu did not want to be here, she could change places. She did not mind the trouble. Everyone took the spoils they had gained after the battle, hurriedly left the dimensional gap, and returned to the main space. After arriving at a dark domain galaxy that was not recorded on the map, Bai Fu first increased the level of the original master to LV44, triggering the life chasm state. According to the game prompt, if she wants to cross the life chasm, she needs to increase all 6 of her attributes to more than 30,000 points. Only in this way can she have enough energy to complete the next 5th transformation, and not die suddenly due to backlash caused by forcing the level. The difference is not that big actually. My lowest intelligence is 18,645 under normal conditions. After fusing the double helix tree, this number will increase a lot. By then, I estimate that adding 5,000 to each attribute will be enough. Very good, let's get started. Bai Fu threw Supreme Saint Ezron's genetic data to Yulia, asking Yulia to tinker with it slowly, while she began to fuse the double helix tree under the guidance of Double Helix Tree Fusion Experience Guide and Elegy. During the time she was in hiding, the initial protocol did receive the news. In version 3.0, because Elegy suddenly defected to Bai Fu, a large number of players in the Revolutionary Army camp also switched to the Silent Court, but there were still millions of players who stayed. After seeing the post published by Feng Qikun, some of these players immediately reported the news to their superiors. However, within a few minutes, the leader who lived deep in the headquarters of the initial protocol received the detailed coordinates. We must not let them escape this time. The leader immediately led his men to fight. A large group of people rushed out in a mighty force. However, when they arrived at their destination, they did not see a single living person. They only saw the dimensional cracks that were completely distorted by the aftermath of the battle. But unlike last time, this time the leader smelled the smell of decay. Who died? The child of prophecy, and the weaver of fate closed their eyes and peeked. Those people around Bai Fu, as long as they can be detected, are still alive. Those undead said that most of them followed Bai Fu to deal with the Supreme God. Now they are all alive, which means that the Supreme God died. Are you sure? There is basically no possibility of deviation. Looking at the confident son of prophecy, the leader was speechless for a moment. The Supreme God almost caused the Reaper to come, but the biggest threat was Bai Fu. She even killed the Supreme God. If she is allowed to continue, the situation will probably get completely out of control. Let's do it. There is no need to hide. Now the only thing we need to do is to get rid of Bai Fu as quickly as possible. As for how much it costs in the process, it doesn't matter. No matter how much it costs, it is less than the Reaper coming. The people following him nodded one after another. For a moment, all the people who had agreed to the agreement started to move. Is the target the Zuyuan Star and the Supernatural Garden? I see. Somewhere, the tiger-headed man, the painter, the lightless man, and the ferryman of the Sea of Entropy, who received the order, stopped their work. As early as a month ago, they actually received the plan issued by the leader, asking them to prepare in advance. Therefore, they acted very quickly this time. As soon as they received the order, they quickly formed a team and flew towards Zuyuan Star. The purpose of their action this time was very simple. They didn't really want to destroy Zuyuan Star and the Power Garden, but just to make an offensive posture and then attract Baifu to come. As for how to kill Baifu, that was not something they should consider, and they didn't have the strength to do so. Another place. Some people who had secret contacts with the original agreement also received the leader's contact as soon as possible. Are you going to do it now? It will be too late if you don't do it now. Don't worry, I'm here, Baifu can't kill you. All of these people thought about it for a long time without exception, but finally agreed. Let's do it. On the same day. Rebirth on the capital planet of the Empire. At the observatory of the Imperial Palace, Emperor Odoacer asked the waiter beside him. Any news from Dimitri recently? Waiter, Lord Annihilation seems to be in seclusion to recuperate recently. I went to visit him several times, but was stopped at the door. Judging from the expressions of Lord Annihilation's guards, Lord Annihilation's condition is probably not very good. I see. Dimitri has made many contributions to the Empire. Now that the external crisis has been resolved, don't bother him for now. Let him recover from his injuries. The waiter nodded to show that he understood. Odoacer stopped talking. After the waiter left, he sighed, raised his head, and said to the roof, I have authorized it. It's up to you now. The cold but steady voice of the glorious host came. Received. The highest authority has been unlocked. Chapter 373. The fusion of the double helix tree is a long and tedious process. The reason why Esseron was able to fuse so quickly was that he had been refining the double helix tree for many years before he officially started. Fortunately, with the help of Aology and the double helix tree fusion experience guide, Baifu successfully established a connection with the double helix tree in less than 2 days. Current fusion progress 1.27%. Looking at the numbers that appeared in front of her, Baifu's face unconsciously revealed a happy smile. Finally it worked. After she clicked on the fusion of the double helix tree, the new status World Projection Virtual Realm appeared behind her name. This status is the bonus that the double helix tree brings to her. Since the current fusion progress is still very low, this bonus is not exaggerated at this stage. But even so, its effect is far beyond Baifu's initial estimate. World Projection Virtual Realm. There are 3 bonuses now, namely 1. Attribute bonus. Under the effect of the double helix tree, the communication between Baifu and the virtual realm has reached a new level, no longer limited to adaptation, but has become trying to control, which allows her to obtain additional attribute bonuses. All attributes are additional plus 1.27%, and the bonus ratio will increase with the fusion progress of the double helix tree. 2. Life supply communication with the double helix tree allows Baifu to borrow the power of the double helix tree. At this stage, due to the low progress of fusion, she can only use the most basic life-sustaining blood recovery ability and health value bonus. The health value bonus is also 1.27%. After the health value is emptied, the double helix tree will automatically start and quickly restore her health. But at this stage, it will only restore half of her health. Although it is not much, it is also very powerful. After all, it will increase in the future. 3. Shadow Hand. This is a special skill, similar to the skill of Esseron controlling branches and roots to fight, but there are some differences. First, Baifu manipulated not branches and roots, but shadows formed by the gathering of dark energy. Second, these shadows controlled by Baifu can be invisible, hiding in the virtual space overlapping with the main space, thus avoiding the enemy's detection, and wait until the shadow covers a large enough area, or sneaks into a special area before suddenly appearing to attack. In terms of skill effects, the ability mastered by Baifu is much stronger than the one mastered by Esseron. Both of them merged with the double helix tree. Baifu speculated that there might be 2 reasons for the deviation between the two. First, she is an apostle, and her racial potential score has reached 100, which is much more compatible with the double helix tree than Esselin. Second, she had many instructions when merging with the double helix tree, and there was also a game progress bar correction, so there would be no deviation, while Esselin could only explore slowly by himself, and it was difficult to fully develop the potential of the double helix tree. The most obvious manifestation of this is that after Esseron merged with the double helix tree, he turned into a tree man, while her body did not change at all after merging with the double helix tree, not to mention the big change in appearance. Even the chest size did not change by even a millimeter. Baifu continued to read the detailed description of the World Projection Virtual Realm status. In the last line, there was a note, reminding her that after increasing the fusion progress to 15%, a new bonus effect will be unlocked. At the current fusion speed, it is estimated that it will take about 20 days to increase the progress to 15%. It's okay, not too long. Baifu stretched lazily. Now that the matter was settled, she had nothing urgent to do for the time being. She planned to meet with Li Tae and the people from the Anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance first, discuss the future course of action with them, and temporarily leave the players of the Silent Courtyard camp to them for management, so that they could lead the players to gain experience. Only by feeding the players well, can the players feed her in return. In version 3.1, the upper limit of the player level was raised to level 110. This is a very critical version. Level 110 is the peak of the S+ level, and the next level is the disaster level. Players will definitely spend a lot in version 3.1 to prepare for the next version to enter the disaster level as soon as possible. Seizing this opportunity, Baifu can cut a large piece of meat from the players. Although she can gain a lot of experience for each task she completes now, these experiences are still far from enough to satisfy her. There is no way. Who made her the most hungry stage now? In order to eliminate the life chasm status, she had to practice several more professions, and the experience required to practice other professions was much greater than the first profession. Baifu was about to call for Elegy, Yulia and others to leave, when a call suddenly sounded from the depths of her soul. It's bad, Lord, something serious has happened. The caller came from Zuyuan Star. According to him, Zuyuan Star and the Power Garden were all attacked. Although the Power Garden had an automatic defense system and Zuyuan Star had undergone a lot of transformation, the situation was still precarious because several people came from the opposite side at once. We can't see their faces clearly, but their strength is very terrifying. They are definitely superpowered people of the super level. Baifu was full of questions. Who is so arrogant that he dares to attack her base camp now? Is it the remnants of the supreme god Ezerlon, or the people who made the original agreement couldn't help but take action? I'll be back soon. Baifu immediately boarded the mobile palace that had been transformed by dark energy and flew back with Yulia and others. At the same time, she used the will of the apostle to let her will descend on a true spirit summoned creature on the Zuyuan Star. I want to see who it is. Wait. Baifu's pupil shrank suddenly. There was no need to continue investigating, because she saw the fateful celestial sphere rotating outside the sky. It was the initial agreement. After learning that she had killed the supreme god, the leader really couldn't sit still. This didn't give her a chance to breathe. The initial agreement was mysterious and the members were extremely powerful, but she was not a pushover. The virtual dimension descended. As soon as the skill was activated, the Zuyuan Star and the supernatural garden were all covered. The next moment, countless true spirit summons were born from Baifu's mind, and then descended on this not-so-wide cosmic battlefield. They formed a huge array and rushed towards the enemies who were constantly attacking outside the sky. The Lord of the Court is back. The people on Zuyuan Star cheered. Don't worry, I'm here, they can't get in. Baifu calmly comforted everyone. She was doing two things at the same time, controlling the psychic army while urgently contacting the three major cosmic civilizations. Of course, she couldn't just do it alone to deal with the initial agreement. What? The three cosmic civilizations that received the news were all shocked. At this time, they were attacking the Apostle Holy City with all their strength, and a large number of troops were sent to the depths of the starry sky tens of billions of light years away. Even so, they couldn't just sit back and watch. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that if Baifu got into trouble, they would have no power to deal with the initial agreement. Baifu must not get into trouble. At least she must not die before they completely digested the Apostle Holy City. I will send Thunderblade and others to support us immediately. We will ask Garuga and others to come with Eckhard's gun. It will only take half a day at most. Titan Industries and Supernova Corps responded one after another. The Reborn Empire was in a bit of a dilemma. The three pillars of the Empire, Annihilation Dimitri is recuperating in seclusion, Chong Xiao is fighting on the front line, and the remaining governor of the Guardian Great Wall can't get away at all. If he leaves, what if the original agreement suddenly attacks the Empire? After discussing for a long time, the Rebirth Empire finally sent a reserve army led by the Lord of the Vortex, and at the same time spent a lot of effort to contact the Lord of Curse Olsen, and let Olsen go to Zuyuan Star for support instead of him. Very good, the posture has been set, and then it depends on whether the initial agreement is just a test, or it is really going to launch a general attack. Baifu attacked with all her strength, not giving those who attack Zuyuan Star a chance to breathe. Now is not the time to hide her weakness. Only by showing herself as much as possible, and hurting the initial agreement, as much as possible can she buy more time to merge the double helix tree. Under her full force attack, the few super sages who had agreed at the beginning were quickly at a disadvantage. No! It was not just that they were at a disadvantage. Surrounded by the psychic army, they were almost beaten so hard that they could not even tell the direction. If this continues, we will die here. The tiger-headed man looked extremely ugly, and the painter who stood back to back with him to resist the attack of the psychic army was even more like Qi Liaoshi. When they first met, Bai Fu was not even as good as a hair of hers. It had only been a short time, and the situation had reversed to the point that she was not even as good as a hair of Bai Fu. What a sin! Hurry up and ask the leader for help. If there is no reinforcement, we can only retreat. The news quickly reached the leader's ears. What? Just the arrival of the will can force you to ask for help in such a short time? The leader, who has always been calm, was a little numb this time. Is it too late? Shouldn't he have agreed to the previous cooperation with Bai Fu? At this point, it's useless to regret it. He actually considered telling Bai Fu the truth, negotiating with Bai Fu, and letting Bai Fu give up the path to becoming a god, but in the end, he gave up. Will Bai Fu agree? Even if she agrees, is it out of sincerity, or is it a delaying tactic? Even if Bai Fu really agrees, will she not regret it later? The most important point is that he appeased Bai Fu today. What if another Hong Fu, Chung Fu, or Kai Fu appears later? Each person is appeased, and the number of strong people will be enough to trigger the arrival of the harvester. So, the most permanent way is to kill. Kill Bai Fu. Kill all people like Bai Fu. Then, establish a brand new social order of the universe with absolute strength. Under this new order, the overall combat power of the entire universe will be maintained below a safety line, and all those who attempt to challenge the safety line will be punished, with the lightest punishment being the abolition of their strength, and the worst being direct execution. Although this is somewhat unreasonable, it can ensure that the Reapers will never come and civilization will continue forever. In the final analysis, is it really that important to become a god? The leader didn't think so. In his opinion, the continuation of civilization is the most important, even if it means living in the sewer like rats. I will let the Weaver of Destiny activate the old mark. You just need to hold on for a few more minutes. The old mark is a long-distance transmission prop, and the transmission distance is much farther than the Apostle-level dark energy engine of the Apostle Holy City. When fighting with the Apostle Holy City before, the initial agreement used the old mark. Unlike the destined celestial sphere that can be repeatedly manufactured, the old mark is one less after one is used. But now, in order to kill Bai Fu, the leader was too lazy to save it, and used it when necessary. A few minutes later, more transcendence of the original agreement descended near Zuyuan Star through the old day's mark. Relying on the accumulation of numbers, they finally withstood the psychic army controlled by Bai Fu's will. It seems that this group of people are going to fight me to the death. Let's see who is more stubborn. Bai Fu curled her lips, and kept speeding back. At the same time, rebirth of the Empire. Odok was restless in the palace. Suddenly, a radiance appeared. Lord Annihilation just left the mansion secretly. His destination is the secondary space. It seems that he is still puzzled by the loss of the Supreme Relic, and wants to find out the truth. Odok stroked his forehead, with a helpless look. This matter is really difficult for him to handle. Stop it directly? Wouldn't it be telling Dimitri that this matter was related to him? Then when Dimitri asks him why he did this, how should he explain? Forget it. Let's ask first. Seeing that he was about to ask questions, Guangwei left very considerately. Not long after, Odoacer went straight to the secondary space with the answer he got. The moment he saw him, Dimitri was shocked. He acted extremely secretly, and never expected to meet Odoacer here. Your Majesty. Odoacer, Dimitri, stop investigating. As he expected, Dimitri's eyes widened immediately. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Could it be that this matter has something to do with you? Odoacer, I did take those holy relics. Dimitri's heart sank. He didn't understand why Odoacer did this. With Odoacer's strength, he didn't need those holy relics at all. Deliberately dragging the Empire down? Could it be that Odoacer, as an emperor, secretly surrendered to the holy city of the apostles before? Odoacer explained, I took those holy relics on the orders of the greatest emperor in the history of the Empire. The greatest emperor? Isn't that Emperor Ignatius the Great? Dimitri was stunned. Hasn't Emperor Ignatius the Great been dead for many years? Odoacer shook his head. I thought so at first, but he's back. Where is he? Dimitri asked hurriedly. The leader of the first agreement, his real identity is Emperor Ignatius the Great. Haven't you always been curious about why there are so many traitors to the first agreement in the Empire, and even Slick, the last generation heir of the glorious family, has joined the first agreement? This is the reason, Dimitri. I only learned this secret not long ago. Odoacer looked at Dimitri. At this time, Dimitri was like being struck by lightning. He stood there quietly for a long time, still unable to say a word. Chapter 374. Dimitri was stunned. He once suspected that he was dreaming. Emperor Ignaz was not dead, he was back. This kind of thing already sounded very dreamy. The leader of the original agreement was Emperor Ignaz. This matter was even more full of absurd colors, like a dream. Isn't this a joke? If the leader was Emperor Ignaz, why did he hide in the dark and try his best to deal with the reborn empire? Emperor Ignaz himself made great efforts to make the reborn empire grow to this point. It was under his leadership that the reborn empire was able to defeat the ability courtyard, get rid of the crisis of destruction, and then embark on the fast track of development. If he were to deal with the reborn empire now, wouldn't that mean he was denying his past? Dmitri was puzzled. Odoacer looked at Dmitri with emotion. I know it's hard for you to believe, but... Never mind. Even if I explain it to you now, you might not believe it. Let the Emperor tell you in person. Dmitri suddenly woke up. Will the Emperor come in person? Odoacer explained. It's just a projection. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange space fluctuation appeared behind him. Red energy flowed out of the cracks, and finally turned into a sturdy body more than 3 meters tall. Dmitri's body froze. He would not remember it wrongly. This appearance was exactly the same as the giant statue of the Emperor that had stood for thousands of years, and even more charming. Dmitri, you did a good job. In this decadent era, you are worthy of the name of the Pillar of the Empire. A heavy call sounded. Dmitri opened his mouth slightly, and he saw appreciation, recognition, and respect in those bright brown eyes. Ignatz said, I know you have a lot of doubts in your heart, and I came here today to help you solve them. At this time, Odok walked away tactfully. Only Ignatz and Dmitri were left talking in this secondary space. The conversation lasted for nearly 2 hours. During this time, Ignatz first showed Dmitri his unique ability, so that Dmitri no longer doubted his true identity. Afterwards, he told Dmitri about the Reaper, the threat from Baifu, and his experience from his death to becoming the leader of the original agreement. The initial protocol was not actually founded by Ignatz. The initial protocol existed long before the Rebirth Empire and the Ability Courtyard fought each other. The founders were a group of seekers who roamed and explored in the alien space. They found traces of the existence of the Reapers on the road to the end of the evolutionary road, so they gathered together to discuss countermeasures, and the initial protocol was born in their discussion. After its birth, the initial protocol experienced many rounds of turmoil, and finally stabilized in the era when Emperor Ignatz became famous and became a stable organization. In order to develop the organization, the leader at that time absorbed a large number of members, including Ignatz. Ignatz had already died, but the leader at that time was very optimistic about him and turned him into a seeker. Ignatz, who revived from death, went through a long time to re-enter the superb level and restored his previous memories. Should he return to the Empire or stay in the original agreement? After a fierce psychological struggle, he finally chose to stay. In order for the Empire to continue forever, he must prevent the arrival of the Reapers. At the same time, he cannot conflict with the original agreement, because the original agreement is very powerful, and he and the Empire are not the opponents of the original agreement. After Ignatz stayed behind, he finally grew into the new leader of the original agreement after a series of struggles. Time made him tougher. He still retained the heroism of the great Emperor, but his heroism is no longer limited to the Rebirth Empire. I want to create a new social order, an order that will prevent us from repeating the mistakes of the Void Civilization and the Void Civilization. Dmitri, come and lend me a hand, for the Empire, for those companions who fought side by side with you, and for the glory you believed in all your life. Ignatz was passionate, and his orator temperament made people want to be convinced. Dmitri felt that his eyes were about to be blinded by the light. He was in a trance for a while, because the words Ignatz said just now contained too much information, so much that it completely overwhelmed his past cognition. It turned out that the original agreement, who seemed to be a villain, was the savior. It turned out that Baifu, as a saint, was a threat to the safety of civilization. So normally, he should accept the invitation of Emperor Ignatz. Because if he didn't do this, there was a high chance that the reborn empire would be destroyed, and in that case, everything he had done in the past would be in vain. What should I do? Dmitri looked up at Ignatz. Ignatz raised his right hand, and a tiny teardrop-shaped crystal appeared in his palm. Approach Baifu, and then nail this thing into Baifu's body. What is this? A gene positioning device. Once this is implanted in the body, I can find Baifu no matter where she escapes. Dmitri immediately understood what Ignatz meant. He was afraid that this operation would fail to kill Baifu and let Baifu escape, so he planned to bury a positioning device on Baifu in advance. Ignatz, this is the only way for us to move towards a new era. I know you feel bad, but you must overcome this hurdle. Everything is for the Empire. For the Empire? When Dmitri came out of the secondary space, he found Odok waiting for him outside. How did the talk go? Dmitri nodded. I have accepted the task assigned by the Emperor. Odoacer smiled with relief on his face. Even Dmitri chose to cooperate with the Emperor, so he didn't need to have any psychological burden at all, and he could do things freely, right? Dmitri, the world will praise your choice today. Odoacer patted Dmitri's shoulder excitedly. Really? Dmitri didn't know whether his choice was right or not. All he wanted now was to follow his truest thoughts. In this way, even if the future proves that he made the wrong choice, he would have less self-blame and regret. Without further delay, I will prepare the spaceship now. Dmitri acted very quickly. Only 10 minutes after the conversation with Ignatz, he had already boarded the express dark energy engine-driven spaceship to Zuyuan Star. Leader, can Dmitri really succeed? The Weaver of Destiny frowned. It's not that he doesn't trust Dmitri. With Dmitri's loyalty to the Empire, he will definitely carry out the tasks assigned by the leader. The problem is that Baifu is not an ordinary person. She has encountered many crises along the way. She was even blocked by the leader himself with a destiny orb. However, even so, she still managed to escape danger in the end. If you want to ask who is the most durable king under the starry sky, this title must belong to Baifu. Ignatz laughed. I know what you are worried about, so this time I prepared 4 dishes for Baifu. The first dish, Rufus, yes, Rufus. When Baifu went to find Esseron, he secretly found Rufus and successfully turned him over. Rufus and him had a big grudge. Baifu probably never dreamed that Rufus would join him, right? The second dish, Dmitri. The third dish, the Reborn Empire. The fourth dish, of course, is the entire initial agreement. Ignatz didn't believe that this set of saturation attacks would still not hurt Baifu's foundation. Unless Baifu opened it. Otherwise, even if Baifu cannot be killed this time, Baifu will never be able to hide. After hearing what Ignatz said, the Weaver of Destiny couldn't help but laugh. As expected of a leader, he always thinks so carefully. Near Zuyuan Star. The battle between the Court of Silence and the initial agreement has completely evolved into a bloody battle of mincing meat with both sides escalating. At first, the initial agreement had the upper hand by surprise attack. But with the arrival of Baifu's will, the situation reversed instantly, and the tiger-headed man and others were beaten to tears. Seeing that the situation was not right, Ignatz immediately approved the use of the old marks, sending a large number of super absolutes and a fleet of the Forged Arrow Corps, which was even larger than the Rebirth Empire's Ace Legion. With the support of these living forces, the tiger-headed people and others quickly stabilized their position, and while steadily launching an attack on the Zuyuan Star, they arranged a dimensional collapse device in the destined celestial sphere. Judging from this posture, it was clear that they wanted to crush the entire Zuyuan Star in one go, leaving no one alive. This aroused fierce resistance from the Silent Court. The two sides fought for 6 hours. Rounds of battles were fought over the Dimension Collapse device. In the battle, 2 super absolutes were killed on the side of the initial agreement, and Baifu's descending True Spirit summon was also broken twice in a row. The battle situation was tragic. When will the reinforcements arrive? Soon, soon. We have just joined the fleet of the Rebirth Empire and have now entered the Edge world. Listening to the voice coming from the communication channel, Baifu nodded. That's good. It seems that reinforcements will arrive at the battlefield in half an hour at most. She is looking forward to what the original agreement will do after seeing the joint fleet of the 3 cosmic civilizations. Should they continue to increase the stakes or retreat temporarily? In fact, if Baifu really went all out, the tiger-headed man and others would have been smashed in the head by her shortly after arriving at Zuyuan Star, and they would not have been able to hold on until now. She is not bragging. Her body cannot come back for a while, but she can completely summon the virtual spirit God King and the majestic body of God to enter the battlefield through the descent of consciousness. Facing a super tough guy like Esalen, the void spirit God King and the great God body could hold out for more than 10 minutes. Fighting the tiger head people, who are only level 259 at most, is as easy as spinning a top. The reason why Baifu did not burst out with all her strength at the beginning, but always maintained the battle in a balanced state, on the one hand, was to deliberately conceal her strength to confuse the initial agreement, and on the other hand, she wanted to take the opportunity to test the depth of the initial agreement. She has been dealing with the initial agreement for quite a while, but until now, she still doesn't know how strong the initial agreement is. Considering that the official positioning of the game states that the initial protocol is a later version of the villain organization than the Apostle Holy City, she believes that the initial protocol is much more difficult to deal with than the Apostle Holy City. This may be because the leader's real strength is stronger than Ezeron. It may also be because the initial protocol has several strong people whose strength is not far from Ezeron. Of course, it may also be because the initial protocol has equipment or props that are more powerful than the double helix tree. Bai Fu was thinking when another voice sounded in the communication channel. We're here. Right now. Bai Fu immediately sent out all the players in the base. This group of players had been beaten so hard before that they dared not show their heads. Now they finally got the chance to go out, and they rushed out fiercely. The fleet of the initial agreement was already attacked from both sides, and encountered crazy players. Soon some people on the warships could not stand it. Who can stand exchanging life for life with monsters, like players, who can be resurrected after death? Cracks began to appear in the solid fleet formation. Soon, the small cracks expanded into big holes. As the number of holes increased, the fleet of the initial protocol finally collapsed. Hasn't anyone come yet? If they don't come, we're doomed. The tiger-headed man was furious, and kept shouting in the communication channel of the initial protocol. Here they are, behind you. Just as his patience was about to run out, a cold voice sounded. The tiger-headed man turned around quickly. His sight passed over thousands of ships, and locked onto a figure, with white flames burning on his body. Rufus, finally here. The tiger-headed man hurriedly called out to everyone, retreat, retreat, retreat. In the courtyard of silence, the joint fleet of the three cosmic civilizations, Rufus launched an attack from three directions at this time. The fleet of the initial agreement fled in panic, and when it finally got rid of the pursuit, a good fleet was left with only half of its ships. Fuck. The tiger-headed man was furious. Bai Fu, you wait for me. You'd better pray that you can survive Rufus's sneak attack. After repelling the fleet of the initial agreement, the joint fleet of the three cosmic civilizations docked at the airport on the outer layer of Zuyuan Star, and did not leave in a hurry. The fleet leaders and Rufus passed through the entry channel one by one, and came to Bai Fu's residence on Zuyuan Star. Bai Fu asked with a strange look on her face, Rufus, why are you here? I called you many times before, but you didn't reply to me. Rufus immediately complained, Well, you may not believe it, but I actually knew that the initial agreement was planning to deal with you. But I didn't have time to inform you because I have been hunted by the initial agreement these days. Fortunately, I am more skilled, and the initial agreement suddenly dispatched a large number of people to attack you, otherwise I might be dead now. I will kill the leader sooner or later. He gritted his teeth and secretly observed the changes in Bai Fu's expression while speaking. He thought this was very interesting. Bai Fu would never have dreamed that he had made peace with the leader of the initial agreement and reached an alliance, right? When Bai Fu's real body came back, he would launch a sneak attack. If he could kill Bai Fu and get all the Void Lord cores in Bai Fu's hands, then the leader would not be his opponent. Rufus was very proud, but he didn't know that he had revealed a fatal flaw. Name, Rufus Areno Alignment, Initial Agreement Favorability, Covet, 31. Bai Fu closed Rufus's attribute panel without changing her expression. Chapter 375. TSK, thinking of the bright initial agreement in Rufus's attribute panel, Bai Fu couldn't help but snorted in her heart. Pretend? Just keep pretending. You can deceive others, but you want to deceive me? What a fantasy. In fact, Bai Fu knew that Rufus would not be content. So she didn't intend to accept Rufus sincerely from the beginning. Her plan was to use Rufus, and then secretly find a place to kill him. This way, she could not only avenge Fei and Jinlu, but also retrieve the Void Lord core from Rufus, and reduce a hidden trouble for herself. However, even though she knew that Rufus was a bad-tempered and pure egoist, Bai Fu still didn't expect that Rufus would defect so quickly. It had only been less than 2 days since she had completely broken up with the original agreement. Okay, since you are not a human being, don't blame me for being rude to you. Bai Fu looked at Rufus with a smile on her face. Is that so? They ambushed you and took the initiative to attack Zuyuan Star and the Supernatural Garden. It seems that the initial agreement is determined to completely eliminate me and the Silent Garden this time. She nodded and looked around. Thanks to your timely arrival, we were able to repel the attack of the initial agreement this time, but I think the initial agreement will never give up like this. They are probably planning a second round of attacks. Next, I will trouble you to stay in Zuyuan Star for a while. Rufus and others immediately said that they would definitely stick to it to the end. The temporary meeting ended in a happy atmosphere. When leaving the meeting room, Rufus did not forget to secretly look at Bai Fu a few times. Proud? It can only be said that Bai Fu is a little smart, but compared to him, it is still far behind. When the person who made the original agreement calls again, He will teach Bai Fu a good lesson and let Bai Fu understand why he has never fallen after all the hardships he has experienced over the years, but has become stronger and stronger. Thinking of this, Rufus's face turned ugly again. He had been so unlucky in recent years. First, the secret base was inexplicably dug out by the supernova core. Then, because of an accident, he was misunderstood as a traitor by the people of the Apostle Holy City. Later, he tried his best to digest the Void Lord core, but before he could enjoy it for long, Bai Fu and the leader of the initial agreement teamed up to bring him down to earth. He didn't know what he had provoked, so that he was so unlucky. Fortunately, all this has become a thing of the past. Rufus clearly felt that his bad days were coming to an end. Ignatz can be the leader of the original agreement, so why can't I, Rufus, be the leader? Rufus dreams of becoming the master of the new order. No. Now is not the time to dream. The most urgent task is to contact those who have reached cooperation with the original agreement in the fleet sent by the Reborn Empire to support as soon as possible. To kill Bai Fu, he needs more helpers. Rufus started to move secretly. He had never expected that Bai Fu could see his every move. Of course, he would never have thought that there was the same name behind every bad luck he had in these years, Bai Fu. Good fellow, have so many people in the fleet of the Reborn Empire secretly joined the initial agreement? The initial agreement has really stretched its hand. Bai Fu was slightly surprised. Fortunately, she opened it, otherwise she would really suffer this time. She did not rush to liquidate Rufus and others immediately. On the one hand, she wanted to see if there were other traitors, and on the other hand, she was afraid that killing Rufus and others in advance would make the people of the initial agreement wary. Respond to changes with the same attitude. That night, several major events happened on Zuyuan Star. The first was that Bai Fu's original body sent a message saying that she would be back in another day. The second was that Dimitri, whose injuries had not yet healed, drove a spaceship from billions of light years away to help. The third was that the people from the Rebirth Empire suggested that it was actually very dangerous to continue to defend Zuyuan Star. It would be better to move all the people on Zuyuan Star to the supernatural garden before the people who had originally agreed to the agreement came over, and then drive the supernatural garden to the Rebirth Empire to temporarily avoid the limelight. After seeing the identity of the proposer, Bai Fu couldn't help but roll her eyes secretly. Oh! Isn't this one of the people who contacted Rufus privately? If she uses the supernatural garden to transfer people now, she might end up in the hands of the initial agreement and become the bargaining chip for the initial agreement to threaten her. Bai Fu didn't refuse openly, but only said that she would consult other people on Zuyuan Star first. It's not difficult for her to transfer people on Zuyuan Star. She just needs to transfer people on Zuyuan Star to the virtual realm, and then transfer them from the virtual realm to other places. She couldn't do it in the past, because during the transfer process, the transferred people would die suddenly because they couldn't adapt to the virtual world, but now she is above the Apostle, and she has also merged with the double helix tree, so she has enough ability to protect the transferred people from being eroded by the virtual world. If there is nothing else, then see you tomorrow. Bai Fu was about to log off when Dimitri suddenly called her. Huh? Bai Fu looked at Dimitri in confusion. In fact, from the moment Dimitri arrived at Zuyuan Star, she found that Dimitri was abnormal. The main manifestation is restlessness and fidgeting, as if something big has happened. Could it be that he has found out something? Bai Fu remembered that the last time Dimitri contacted her, he asked her to help find out who stole the holy relics of the Empire. Now she has a related task called Shadow of the Empire in her task bar that has not been completed. Are there any new discoveries about the holy relics? In the secret room, where only the two of them were, Bai Fu asked first. Dimitri nodded. The identity of the thief is shocking? Yes. You are not going to tell me that it was stolen by the Emperor Odoacer. Yes, but not entirely. Bai Fu was a little confused. There is an accomplice. Yes, and the identity of that accomplice is shocking. To be honest, until I met you, I was still hesitant about whether to tell you the truth. Dimitri shook his head and smiled bitterly. Huh? Because that person is Emperor Ignatius the Great. Huh? Bai Fu was confused. The great Emperor Ignatz of the Empire? He is not dead? He has become a seeker? Dimitri, not only a seeker, he is now the leader of the original agreement. The room fell into silence. Bai Fu did not speak for a long time. She knew that Dimitri did not lie to her, because just now, she received a game prompt saying that the Shadow of the Empire mission has been completed, and she has received a special reward, Holy Light. Holy Light is a super rare item that can forcibly raise the strength of a master to an extraordinary level. Bai Fu was planning to use it for her own divine messenger, and to raise the last divine messenger to the superb level. But the point now is not this. The point is that the leader of the initial agreement is actually the Empire's Emperor Ignatz. You actually told me the secret? Bai Fu felt unbelievable. Dmitri is a loyal minister of the Empire. At this critical moment, when she and the initial agreement have completely torn their faces, he suddenly revealed this secret, which will inevitably cause a heavy blow to the Empire. Does he not love the Empire anymore? Or is this a conspiracy? Dmitri, I just met with a projection of Emperor Ignatz the Great a day ago, and he asked me to help him deal with you. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand, and in his palm lay a teardrop-shaped white crystal. He gave it to me. It is said to be a gene positioning device. Once it is nailed into your body, you will never be able to hide. Bai Fu threw an apostle vision over. Yes. Dmitri did not lie. This item called Tears of the Universe is indeed a gene positioning device. Dmitri directly handed the Tear of the Universe to Bai Fu, which was a sign of his sincerity. Then, he began to explain why he did this. In fact, it was not that complicated. He just saw his true heart after a fierce psychological struggle. Of course, it was easy to say, but it was very painful to make a decision. Even though he had made up his mind not to plot against Bai Fu, when talking to Ignatz, Dmitri was still shaken after boarding the spaceship to Zuyuan Star. Do you really want to betray Emperor Ignatius and Emperor Odoacer? Dmitri felt like he was walking on a field full of flames. No matter where he went, he would be burned. But when he finally saw Bai Fu, when he finally remembered what Bai Fu had done for the rebirth of the Empire, the most important thing was that he remembered the path he had walked. He thought about what he saw and heard on his first day of school, the education he received, the past when he fought side by side with his comrades, the expectant eyes his comrades cast on him, and too many things. These memories made him analyze himself more deeply. At this time, he realized that he had always believed in the will nurtured by the 30,000-year history of the Empire, which was to try to rekindle the ashes even if it turned into ashes. In the past, Emperor Ignatz the Great was the representative of this will. But now, in his opinion, Emperor Ignatz the Great has lost this will. As for Odoac, does this guy have this thing? So you chose to tell me the truth because... That's right. Although you are not from the Empire, I think you are more like the inheritor of the Empire's will than Ignatz and Odoacer. Ignatz said that he wanted to keep civilization going forever, but I don't think that the Empire that has lost the will of Ash is still a real empire. It is just an empty shell. It is definitely not the Empire I want to protect. You may think I am extreme, but I am the real me who holds this idea. In fact, you don't know me very well, right? Aren't you afraid that I will insist on becoming a god and eventually bring the Reaper to the world? I'm going to take a gamble, betting that you won't do that, but will try every possible way to solve the problem of the Reaper from the root. Dmitri smiled, no longer feeling uneasy or flustered. After speaking his mind, he had nothing to worry about. Bai Fu stared at Dmitri for a long time, then laughed. I do want to solve this problem, but I can't think of a solution now. If I have to say if there is any direction, my goal at this stage is to get a program that the founders of the original agreement found in the void. That program may help us understand the truth about the Reaper mechanism. Dmitri had an idea. I will sneak into the initial protocol and get... Bai Fu interrupted him. That's not necessary. I will get the program myself. If you go, even if you get the program, you can't break through the Son of Prophecy, the Weaver of Fate and Ignatz to hand it over to me. That's right. Dmitri didn't insist. It's hard to say whether Bai Fu can come out alive after entering the initial protocol. If he goes, it's a gift. The most urgent thing is to give the initial protocol a taste of its own medicine. This gene positioning device can also be used. Bai Fu narrowed her eyes slightly, and she had already made up her mind. One day later. Zuyuan Star. Bai Fu returned as scheduled, but this time she was the only one back. Not long after she returned, the initial agreement launched a second round of fierce attacks, which were several times stronger than before. Almost in an instant, all the space buildings outside Zuyuan Star were destroyed. At this time, Rufus volunteered to go out to meet the enemy. Don't worry, it's not time for you to show up yet. You hide here first, and I will go out to meet the enemy. If the people of the initial agreement are fooled, you can come out again. Bai Fu politely sent Rufus and the reborn Empire officers, who were in contact with Rufus, to an observation platform. Rufus laughed secretly. This is better. When Bai Fu is entangled by the people of the original agreement, he can approach Bai Fu in the name of assistance, and then suddenly launch a sneak attack. Whether he can become the Supreme of the Star Sea depends on this time. Rufus is full of expectations. On the other side, the people of the original agreement are also full of expectations. Bai Fu, the net has been laid. Let's see how you can escape this time. Seeing that Bai Fu had already flown out, Ignaz immediately issued an order to attack. Rufus, don't just sit there. Get started. Rufus was ready to fight. He was about to fly out of the observatory, but was surprised to find that a huge ecliptic theodolite appeared around the observatory. This is the Destiny Sphere? Rufus was shocked. Who released the Destiny Sphere? Why didn't he? That's right. It was Bai Fu. I didn't notice anyone releasing it just now, because the Destiny Sphere was released in advance. And who else could have released the Destiny Sphere in advance except Bai Fu? Shit, where did Bai Fu get the Destiny Sphere from? And how did Bai Fu know that there was something wrong with him? Rufus was anxious. Bai Fu, you despicable villain, let me out. Inside the sphere, those reborn Empire legions that discovered the abnormality also shouted. Is this reasonable? Should the plot develop like this? Shouldn't the plot be that they attacked Bai Fu from behind and knocked her out in one fell swoop? Dog barking. After countless shadows, they emerged from the Destiny Sphere and entangled Rufus and others, along with the Void Realm Force Field and the Void Spirit God King. Kill them, don't spare a single one. Bai Fu gave the order, and her own eyes were coldly locked on the members of the initial agreement who were coming from the front. Since she already knew the biggest secret of the leader of the initial agreement, there was no need for her to hide her true strength. Kill them. Kill until blood flows like a river. Chapter 376. Boom, the shadow broke through the air, and Rufus noticed something unusual, but because it happened too suddenly, he had no time to dodge. In an instant, he and the Imperial officers trapped with him were all tied up by the Hand of Shadow. His strength was extraordinary, and even if he was tied up, he could immediately break the Hand of Shadow, but others did not have his ability. An Imperial officer, who was still fantasizing about giving Bai Fu a heavy blow by attacking from behind, just now had a face that turned liver-colored. He felt like he was about to explode. The shadow hand wrapped around him was draining his strength, while shrinking inward with terrifying and shocking force. He tried his best, but he failed to break free from the restraints and broke his bones instead. Save me, Rufus, save me! Terrified cries rang out in succession inside the fateful sphere. Rufus kept dodging and looked down. Damn it! What he saw was clearly a picture scroll of hell. On the ground, countless shadow hands were shaking, like the blazing black flames in hell, and those who were entangled by the shadow hands seemed to be punished by the fire of hell. The painful faces and twisted bodies made Rufus numb. Save. I'm not going to save you. Rufus quickly retracted his gaze and continued to dodge. The Fate Sphere was very powerful, but as long as he was given enough time, he could still break through the Fate Sphere and escape. Seeing that Rufus didn't pay any attention to them, the officers of the Empire broke down one by one. They first shouted to Bai Fu, saying that this must be a misunderstanding. After getting no response, they tried to shout to other people in the Imperial fleet who came with them, even the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries. However, they still did not receive a response. In fact, it was not that these people did not want to pay attention to them, but Bai Fu directly blocked them. No matter how they shouted, their voices could not penetrate the Destiny Sphere and reach the outside world. Of course, in this process, Dimitri also made a small contribution. The moment the Destiny Sphere and the Hand of Shadow were deployed, the other reinforcements from the three cosmic civilizations, who did not know the truth, wanted to go up to help, but they were all stopped by Dimitri. They are involved in the original agreement and intend to cooperate with the original agreement after the war officially begins, and defeat us in one fell swoop. Saint Bai Fu and I have long seen through their tricks, so we deliberately led them into the trap. Don't worry about them. Saint Bai Fu will deal with them. The most urgent task is to deal with the general attack of the original agreement. Dimitri not only has a high status in the Empire, but also has a lot of weight in the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries. After he said this, the others immediately gave up the idea of going to rescue and turned to spit. Oh my god, how could these people be so evil? After this operation, the people trapped in the fateful sphere completely lost hope of survival. They started to curse. They cursed Bai Fu, Rufus, the Empire, Odoak, and finally Ignatz. Then, their emotions began to collapse. They regretted, despaired, twisted, and screamed in darkness, but nothing could help. In the end, they could only watch themselves being crushed by the shadow hand and turned into Bai Fu's experience. My ears are finally clear. Now I can. Wait, that's it. Rufus' eyes widened. He saw a giant god suddenly descending into the fateful orb. He knew this giant god. Bai Fu had used it to stop the supreme god. You're using this to kill me? Rufus gritted his teeth. Unbeatable. His strength was indeed good, but compared with the Supreme God, the gap was still quite obvious. The Supreme God could suppress this giant god, and he would probably be suppressed by this giant god in return. Find a way to escape first. Even if you get hurt or seriously injured in the process, it doesn't matter. As long as the Green Mountains are there is no need to worry about firewood. Bai Fu's current focus is to deal with the attack of the initial agreement. As long as he escapes from the blockade of the Destiny Sphere, he will definitely survive. With this in mind, Rufus put most of his energy on attacking the Destiny Sphere, and his defense against the Shadow Hand and the Void God King was much lower. His idea was good. But he made a fatal mistake, that is, he did not expect that the current Void God King was no longer the original Void God King. In fact, it's not his fault. Who would have thought that even at Bai Fu's level, one could still improve his strength by a large margin in just half a month? It wasn't until the giant claw of the Void Spirit God King landed on his head that Rufus realized how serious his mistake was. Buzz! A claw fell and hit the top of his head. In an instant, Rufus was completely stunned. The severe pain completely destroyed his will, and he found that he couldn't move at all. This claw made him temporarily lose control of his body. No matter how he struggled, no matter how he roared, he could not move at all. He felt that he had become a bystander at this moment, or a spectator outside the TV. He could only watch the Void Spirit God King on TV beating his body, and then he was anxious. What kind of ability is this? Rufus was completely panicked. He really felt the threat of death. He had never felt that death was so close to him. I was wrong, Bai Fu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have colluded with the original agreement. You let me go. I will tell you a secret you will never think of. You are wrong? Bai Fu snorted coldly. At this time, it was the turn of that famous quote. The secret you want to tell is that the leader of the original agreement is the Emperor Ignatz of the Reborn Empire, right? Bai Fu's voice came from the mouth of the Void Spirit God King. Rufus's face suddenly changed. How? Do you know? Go with peace of mind. The Void Spirit God King stopped talking to Rufus, and went up to play with the spinning top. After playing for half a minute, Rufus finally regained control of his body. But it was too late. The attack launched by the Void Spirit God King, just now, had already seriously injured his body. The most important thing was that he was a void life, but now, he was blocked by the fated Celestial Sphere, so that most of his strength could not be exerted. He could not fully exert his strength, and was seriously injured. How could he fight? Rufus became more and more impatient, and less confident as he fought. The less confident he was, the more he placed his hope on the initial agreement to defeat Bai Fu. However, he waited for a long time, but still did not see the initial agreement reach Suyuan Star. Despair, collapse, and complete explosion. Under the constant hammering of the Void Spirit God King, Rufus's condition became worse and worse, and in the end, his strength was not even comparable to that of ordinary super absolutes. At this time, Fei and Jinlu appeared. Bai Fu did not lack the experience bonus brought by this fatal damage, so she left the opportunity to kill Rufus to Fei and Jinlu. Their hometown was destroyed by Rufus, and the hatred between them and Rufus must be resolved by death. Although Rufus had been beaten to death, he still did not give up struggling. Especially after seeing the Void Spirit God King stop, Fei and Jinlu appeared. Isn't this his chance? His plan was to wait for Fei and Jinlu to get close, then suddenly launch a sneak attack, using special means to prevent Fei and Jinlu from reacting in time. As long as he controlled Fei and Jinlu, he could survive. But he still underestimated Bai Fukai's ability. Special means? What other special means can you have in front of me? Rufus was about to make a move when Fei directly controlled him. At this point, haven't you seen the situation clearly? How could you? Rufus was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. He couldn't figure out how Fei could tell what move he was going to use. He had never used this move in front of Bai Fu. Go to hell. Fei and Jinlu were too lazy to torture Rufus anymore. Rufus' mentality had long collapsed. As for the pain in his body, it was actually nothing for someone of his rank. The two of them killed Rufus, and completely destroyed his body, leaving only the Void Lord core that Rufus had worked so hard to get. Looking at the empty land, Fei and Jinlu looked at each other. It felt like a dream. Let's go to Bai Fu. She needs us now. Yeah. In fact, Bai Fu didn't really need Fei and Jinlu's help at this time. The initial agreement was a big offensive, but there were not many people who actually launched the assault. They had been using long-range attack methods. The reason for this was that they were waiting for Rufus and Dimitri to act. Ignaz was not a fool. Could he not see what kind of person Rufus was? He would not rush forward recklessly and create opportunities for Rufus. The scene he wanted to see most was that Rufus succeeded in a sneak attack on Bai Fu, and then was seriously injured by Bai Fu, so that he could easily harvest. Of course, he also knew that this was difficult, so he placed more hope on Dimitri. Leader, it's been almost 10 minutes. Why hasn't Rufus taken any action yet? The Weaver of Destiny looked at Ignatz in confusion. Ignatz frowned. It was indeed a bit unreasonable that Rufus hadn't taken any action in 10 minutes. Send him a message. The Fate Weaver was shocked. What if the message is intercepted? Ignatz sneered. It's good that the message is intercepted, then he has to take action. Good guy, it has to be you. The Fate Weaver immediately did it. Unexpectedly, this message still did not receive any response, and there was no change on Zui Wingxing. What's going on? Did Rufus lie to us, and he didn't betray Bai Fu at all? There is absolutely no such possibility. If Rufus was really so honest, why would he end up in this situation where his grandmother and uncle don't love him now? So he got into trouble? Ignatz nodded. That's a possibility. But it doesn't matter, he didn't put all his hopes on Rufus. If Rufus was caught, it might be a good thing. When Bai Fu focused on Rufus, she would pay less attention to Dimitri, the traitor. Bai Fu, I prepared 4 dishes for you this time. Can you handle these 4 combos? Bai Fu didn't know if she could handle Ignatz's 4 combos. She only knew that the people who signed the original agreement next would not be able to handle her moves. Rufus is dead, and everyone on Zuyuan Star has been moved away. Now it's time to kill the people who made the original agreement. As she spoke, Bai Fu unceremoniously released all her strength. It was a force so strong that everyone who noticed it couldn't help but tremble all over. In an instant, everyone in the starry sky near Zuyuan Star turned their eyes to where Bai Fu was. People who were far away didn't know what was going on. But those who were close had already started screaming. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Bai Fu's strength was totally wrong. The group of original protocol extraordinary people and warships that rushed to the front quickly turned around and tried to escape, while those who fell behind did not understand the situation at this time, and had no time to give way, so the two sides collided with each other. In the chaos, the majestic body summoned by Hei Fu led the virtual force field and the Hand of Shadow to the battlefield, completely cutting off their escape route. And Bai Fu launched a fierce attack from another direction. The front and back attacks of Bai Fu and Hei Fu alone had already made the people of the initial agreement piss and pee. The reinforcements sent by the 3 cosmic civilizations were not idle at this time, and immediately joined the battlefield to beat the fallen dogs. After a violent beating, the initial agreement suffered extremely heavy losses. A large number of ships were blown to pieces without any resistance. Those powerful extraordinary people did hold on for a while, but they only jumped a little. Facing the front and back attacks of Bai Fu and the great body, their health was not enough. Help! Hurry up and help! If the leader doesn't come, we will all die here. One after another, messages for help were sent to Ignatz's current location. When Ignatz first received these messages, he thought his communication system was invaded and bombed by the mechanics. After reading the content of the message, he was completely dumbfounded. Immediately, a huge anger surged out. We were deceived by Bai Fu. At this point, how could he not understand that Bai Fu had hidden her strength? When the tiger-headed man and his men launched the attack, Bai Fu was fully capable of killing them directly, but she didn't do so, just to make them misjudge and relax their vigilance. As expected, they were fooled. In this round of contact war, the initial agreement lost nearly a quarter of the super absolutes, which was a heavy loss. Kill her! Everyone come with me, kill her! Ignatz could no longer sit still. He immediately issued an order to everyone, including the reborn empire, to completely eliminate the silent court. Not long after he rushed out, a giant god descended from the sky and blocked his way. Ignatz was about to take action when his eyebrows suddenly raised. He realized that the tears of the universe had successfully merged with the living life and was moving at high speed. It seemed that Dimitri had succeeded. Hee. Ignatz sneered and looked up at the Void God King, who was blocking his way. Bai Fu, since you like to play, then I will play a game of cat and mouse with you. Chapter 377. After discovering that the tears of the universe had successfully merged with living life, Ignatz was no longer anxious. Run. No matter where Bai Fu ran, she couldn't escape his pursuit this time. Admittedly, Bai Fu was a monster-level psychic genius, but no matter how monster she was, he was still better in this round of confrontation. Who made Bai Fu not know his true identity? A small information gap was enough to decide many things. Come on! Ignatz's momentum began to surge. At this time, The great body of God also led a large number of psychic troops to attack from another direction. Cooperating with the imposing Void Spirit God King, they launched a double-team attack. Ordinary people would lose their fighting will completely just by looking at the two giant gods, not to mention fighting. But who are Ignatz and others? Not only did they not show any fear, but they took the initiative to rush forward and launch the attack first. More than a dozen extraordinary people with a total level of more than 220, and carrying a large number of super rare high-level props and cosmic treasures exerted their strength at the same time, and even the Void Spirit God King and the great body of God soon fell into a disadvantage. Among the two warring parties, Ignatz performed the best. Not just ordinary good performance, but the good performance of using his then body to force the Void Spirit God King, who was more than 10 kilometers tall, to retreat step by step. Waving giant claws, then hit the giant claws back. Flying scales, then catch the scales with bare hands and tear them into pieces. Ignatz is a top martial artist with supernatural powers. His supernatural powers can not only enhance his strength, but also make every punch and kick of his carry a terrifying force that can crush the target at the level of elementary particles. In other words, he was a hybrid talent with a stronger power than Annihilation Dimitri, but a physique dozens of times stronger than Dimitri. Every time he punched, the Void God King was like being tied to an electric chair, his body trembling constantly. No matter how the Void God King roared, or how he used the virtual particles to create a shield, he was still beaten to pieces by Ignatz in the end. He looked back at the Fate Weaver and others. Although the Fate Weaver and others failed to get rid of the great body of God, they also completed the task of restraining the great body of God. When the time came, the majestic body disappeared naturally. Ignatz nodded calmly. The things that are in the way have been cleared. Let's go, let's continue chasing. The crowd did not delay any longer, and flew directly past the nearby Ziyuan star, and headed towards the location of the Tears of the Universe. They were full of murderous intent and confidence, and they did not expect that Bai Fu, who had taken the initiative at this time, and had nowhere to escape in their eyes, was in control. I will take them around for a few more circles, and you go and meet up with Hei Fu first. Fei Jinlu, Dimitri, and others did not say much, and immediately started the dark energy engine of the spacecraft, and flew towards the location of Hei Fu. After watching them leave, Bai Fu looked down at the space box in her hand and laughed. Do you like playing cat and mouse games? Then I will show you who is the cat and who is the mouse. The box contained a space beast that she had just caught. The moment she caught the space beast, she embedded the Tear of the Universe that Dimitri gave her into the body of the space beast. Ignatz thought he had locked onto her position, but in fact, he had locked onto a star beast without wisdom, only hunting instincts. While Hei Fu hasn't set up the trap yet, I accompany you around in circles. Bai Fu tore open the space with her bare hands and escaped into the dimensional crack. Her current speed is not exaggerated. After all, her basic agility is only more than 20,000. Even if she has a lot of bonus skills, she is still not as fast as Ignatz. But she is both an apostle and a void lord, and can jump back and forth between the four places of the main space, dimensional cracks, the virtual realm, and the void. This strange movement made it difficult for the extremely fast Ignatz to catch her for a while, and he could only follow her through various spaces. Damn it, is Bai Fu a loach? One of the Chao Ju who made the initial agreement couldn't help but curse, and the faces of the others were not much better. Jump, jump, jump now, you will see what will happen to you later. This round of miserable pursuit lasted for a day and a half. After a day and a half, Ignatz found that Bai Fu finally stopped running around, but flew in a fixed direction. He couldn't help but sneer. This woman is really cautious. She didn't know we were behind her. She just went around in circles for a day and a half just to get rid of possible pursuit. No wonder she can survive so many crises. Unfortunately, she still didn't expect how deadly the blow Dimitri gave her was. He led the people to chase in the direction of the Tears of the Universe. This chase lasted another hour. We're here. Ignatz raised his hand. Everyone, get ready. We must not let Bai Fu escape this time. Everyone was ready to fight, and took out all their trump cards. Soon, with Ignatz's order, they rushed out at the same time. Among them, Ignatz took the lead and closed the distance with Bai Fu in almost the blink of an eye. Bai Fu, you didn't expect it, you. Wait, Ignatz's shouting stopped abruptly. Something was wrong. He found something unusual. He clearly felt that Bai Fu was not far ahead, but there was no Bai Fu's figure there, only a space box produced by the Empire Industrial Group. Bai Fu is hiding in that space box? There is no such possibility. Bai Fu is not crazy. Why would she hide in that box? Bai Fu cannot hide in the box, but the tears of the universe are indeed in the box, so there is only one possibility to explain the current situation. The life that was eroded by the tears of the universe, and then hid in the box is not Bai Fu at all. This is a trap. Bai Fu must have seen through the role of the tears of the universe long ago. She nailed the tears of the universe into other life forms, and then lured us here. Did Dimitri betray him? Or was Bai Fu well informed and knew the tears of the universe? No, this was not the time to dwell on this. Ignatz felt a suffocating pressure coming from all directions. It was a force field. But it was not just a force field. This space was assimilated into a part of the virtual world. Come out, Bai Fu, get out! Ignatz's face turned extremely ugly. As he shouted, others gradually understood the current situation. Since Bai Fu dared to lead them to this trap, she must have made sufficient preparations. So, over there. Someone pointed, and for a moment, everyone's eyes looked over there. They saw the Void Spirit God King, they saw Kabe, saw the Praying Angel, saw Bai Fu's 5 super-level divine messengers, and saw the massive psychic army whose exact number could not be estimated. In front of these true spirit summons, or true spirit lives, a dark tree with branches and leaves spiraled up, looking like black flames from a distance, and at the top of the flame, floating and standing was Bai Fu in a black formal robe. At this time, Bai Fu held the staff in her hand, with the holy shield behind her, and the apocalypse and the desert of the soul swirling around her. Although she was small, compared to the Void Spirit God King, she was like a grain of rice. But no one would ignore her grain of rice. The brilliance she exuded was a brilliance that shook the galaxy and dimmed time. Ignatz, do you think this will be your grave? Bai Fu looked at Ignatz with a smile. Ignatz was furious. Bai Fu, do you think you can kill me by leading me into a trap? You are too naive. Although he was shocked, felt the shame of being played with, and felt the embarrassment of being ridiculed, this made him more motivated to fight. In his life, when has he encountered fewer setbacks and death crises? The pressure that Bai Fu brought to him now was not as great as the Superpower Garden back then, when the Superpower Garden attacked, not only him, but the entire Rebirth Empire was on the verge of collapse. Now it is nothing. For this deep and fascinating starry sky. For all the civilizations that developed in this starry sky. For all the intelligent life that survived in this starry sky. Bai Fu must be killed today. The furious Ignatz turned directly into a red fireman. With him standing in front, and the Weaver of Destiny cheering him up, the other people who were shocked by falling into the trap also took out their cold killing intentions at this time. They rushed forward. The two sides fought to the ground. When planning, Bai Fu was ready to get rid of Ignatz in one go and sweep the entire initial agreement into the garbage dump of history. To this end, she pulled in all the helpers she could get in a short period of time, and played a lot of tricks. For example, she didn't let Hei Fu and Elegy appear at the beginning, and she didn't use mental attack methods at the beginning, and didn't fully unleash the power of the double helix tree. But as the fight went on, she realized an extremely terrible problem. Ignatz's strength. What's going on? Bai Fu quickly threw an Apostle's Vision to Ignatz. When fighting on Ziyuan Star, she used the Apostle's Vision to see Ignatz's level. Level 274, the same as Esseron, but with higher attributes and more complex abilities, not that surprising. But now Ignatz's panel has changed. The total level is still 274, but the attributes are completely different. Life Furnace. Old Firewood. One heart. Bai Fu saw several new states after Ignatz's name. It is these states that have brought about an extremely exaggerated growth in Ignatz's attributes, with both strength and agility exceeding 80,000. Oh my god, you've opened it too? In fact, the Fate Weavers also opened it, but their opening was not that big. What's going on? While Bai Fu hurriedly called Hei Fu to come out to help, she hurriedly checked Ignatz's status. After reading it, she understood. Ignatz and his team were burning the foundation of the first agreement for more than 10,000 years. The so-called Old Firewood is the holy relics left by the members of the first agreement who died in the past generations. These holy relics burned across countless light years, and provided Ignatz and his team with extremely terrifying bonuses. Bai Fu understood it all at once. No wonder Ignatz asked Odo to help him take out the holy relics in the Empire's secondary space a while ago. They were all preparing for today. Damn it. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you've become stronger now. Halfway through the fight, Elegy suddenly came out again. As the god of the virtual world, Elegy's strength is not to be underestimated. The total level is 270. Although not as good as Bai Fu, together with Bai Fu, there are 3 monsters above level 270. 3 against 1, if I can't kill you, Ignatz, then how can I kill your followers? What's more, I have the help of Yulia, Cixia, Fei, Anya and others. The two sides collided mercilessly. In such a fierce battle, even with Baifu's care, Cixia and others still died from serious injuries. Of course, Ignaz's people were not much better. One after another, the super absolutes fell, and Ignaz's eyes became redder and redder. At some point, he suddenly reacted. It's soul fluctuation. Baifu, you have a soul-like cosmic treasure. No wonder I and others couldn't kill you so many times before. Ignaz was so angry that he trembled all over. After realizing this, he understood. This battle seemed to be a life-for-life battle, but in fact, only his people died. To be honest, he wanted to rush up and twist the heads of Baifu and AI Ligia off no matter how serious the injury was. But he couldn't fight like this anymore. The Weaver of Fate couldn't die. The ability of the Weaver of Fate was the key to maintaining the new order. Let's go! Ignaz left the others behind and ran away with only the Weaver of Fate. The remaining members of the initial protocol were all terrified when they saw the scene. Leader. But Ignaz didn't respond to them at all. Since he ran away, you will take his place. Baifu smiled and looked at the other members of the initial protocol. A chill spread deep in the starry sky. Edge world. Ignaz, who had just rushed out of the dimensional crack, had a distorted face. He remembered that Baifu had played a trick on him for 2 days. He remembered the original agreement Chao Ju who died in the past 2 days. How could he just swallow this anger? Revenge is necessary. Baifu, you want to hide, then I will force you out. Send people to arrest all the people on Ziyuan Star, and let the Rebirth Empire launch a large-scale purge against the Silent Court and those forces closely related to the Silent Court. Oh, and launch a propaganda offensive. I want to tear Baifu's image apart bit by bit. Ignaz sneered. He wanted to see if Baifu would be so cruel as to continue hiding when she found that everything she had built had fallen into the abyss, or would she be unable to resist jumping out and fighting him? I want to see if you are a real saint or a fake saint. Let me judge you. Ignaz's eyes flashed with a light of destruction. The Weaver of Fate, who was close at hand, suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Ignaz was still Ignaz, but why did he look a little different from that Ignaz? He didn't have time to think about this problem. Because he still had to carry out Ignaz's mission. But this mission didn't seem so easy to carry out. Leader, the people on Ziyuan Star had been moved away by Baifu a long time ago. What about those who had a good relationship with her, such as those in Qingyue? They all ran away without a trace. Ah! Ignaz's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared like a beast. Chapter 378. After learning from Dmitri that the leader of the initial agreement was Emperor Ignaz the Great, and that Emperor Odoacer had completely sided with Ignaz, Baifu made 2 arrangements at the same time. The first arrangement was to set up a trap and take the opportunity to severely trap the initial agreement on Ziyuan Star. The second arrangement was to quickly and secretly notify those who had a good relationship with her to retreat. For example, the Lord of the Oath, Andres of the Origin Consortium. These people had a very close relationship with her, and the forces they belonged to were also deeply bound to the Silent Court in terms of business. Once she goes to war with the original agreement, the Reborn Empire will also be a wolf. If they don't run away, they will most likely become the focus of the Reborn Empire's attack. These 2 arrangements have almost broken Ignaz's defense. How can he not break his defense? He ran to hunt Baifu with full confidence, and didn't take Baifu seriously at all along the way, but kept mocking Baifu for being a candle in the wind. In the end, Baifu was not killed, and his carefully set up plan was used by Baifu, becoming a sharp blade that killed a large number of his own super special forces. This was already infuriating enough. After this happened, the first thing he thought of was revenge, even resorting to unethical and extremely mean means, but the other party had expected it, and he was completely defeated. Haha, the clown turned out to be me. Ignaz's mentality exploded. For more than 10,000 years, even when he had just become the emperor of the empire and was suppressed by the Senate to the point of being unable to breathe, he had never felt so uncomfortable. Even when he was pushed to the mainland of the empire by the supernatural garden, he had never felt so aggrieved. A mouthful of anger was stuck in his chest, unable to swallow or get out, so he couldn't say a word, and his face turned deep red. Fortunately, he was very powerful. If an ordinary person was so angry, his blood vessels would be in trouble. Since I can't kill you, I will destroy your reputation first. The path of physical annihilation was temporarily unfeasible, so Ignaz quickly changed to another path. Public opinion attack. He who controlled the empire was equivalent to controlling 1/3 of the volume of this starry sky. With so many loudspeakers launching a public opinion offensive at the same time, I don't believe that the golden body that Baifu created for herself can't be torn apart. But he was still a step slow. Before escaping from Zuyuan Star, Baifu had already been brewing a public opinion offensive. When the war broke out, she immediately informed the Supernova Corps through the people who came to support from Titan Industries, the relationship between the Titan Industries high-level initial agreement and the Rebirth Empire, the existence of the Reapers, and Ignat's purpose. She killed a large number of the initial agreement super absolutes in one breath, so she was not worried at all that if she told the secret to the Supernova Corps, Titan Industries would trigger the Reaper's arrival mechanism. When the Supernova and Titan Industries first received the news, they were skeptical and suspected that Baifu was trying to sow discord. But with the end of the Zuyuan Star War and Ignat's order to the Reborn Empire to liquidate the Silent Court, the Supernova and Titan Industries immediately saw the situation clearly. Damn, Baifu was right, there was really something wrong with the Reborn Empire. Originally, everyone was happily harvesting the legacy of the Apostle Holy City, but a backer, who was more powerful than the Supreme God, suddenly appeared on the Reborn Empire, and this backer wanted to establish a new order where he had the final say. In any case, the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries could not accept this situation. They must counterattack and never let the Reborn Empire ride on their heads. The three-party alliance broke down. When Ignaz asked Odoak to prepare to launch a public opinion offensive, the chief of the Corps, Fitz, and the chairman of the Industrial Committee, Drano, had already ordered their own propaganda departments to announce the true identity of the leader of the original agreement. Fuck, the leader of the initial agreement turned out to be Ignaz of the Reborn Empire? If that's the case, then why did he attack the Reborn Empire? Isn't he the greatest emperor in the history of the Reborn Empire? Is he crazy? This is fake news. That's right, if the leader of the initial agreement was really Ignaz, when he saw the Empire was threatened by the Holy City of the Apostles, why didn't he come out to help the Empire, but asked Baifu, an outsider, to come forward? Fake ass, this is the news announced by the head of the external propaganda department of the chapter. I think this is a conspiracy. Ignaz concealed his identity and established the initial agreement. The purpose was to assist the Empire in annexing the chapter and Titan Industries. He let the initial agreement attack the Empire just to act, fearing that the chapter and Titan Industries would doubt his identity. If it weren't for the sudden invasion of the Holy City of the Apostles, the chapter and Titan Industries would probably have become the Empire's possession in a very short period of time. The direction of online public opinion turned to a situation that was completely unfavorable to the Empire and Ignaz. They denounced Ignatz for looking like a hero, but actually being a despicable villain. They denounced the Empire as a rubbish country, thinking about how to stab its allies when they were fighting bloody battles in front. Amid the scolding, a player who had personally experienced the battle on Zuyuan Star jumped out and released video evidence of the initial agreement to invade Zuyuan Star, and the reinforcements sent by the Reborn Empire trying to cooperate with the initial agreement to kill Baifu. The appearance of these videos, coupled with a large number of players spewing foul language on the interstellar network, made the reputation of the Empire and Ignatz even worse. Oh my god, how can the Empire be so bad? Fufu helped the Empire so much, but the Empire was worried that Fufu would become an obstacle to their establishment of totalitarian rule, so they stabbed Fufu in the back without saying a word. Helped for a long time, but a bunch of ungrateful people came out. Odoacer and himself. Except for Ignatz, Odoacer was the one who got scolded the most. Because under the instruction of Baifu, he cooperated with Ignatz to steal the holy relics, and morally blackmailed Dimitri to plot against Baifu, and all these things were made public. In fact, many people have long been dissatisfied with Odoak, both inside and outside the Empire. Once the news spread, those who were already dissatisfied became even more dissatisfied. What the hell is going on? After seeing all the news, Boilo, the representative of the Imperial Senate, was completely confused. He didn't understand why things had become like this. It's a good thing that Emperor Ignatz has returned, but why should he deal with Baifu? Now that this incident has happened, the Empire has suddenly become the villain of the Star Sea. He found Odoacer with full of doubts and dissatisfaction. At this time, Odoacer was sweating with anxiety. Not long ago, Odoacer received an order from Ignaz to launch a fierce public opinion offensive to discredit Baifu, but before he started, the Empire was already blackened. What should be done to reverse the situation? The impatient Odoacer could not say a word in the face of Boilo's questioning. He hesitated, his mind turned rapidly, thinking about how to appease Boilo, and at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in the room. The Emperor? Boilo's pupils shrank suddenly. He recognized that the person who suddenly descended was the projection of Emperor Ignaz the Great. Odoacer, you step aside first, let me do it. Odoacer was relieved and ran away quickly. In the huge palace main hall, only Ignaz and Boilo were left. Ignaz patted Boilo on the shoulder, and then told the truth of the world. The storm of public opinion blew for several days. After being beaten back step by step in the initial period, the Empire finally stood up again and began to reverse the situation through various means. They first organized people to dispel rumors, and then gradually found people to expose the truth. It is impossible to completely whitewash the Empire, so their goal is to give the world the impression that although our Empire has done something dishonorable, Baifu is not a good person either. The Empire is promoting this mainly because it is afraid that some people or forces outside the Empire will feel pressure and run to Baifu's side. Baifu is already difficult to deal with, and if another group of people run to her, it will be even more difficult to get rid of her. While carrying out propaganda, the Empire also did many other things in secret. The first thing was to integrate the Empire. Ignaz was back. Although Odoacer was still the Emperor of the Empire, from this moment on, the person who made decisions in the Empire was no longer Odoacer, but Ignaz. Who was in favor, and who was against? Those who were in favor stayed. Those who were against were liquidated if they ran slowly. The second thing was to carry out comprehensive cooperation with the original agreement. The two sides stood on the same front from the original confrontation, working together to fight for the establishment of a new order. During this process, a large number of rebels and revolutionary organizations affiliated with the initial agreement exploded. They felt betrayed by the initial agreement. They had fought for so long to defeat the three major cosmic civilizations, but now the initial agreement has gone to cooperate with the Empire. What a joke! Some people launched an attack on the Empire and the initial agreement, and were defeated as expected. Some people ran away quickly, trying to find Baifu. The third thing the Empire did was to have Ignaz personally come forward and contact the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries privately. In Ignaz's original plan, he didn't need to bother with the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries. He could just rely on his tyrannical strength to push forward. If the two cosmic civilizations were convinced, it would be fine. If they were not convinced, he would crush them completely. But he couldn't do that now. Baifu was not eliminated by him as planned. If he directly took action against the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries, he would be pushing them towards Baifu, which would be very detrimental to his plan. Ignaz's communication was not going smoothly. Because when he was secretly contacting, Baifu had also been in contact with the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries. The three parties kept pulling, forming a delicate balance. As cosmic civilizations, the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries would not easily succumb even if they knew that they were not as strong as Ignaz and Baifu. If their knees were really weak, they would have surrendered when the Apostle Holy City launched a fierce attack, and how could they have persisted until now? This balance lasted for several days. In the end, Ignaz couldn't bear it anymore, and simply detonated a mine he had buried for a long time. Eternal Investment. Baifu had little contact with Eternal Investment, and only discussed licensing cooperation with the Universe Network game developed by a company under Eternal Investment in terms of selling character cards. But it is undeniable that Eternal Investment is the most powerful consortium that has explored the universe, and its financial resources and connections are even large enough to influence the decision-making of a cosmic civilization. In the eyes of some people, Jose, the actual controller of Eternal Investment, is at the same level as the Emperor of the Empire, the President of Titan Industries, and the Chief of the Supernova Corps. Jose and Yonghing Investment are awesome. But no one knows that Ignaz has played a big role in Jose and Yonghing Investment's success. In the process of competing with other financial groups, when the investment business provoked other forces, and when conflicts arose with cosmic civilizations, Yonghing Investment faced the crisis of failure several times. At this time, Ignaz stepped forward to help Jose solve the crisis. Now that Ignaz has encountered problems, it is natural for him to ask Jose to help. The headquarters of Eternal Investment is in Titan Industries, so this time, what Ignaz needs Jose to do is to find a way to get rid of Drano, the president of Titan Industries, who is most opposed to cooperation with the Empire. Although Jose thought it was difficult to do, he took action when he thought of Ignaz's strength and the benefits he would get after the Empire successfully established a new order. A few days later, something happened that shocked the entire explored universe. Drano was assassinated. Even though he was very powerful, he was still killed. The murderer was the boss of an interstellar evil force that was extremely hostile to Titan Industries. This incident is full of weirdness. The strength of the interstellar evil leader is indeed enough to kill Draenor, but the question is how did he sneak to the vicinity of Draenor? Why didn't there be any big noise in the process of killing Draenor? There must be a traitor cooperating with the murderer. Titan Industries fell into a fierce internal struggle. The faction that won in the end was the faction of Draenor's granddaughter Xuechuan, that is, the Chaojue, who was beaten to a pulp by Baifu before and severely pitted two waves of teammates. Xuechuan's faction succeeded in taking power, and in the name of investigating the internal traitor, it targeted its competitors and tried to build good relations with the Empire. Such actions immediately alerted some factions in Titan Industries. Something big happened. They immediately ran to find the Supernova Corps. The chief of the Supernova Corps, Fitz, also realized the problem at this time. Titan Industries will inevitably turn to the Empire. Next, with the strength of the Supernova Corps, it is impossible to defeat the initial agreement plus the Empire plus Titan Industries. Surrender? No. He would rather die than surrender to this group of despicable villains, who use conspiracy and trickery. Fitz could only send someone to contact Baifu urgently, hoping that Baifu could provide help. He had a hunch that it would not be long before the Empire would likely launch a fierce war against the Supernova Corps. Fuck, has the explored universe become like this in just 20 days? Baifu could not help but be amazed. It seems that Ignatz and his gang have completely stopped pretending. Although the gang could not threaten her for a while, her space for activities could be said to be completely compressed. Once the three major cosmic civilizations are completely integrated by Ignatz, what will she use to fight Ignatz? It seems that we must make two more preparations. The first preparation is to try our best to help the Supernova Corps resist the invasion of the Empire and Titan Industries. The second preparation is to gather all the people and forces that oppose Ignatz and establish an anti-Ignatz alliance, so that even if the Supernova Corps is defeated, she will not be powerless to resist. Chapter 379. Human power has its limits. Especially when one dares not touch taboos and cross the dividing line between humans and gods. If Ignatz is allowed to integrate the three cosmic civilizations, even if the double helix tree is completely integrated, Baifu does not think she can beat the combination of the initial agreement plus the three cosmic civilizations. So, she must destroy Ignatz's plan. After receiving the contact from the Supernova Corps, Baifu immediately sent Heifu out. But she did not let Heifu rush out to fight the people of the initial agreement. Ignatz has seen that the reason why she is as indestructible as Xuqiang is because she has a soul-type cosmic treasure in her hand. Now that it has been seen, it is hard to say whether Ignatz is prepared a countermeasure. For safety reasons, it is better not to confront Ignatz head-on in the near future. Wait until the fusion progress of the double helix tree is high before trying to send him off. Anyway, even if she does not show up, she can still cause trouble for the initial agreement and the reborn empire. After all, she is a summoner. The arrival of Heifu temporarily eased the crisis faced by the Supernova Corps. Those interstellar pirates and interstellar villains, who secretly cooperated with the initial agreement, were beaten to a pulp by the true spirits summoned by Heifu as soon as they appeared, and had to quickly retract their heads. The small moves did not work, so the Empire and the initial agreement could only speed up preparations for a hot war. Are you going to move the chief of the Supernova Corps away and move it to me? After hearing what the chief of the Corps, Fitz, said, Baifu was surprised. Fitz smiled bitterly. To be honest, the Supernova Corps can't beat the coalition formed by the initial agreement, the reborn Empire and Titan Industries. I did this to leave a spark for the Corps. As long as the Chief Corps is still there, the Corps still has the possibility of recovering its homeland. Baifu nodded. This is true. What about you? I won't come. Fitz shook his head and said, I am the Chief of the Corps, I am the symbol of the Corps, I am the embodiment of the Corps' will. Anyone can run, but I can't run. If I run, how can the Corps still call itself a Corps? The tens of thousands of years of history of the chapter, the glory accumulated by hundreds of chapter chiefs, must not be destroyed in my hands. Baifu opened her mouth slightly. Fitz had already said this. What else could she do to persuade him? At this moment, Fitz spoke again. I am worried about one thing now. What is it? I am worried that there are traitors in the chief chapter, and these traitors may expose your whereabouts and be disadvantageous to you after they come to your side. Oh, this? Baifu waved her hand. Don't worry, I am the best at catching traitors and spies. When the time comes, I will let the undead conduct a comprehensive inspection of the chief chapter to ensure that there will be no trouble. Fitz was relieved. That's good. Is there anything else I can help you with? Baifu asked. Where can I help you? Fitz fell into deep thought. He was reviewing the plan he had come up with not long ago. To complete that plan, he needed a group of warriors who were truly ready to die, a group of warriors who would never waver even if the olive branch thrown by the enemy was tempting. I need an army of undead. Bai Fu immediately agreed. No problem, how many people do you need? Fits? No less than 5 million, the more the better. Bai Fu roughly estimated the number of players under her command, at least nearly 40 million. I give you 30 million. Fitz smiled, then I'd be relieved. He explained his plan to Bai Fu. This plan is actually very simple. He knew that the Supernova Corps could not win on the front battlefield, even with support from Bai Fu, because the number of enemies was too large, so he planned to make up for it from other places. Using the Supernova Corps as bait, attract the attention of Ignatz and others, and then head straight for the headquarters of the original agreement. Switch home tactics. Bai Fu was stunned. This tactic sounds simple, but if you want to succeed, the biggest difficulty is that you must have enough strength to break through the opponent's home, otherwise the switch home tactic will become a tactic of giving away heads. With the strength of the Supernova Corps, can they break through the headquarters of the original agreement? If Ignatz is not here, and the Fate Weaver and others are not here, there should be a chance. The question is, what can be done after the attack? If Ignatz and the Fate Weavers and others cannot be hurt, the situation cannot be reversed. Seeing that Bai Fu had misunderstood, Fitz hurried to explain. His purpose was not to destroy the headquarters of the original agreement, or to get rid of Ignatz and others. His real goal was the program that Bai Fu mentioned when she communicated with them before. The program was found in the void by the founders of the original agreement. He suspected that the program was related to the mechanism of the Reaper's arrival, and it was the answer to all problems. Since the original agreement could not crack the program, it would be better to snatch the program and give it to Bai Fu. If Bai Fu cracked the program and fundamentally solved the crisis of the Reaper's arrival, then even if he died, it would be a worthy death. With the body of the chief, I will light the broad road to the future for the war group. This is what the chiefs of the war group have done for generations, and I will not be an exception. Bai Fu's eyes widened. She had been coveting the program that the original agreement got from the void for a long time, but she had not found an opportunity to get it. Unexpectedly, Fitz proposed a feasible plan now. Look! As the leaders of the same cosmic civilization, the difference between Fitz of the regiment and Odoak of the empire is like heaven and earth. I have a way to save you from death. Bai Fu directly took out the Ark of Heaven. A powerful teammate like Fitz must not be allowed to die like this. As long as he is alive, he is a banner that can call on the Supernova Regiment to resist to the end. There is such a thing? Fitz was stunned. Bai Fu, I will let my clone go to your side as soon as possible, and I will also help you gather the 30 million undead as soon as possible. Then I trouble you. The two discussed and took action separately. The Silent Alliance, an alliance of extraordinary people led by Bai Fu and based on the Silent Court, brought together the Anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance, some traitors from the Apostle Holy City, some refugees from Titan Industries, the few people in the Reborn Empire who were unwilling to succumb to Ignatz, the Star Covenant, the Arcane Library, some supernatural forces with good relations with Uani, and a large number of small and medium-sized forces. This alliance was established the day after Drano, the president of Titan Industries, was assassinated. The headquarters is located in the dark starry sky, which is farther away than the Holy City of Apostles. Now the capital is the Supernatural Garden. The Silent Alliance is the fifth cosmic force in the vast sea of stars. Its top combat power is not inferior to any of the three cosmic civilizations, and is not much worse than the Holy City of Apostles at its peak. However, since it is a newly formed force, it is far inferior to the four old cosmic forces in terms of foundation, population, economy, war potential, and actual control of territory. But all this is temporary. With a large number of superpowers, and a lot of knowledge and wealth, the Silent Alliance will sooner or later develop and become a formidable giant, provided that there is no internal strife or it is killed in advance by a stronger force. On the day the Alliance was established, Bai Fu, as the leader of the Alliance, issued a large infrastructure and exploration plan to develop the Silent Alliance, while the three major cosmic civilizations were fighting internally. At this time, the players who followed Bai Fu to the Silent Alliance naturally received their main quest Pioneer in version 3.1. Since receiving the main quest, tens of millions of players have been driving spaceships to explore everywhere. Their current strength is far greater than that of the Dark Domain exploration plan, so their exploration progress is several times faster than that time. The endless exploration missions allow the players of the Silent Alliance to have no shortage of experience, but doing exploration missions like this all the time is somewhat boring. When will there be some fun fighting? I want to fight, I want to fight, I want to fight. Just as the players kept complaining, a new mission popped up. All players above level 100, please gather at the Dark Domain Exploration Outpost number 1 immediately. This mission was issued by Baifu herself, and the wording was very urgent. All players knew that something big was coming. Are we going to go to war with the First Agreement and the Empire? The players were all excited. When they first learned that the leader of the First Agreement was the former emperor of the Empire, and that the Empire had backstabbed Baifu, they were still very confused. What the hell, what a reversal. But players are players after all. They quickly adapted to this new situation and always look forward to the moment when they will fight with the First Agreement and the Empire. These days, players from both camps have been arguing a lot in the community. Despite the advantage in numbers, players from the Silent Alliance camp did not gain any advantage in the community confrontation. There is no way, because the original agreement said that the number of powerful NPCs in the Empire camp is greater than that in the Silent Alliance camp. They cannot refute the other side in this regard, so they can only hope that the two sides will go to war as soon as possible. If I can't win the argument, then I will beat you on the battlefield. With the poster girl Fu Fu leading the team, we will never lose. Baifu looked at the tens of millions of players crowded together in the audience and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, it's time for the speech. Baifu did not say the real purpose of this action, but only said that the players who were summoned next would be sent to the Supernova Core, and asked these players to cooperate with the Supernova Core. Going to the Supernova Core at this time, what else could it be if it wasn't a fight? The players in the audience cheered immediately. For a while, the community was full of posts declaring war. Wait for death, the original agreement, the scum of the Empire camp, morale can be used. Baifu turned around and said to the beast god trapped in the Heaven Arc, "It's your turn to appear next." The beast god was so angry that he almost fainted. Fuck you, Baifu, you asked me to do you a small favor, but this small favor means to temporarily improve the strength of 30 million undeads at the S+ level in one go. You think I'm a tireless machine? No, even machines will feel tired, because there will always be wear and tear. Be a human being, Baifu. Baifu ignored the beast god's eyes. What are you doing? I didn't kill you for what you did before, so why are you complaining? Get back to work. With a large supply of props, the beast god was forcibly pulled back every time he felt like he was about to faint. Strengthen, strengthen, strengthen. It had completely forgotten how many times it had repeated the strengthening action. When the last strengthening was over, it fell to the ground with a plop, and there was no more movement. Not dead. But he looked like he was dead. Well done. Baifu smiled. What kind of fighting power can a player with 30 million strength close to, or even reaching the level of natural disasters unleash? It's time to let Ignatz and others see the potential of another force she has developed. In fact, the players in this version are not that strong. When the next version comes, that's when the players will really spread their wings and fly. Go! Go and shine the light that the undead should have. Go and let this starry sky know that you are not just pieces of puzzles, you can also be spears that pierce the giant shield. Go stand at the highest point of this starry sky, and let everyone know what a beautiful and powerful pair of wings you have. Under Baifu's command, the spaceships carrying the players took off one after another, and headed for the other side of the starry sky. The players in the spaceships were excited. This was the biggest expedition they had ever experienced. And this time they didn't need to cooperate with a certain NPC legion, but the NPC needed to rely on the strength of their legion. Baifu was also excited. Looking at the players going away, she felt a sense of relief, as if her children had grown up, and she could finally go out on her own. It has been several decades since the public beta of Above the Stars. This period of time is not long for the strong in the Sea of Stars, but it is really long for her, whose lifespan before the crossing was only a few decades. For these players, this journey is also very long, right? Another reason why Baifu is excited is that if the player's action is successful, she will have the opportunity to tilt the scales of victory towards herself. What is the truth hidden in that code? Could the Reaper be the developer of the game? Or is the game developer a higher level than the Reaper? Am I living in a virtual world or a real world? Baifu had too many doubts in her heart, and she was eager to solve them. A few days later, according to the initial agreement, under the vigilance of the Reborn Empire, and welcomed by Fitz, 30 million players arrived at the Supernova Core. Fitz did not delay. After meeting with the players, he immediately began to implement his plan. 2 days later, the combined forces of the Empire and Titan Industries launched an attack on the Supernova. 4 days later, Fitz led an elite force and a player fleet to fly to an inconspicuous space-based station. According to a senior spy of the Supernova, who was lurking inside the Empire, this base station was directly connected to the headquarters of the initial protocol. In order to deal with the people in the base station and the headquarters of the initial protocol, Fitz specially prepared 2 special props. First, the Crimson Vortex, which is a sharp weapon for digging out memories, and is used to explore the location of the headquarters of the initial protocol. Second, the Battlefield, which is the spiritual crystallization of the supernova core for tens of thousands of years, pulls everyone into the battlefield and conducts the purest iron-blooded courage duel. This stage will undoubtedly be the most suitable stage for the undead to perform. Go, let Ignatz witness the reason why the supernova core can shine in the starry sea, and the flames will never go out. Chapter 380. When the initial agreement was reached, and the coalition forces of the Empire and Titan Industries focused all their attention on the homeland of the supernova core, Fitz had already led the player core to easily capture the space-based station with the force of autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Under the excavation of the Crimson Vortex, the memories of the people in the base station were revealed at a glance. The supernova core is a martial cosmic civilization, but their research on the void and psychic energy is actually very in-depth. Therefore, they quickly locked a line through void technology and psychic energy technology. And this line is most likely the line leading to the headquarters of the initial protocol. Are you sure Ignatz and the Weaver of Fate are on the front line now? Sure. Very good, this is our only chance. Fitz's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Recently, the initial protocol may have relaxed because they no longer have to hide, and their defense against the headquarters is much lower than before. If it were in the past, how could it be so easy to find the headquarters of the initial protocol? Could this be a trap? Suddenly, a confidant raised his concerns. Fitz shook his head. Impossible. If this was a trap, then they were already surrounded, and the initial protocol didn't need to spend an extra effort to guide them to their headquarters. It was obviously much better to put the battlefield here than at the headquarters. It would be bad if something was accidentally broken at the headquarters. Fitz didn't dare to delay. The base station had fallen, and it wouldn't take long for the initial protocol to get the news. He had to attack the initial protocol's headquarters before the initial protocol got the news. Let's go! With the help of the dark energy engine, the fleet's mobility has increased by more than 10 times compared to before. In less than a day, Fitz brought the players to the end of the line. In the nebula that looked like a butterfly, at the intersection of many spaces, a huge artificial building slowly emerged in the special observation equipment of the war group. It's not easy. The players gathered in front of the giant viewing screen on the bridge side. At this time, they felt like a brave man who had gone through many dangers, and finally arrived in front of the Demon King city. In fact, until a few minutes ago, they still didn't know who they were going to fight this time. They were sent to the supernova core, weren't they, to fight the little bastards of the initial agreement? Why did Fitz take them away from the supernova core? It was really puzzling. But now they knew. That's right, they were indeed here to fight the initial agreement, and they were going to fight the headquarters of the initial agreement. Haha, initial agreement, wait for death. I'm here to collect you for a while. A large number of posts appeared in the community, with photos and videos attached. This immediately shocked the players in the initial protocol camp. No, what are you crazy about? Attacking the headquarters of the initial protocol, just you? Although it was outrageous, these players still reported the movements of Fitz and others. Fitz led a group of people to the headquarters? Ignatz was stunned. From the perspective of the war commander, he didn't understand the meaning of Fitz's doing this. Reverse the overall situation. Now the focus of the initial protocol is not on the headquarters. If Fitz could turn the tide just by taking over the headquarters of the initial protocol, he would eat it. That said, Ignatz still sent some people back for support. This time, Ignatz can't be blamed for ignoring the existence of the special program. He didn't expect Fitz, and Baifu to know the existence of the program. Under pressure from the situation, Angus told Baifu the secret, and helped Baifu complete the 4th transformation and become the enemy of the initial protocol. Afterwards, he didn't report the matter for fear of being punished. He didn't say it, and the people who were traveling with him wouldn't say it either. Sometimes, things are just so outrageous. When the reinforcements sent by Ignatz were still on the way, Fitz had already issued the order to attack. He knew very well that once the players were told the real purpose, the original agreement would definitely receive the news immediately, so he couldn't delay at all. Fitz took the lead, followed by some super loyalists and masters in the supernova core. Although they rushed fiercely, they were actually not the main combat force of this operation. Kano Hefuda. As soon as the prayer card was thrown, Hefu descended immediately, and then, the Void Spirit God King rushed out of the virtual realm with a group of true spirit summons. Even though the headquarters of the initial protocol had deployed a large number of defensive measures, it was still useless in the face of the attack of a strong man of the level of the Void Spirit God King. The Void Spirit God King peeled off the defense outside the initial protocol headquarters layer by layer like peeling an onion. In the end, the people in the headquarters could only open the Destiny Orb and lock themselves up. If you have the guts, smash the Destiny Sphere before the reinforcements arrive. The defenders of the initial agreement headquarters gave the tall Void Spirit God King a middle finger. Fuck, so arrogant? Bai Fu had to admit that even as powerful as she was, she couldn't smash the Destiny Sphere in a short time. The Destiny Sphere was an absurdly powerful sealing cosmic treasure. But if she wanted to get in, she didn't have to smash the Destiny Sphere. Bai Fu had expected this situation, so before Fitz set off, she asked Hei Fu to give Fitz a Destiny Sphere. Come out, the huge ecliptic theodolite flew out from the secondary space, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the Void Spirit God King, Fitz and others, as well as the players. It expanded, and continued to expand until it touched the boundary of the destined celestial sphere released by the person who made the initial agreement. Then, the two destined celestial spheres squeezed, merged, and unified like bubbles, becoming a larger destined celestial sphere fusion space. The body of the original agreement master, who raised his middle finger, suddenly froze, and the middle finger of his right hand quickly softened as if it had lost its bones. Something is wrong. He must have been dreaming about what he just saw. How could Bai Fu have the Destiny Orb in her hand? Yes, he must have been dreaming. He was just about to slap himself to cheer himself up, but the Void God King had already launched another attack. It was over. The defense measures outside the headquarters were completely unstoppable. This time, Fitz did not follow up, but took out the Supernova Core's trump card universe treasure. Come, the battlefield. The battlefield instantly flooded the space locked by the Destiny Orb like a mountain torrent. The entire space completely turned into a dark sky, rolling flames, falling meteors, and the ground oozing blood, as if it were an endless battlefield. In one corner of the battlefield, the headquarters of the original agreement stood tall. In the other corner of the battlefield, the players who had been strengthened by the Beast God and now strengthened 3 times by Hei Fu's skills, the super large secrets of the Apostle Holy City, and the battlefield were crowded together. Battlefield. The same words appeared in front of all the players present. They quickly read the description of the battlefield. Here, mental attacks will be suppressed, illusions will be easily seen through, and all mechanical equipment will be disrupted. Here, unyielding will become a strengthening buff, the courage to face death will become the blood of battle, and the spirit of unity will become a materialized skill. Here, by killing the enemy, they can plunder the enemy's fighting spirit, and the fighting spirit will become their endless motivation. Fuck awesome. This thing is tailor-made for us. Awesome. It would be interesting if this feature was added to the team battle mode in the arena. Every time I play this mode, I am killed by the opponent's operation. I am speechless. The players at the scene fell into a carnival. As a big anchor, Digger G immediately broadcast the relevant live broadcast. The players actually became the real protagonists of this battle between the Supernova Core and the initial protocol. This scene made other players, who couldn't come to the scene, envious. Especially those players in the initial protocol camp. Damn, this is also possible. After the initial agreement was publicly revealed and the Rebirth Empire and the poster girl Bai Fu had a falling out, most of them did not choose to leave, but continued to stay in the initial agreement camp, because they felt that the initial agreement camp was now very strong on paper, and they would definitely get a lot of benefits by following this camp. What? Following the initial agreement means standing on the opposite side of the poster girl Bai Fu? Well, at worst, they can defect in the next version. But now these players are completely regretful. Following the initial agreement camp, they did get a lot of benefits, but they never participated in the big scenes and big actions shown in the Digging G live broadcast room. Watching the players charging towards the initial protocol headquarters in the live broadcast room, they regretted it now and wished they could get into the screen. Ordinary players were like this, and those players from the big guilds regretted it even more. Damn, this is a good opportunity to show off, and they just missed it. Brothers, charge with me. Guild leaders such as Jianqi Chongtian raised their weapons and rushed towards the opposite side with all their strength. Tens of millions of natural disaster-level superpowers charged at the same time. Even the knowledgeable people in the initial protocol had never seen such a scene before. You know, usually there are only a few calamity-level superpowers in a galaxy-level civilization. Who would gather so many calamity levels together to play a desperate charge? I stopped them. No, your opponent is me. A superpower from the Supernova Core suddenly appeared and blocked the initial agreement superpower that tried to attack the player. Seeing that the battlefield had already begun, Fitz also rushed to the front line at this time and blocked a superpower that posed a great threat to the players. When all the super absolutes were stopped, the battlefield completely became a big stage for players to show themselves. Kill, kill, kill. No one can stop the players. The natural disaster level of the original agreement? I don't care if you are a weak natural disaster or a high-level natural disaster. I don't care how long your health bar is. One charge pack will be enough. The master of the original agreement? You are really awesome. You can fight dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of natural disaster levels by yourself. But now you are going to face tens of millions of natural disaster levels who are not afraid of death and just want to fight happily. I beat you up after just one round of fighting with this group of players. The mentality of those in the initial protocol headquarters was half broken. Although the players in the field will not be resurrected on the spot after being killed, there are too many of them, and they can't be killed at all. Who the hell has eaten too much and has nothing to do to play a death battle with such monsters? The people of the initial protocol immediately retreated to the headquarters. The defense outside the headquarters was broken layer by layer, but they could hold on for a long time just relying on the headquarters itself. Maybe they can hold out until the reinforcements arrive? Still hiding? I told you to hide. Damn, I smash your house. You dared to stab Fu in the back, hee hee, now your death is coming. I hang you, you ungrateful bastard, die for me. Countless attacks fell on the headquarters of the initial agreement, causing the ground to tremble continuously. The faces of the people hiding inside were as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn it, it's really a sin. Why did a monster like the undead suddenly appear in this world? Why was Baifu so popular with the undead? Why did the undead under Baifu suddenly become so powerful? They couldn't understand it at all. They could only try their best to delay the players' advance, while urgently urging the reinforcements to speed up. Fortunately, there were a lot of weapons and equipment in the headquarters. Even if the number of players was frightening, and each of them was as brave as a god of war, they could still hold on. Why are you in such a hurry? When I get there, it will be the time when Fitz dies. If Fitz fails in his desperate attack, what will the supernova core use to resist? The son of prophecy snorted coldly. In the future he saw, the supernova core had already fallen apart, so he was not in a hurry at all. What else can the people in the headquarters say? This is the son of prophecy, who has a terrifyingly high status in the original agreement. They can only pray silently, and report the movements of the players to the son of prophecy at all times. They have already broken through the main gate. We killed tens of thousands of undead with the help of the dark energy well, but their offensive has not weakened at all. They have reached the lower level. The son of prophecy estimated the time he would arrive at the headquarters and couldn't help laughing. Fitz did make a lot of preparations this time, but he still underestimated the solidity of the original agreement headquarters. When I returned to the headquarters, they had just rushed to the upper level at most. Wait for death. The son of prophecy soon stopped laughing. They suddenly changed the direction of attack and went to the experimental area. Their target is not the holy relics. Their target is the storage area and the data area. Their target is the program that the original seekers found in the void. What? The son of prophecy's expression froze. How did these undead know the existence of this program? He suddenly had a very bad feeling in his heart. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Fitz made such a big move. His real purpose was not to break through the headquarters of the original agreement. Leader. The son of prophecy quickly passed the news here to Ignatz. Ignatz's reaction was even more intense than his. He felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and almost fainted. Stop them, stop them! Although he didn't know what the program was for, since Baifu and Fitz wanted to get it, it meant that the problem must be serious. No. It's too late. The people in the headquarters looked at each other, watching the players, who were overjoyed after getting the program, and were completely at a loss. I come here in person. Ignatz didn't care about the supernova core at this time. He immediately abandoned the frontline troops and rushed to the headquarters as fast as possible. Chapter 381. Hundreds of metal boxes were scattered on the spotless white shelves. At this time, all the players who squeezed and gathered in front of a box that looked no different from the other boxes. Strange box, the eye-catching red font floated above the box, attracting players, as much as a red cape to a bull with red eyes. Strange, then I want to see how strange you are. The first player who found the box picked it up. This box is solid, but it is not enough for the players, who are now as powerful as weak natural disasters. Snap! Tear the metal box with hands. The moment the box cracked, the player who opened the box knew that he had dug up a treasure. Mysterious code. Quality. Color item description. The founders of the original protocol accidentally discovered a mysterious cube in the endless void dimension. It has a solid appearance that even the Void Lord cannot destroy. After a long period of research, the original group of seekers luckily read some data from it. This data has an extremely beautiful format. They are sure that this is a code, but because the code is intermittent, they have never been able to crack it. That's it, I found it, OHOHOH. The players holding the box were so excited that they danced with joy. This was the most important task of their trip. As long as they successfully brought this mysterious code box back to the Silent Alliance, they would not only gain a lot of experience, free advanced knowledge, a lot of rare items, evolution genomes, a lot of reputation and contribution, but also be awarded by Fu himself, become fleet commanders and special operations team captains, and command a large number of spaceships and NPCs. This reward is so rich that people can't help but doubt its authenticity. The original members of the agreement, who were hiding in the headquarters, and watching this scene through the surveillance, well, also included the Son of Prophecy and Ignatz, who were rushing over. Damn it! Stop it! Stop it now! Ignatz was about to explode. The order to transfer the mysterious code from the confidential file room, with countless layers of defense, to the ordinary warehouse, was issued shortly after he inherited the position of leader. As the ancient said, the most dangerous place is the safest place. If you put the mysterious code in the confidential file room, if someone calls in, they will know at a glance that this thing is unusual. Even if they don't know what it is used for, they will definitely find ways to take it away. But if you put the mysterious code in an ordinary standard box, and put it on an ordinary shelf in an ordinary warehouse, the situation will be different. If ordinary people come here, no matter how hard they look, if they don't know the inside story, they can't see anything unusual about this box. Who would open all the boxes here and look at them all? If you have the time, you might as well think about how to resist the crazy counterattack of the initial protocol. Ignatz thought very well at the time, and he was also confused by the current situation. Who would have thought that many years later, a group of strange people with cheats would appear in the starry sky, and this group would suddenly break into the headquarters of the initial protocol? Others don't have the time to explore everywhere, but players are different. Even if there is no task issued by Baifu, there are many players among the tens of millions of players, who will sweep the enemy's base camp during the battle. I don't care about your things. I've had a lot of fun picking up bottle caps, so why should I miss your metal box? At worst, when I can't pick up anymore, I can go back and clean my backpack and throw away the low-value things to make room. It can only be said that from the moment the player entered the headquarters of the initial agreement, the mysterious code was doomed to be lost. Ignatz roared angrily. As a former emperor of the empire, even if he is a warmonger, his personal cultivation is still very good. But since he met Baifu and the player, his cultivation has gradually been lost. Fuck your red tape. He just wants to kill people now. What are you doing? Get out, all of you, get out, go get that program back. If you can't get it back, Baifu won't punish you, I will punish you. The person who was scolded by Ignatz looked extremely ugly. The formal members of the initial agreement are all fighting for the same goal, but the same goal does not mean that they are convinced by each other. For example, the Lightless of the Supernatural Garden has always been dissatisfied with Ignatz being selected as the new leader. He thinks that if the previous leader invested the resources used to train Ignatz in him, his strength may not be worse than the current Ignatz. The people in the headquarters were now threatened, and they were naturally upset. Some people hesitated and did not move, while others walked out after analyzing the overall situation. That program really cannot fall into Baifu's hands. What if Baifu has the ability to crack this program and get something incredible from it? That would be terrible. It's dangerous. From the day they joined the initial agreement, they were dancing with death. The door opened and a group of people walked out. Seeing this, Ignatz breathed a sigh of relief. The Fate Weaver, who always acted with him, frowned. Leader, what you just said was a bit too much. No matter how urgent the situation is, it is very inappropriate to threaten the members of the agreement as a leader. Of course, what makes the Fate Weaver even more uneasy is that the leader in the past would not say such words. He has really changed, become impatient, and become extreme. This is not a good phenomenon. But the Fate Weaver can understand. After getting rid of the huge threat of the Apostle Holy City, Baifu, who is more difficult to deal with than the supreme god of the Apostle Holy City, immediately appeared, and was severely tricked by Baifu, who cannot be anxious when encountering such a thing. Once Baifu really takes that step, everything will be over. The Fate Weaver sighed secretly. He took the initiative to suggest, Leader, I think we can talk to Baifu now, let her understand how serious the situation is, and take the initiative to give up that procedure. Although she is cunning, she does not seem to be unreasonable. If we can't come to an agreement, we can still take action. Anyway, it will take some time for us to return to the headquarters. The Fate Weaver felt that this proposal was very reasonable. But obviously, in Ignat's mind now, there is no option for peace talks with Baifu. Negotiating now, what a joke. Only with Baifu's death can we bid farewell to those who have passed away, and only with Baifu's death can we deter all those who have crossed the line. After Baifu is gone, he wants to see how others will act. The angry Ignats rushed towards the headquarters at a faster speed. At the same time, the members of the original agreement, who pushed the door out, were also approaching the player, who found the mysterious code at the fastest speed. However, they were stopped halfway. Want to go? Dream on! Jianqi Chongtian sneered. The first player who discovered the mysterious code was a member of their Tiayu guild. He was so proud of himself now. Tiayu guild has fully turned to Baifu in recent years and ushered in great development. It is now one of the top guilds. If this mission can be successfully completed, he will promote it and get the rewards from Baifu. Tiayu guild will definitely be able to go one step further and become the first guild among the stars. A bright future is just around the corner. Jianqi Chongtian will never let these people who signed the original agreement come out to make trouble. Of course, he can't stop these people with his own strength, but he has a cheat. Jianqi Chongtian casually took out a stack of high-level prayer cards. These prayer cards were accumulated by him using the power of the entire guild for a long time, and now is the time for them to shine. Pa! 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 Prayer cards were shot out by Jianqi Chongtian. Instantly, the people who signed the original agreement felt that they had fallen into a dark abyss, and around the abyss, countless true spirit summons were coming towards them. In fact, it was not only the true spirit summons that launched the attack at the same time, but also many players, many of whom were not from the Tiayu guild. They just passed by and saw Jianqi Chongtian fighting the boss, so they wanted to come over and rub against him. I will rub against him, and I promise not to steal the heads. At first, these players were a little worried about being driven away, but after finding that Jianqi Chongtian did not stop them at all, they became bolder. No one cares, how can they just rub against each other? They have to rush forward with all their might, and severely reduce the health of these bosses. Brothers, hurry up and wait until the boss dies, then everyone will have soup to drink. Under the cover of Jianqi Chongtian, the group of players, who got the mysterious code, quickly ran towards the location of Heifu. Damn it! People from other guilds, such as Hei Si from Zhongyi Hall, all had red eyes when they saw the scene. Damn it! How could this Diao Mao with Jianqi Chongtian be so lucky? At this point, he couldn't possibly snatch the mysterious code, so he could only vent his anger on the original agreement. I told you to hide the mysterious code in the place where the people from Tiayu guild checked. I told you to hide it. Players from other guilds kicked open every door they saw and checked everything in the room, even small things like toothpicks. If it's valuable, take it away. If it's worthless, throw it away. Just like a swarm of locusts, a warehouse will be completely emptied in a flash. This scene made the members of the original agreement, who were still hiding, blush. Bandits, robbers, is there any justice or law? They screamed hard, and some of them couldn't sit still because the things the players were moving were theirs. I'm going to fight these monsters. The cancer of the universe? They are the cancer of the universe. A ruthless melee unfolded in the headquarters of the initial agreement. As time went by, the Son of Prophecy finally arrived at the battlefield. But his arrival did not turn the tide of the battle. Today is different from the past. After Baifu killed a wave of super absolutes, the strength of the initial agreement has already dropped sharply. Now most of their people are on the front line, and the super absolute data stationed in the headquarters is not enough. The return of the Son of Prophecy only gave those who were beaten black and blue by the Void Realm God King, and Fitz a little relief. The players' plunder continued, and this situation lasted until Ignatz and the Weaver of Fate returned. Damn it! Seeing the players plowing the land of his headquarters like hard-working old cows, Ignatz felt a sense of being bullied. Kill, 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 I kill you all. With just a slight downward push of his right hand, the players closest to him were directly crushed into pieces invisible to the naked eye. Then, like a gust of wind, he blew back and forth in the middle level of the initial protocol headquarters. Wherever he passed, whether it was the players, the true spirit summonings, or the NPCs of the Supernova Core, they were not his opponents and were easily torn to pieces by him. Fuck, so scary. This is the first time that players have seen Ignatz's health bar. You don't know until you see it, and you be shocked. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ignatz's health bar is actually 9 digits long. Is this the gold content of the strongest world boss in the current version? Jianqi Chontian only had time to sigh before he was sent back to the resurrection point by Ignatz. What a bullshit battle intent domain. I am the battle intent. I am the domain. The terrifying aura emanating from Ignatz directly pierced the battle intent domain. The gloomy sky disappeared, replaced by bright lights. Fitz looked at Ignatz with a serious face. The situation is not good. Ignatz has arrived, but the mysterious code has not been transported away in time. We must find a way to stop it. He gritted his teeth, abandoned the opponent in front of him and rushed straight towards Ignatz. It doesn't take too long. Just a few minutes will do. Get out of here. However, Fitz just flew in front of Ignatz, and before he could do anything, he was slapped away. The power of the top martial artists is so tyrannical and unreasonable. This slap not only knocked Fitz away, but also shattered the space in front of him. Not good. The faces of the players who found the mysterious code changed drastically. Fortunately, their strength is now comparable to that of a weak natural disaster, otherwise the shattered space would be enough to take them away in one wave. Run, he's catching up! Hundreds of players shouted. They each held an identical metal box in their hands. After a shout, they used all their means and fled in all directions. You want to confuse me with this method? It's useless. Ignatz sneered. They were just a group of natural disaster-level superpowers. They were nothing in his eyes. The only trouble was the Void God King summoned by Baifu. When he showed up, the Void God King also threw away his opponent like Fitz and rushed towards him, trying to stop him. Under normal circumstances, Ignatz would naturally teach the Void God King a lesson. But now, he didn't have time to tangle with the Void God King. He directly took the damage from the Void God King to chase those players who ran away. Although he was beaten hard, he finally caught all the players who ran away. Do you think you can play tricks on me? Ignatz opened the metal boxes one by one. No, still no. Until he opened the last metal box, he still didn't find the program. How is it possible? Are you surprised? In fact, I had thrown that program into my pure land of dark night before you came back. Baifu's voice came from the mouth of the Void Spirit God King. I let these undead stay here just to tease you. Oh, and by the way, test how much effort it would take to kill you. You? Ignatz's face turned pale and blue. Looking at the Void Spirit God King, the whole person was almost angry. Kill you, kill you, kill you. From now on, if anyone says that Baifu is an honest person and a saint, he will be angry with that person. Baifu laughed. By the way, let me tell you a little secret. Do you know why you can't keep your secret secret? Because I have a spy in your place. Sure enough. Who is it? Ignatz asked harshly. He didn't expect Baifu to tell him, but it was totally unexpected. Those undead, I tell you the truth, I summoned all the undead. I summoned them with my innate ability. Boom! Ignatz was struck by lightning. He stared at the Void God King, at the players everywhere, and then thought of the players in his own camp. Ha ha, I see, that's how it is, great, really great. Kill all the undead, whether they joined Baifu or joined us. Ignatz's order directly confused the people of the Empire and Titan Industries. Are you okay? They are all called undead, how can you kill them? And why are you going to deal with them for no reason? Aren't you driving them to Baifu's side? Shut up, kill them! Ignatz was furious. Odok didn't dare to ask more questions, and could only faithfully follow his orders. Who made Ignatz so powerful, or his ancestors? The players of the initial agreement, Empire, and Titan Industry camps suffered inexplicably. What the hell? They were completely dumbfounded. They were killed while walking on the road. Is there any law? Baifu, who tricked this group of players with a little trick, couldn't help laughing. Very good. In this way, she will soon be able to accept more players to join. When version 3.2 comes, she will have an extremely terrifying army. Ignatz, wait for death. Baifu opened the entrance to the pure land of the night, and planned to take a look at the mysterious code that the players had worked so hard to get back. Chapter 382. In the pure land of the dark night. Baifu slowly walked to the mysterious code floating in the air. Let me see what's so magical about you. Baifu didn't move her hands, but calmly threw an apostle's vision to the mysterious code. Also a reconnaissance technique. Baifu's super high-level reconnaissance technique combined with the passive of extraordinary vision, the item introduction panel reconnaissance is much more detailed than the one reconnaissance by the player. Mysterious code. Quality. Color item description. 1. Omitted, same as the player's reconnaissance result. 2. Hidden. The shell of this program is made of the crystal of the old days of the void, and the old days of the void, and it cannot be cracked by brute force. Forcible cracking will cause the data inside the crystal to be destroyed. 3. Hidden. The seekers of the initial agreement accidentally exported some content from the inside of the crystal through the Apostle's true spirit essence. The content is as follows. Bai Fu quickly glanced at the item description. When she saw the things attached to the description 3, she was stunned. Although she didn't quite understand it, this code looked very similar to the code of the world she was in before she crossed over. Fuck, this isn't the complete code of the game above the stars? If that's the case, then the Reaper actually refers to the game developer? That doesn't seem right. Bai Fu really couldn't imagine that the world before she crossed over was capable of making such an outrageous game as Above the Stars. Not to mention the exaggeratedly large map and AI intelligence, just the life support system of the game cabin, and game time, real time. The huge difference in proportion is not the technology that she could master in the world before she crossed over. We still have to find a way to crack this era crystal and see what the complete code is. Bai Fu's eyes kept wandering between item description 2 and description 3. She had some vague guesses. To crack the era crystal, could it be that she needed to use the true spirit essence and the Void Lord core? Oh, what a coincidence. She not only has these two things, but also has a lot of them. More importantly, she also digested these two things directly and turned them into part of her body. Let's try. Bai Fu placed both hands on the crystal of the age and simultaneously called upon the power of the true spirit essence and the Void Lord's core. When two completely different powers poured into the crystal of the age, ripples suddenly appeared on the crystal of the age, like a stone thrown into a calm lake. There is a reaction. But it seems not enough. Bai Fu smiled. It's not a big problem. She still has Yulia, Eiliji, Fei, and Jinlu. With the arrival of Yulia and others, the ripples on the mysterious code finally appeared. Under the ripples, a lot of information emerged in Bai Fu's mind. Is this the history of the Void Civilization and the Void Realm Civilization? Bai Fu started to watch. She was not interested in how the Void Civilization and the Void Realm Civilization developed and grew in such a huge universe. She had tasted too many similar stories in the process of studying the three major cosmic civilizations. She was more concerned about the special use of the power that the Void Civilization and the Void Realm Civilization had mastered. These things were very helpful for her to improve her own strength. The virtual dimension was not a real dimension at first, but a new world created by the virtual civilization with the power of civilization after realizing the existence of the Reapers. They planned to upload the minds of the entire civilization to the virtual dimension, leaving only the bodies in the main universe for the Reapers to harvest, so as to survive the crisis of the Reapers' arrival, and then collectively return to the main universe from the virtual dimension after the Reapers leave. The 11 apostles in the virtual dimension were originally the 11 virtual dimension administrators elected by the virtual civilization collectively. Among them, Apostle number 1 is the most special one. She is the leader of the administrator team. Before entering the virtual dimension, she was still a genius researcher of the virtual civilization, known as the first person in thousands of years. The double helix tree, the control center of the virtual dimension, was invented by her. Having said this, Bai Fu turned her head and looked at AI Legia standing next to her. Oh my god, was I so awesome before? AI Legia felt incredible. In the long years, she had long lost her memory of the past. Bai Fu continued, it seems that the double helix tree is much more powerful than I thought. Fusion with it is equivalent to gaining control of the virtual dimension. And I understand why you can't continue to fuse the double helix tree after awakening the Supreme God. It's not because the road to becoming a god has been cut off. It's purely because you are the creator of the double helix tree. You have a bad feeling towards it. How could the double helix tree allow it to fuse with itself? Yulia nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. Bai Fu smiled and continued to read, wanting to see if there was any way to quickly merge the double helix tree. She looked for a long time, but couldn't find it, but she did find a lot of records about the harvesters. The virtual civilization tried every way, but still couldn't escape the fate of being harvested. They acted according to the plan. One day, a huge black curtain descended from the high-dimensional space, covering all areas where intelligent life existed. When the black curtain dissipated, all intelligent life and all traces of civilization were wiped out from the universe, leaving only a silent dead area. Just when the people of the virtual civilization thought they had successfully survived the disaster and could return to the main universe to rebuild civilization, an extremely terrifying will suddenly descended on the virtual dimension. They immediately realized that something was wrong and tried to escape. However, it was too late. It took the harvesters a day to harvest the bodies left in the main universe. But it took the harvesters less than a second to harvest these hearts in the virtual dimension. When it descends, it means death. In the end, only 11 virtual administrators survived. They did not do anything special that was different from the others, but they survived. Obviously, the harvesters deliberately let them go. But why did the harvesters let them go? The surviving administrators were puzzled. They asked loudly, but they did not receive any response. Actually, this is normal. The harvesters are giants, and they are ants. Giants destroy ants, so why should we care about the thoughts of ants, and why should we explain to ants? However, understanding the Reaper's thoughts does not mean that we can accept this reality. 11 virtual realm managers, led by Elias, vowed to find out the truth. They first tried to return to the main universe to see if they could find some clues, but the virtual dimension had been exiled by the Reaper, and they could not return at all. Well, since we can't return, then we can investigate in the virtual dimension. The Reaper also came to the virtual dimension, and we don't believe that we can't find any information here. As a genius researcher, Alice's keen perception really helped her find problems during the investigation. With the ability of the Reaper, it is obvious that all the bodies in the main universe can be destroyed instantly, like cleaning the virtual dimension, or even faster. But why did the Reaper take a day? Alice concluded that the answer to this question is very crucial, even more crucial than the reason why the Reaper deliberately let them, the administrators, go. They may be looking for something, or collecting something, so, what is it? Alice called all managers to a meeting. First of all, it is certain that what the harvesters need has nothing to do with the soul, otherwise the harvesters would never sweep the virtual dimension at such a fast speed. What they need is our body, and the most valuable thing in our body is. It's genes. Elegi's conclusion is genes. She reversed this conclusion, and gave a complete inference of her own logic about the harvesters' behavior. The harvesters are studying the mysteries of genes, and their purpose is probably to explore the final chapter of life evolution and make themselves perfect. However, genes are so profound that even their powerful technology cannot calculate a path that can truly lead to perfection. They had to face an ultimate question. What is perfection? The Reapers didn't know and couldn't calculate it, so they changed their thinking. Since they couldn't calculate it, they just relied on luck. Among countless experiments, maybe there was one time when they were lucky enough to find the perfect path. The Reaper's experiment was to spread wisdom in the universe, and then let these intelligent lives develop freely, watching these intelligent lives improve their own genes and explore the path of evolution in the long night. The harvesters were conducting experiments, and they certainly would not sit back and watch the experimental subjects kill themselves, so they set a red line of crisis. When the civilization created by the intelligent life they spread, or one of the intelligent life has touched the red line of crisis that is enough to make them feel uneasy, they will immediately go out to harvest this civilization. I think that the time from the black curtain falling to the day of leaving was when they were taking stock of the results of this experiment to see if the perfect gene they wanted was accidentally born in this experiment. Obviously, the virtual civilization still failed to satisfy them, so they quickly started a new round of sowing. I guess the reason why they did not completely erase the traces of the existence of the void civilization and our virtual civilization is to see if different generations of intelligent life can create some wonderful sparks in the communication and collision. The evolution of life also requires inspiration. Elegi's inference shocked the other administrators. They tried to refute it, but after repeated consideration, they found that this inference was enough to explain all the problems they had encountered so far. So, this is the truth? They are just a bunch of experiments? But if that's the case, how can they talk about revenge? The Reapers have set a red line, and they will die if they cross that red line, and they can't take revenge if they don't cross that red line. In this case, doesn't it mean that they have no possibility of revenge at all? Such a truth is too despairing. As despair began to spread, Elegia put forward a new view. No, of course, it is not that simple. The purpose of the harvesters to plant civilizations is to evolve themselves into perfect life. In this case, the civilizations they planted could not be planted randomly. I don't think they will randomly spread some intelligent life that is very different from them. They don't understand what perfection is in the first place. If they do this, they will be even more unclear about the future. Is the perfect path for these intelligent lives they planted really perfect enough for them? So, I think that their so-called random luck is actually a certain platform they set up. Random on. Explanation of this platform. My opinion is that the intelligent life they spread, including us, must have a considerable part of genes that are extremely similar to them. And this is our chance. Under the leadership of Alice, a total of 11 administrators began to try every possible way to contact the newly born intelligent life in the outside world. They wanted to guide these intelligent life to crack the secrets of their own genes, and then derive weapons that can deal with the Reapers, and wait for the next Reaper to come to attack the Reaper. Even if they cannot completely destroy the Harvesters, at least they must let the Harvesters see their anger. Alice's idea is good. However, when she first came into contact with the intelligent life outside, she and other administrators were hit hard. The invisible attack fell, and all their related memories were erased, not only those inferences, but also what they originally wanted to do. From then on, the 11 administrators became 11 apostles. Until many years later, some apostles left the virtual world under the influence of their subconscious and descended into the main universe. The information recorded in the program ends here. Bai Fu blinked. After reading the records in the old Relic 003 obtained after killing the Void Lord Gigi, she has been wondering why the Harvesters want to plant civilization, and what the purpose of setting the red line is. Alice's conjecture can be said to be a perfect answer to her questions. But even if everything makes sense, she can't just conclude that Alice's conjecture is correct, because Alice has no evidence at all. However, judging from the fact that Alice and the others' memories were suddenly wiped out later, this guess, even if not entirely correct, at least hits the nail on the head. The question now is, why did the Reaper simply wipe out Alice and the others' memories instead of directly erasing their existence? Also, why did the Reapers allow this mysterious code that records the truth to exist? Did they think it didn't matter if it was left behind? No, if they really didn't care, then they wouldn't have wiped Alice and the others' memories in the first place. Is there a possibility? Bai Fu looked at AI Legia. AI Legia blurted out, "It was not the Reaper who erased our memories?" Bai Fu nodded, she thought so too. Only by introducing a third party can these unreasonable things seem reasonable. Then the question is, if the truth is really as they think, then they may have a chance to successfully survive the crisis of the Reaper's arrival and let themselves and the civilization of the main universe continue. No matter what the purpose of that third party is, it is a worthy object to fight for. Hurry up and see if there is anything else recorded in this program, Yulia hurriedly urged. Bai Fu hummed and continued to call the Void Lord Core and True Spirit Essence. The next second, a mechanical voice appeared in her mind. Insufficient authority. Chapter 383. How can this be insufficient authority? Bai Fu was speechless. She was so absorbed in the plot that suddenly a message of insufficient authority popped up. This was as annoying as an inch stop. Move a little, the mysterious code. Bai Fu poked the crystal of the era containing the mysterious code a few times. But the mysterious code was like it was stuck, and it turned into a repeater. Insufficient authority. Authorization. Hack you. Bai Fu turned her head and looked at AI Legia next to her. Sister, do you know how to increase the authority? Alice rolled her eyes. Authority? What authority? She was completely confused now. When she saw that she was a genius researcher of the virtual civilization and the administrator of the virtual dimension, she felt that she was very awesome. But the more she read, the more she felt that she seemed to be a little too awesome, so much so that she began to doubt whether the records in the mysterious code were true. Even if it was true, was it possible that this Alice and the Alice in the records were actually not the same person, because she could not remember any relevant memories anyway, and she didn't think her brain was that good? Seeing that she couldn't get any useful information from AI Legia, Bai Fu could only continue to tinker with the mysterious code. When unlocking the mysterious code, she used the power of the Void Lord and the Apostle. Now the mysterious code prompts her that her authority is insufficient. Does it mean that the power of the Void Lord and the Apostle she used is not enough? She has collected all the Void Lord cores, so what she has to do next is to collect the remaining Apostle's True Spirit Essence? No. This is not necessarily the requirement. There is a simpler and more direct way to increase the strength, that is to upgrade. Maybe the mysterious code just complained that her, Eiliji, Yulia, Fei, Jinlu and others were not high enough. As soon as this thought came up, Bai Fu received a new prompt in her ear. This time, the prompt did not come from the mysterious code, but from the game. Ding! You triggered the hidden task upgrade permissions. Task introduction. To read the advanced database of the mysterious code, you need to unlock higher level permissions, and to unlock advanced permissions, you need to master more powerful and pure power. Task objectives. 1. Break the life chasm restriction and raise the total level of a single profession to LV 275. 2. Raise Eiliji's total level to LV 274, Yulia's total level to LV 230 or above, and Fei, Jinlu, total level to LV 230 or above. 3. When unlocking new permissions, you need 1 LV 230 or above Physical Cultivation School, Technology School, and Spiritual School Superb as an assistant. Reward. Mysterious Code Level 2 Authority. Bai Fu quickly glanced over the mission objectives. After reading, she couldn't help but take a breath. Damn. This condition is too harsh. Not only does it require the collection of a large number of Void Lord cores and True Spirit Essence, but it also requires one Super Master of other schools, with a total level of 230 or above to assist in unlocking. Fortunately, the mission was triggered. Otherwise, if she had to figure it out by herself, when would she be able to figure out the conditions for unlocking the second-level authority of the mysterious code? Fortunately, as long as she figured out the unlocking method, the next thing would be easy. For Bai Fu, whether it is upgrading herself or helping Yulia and the others, it is not a difficult task, just a matter of time. This time will not be short, but it is not a big problem. Although the coalition formed by the Reborn Empire and Titan Industries has a great advantage in the initial agreement, with her stirring up trouble, it is still difficult for the coalition to completely eliminate the supernova core in a short period of time. After eliminating the supernova core, the coalition will definitely have to spend some time to reorganize the entire explored universe and shape a new order. After that, they will have enough time to look for her all over the world. As for this process, Bai Fu estimated that it would take at least 1 or 2 years. In 1 or 2 years, the game version would have been advanced to version 3.2. By then, even without various bonus effects, players can upgrade to the natural disaster level by themselves. There are at least 60 to 70 million natural disaster level players. Send so many players out at the same time and let them find trouble with Ignatz. If Ignatz is not overwhelmed, Bai Fu will just take his last name. This will buy me a lot of development time, so as long as there is no internal traitor, I will definitely get the second level authority before Ignatz finds me. Bai Fu gradually became excited. Good, the future is bright. She put away the mysterious code. After leaving the pure land of the Dark Knight, she quickly gathered Yulia, Anya, Cixia, Xiaoshi, the Lord of the Oath and others. Of course, it was not for a party, but to tell them how to unlock the second level permissions of the mysterious code and guide them in their practice. In fact, there are many extraordinary people with a total level of more than 230 in the Physical Cultivation School, the Technology School, and the Spiritual School in the Silent Alliance, but Bai Fu is not very confident about these people. Everyone was forced to gather together temporarily due to external circumstances. Now it seems that everyone is having fun, but once the secret hidden in the mysterious code is tempting enough, there might be a big mess. So it is better to let Anya and the others unlock the second level authority of the mysterious code. It is a bit slow, but it is safe. While Bai Fu and others are working hard to improve their strength, Ignatz is also working hard to hunt down all those who invaded the headquarters of the initial agreement. His strength was still too strong. So strong that even the Void God King, the Great God Body, and the Psychic Legion all used a life-for-life fighting style, but they could only leave some minor scars on him that were not worth mentioning. This is what a high-level martial artist is like. Not only does he have high output and burst, but he is also very tough. With the collapse of the Void God King and the Great God Body, the situation of the war at the original agreement headquarters was completely reversed. There were many players, but the level gap between them and Ignatz was too big, so big that no matter how many people they piled up, they could not kill Ignatz. At this point, the players can only do their best to stop Ignatz in order to buy time for Fitz and others to escape. You guys want to stop me? What a joke. Ignatz, who was played by Bai Fu and the players, is now very angry. I don't have time to play with you today. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are immortal. Next time we meet, I will let you know what fear is. Ignatz suddenly stretched his limbs, and the exciting purple electric light burst out from his body. All players touched by the purple electric light, regardless of their profession or how long their health bar was, as long as they did not have the invincible skill, had their health bar emptied in an instant and turned into blood mist. The blood mist was flying all over the sky, extremely terrifying. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? The players in the distance were startled. They were about to do something when Ignatz flew over. It was like a fighter jet flying over the water, stirring up thousands of huge waves. In just a moment, millions of players were killed by the huge waves, and a large hole was forcibly punched out of the high wall formed by the players. Ignatz went through the big hole and disappeared. The remaining players looked at each other in bewilderment. What else could they do? No problem. Since they couldn't stop Ignatz at all, they would continue to attack the headquarters of the initial protocol. Even if they could only break a few bricks, it would be better than being killed instantly. The players rushed towards the headquarters of the initial protocol. In the opposite direction, Ignatz rushed towards Fitz and others who were running away. Although Fitz and others had already run a distance in advance, They were eventually stopped by Ignatz due to the speed difference. You came here, and you still think you can escape? Ignatz sneered. He was too lazy to chat with Fitz and others. He wanted to kill Fitz and others in the fastest and most explosive way. This would not only vent his anger, but also make the Supernova group realize what level of opponent they are fighting against. Resist? What can you resist with? Surrender is your only way out. It seems that he can't run away, so let me test his strength. Fitz shouted angrily and rushed straight towards Ignatz. The rest of the Supernova Corps followed him. Since they dared to follow Fitz here, they were already prepared to die. Ignatz couldn't help but spit. He was not so uncultured on weekdays. Today, he was really tricked by Baifu again, so his temper was completely out of control. Looking for death. Boom! Hundreds of white ripples suddenly exploded in the vacuum. Fitz instinctively sensed something was wrong, but even though he was so strong, he still had no time to react to Ignatz's sudden attack. It was too fast. It was so fast that it seemed as if Ignatz was standing next to him. Fitz withstood the entire attack, and then he dragged his injured body desperately away from the ripples in the vacuum. However, all this was in vain, as Ignatz's martial arts attack had long transcended the scope of physical contact, and even transcended the collision of martial arts energy. He attached his will to the surrounding space. This whole small world was the extension of his body. As long as they were within this range, they would never be able to escape his attack, and his attack could come in an instant. The ripples in the vacuum were not actually caused by the martial arts energy, but the natural reaction of his body when he was emotional. Fitz realized this, but it was a bit too late. Since they had already fallen into the abyss, Ignatz certainly would not give them a chance to escape. Bang, bang, bang. After several minutes of beating, all the members of the Supernova Corps, including Fitz, were beaten into meat patties. Looking at the rotten meat floating in the starry sky, Ignatz's tense face finally relaxed a little. But the next second, his face changed suddenly. This fluctuation. No, they are not dead yet. Baifu gave them her soul-like cosmic treasure. Stop them! The Fate Weaver and the Son of Prophecy, who received the call, rushed over immediately. But they were still a step too late. When they arrived at the scene, the Ark of Heaven had already transferred the information of Fitz and others to the soul fragments inside the Ark of Heaven, allowing them to be resurrected. Leader, we are a step too late. The Weaver of Fate looked embarrassed. The Son of Prophecy hurriedly explained, although I failed to stop them from resurrecting this time, I have figured out the working principle of Baifu's cosmic treasure. The next time I meet them, I am confident that I can implant tracking spells or curse spells in their information before their information is transferred. At that time, we can follow these spells to find the location of Baifu's cosmic treasure, and maybe even catch Baifu together. Hearing this, Ignatz finally completely turned his anger into laughter, and his laughter became louder and louder, more exaggerated, even more exaggerated than the Uchiha 4 laughing heroes. Using a broken box that can't be cracked at all to get rid of Baifu's greatest reliance, well, Baifu never dreamed that she would end up with such a result after all her efforts, right? Ha 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 ha. I can't wait to see her panic when she finds out that I found her universe treasure. In a good mood, Ignatz didn't even hold those who hid, and didn't dare to show up when the headquarters was attacked responsible. He just had someone clean up a little bit, and then hurriedly returned to the Supernova with the Weaver of Fate and the Child of Prophecy. Although Fitz didn't die completely, he was beaten up by him after all, and he wanted to seize the opportunity to give the Supernova a heavy blow. Ignatz was arrogant, and didn't realize that after getting the mysterious code, Baifu had no intention of confronting him head-on within the time limit. If Baifu didn't show up, he naturally had no chance to track the Ark of Heaven. And his mistakes were not the only ones. With his order, nearly 2/3 of the explored universe was now hunting players on a large scale. Oh, what the hell, what are you doing? Fuck you, I shed blood for the Empire, and you treat me like this now? The attacked players were almost fainted. They all went to the community to complain, and they found that not only they were targeted, but all the players in the Reborn Empire and Titan Industries were targeted. Even those who were fully committed to the original agreement, the Reborn Empire, and Titan Industries could afford loyalty. The players, who were known as Baifu, were not spared. This was an indiscriminate massacre. A large number of players had to flee, otherwise they would start to lose experience if they died a few more times. What a sin! The community was full of players cursing. The final result was that a large number of players, who originally hated Baifu, had to bite the bullet and join Baifu in order to gain more experience. A large number of traders, who originally joined the Silent Alliance to find Baifu's hiding place, had to give up the idea of being traders, and work for Baifu in a down-to-earth manner. Compared with those players who joined Baifu early, these players still don't like Baifu very much, but they want to overturn the original agreement and revive the Empire and Titan Industries. The idea is much more determined than all other players. Ignatz, I'm not done with you, wait for me. Dog Emperor, don't let me catch you, or I stuff your crown into your ass. Amid the players' cursing, the supernova core gradually collapsed, and Baifu's long-awaited 3.2 version downtime update finally arrived. Chapter 384. Since she was promoted to the Super Absolute rank, Baifu didn't care much about the game version downtime update, because she hadn't received a direct enhancement for a long time. Most of the time, she received adjustments to the positioning or some special information, but this time, the situation was really beyond her expectations. After a series of progress bars were loaded, the first correction prompt she received was Correction 1. You have been recognized by AI Legia, and the progress of your fusion with the double helix tree has reached 30%. You have officially become one of the administrators of the virtual dimension. Baifu was shocked. Is there such a good thing? The benefits of becoming a virtual dimension administrator are extraordinary, as can be seen from the two prompts at the back. Correction 2. Template correction. Your template is converted to virtual administrator after special correction. Correction 3. Your body has undergone special changes, and you have obtained a new talent, virtual god creation. The former allows Baifu to obtain a lot of new template bonuses. 1. Each upgrade, inspiration plus 5 extra, other attributes plus 1 extra. 2. Constitution, HP conversion rate plus 50, inspiration, psychic value conversion rate plus 100. 3. Dimension control ability, can call on the energy in the virtual world without limit, unless the connection is forcibly cut off. 4. Virtual aura, psychic school superpowers, even if they are powerful, will still receive a majestic buff when facing her, resulting in a decrease in various abilities. This buff cannot be removed unless her connection with the virtual world is forcibly cut off. The latter gave Baifu an ability to continue strengthening her Virtual God Crown. Virtual God Crown was a new ability she gained after her race evolved into Lord of the Stars. She could choose a cosmic treasure as her coronation crown, and then she could use virtual particles to strengthen this cosmic treasure. The coronation crown she chose at that time was the Ark of Heaven. After the previous round of strengthening, the quality of the Ark of Heaven was actually the best among her many cosmic treasures. Now with Void Creation and another round of strengthening, Baifu estimated that the hardness of Heaven's Ark might be greater than that of Destiny's Sphere and Titan Shield. It's getting better. Baifu was in a good mood. She continued to look back, and the prompts behind were the same as before, all of which were some adjustments in positioning. In version 3.2, her strength positioning was officially revised to Top of the Stars, and the positioning of the Silent Alliance was also officially confirmed as universe-level force. The name is good, but Baifu no longer cares about these things. She is already the poster girl of the game. Why does she still care about this crappy rating? What really matters to Baifu is the 2 new bonuses she gets after the fusion progress with the double helix tree reaches more than 30%. The first is that the original burst skill Virtual Realm God Blessing is changed to Virtual Realm Blessing. Compared with before, the bonus of each attribute has increased by an additional 5%. Then, there is a new ability called Dimension Projection. With this ability, she can use the virtual dimension as a springboard and instantly transfer to other distant places. However, this ability has a disadvantage, that is, the farther the displacement distance, the longer the cooling time. The longest is 24 hours, and the shortest is 10 minutes. There are many limitations, but generally speaking it is still a magical skill, especially when launching a surprise attack or suddenly running away. Even if the opponent blocks her, as long as the virtual dimension can descend normally, she can still run away easily. 30% fusion progress is so amazing. What if it increases to 50% or even 100% like Esselin? Baifu was beaming with joy. After turning off the enhancement prompt, she casually opened the game official website to check out the update announcement for version 3.2. The version name of version 3.2 is Surge of Natural Disaster. This version name is a pun, which means that version 3.2 will open the natural disaster level to players, and it also implies that version 3.2 will be a very turbulent version with natural disasters. But all this was expected by Baifu. She was more concerned about who would become the protagonist in version 3.2. Click on the update video. In the video, the cute version of the stars greeted the audience with a smile, and then introduced the basic situation of version 3.2. The old tower collapsed, and the new tower rose. This is a version full of changes and disputes. In this version, the 2 main camps are the Silent Alliance and the alliance formed by the initial agreement. In addition, there are some small forces for players to join. But with Ignat's self-explosion, if players really want to enjoy the main storyline in version 3.2, there is only one option, the Silent Alliance. After the faction introduction, the important characters of the new version appeared one after another. The first ones were by Fu, Ignatz, Fate Weaver, Child of Prophecy, Fitz, Elias, and Anya? What? When Baifu saw Anya appear, she was stunned. What's going on? In so many previous versions, Anya has never appeared alone in the version trailer. Although she is very powerful now, she shouldn't have a chance to show up for more than 10 seconds in the version trailer. Baifu was not the only one who was surprised. Many players in the Silent Alliance camp were also surprised. Damn, has our sister finally made it? It's not easy. Back then, Anya was just a follower of Fu. Anya in the camera had her eyes closed at first, and then suddenly opened them. It felt like she was awakened. Hey wait, is there something in Anya's pupils? Soon, a sharp-eyed player discovered something unusual. Afterwards, including Digging G, players who liked to analyze the plot came out and shared their opinions in the community. They zoomed in on the video and found that the symbol in Anya's eyes was a pair of stars. The stars themselves were ordinary, but considering the name of the game was above the stars, they had to think more about it. Could it be that Anya is the real protagonist of the game? I think this pair of stars is hinting that Anya is the final boss, above the stars. Only by crossing her, the boss representing the stars, can we see a more beautiful scenery. If Anya is really the final boss, then wouldn't she and Fu become enemies? Don't wow. Stop it, how could Anya be the final boss? Have you forgotten what Fufu's new race is called? Masters of the Stars. This is clearly indicating that Fu is the master of Anya. They are playing a game. Fuck, aces love game, right? Looking at the more and more outrageous speculation posts in the community, Baifu's face turned green. Nonsense, who is playing the aces love game with Anya? They are obviously discussing the Tao in a pure way. Forget it. The information that players have is not even 1/10 of what she has. It is better to expect the Q version of the stars to directly announce the result than to expect the players to guess the truth from 1 or 2 game screens. There is not much to look forward to in the content after the trailer. It just talks about the game optimization of version 3.2 and the new content. Among them, the upper limit of the player level is increased from level 110 to level 125, officially opening the door to the natural disaster, which is quite exciting. The natural disaster level is a new level. In order to gain a foothold in this level as soon as possible, players must collect a large amount of advanced knowledge and skill books. Baifu realized that it was time for her to reap the benefits again. After this wave of harvesting, I should be able to push my second profession to the super level. Baifu excitedly closed the official website of the game. She first went to see Anya, who was practicing. Unfortunately, no matter how she looked, even after doing an optical experiment with Anya, she still couldn't see anything abnormal. Is it not the right time? There is no other way. Baifu pulled up her pantyhose and went to prepare to cut the leaks from the players. She has been very busy recently. On the one hand, she has to continuously send out the Psychic Core to assist the Supernova Core in resisting the invasion of Ignatz. On the other hand, she has to actively organize the Navy to attack Ignatz, Odok and others. In addition, she has to seriously instruct Yulia and others, and she has hardly rested for a moment. But the benefits of such efforts are naturally huge. Yulia and the others have made significant progress in strength, and she is getting closer and closer to crossing the life barrier. The Silent Alliance has gradually developed from a loose alliance, when it was first established, to a real cosmic force. Of course, while she is making rapid progress, Ignatz is also not idle. February 17th, 30005 of the Imperial Calendar. The coalition forces broke through the last line of defense of the Supernova Core and attacked the capital of the Supernova Core. In the face of absolute power, no matter how the Supernova Core resisted or condemned, it was still useless. When Ignatz got off the battleship, he felt like he had stepped on the entire starry sky. More than 10,000 years ago, when he was still the Emperor of the Empire, he always dreamed of such a scene. But the sudden appearance of the supernatural garden completely disrupted his plan. Fortunately, more than 10,000 years later, he still achieved his original goal. However, this time, he wanted to realize not only his personal ambition, but also become the savior and save the whole world. Leader, there is a group of people gathered outside, saying that you and other people in the Imperial family are treacherous villains, beasts blinded by the desire for power, and that you will be punished sooner or later for persecuting Bai Fu. The son of prophecy, who had been waiting on the ground for a long time, reported the information he had collected anxiously. Contrary to his expectation, even though he was insulted in person, Ignatz was still not angry this time. Angry? What to be angry about? Why should I, a winner, be angry because of a few words from the loser? Ignatz just wanted to laugh now, a laugh with pity. He laughed at those people outside for being unwise, and short-sighted. But this is normal. People in this world are like this. Most people are mediocre, even ignorant, and live in a muddle. Bai Fu deceived them. Now, he wants to rescue them from the illusion created by Bai Fu. Let's get started, Ignatz said with a faint smile. The capital has fallen, and the supernova core has no power to resist. It's time to integrate the three major cosmic civilizations and establish a new cosmic order that will never lead to the arrival of the Reapers. With his order, all those who knew the inside story took action. To establish a stable new order, the first thing to do is to get rid of Bai Fu. However, they didn't even know where Bai Fu was, so they could only settle for the next best thing and gather those people in the three cosmic civilizations who had already joined them but were actually ambitious. Are we going to start dividing the cake? Everyone came to the agreed location happily, looking relaxed, ready to enjoy the fruits of victory. They never dreamed that what was waiting for them was a ruthless massacre, led by Ignatz, assisted by the Weaver of Destiny and the Son of Prophecy. The others in the original agreement were responsible for controlling the situation. No matter how they resisted, they would only end up dead. Ignatz, are you crazy? At this time, the survivors who had not been killed recovered from the shock and began to question loudly. Without our help, how could you take down Titan Industries and Supernova Core so easily? You are actually doing this to us now. Ignatz, damn it! The survivors are regretting now. If they had known this would happen, they should have decisively gone to Bai Fu. Bai Fu is a saint. Even if Bai Fu's saintly behavior is all pretended, she would never do such a crazy thing as Ignatz. Ignatz is not only insane, but also a pure beast. While killing them, he still said righteous words, saying that this is for the good of the entire universe and all civilizations, and I don't care about your mother's head. Ignatz, you will regret it. The truth will come out sooner or later. When the time comes, you will become the public enemy of the universe. Don't think you can hide it. We are all the focus of attention. Our long-term disappearance will inevitably arouse the suspicion of others. Ignatz, you still have time to stop now. We can pretend that nothing happened today. The scolding gradually turned into a threat. But Ignatz didn't buy it at all. Really? He snapped his fingers lightly. Suddenly, a group of puppets walked out from behind him. These puppets looked exactly like the group of super superiors who were being besieged and killed at the scene. Seeing these puppets, the survivors immediately understood what Ignatz meant. I will let these puppets die one by one at Bai Fu's hands, and then I will kill Bai Fu. What do you think of this script? Then your mother is really dead. The survivors cursed again. Ignatz was not angry at all. No matter how much a group of dying people cursed him, it couldn't hurt him at all. After a while, everything returned to calm. Ignatz calmly asked people to collect the holy relics left by the killed supernaturals. He used chi to disperse the blood on his body, turned his head, and said to the Fate Weaver and the ferryman of the Sea of Entropy, "Spread the news to the outside world, saying that we are going to launch an expedition against the remnants of the Apostle Holy City after cleaning up the Supernova Regiment. Bai Fu will definitely not sit still. As long as she shows up, we can take this opportunity to find out where her cosmic treasure is." Yes. The Fate Weaver and Schick left in a hurry. Looking at the two figures going away, Ignatz smiled. To be honest, his resentment towards Bai Fu has faded a lot now. Although Bai Fu disgusted him many times, it was thanks to Bai Fu that he dared to carry out the purge so decisively in the process of establishing a new order. Before killing Bai Fu, should I give her a medal to show my praise? Chapter 385. As Ignatz expected, because a large number of puppets were prepared in advance, the deaths of those who were brutally liquidated by him did not cause any waves. No one knew they were dead. At this time, everyone's attention was on how to adapt to this new era. After nearly 30,000 years of competition, the three major cosmic civilizations were integrated together for the first time. The order of the entire explored universe ushered in earth-shaking changes. This is an era of change. This is also a time for struggle. Many of the original vested interests collapsed because of the war, and most of the lucrative positions left by them have not yet been occupied by newcomers. Ambitious people are eyeing these lucrative positions. But they dare not reach out rashly. Ignatz crushed the three major cosmic civilizations with his extraordinary power, and even Bai Fu was driven away by him. Who dares to reap the benefits without his consent at this time? However, this situation changed with the official announcement of Ignatz's plan to expedition the remnants of the Apostle Holy City. Everyone was ready to fight, and their fighting spirit was high. As long as they could make contributions in this great expedition, they would become the pillars of the new era. As the major forces were ready to move, an emergency meeting was held in the capital of the reborn empire. The theme of the meeting was to strike at the remnants of the Apostle Holy City, and to hunt down Bai Fu. The host of the meeting was Odoacer. At the meeting, Odoacer called on everyone to show their enthusiasm and perform well in this operation, and not to lose the face of Emperor Ignatz. Although he shouted passionately, there were not many people who were really motivated. Most of these people had never had direct contact with Bai Fu before, or even if they had contact, it was mostly conflicts. Therefore, they didn't mind turning Bai Fu into a stepping stone for their climb up. Most people in the conference room didn't care about what Odoac said. In fact, they not only didn't care about Odoac, but also Bai Fu, the Empire, and even Ignatz. In fact, at the beginning, they were all full of fighting spirit and eager to make achievements in the new era led by Ignatz, the old emperor of the Empire. But as time went on, they found that the situation was completely different from what they imagined. As the former emperor of the Empire, Ignatz did not take care of them, the loyal ministers of the Empire, after returning. Ignatz handed all important matters to the people of the original agreement. Over time, the decision-making level of the Empire was firmly controlled by the members of the original agreement who had never made any positive contributions to the Empire, and they, who grew up with the Empire, were reduced to being only executors. It's really ridiculous, pathetic, and lamentable. But, alas, what can we do? Could they still blame Ignatz? Maybe they think their life is too long. In desperation, they can only choose to start. Apart from the above people, there is a small group of people in the conference room who are very anxious. The representative of this group of people is Boilo, who has a very good relationship with Bai Fu and Dmitri. Ignatz's return once made Boilo feel that the spring of the Empire had arrived. But the more he contacted Ignatz, the more uneasy he felt. Is this really spring? Is the order that Emperor Ignatius wants to establish really a stable and perfect order? Boilo doesn't think so. On the contrary, he thinks this may be the beginning of the Empire's decline. The Empire has been pushed to the forefront. In the future, when the order established by Emperor Ignatius collapses, the first to be liquidated will be the Empire. For Boilo, who regards building an empire as his life's work, this is completely unacceptable. He began to miss Dmitri. What would Dmitri do if he were in his position? He began to miss the empire that Emperor Ignatz had not returned to. At that time, the Empire had just defeated the powerful enemy of the Apostle Holy City with the help of Bai Fu. Although there were strong enemies such as Titan Industry and Supernova Core outside, the future was bright. He began to miss Bai Fu. Compared with Emperor Ignatz, Bai Fu, an outsider, was more like the former emperor of the Empire. What to do? If Bai Fu really died, the Empire would completely embark on the abyss of no return under the leadership of Emperor Ignatz. After gritting his teeth for a long time, Boilo finally made up his mind. He was going to make a decision that went against his ancestors. He secretly told Bai Fu about Emperor Ignatz's plan. However, there was a very serious problem before him. How should he contact Bai Fu? After thinking about it, Boilo felt that if he wanted to see Bai Fu, he had to go to the Apostle Holy City. So he, who had not spoken much in the meeting, stood up and took the initiative to apply to be in charge of a legion to teach the remnants of the Apostle Holy City a lesson. Leader, the news has spread, and the three cosmic civilizations have all taken action. Hick respectfully reported his work results to Ignatz. Ignatz nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work, but announcing the plan is only the first step. From now on, until the expedition officially begins, I have to trouble you to pay more attention to those who had a good relationship with Bai Fu before. Hick quickly said that it was not hard. He is a pure energy life form. His unique skill is to transform himself into an information state and integrate into thousands of data. With this magical ability, he became the head of the Initial Agreement Intelligence Department. Go ahead. Ignatz waved his hand. Looking at Hick's receding back, a smile appeared on his face. He was looking forward to those who were close to Bai Fu giving him some surprises in this operation, such as secretly contacting Bai Fu. With the overwhelming publicity and the passage of time, even ordinary people who have explored the universe know that Ignatz's next step is to attack the remnants of the Apostle Holy City. Have you heard that Emperor Ignatz wants to destroy the Apostle Holy City first, then destroy Bai Fu, and completely unify the entire universe. So awesome, if this really works, wouldn't he become the Emperor of the universe? Of course, that would be the first time in history that this starry sky is truly connected. Damn, so we are going to witness history? In the largest online forum in the explored universe, people can be seen discussing this all the time, and most of them think that Ignatz has a high chance of being crowned the Emperor of the universe. The reason they think so is, on the one hand, because Ignatz's record in recent times is really too impressive, and on the other hand, because the three major cosmic civilizations have more or less exaggerated the relevant atmosphere when promoting TSK. Bai Fu couldn't help curling her lips when she saw the news. First kill the Apostle Holy City, then destroy her, and finally crown her as the Emperor of the universe? You are so arrogant. Just brag. When the new version is released and the players return, I wonder if you can still laugh at that time. Bai Fu quickly put this matter behind her and continued to do what she should do step by step. Time flies, and 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. March 2nd, 30005 of the Imperial calendar is an ordinary day for the Silent Alliance and most people who have explored the universe. But for Bai Fu, this is an extremely important day. Because this day is the day when the 3.2 version of Above the Stars is officially released. When the time came to 10 o'clock in the morning, the players who had been waiting for a long time opened the game client as soon as possible. Log in. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Millions of consciousnesses crossed the barriers of virtuality and reality at the same time and descended into the world of Above the Stars. Haha, my Digger G is back again. Digger G was so excited that he danced with joy, and the performance of other players was similar. Version 3.2 is the most anticipated version for most players since they entered the game. The reason is simple, because from this version, they can officially enter the natural disaster level and become the backbone of the entire Star Sea. How dazzling light can the fourth natural disaster of the natural disaster level emit? Just imagining that scene, the players couldn't help but hum. At this time, all players belonging to the Silent Alliance camp received new task prompts. Ding! You have triggered the main quest new era. Quest Introduction. A brand new era is coming at a rapid speed. This is an era of exploration, an era of change, and an era that belongs to you and me. Try to embrace this era. Quest Objective. Open the Silent Alliance Undead Contact platform and watch Bai Fu's speech. Reward, 500,000 experience points. Note, only after completing this quest can the subsequent main quest be triggered. Damn, the main quest is here so soon. The players of the Silent Alliance camp did not dare to neglect and quickly open the communication platform. In the live broadcast room on the platform homepage, Bai Fu sat upright, and her formal appearance showed that she had something important to announce. This was indeed the case. Bai Fu started the live broadcast today for two things. The first thing was to announce the establishment of a Scourge Legion. The Legion was composed of players, and did not include any NPCs. The Legion would be directly under her command. Its main task in the future was to fight against the Ignatz camp. The Legion was confirmed as the Ace Legion within the Silent Alliance. Since it is an Ace army, of course, it should have the treatment that an Ace army should have. Bai Fu directly posted the army benefits on the screen, including but not limited to fixed salary, additional bonuses based on task performance, additional subsidies based on army positions, and special permissions based on accumulated battle points. As soon as these dozens of lines were posted, the players of the Silent Alliance and other players who had not yet joined the Silent Alliance and were watching the show through the players' broadcast were shocked. Oh my god, they are setting up an Ace army of only players and giving benefits to players. Is this Fufu? Compared with Fufu, Ignatz is even worse than stinky dog shit. Fufu is awesome. The players cheered, especially those who had just switched from Ignatz. They all began to regret why they didn't find the shining point of Bai Fu earlier. Seeing the players so happy, Bai Fu immediately announced the second thing. Today, we are setting up the Scourge army here. This is a very memorable day. In order to remember this day, let's do a sutra squeeze. No, let's do a celebration. During the event, all products in the official store are at least 10% off. The more you buy, the more discounts you get. You don't need to spend money, just give a little experience. You can take the good stuff home. What are you waiting for? It's better to act than to be moved. Hurry up and place an order. This event immediately aroused the enthusiasm of players. Looking at her skyrocketing experience pool, Bai Fu showed a satisfied smile on her face. Very good, this way, she will soon be able to break through the natural chasm of life and officially enter a new realm. A few days later, when most players had purchased advanced knowledge, Bai Fu officially issued an order for the players' Scourge Corps to enter the Apostle Holy City. Go, let everyone see what a real Scourge is. One after another, giant spaceships sailed out of the Silent Alliance's outpost exploration base, broke through the space barrier, and finally landed in the Apostle Holy City. These spaceships came quietly, and did not attract anyone's attention. The players were waiting for the opportunity. And this opportunity soon arrived. After making sufficient preparations, the new joint fleet organized by the original agreement and the 3 original cosmic civilizations rushed to the Apostle Holy City with great fanfare. However, although it is called a joint fleet, in fact, this fleet is divided into several groups. The people of the 3 cosmic civilizations are not subordinate to each other, and the targets of attack are completely different. At this time, in the fleet led by Titan Industries, Draenor's granddaughter, Xiaochu, a powerful illusionist Xuechuan, tapped the table in the conference room. Everyone, this is an opportunity. We must not fall behind this time. We must not only avenge the attack on us by the Apostle Holy City, but also take this opportunity to be the first to find Bai Fu's hiding place. If we can find Bai Fu before everyone else, our status within the Alliance will be greatly improved. By then, it is not impossible to be on par with Odok's group. Xuechuan's face was filled with a confident and bright smile. This scene made Lei Mingdao and others sitting in the corner frown. Damn it, this is really outrageous. Titan Industry and Rebirth Empire are obviously civilizations of the same level, but after all the trouble, Titan Industry has become the dog of Rebirth Empire. If they had to be dogs due to the situation, it would be fine, but this leading dog is still very happy, very motivated, and has dreams. It's embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. Thunderblade and others are regretting now. If they had known this would happen, they should have left Titan Industry decisively. Even if he didn't join Bai Fu, it would be much better to be a faction outside. But there is no point in saying more now. Let's conquer the Apostle Holy City Cathedral in front of us, and complete the primary task of this operation. Go! Xuechuan raised his right hand, and was about to issue an attack order, when a cry of surprise suddenly sounded in the communication channel. President, the probe we sent out found that an unknown fleet is approaching us rapidly. Unknown fleet? Are they reinforcements sent by other cathedrals in the Holy City of Apostles? Xuechuan was stunned for a moment, then sneered. Let them come. Since they want to die, then let them do it. Yes. Under Xuechuan's command, the Titan Industries fleet launched a fierce attack on the number 6 cathedral in the Holy City of Apostles. They didn't realize at all that the fleet that was approaching quickly was not the fleet of the Holy City of Apostles, but the scourge formed by players. Chapter 386. After all, it was the first attack after the new version was released, and the players in the scourge were very cautious. They were afraid that their first appearance would expose their butts instead of their faces. Therefore, they made very serious preparations before the operation began, and spent a lot of time designing a complex combat plan. However, after the actual operation began, the players of the Scourge suddenly found that things were completely different from what they imagined. Damn, what's going on? Why didn't anyone stop us all the way? Did we turn on invisibility, or were they intimidated by our domineering aura? What a trap, isn't it? The players in the fleet were arguing, not understanding what was going on. In their imagination, the war between them and Titan Industries would be a thrilling twists and turns, a war that would go down in history. But now this development is a bit too weird. They had already driven the spacecraft to the battlefield where Titan Industries and the Apostle Holy City were fighting, but they still didn't encounter any attacks. Can it really be so smooth this time? It's no wonder that players like to imagine. They have fought with Titan Industries before. Titan Industries under Draenor's leadership worked together and brought them extremely terrifying pressure. At one point, they were beaten so hard that they dared not show up in the explored universe. Who would have thought that after just one version, the terrifying Titan Industries was governed by the model of filial piety Xuechuan and turned into a mess? The current Titan Industries 2.0 is not a makeshift team, but it is actually not far from it. Seeing that the players were already killing in front of him, Xuechuan still didn't find anything wrong. Are they finally here? Since they are here, let's send them on their way together. She sent out a confidant named Malik, who was at the master level. In the vast sea of stars, he could be considered a peak powerhouse. If he encountered 100 or 80 natural disaster level superpowers, he would definitely be able to beat the spinning tops left and right. However, his luck was obviously not very good today. What appeared in front of him was not 100 or 80 calamity grades, but 1,000,000 or 800,000 calamity grades. Haha, kill, don't be polite to these bastards who refuse to surrender, kill them hard. Malik laughed and flew out of the fleet directly. He took the lead and smashed into the player's Calamity Legion like a cannonball. He didn't want to show off, but mainly wanted to perform well in front of so many people to prove that Xueqian was right to use him. It must be said that his appearance was really full of momentum. First, there was a super large-scale supernatural bombardment, and then there was a loud call for friendly forces to attack together. Seeing this posture, Xueqian nodded with satisfaction, and the player's already uneasy heart became even more uneasy. Damn, what's wrong with this person? They dared to rush to the enemy base camp without caring about their lives because they could be resurrected after death. But where did this NPC get the courage? Either this NPC was crazy, or they really fell into a trap. Obviously, the latter possibility was more likely. Damn it, it looks like we're going to get into trouble this time. Jianqi Chongtian's face looked a little ugly. As the president of a top guild, and one of the earliest players to follow by Fu, he was promoted to one of the fleet commanders after the Scourge was established. If the Scourge was defeated here, how would he, as one of the fleet commanders, put his face? Alas. At this point, we can only do our best and leave it to fate. Jianqi Chongtian immediately contacted other fleet commanders and expressed his thoughts. Now they have fallen into the enemy's trap, and it may be very difficult to turn defeat into victory. In this case, let's not talk about this and that, just charge directly, and charge against the people of Titan Industries. We can lose, but we must not lose in a cowardly way. Even if we lose, we must make them have nightmares when they go back at night. Jianqi Chongtian's idea was unanimously agreed by others. So, the Scourge changed its battle plan. From the original slow dealings with Titan Industries, it changed to a direct charge for a decisive battle. Haha, just in time. Malik smashed the closest spaceships to him with 3 punches and 2 kicks. He glanced and saw hundreds of figures flying out from the center of the explosion. Hundreds of natural disaster-level superpowers? Wow, are they planning to gather all the masters in the fleet to kill him as soon as possible and then break the situation? Good idea. But with only a few hundred natural disaster levels, it's too much to underestimate him. Malik opened fire with full force and killed a lot. It didn't take much time to eliminate all the hundreds of natural disaster levels in front of him. I have killed all the enemy's natural disaster level superpowered people. Everyone follow me. Huh? Malik suddenly froze and swallowed back all the words that followed. Something is wrong. Didn't he just kill hundreds of natural disaster level people? Why did hundreds of natural disaster level people fly out from the exploding spaceship? Does this make sense? If the enemy still has so many natural disaster level people, why didn't they come out to kill him together just now? They had to wait until their comrades died before coming out. Could it be that the enemy is having a conflict? Damn. If that's the case, then his luck is really good. Malik laughed and rushed towards the opposite side again. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, hundreds of natural disaster levels in front of him were killed again, but before he could take a break, thousands of natural disaster levels flew out this time. At this time, Malik finally realized the problem. He thought he had killed hundreds of bosses, but it seemed that he killed only soldiers. Even the soldiers were natural disaster level then. Wait! Malik shouted anxiously, and tried to ask for help, but the signal for help he sent was instantly dispersed by the massive energy impact. Brothers, fight them! Damn it, killing one is not a loss. Killing 2 is a big profit. Let them see what a real natural disaster is. The players were all bloodshot. Malik was almost numb, but no one except himself knew how painful he was. Xueqian was still laughing. Not bad, that's the momentum. Since Malik is not in a hurry to kill those people, and wants to play with them for a while longer, let him do it. Forget about him. Our first task is to capture the Cathedral number 6 in the Holy City of Apostles as soon as possible. Only by taking this place can we have the spare energy to find Bai Fu's hiding place. Xueqian said so naturally the others were too lazy to pay attention to Malik's situation. They began to focus on attacking the Cathedral number 6. Malik's last hope of survival was dashed. His strength is actually not bad, but facing so many players beating him up, he can't stand it no matter how strong he is. Fuck, where are my teammates? Where are my teammates? Save them! Until his soul was torn apart, Malik still didn't know where his teammates were. Once he died, the remaining members of the fleet he led would be no match for the player. After paying a huge price to kill Malik, the player thought that the next journey would be even more dangerous, but things were completely beyond their expectations. They almost didn't make much effort to directly break through Malik's fleet with a charge. At first, they thought the enemy was trying to lure them in. As the battle progressed, they finally figured it out. The Titan Industries guys weren't just pretending to be weak, they were really weak. Oh my god, attack, keep attacking. The players were ecstatic. At this time, even without the commander's orders, they started to rush forward like crazy. As soon as they rushed, the fleet led by Malik began to retreat. As soon as the fleet led by Malik retreated, the flank of the Titan Industries main fleet collapsed completely. All this shouldn't have happened. Although the combat power of millions of natural disaster level players is exaggerated, it will not be possible to destroy the fleet of Titan Industries in a short time. The only thing to blame is that Titan Industries relaxed their vigilance too much, and Malik died too suddenly. The previous second, everyone thought Malik was playing a game with the players, and the next second, Malik suddenly died. This huge contrast directly confused the people of Titan Industries. Driven by fear instinct, they only had one option left in their minds, which was to run away. What's going on? In the command ship, Xuechuan frowned as he watched the commotion in the distance. Oh no, President, Malik is dead. The president's assistant shouted in horror. What? Xuechuan was so angry that he stood up. Dead? How did he die? Undead, the ones who attacked were not from the Apostle Holy City, but a group of undead, and Malik died at the hands of that group of undead. What a joke. It's just a group of undead. No matter how many there are, how can they kill Malik? The assistant to the president hesitated to speak. What should we do? The fact is that Malik is indeed dead. Xuechuan's eyes widened. Malik must have been killed by a surprise attack because of his arrogance, useless trash. She pointed casually at another confidant. Thorn, you go and get rid of those undeads for me. Ah, me? Thorn, who was pointed at, twitched his mouth. He didn't want to go, but Xuechuan had already pointed it out by name. So how could he refuse? It shouldn't be a big problem. He is a little stronger than Malik. As long as he doesn't act like a show-off like Malik, it should be difficult for him to die. A few minutes later. Oh no, President, Thorn is dead. The president's assistant screamed in fear again. This time, even the most dull-witted people could realize that something was wrong. What's going on with these undead people? Xuechuan's face turned extremely ugly. Even the Overlord couldn't subdue those undead people, so doesn't that mean that only the Chaojue can help? Her eyes swept over the Chaojue in the command ship, who had not yet been dispatched. No one responded to her, and everyone was avoiding her gaze. Before figuring out what happened, who would dare to rush up and fight those undeads? There would be no benefit if they won, and if they lost, they would die like Malik and Thorn. They were all super excellent, who would be willing to die inexplicably like this. If it was to protect Titan Industries and their own family, they would still stand up, but now, they could only forget it. Xuechuan saw through the true thoughts of these super excellents at a glance. Her heart was burning with fire, and she wanted to shoot all of them, but she didn't dare to do so. Now Titan Industries is fighting with the number 6 Cathedral of the Apostle Holy City, and there are undead outside, watching covetously. If she quarrels with these people at this time, she may be left here forever. In desperation, Xuechuan can only order to shrink the defense line, and then deploy a large number of energy-level detection devices to detect the real strength of the players. It would be better if they didn't check it. Once they checked it, everyone in Titan Industries was silent. Disaster level, disaster level, disaster level. The screen fed back by the detector was full of dazzling red, and the red represented the intensity of energy fluctuations at the disaster level. Every undead is a scourge, and there are at least millions of them. How? How is this possible? Xuechuan was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Millions of scourge gathered together is quite exaggerated, and millions of immortal scourge gathered together is even more terrifying. No wonder Malik and Thorn couldn't stand it. In this situation, who can stand it for an ordinary overmind? But this is not the most frightening part. The most frightening thing is that the people of Titan Industries found a lot of familiar faces in the scourge that came from the side. That person is Jianqi Chongtian. Yes, that's him. There's information about him in the database. He was only S+ before. How come he's promoted to natural disaster level now? That person is. The more they thought about it, the greener their faces became. In fact, they had long discovered that the speed at which players upgraded was ridiculously fast. But at that time, the strength of players was generally not strong, and the total number of all players was not as many as the people on an ordinary planet, so it didn't matter if they were faster. But now? They had already reached S+ before. Why are they still getting stronger so fast? Now they have reached the calamity level, if they continue to grow stronger at the same speed as before. Then who can withstand them, when they advance to the domination level, or even the transcendent level? Quick, report what happened here to the leader. Xue Chuan was completely panicked. However, the current situation was much worse than she had imagined. Because at the same time, the fleet sent by the Reborn Empire and the Supernova Corps was also attacked by the undead. Like them, the undead who launched the attack were all promoted to the Calamity level. Among them, the situation on the Rebirth Empire side was slightly better, and the attack of the undead had been repelled, while the Supernova Legion was in danger. Under the attack of the undead and the Apostle Holy City, it suffered heavy losses. Three-way attack, each with millions of people. Ignatz was a little numb when he heard the news. He had fought with a large number of natural disaster level undead at the headquarters of the initial agreement, but the real strength of those undead was actually not natural disaster level. They relied on various methods to forcibly pile up their strength to natural disaster level. And now, these undead are real disaster level. How did Bai Fu do it? Where did she get so many resources to supply these undead and let them revive infinitely? Before going to the Apostle Holy City, Ignatz was full of confidence. Now, he can no longer laugh. He just feels uneasy. We must kill Bai Fu as soon as possible, and we can't delay it at all. Ignatz immediately summoned all members of the original agreement to discuss countermeasures. Chapter 387. The discussion meeting held by Ignatz lasted for several hours. At the meeting, everyone spoke freely. But after much discussion, they still couldn't find an effective way to deal with the player's attack. The root cause was that they didn't understand how the player could achieve infinite resurrection. Did Bai Fu provide them with backup energy? If so, then dealing with the player is essentially dealing with Bai Fu. The problem is that no one knows where Bai Fu is hiding. After several hours of brainstorming, Ignatz could only issue an order that only treated the symptoms, but not the root cause. The focus was not to attack the players, but to attack the spaceships that the players were riding. As we know, the player's resurrection was not to resurrect on the spot, so as long as the spaceships that the players were riding were destroyed, it would greatly increase the difficulty for the players to rush to the battlefield again, giving those who were fighting the players a chance to take a break. And that was enough. With this little breathing space, the coalition forces were able to defeat the remnants of the Apostle Holy City. Once the remnants of the Apostle Holy City are completely wiped out, and all the resources controlled by the Apostle Holy City are under control, Ignatz's next plan is to use the resources plundered from the Apostle Holy City to build super weapons such as the Light of Destruction. One Light of Destruction is not scary, but 10, 100, or even 1,000, that would be very scary. As soon as the interstellar curtain is pulled, a large number of super weapons such as the Light of Destruction are set up in the pass between the curtains. Let alone millions of natural disaster level undead, even if tens of millions of natural disaster level undead launched a charge, as many as came would die. Ignatz did not hide his intentions at all, he directly announced this plan. He did this for two purposes. One is to boost the morale of the three cosmic civilizations. Why are you being so cowardly? Fight back. As long as you fight for a while, good days will come. The second is to stimulate Bai Fu. Bai Fu, do you want to watch me complete this grand plan? Once this plan is achieved, all your little tricks will be invalid. If you don't want to see this plan achieved, then you'd better show up in person. On the day the plan was announced, Ignatz went to the Holy City of Apostles in person. This plan is still very targeted. After all, the Silent Alliance is just a newly developed cosmic force. Even though it expands very quickly and controls a lot of resources, due to the fact that a lot of infrastructure has not been completed in time, the speed of converting these resources into spacecraft that can cross billions of light years is still not as fast as the speed of spacecraft consumption. The three cosmic civilizations are now focusing on this flaw of the Silent Alliance. They brought in a large number of weapons specifically targeting ships from their homeland. They also formed an extremely large virtual army. This virtual army was led by a superclass mechanic in the original agreement, and its members included well-known mechanics from the three major cosmic civilizations. Even Shadowstorm Corona, who was wanted by the three major cosmic civilizations, was invited to become a special consultant. The participation of this group of mechanics caused great trouble to the players' actions. Relying on the chat system and map system, the players themselves were not afraid of electronic interference and data shock, but the spaceships they were riding could not withstand it. The situation is often that as soon as the war begins, players find that the spaceship they are on is out of control and wants to pull them to some inexplicable place. They don't have the ability to take back the control of the spaceship from the mechanics of the three major cosmic civilizations, so they can only abandon the spaceship and fly across the starry sky with their physical bodies to fight against the three major cosmic civilizations. Fortunately, most players have now been upgraded to the natural disaster level, and can easily survive, and even move in the universe, otherwise this war cannot be fought at all. Even so, due to the great restrictions on mobility, it would be a blessing if the player could actually exert only 10% or 20% of his or her full combat power. After all, they were fighting an interstellar war, and once the battle line was extended, it could easily reach several light years. The fleets of the three cosmic civilizations kept pulling on such a wide battlefield, and the pulling would cause flaws in the players' battle formations. Even if they could not find a flaw, they could take this opportunity to exchange a small loss for the calm retreat of the large forces. Fuck, this fight is too frustrating. You are such a jerk. I am going to be a red hot. Fuck, wait. Sooner or later, I will catch all of you who are helping the evil, and shoot you. A large group of players complained in the community, and they were quite emotional. Thinking back to the time when they first entered the Apostle Holy City, they were so majestic. A round of attack not only shattered the dream of the three cosmic civilizations to quickly annex the Apostle Holy City, but also killed 5 overlords. You have to know that before Baifu entered the starry sky, the three cosmic civilizations together, the number of overlords that could be shown on the surface was only about 100. Although the number of overlords increased dramatically later, the death of 5 at a time was enough to make people feel heartbroken and unable to breathe. These were overlords, not the numerous disaster-level creatures. Disaster-level creatures can be cultivated in batches through special means, but the cost is relatively high. For overlords, without Baifu's magical guidance, it really depends on luck. That is to say, recently the Saint brought the secret-seeking crystal ball to the initial agreement. With the help of the secret-seeking crystal ball, the three cosmic civilizations can slowly increase the number of overlords. Otherwise, this round of attack by the players would be enough to vote Xuechuan out of office. With such a good start, the players are naturally full of expectations for the future. However, the imagined flat push did not happen, and the three cosmic civilizations responded in time and dragged them into the quagmire. Faced with such a huge contrast, it was difficult for the players not to be emotional. All this was actually expected by Baifu. From the beginning, she did not expect to rely on the players to directly defeat the three cosmic civilizations. The three cosmic civilizations still have some foundation, and behind them stands the supermodel of the initial agreement. Baifu's plan was to let the players cause as much trouble as possible to the three cosmic civilizations, so as to buy time for her to develop. The players did it, and even did it better than she imagined. Not only did they make the three cosmic civilizations suffer a big loss, but they also brought her a lot of experience. However, we really have to do something. Baifu casually flipped through the posts in the community. Now the players still have the upper hand. After all, the players can be resurrected. Every time they attack, as long as they can gain a little victory, it is not a loss. But morale is such a strange thing. If this situation continues for a while, the morale of the players will become lower and lower, while the morale of the three cosmic civilizations that are really at a disadvantage will become higher and higher. Baifu doesn't care about the morale of the three cosmic civilizations, but she still has to take care of the players. Players from other camps came from afar to join her, but before they even started to have fun, they were disgusted by others. Is this reasonable? What should I do? Baifu suddenly thought of the new ability dimensional projection she had acquired not long ago. With this ability, she can even teleport directly from the Silent Alliance to the homeland of the three major cosmic civilizations. Then let Ignatz see her ability, and also test her current strength. After the player returned, Baifu gained a lot of experience in one go. She put all this experience into her second profession, and directly raised the total level of this physical training profession to level 201, making herself the only dual professional super level in this world, and one person alone enjoys 2 super level bonuses. These 2 bonuses brought about a radical change in her attributes. HP, 51.2 million/51.2 million psionic energy, 104.2 million/104.2 million attribute strength 27029, agility 31553, constitution 37331, intelligence 26077, spirit 34301, inspiration 65780. Even the lowest intelligence reached 26,077 points. It is worth mentioning that the main attribute is the intelligence of the superb, and the intelligence attribute is usually only 8,000 to 9,000 points when it is just promoted to the superb. This shows how exaggerated Baifu's current attributes are. This is the true comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. However, even so, Baifu is still a long way from breaking the life barrier. The requirement for breaking the life barrier is to increase all 6 attributes to more than 30,000 points. Given this difficulty, it is no wonder that no one in the Star Sea has truly touched the other side of the path of life evolution for tens of thousands of years. Only I can make a breakthrough, otherwise, let alone the 3 major cosmic civilizations, even the supreme gods, who have completely integrated the double helix tree will have to spend dozens or hundreds of years to polish themselves before they can truly reach the other side. Bai Fu couldn't help but sigh. She is really strong now, but she still doesn't have much confidence that she can beat Ignaz. Looking at the highest attribute alone, Bai Fu feels that she and Ignaz should be on par with each other. As for other attributes, she has completely surpassed Ignaz. But Ignaz has a unique skill, which is to burn holy relics to improve his strength. This unique skill allows him to burst out with combat power far beyond the panel. In fact, if it is just like this, Bai Fu feels that there is no need to wait any longer. She can directly take a group of people to slowly consume Ignaz. When the holy relics in Ignaz's hands are exhausted, that is when she will win. However, she seriously suspected that Ignaz had something else hidden. The reason why she thought so was because the rewards for the tasks she had recently triggered, which were related to destroying the initial agreement and killing Ignaz, were all very exaggerated. So exaggerated that she now felt that they were a bit too generous. As we all know, in Above the Stars, the richer the task rewards, the more difficult it is to complete the task. These tasks clearly told Bai Fu that there was something wrong with Ignaz. Bai Fu wanted to take this opportunity to try out what was wrong with Ignaz. After making the decision, she immediately called all the players, who were very close to her, to come to her, and told them that there would be a special operation next. This time, we have 2 goals. Bai Fu poked the map. The first goal is the capital of the empire. This is the heart of the enemy. If we can take the capital of the empire, it will definitely deal a heavy blow to the enemy's morale. Even if we can't take it, we can still intimidate the enemy. The second goal. While speaking, Bai Fu pulled out Xuechuan's photo. Yes, it's her. In Bai Fu's opinion, among the 3 cosmic civilizations, the most unstable one is not the empire that joined Ignaz from the beginning, nor the supernova regiment that was torn apart, but Titan Industry. The reason is very simple. Xuechuan is too uncharismatic. If Draenor is still alive, he will never let her take over the position of president. If she is killed at this time, Titan Industry will inevitably fall into civil strife. When Titan Industry is in chaos, Bai Fu can take advantage of the situation to disintegrate the alliance formed by Ignaz. Do you understand? I understand. Jianqi Chengtian, Hei Si, Patrick and others nodded repeatedly. Okay, let's get ready. Under the call of Jianqi Chengtian and others, the players of the Scourge quickly gathered. Half a day later, Hei Fu arrived at the gathering place of the players through projection. After another half a day, when the skill was cooled down, Hei Fu took half of the players and teleported directly to the vicinity of the capital star of the empire through the dimensional projection. Next, it's up to you. Leave it to us. The players raised their heads and chests, their fighting spirit soaring into the sky. After saying goodbye to Hei Fu, they just headed straight for the imperial capital star not far away. This round of offensive came beyond everyone's expectations. After receiving the news, Odok was so scared that he spit out the wine he had just drunk. What's going on? Why would someone attack here? Did someone rebel, or was the front line defeated, and Bai Fu fought all the way here? No one could give him an accurate answer. Even the glorious host that had been monitoring the entire Shining Star Space City cluster was now at a loss. Everyone could only organize defenses quickly while informing Ignaz of what happened here. The fierce attack of tens of millions of natural disaster-level superpowers was a bit too much for even the capital of the empire, with amazing defense. If there is no reinforcement, we will be breached sooner or later, and then... After listening to the report of the minister, Odoak's face turned green. He didn't know what would happen to others at that time, but he was sure to be miserable. Hold on, you must hold on. Odoak shouted at the top of his lungs, and then he ran around in the palace. It's too late to run now, so let's find a hidden place to hide. When Odoak was running around like a lost dog, Ignaz and others finally figured out the situation. It turned out that the undead had attacked the capital of the empire. The question is, how did this group of undead attack? Ignaz was completely dumbfounded. He could only quickly call the Weaver of Fate and the Son of Prophecy to figure out what Bai Fu had done. Unlike him, who was anxious, Xuechuan was very happy at this time. Good. She was eager to see the capital of the empire being breached and Emperor Odoacer being killed. Only when the empire was in chaos could she climb up better. Those undead suddenly went to attack the capital of the empire. There must not be many people left in the holy city of apostles. Seize this opportunity, and take down the Cathedral number 6 of the holy city of apostles in one go. Xue Chuan excitedly issued a general attack order. Then, just a few dozen minutes later, the warship at the forefront sent back the news. President, we were stopped, and the person who stopped us was Bai Fu. Chapter 388. After hearing the news from the front, Xue Chuan was completely dumbfounded. No, why would Bai Fu appear here for no reason? I must have seen it wrong. Bai Fu or something, she should be dealing with the Rebirth Empire now. Why would she come to find her? Xue Chuan confirmed again, and even sent people to check, but the news that came back was that the person who blocked the road was indeed Bai Fu. At this moment, she felt like someone stripped her clothes and threw her into an ice cave in the middle of winter, and she was half cold on the spot. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Bai Fu is said to have killed the Supreme God and caused a headache for Emperor Ignatz. But now she came to block their way. Xue Chuan's fear of Bai Fu is more than that. She had fought with Bai Fu before, when Bai Fu had just been promoted to the Super Ultimate. Even so, she was still beaten to a pulp, leaving a deep psychological shadow. Although many years have passed, and although she is now the president of Titan Industries, she still instinctively feels fear when the name Bai Fu is mentioned. What a sin! Xue Chuan's mentality collapsed. How could a good opportunity to rise turn into what it is now? It's Bai Fu's fault, it's all Bai Fu's fault, and yes, this world, why does this world want to target her? Xue Chuan cursed everything he could in his heart. Seeing that she didn't respond for a long time, Lei Mingdao and others beside him couldn't help asking. President, what should we do next? What should we do? Of course, Bai Fu, the pervert, will fight. Xue Chuan opened her mouth, but she didn't say it because she couldn't think of how to defeat Bai Fu. Ask for help from the initial agreement. Yes, ask for help from the initial agreement immediately, and let Emperor Ignatz come to save us. Xue Chuan suddenly thought of a way to deal with it. However, things don't go as planned. As early as the news of the attack on the Reborn Empire spread, Ignatz turned to the Reborn Empire, and now there is no time to save Titan Industries. I will let the Son of Prophecy rush over immediately, but it will take several hours even if it is faster. You must hold on within these few hours. I kill you. Who can withstand Bai Fu's continuous attack for several hours? What do you think? Xue Chuan looked at the others in the bridge nervously. Someone said, I don't think Bai Fu is here to cause trouble for us. Why don't we ask first? It's bad. The vanguard has been defeated by Bai Fu. She is now leading those undead people to rush towards the command ship. The words of the president's assistant suddenly rang out, silencing the person who had just spoken. If this is not trouble, then what is trouble? Forget it. Let's run away quickly. Xue Chuan is not greedy at all for the Apostle Holy City Cathedral number 6. She immediately ordered the command ship to turn around. I will notify others immediately. The assistant to the president was interrupted by Xue Chuan halfway through his words. No need to notify others. Let them keep moving forward. In an instant, a lot of question marks appeared on the bridge of the command ship. Those who can appear here are not fools. They certainly understand what Xue Chuan means. This woman clearly wants to keep others behind to cover her, and buy her time to escape. Damn, she is really not a human being. She did this before she was the president, and now she is the president. She still does such a wicked thing. You keep saying that you want to find Bai Fu's hiding place in advance, and now Bai Fu has shown up. You are not happy again. Lei Mingdao and others were so angry that their hair stood up. Especially the Thunderblade. He had planned to secretly send a message to Bai Fu, asking Bai Fu to quickly take Xue Chuan, even if Bai Fu took care of him as well, or Ignatz wanted to take care of him afterwards. But before he started to act, the command ship sounded a rapid alarm. Alarm, alarm, the spaceship has been invaded. Alarm, alarm. It's Bai Fu. She requested to talk. The mechanic on the spaceship turned his head and looked at Xue Chuan nervously. Xue Chuan's body trembled violently. Talk, if possible. She certainly didn't want to talk to Bai Fu. She didn't even want to look at Bai Fu. But now, where was her chance to choose? Bai Fu had come to her door, which meant that her idea of running away had been seen through by Bai Fu. So, Xue Chuan's face was pale, her lips trembled slightly, and she looked at Lei Mingdao and others for help. She hoped that Lei Mingdao and others would take the initiative to go out and stop them, but no one met her gaze at this time. As the alarm of the spacecraft became more and more intense, and as the chaos in front of the fleet became more and more serious, Xue Chuan could only bite the bullet and give a solution she had just thought of. How about we surrender? This time, the others in the spaceship still didn't speak. But someone secretly made a move to allow Bai Fu to directly access the spaceship's communication system. So, Shua, Bai Fu's figure appeared in front of Shui Quan out of thin air. Ah! Shui Quan, who was a superb person, was almost frightened to the ground. I heard that you want to surrender to me. Bai Fu looked at Shui Quan with a smile on her face. Shui Quan took a long time to finally recover, and she quickly nodded to Bai Fu. Yes, Saint Bai Fu, that's right, we are indeed on the side of Ignatz now. We have indeed helped Ignatz do a lot of things recently, and even had conflicts with you, but we are also forced to do so. I have to say that Xue Chuan's acting skills are still very good. Although not as good as Bai Fu, it can also be called a gold medal level. When she said this, the bitterness and helplessness on her face can be said to be quite well acted. Ignatz is so powerful, and he has the help of the initial agreement and the Rebirth Empire. If we choose to resist to the end, we are afraid that we are all dead now, and Titan Industries has been eaten up by the Rebirth Empire. For the sake of the overall situation, I had to give the order to surrender. Actually, we wanted to contact you at first, but we didn't know where you were, so... Alas. Xue Chuan sighed as she spoke, and her eyes kept secretly looking at the reactions of others. But the people standing in front of her were all acting skills, and it was impossible to tell what they were thinking from their expressions. What else could they be thinking? Of course, they were cursing. No one believed Xue Chuan's performance. No, sister, where is your face? Many people in Titan Industries were indeed forced to join Ignatz, but you are definitely not among them. You are clearly the one who joined the party the fastest. Your grandfather just died, and you jumped out to do this and that, and joined Ignatz in a high-profile manner. Do you have the nerve to say that you were forced? Don't talk nonsense. Your family has long died, and you are the only one left. If you really don't want to join, why don't you just run away and find Bai Fu? If you can't contact Bai Fu, can't you contact the undead people under Bai Fu? You have the nerve to secretly accuse Bai Fu of not being there. If Bai Fu was really at Titan Industries, you might have secretly sold her to Ignatz as a stepping stone for your career. Xue Chuan had no idea what other people were thinking. She was still performing. Saint Bai Fu, I'm not saying this today to clear my name. Anyway, this is all my fault. I, the new president of Titan Industries, am incompetent. If I had your or Ignatz's strength, how could I let Titan Industries fall to this point? Xue Chuan's voice began to choke. I'm sorry, I suddenly mentioned my grandfather who died in vain. He was very good to me when he was alive, but I didn't know how to cherish him at that time. It was not until he passed away that I realized how stupid I was. If he were still alive, with his wisdom, and the relationship between him and you, things would never have turned out like this. Saint Bai Fu, I don't ask for your forgiveness. You can do it to me, but please let the others go. The others are innocent. I am the president, and they all follow my orders. Xue Chuan looked at the shadow of Bai Fu in front of him with excitement. At this time, she was completely immersed in the play, as if the truth of the matter was really as she said, as if she was really a good person who inherited her grandfather's legacy, worked hard for Titan Industries, and even had to abandon her personal dignity. If someone didn't know the truth, he would probably be fooled by her and forgive her. No. Xue Chuan must not succeed. Lei Mingdao was so angry that veins popped on his forehead. It would be fine if Xue Chuan talked about something else, but he couldn't stand it if he talked about Draenor, and wanted to use the relationship between Draenor and Bai Fu to make Bai Fu show mercy. Delano's death was too strange. The person who knew his whereabouts, and could lead the murderer to him, could only be someone close to him. In Lei Mingdao's opinion, the person with the greatest suspicion was Shui Quan. Because in the whole incident, Shui Quan benefited the most. Unfortunately, he had no evidence, and all the evidence disappeared with the death of Delano and his companions. Saint Bai Fu. Lei Mingdao hurriedly stepped forward and called Bai Fu. He had already thought about how to expose Shui Quan's hypocrisy. Just grasp one point. Recently, there are many comments attacking Bai Fu as a fake saint, a real villain on the internet. In fact, most of these comments were released by Xue Chuan's subordinates. Hey, what do you want to do? Xue Chuan's face suddenly changed. Lei Mingdao didn't stand up before, but now, he suddenly stood up. Isn't it obvious that he wants to destroy her? If a look can kill a super, then Lei Mingdao would have been shot to pieces by now. What made Xue Chuan feel extremely fortunate was that Bai Fu actually interrupted Lei Mingdao's words. Let's talk about it later. I have a good talk with Xue Chuan first. Xue Chuan smiled. Lei Mingdao's face darkened. No. What I want to say is very serious. I know, so let's talk about it later. Bai Fu ignored Lei Mingdao completely. Lei Mingdao was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Xue Chuan secretly glanced at him. Oh, you be in trouble after this crisis. Soon, Xue Chuan looked up at Bai Fu. Saint Bai Fu, you can punish me. Bai Fu said, it seems that you are ready to die. Xue Chuan said righteously, that's right. Bai Fu sighed, actually, I don't want to do this either, but since you've said this, how can I not help you? Xue Chuan, go and reunite with your family in peace. As soon as the voice fell, everyone in the bridge was stunned. Huh? Wait, this is not right. The one who reacted most strongly was Xue Chuan. She opened her mouth to question, but Bai Fu didn't give her a chance to react. Countless dark hands stretched out from the surrounding space and tied Xue Chuan up completely in the blink of an eye. One of the hands even covered Xue Chuan's mouth, leaving her no chance to scream. The next second, the space in front and behind Xue Chuan opened up at the same time. Endless virtual particles poured out from the big hole in front like a torrent, and after adding the effect of real punishment, they hit Xue Chuan's abdomen heavily, and finally leaked out from the hole behind. Xue Chuan is an illusionist, and her fragility is comparable to that of a psychic prayer master. She simply cannot withstand the charged attack of Bai Fu, whose normal inspiration is more than 60,000. Wow! In almost an instant, Xue Chuan's chest and abdomen were directly swallowed by virtual particles. By the time the people nearby recovered from their shock, Xue Chuan had already lost his vital signs. The remaining limbs fell to the ground, like a piece of rag thrown away casually. Bai Fu looked down at Xue Chuan. TSK. Who are you trying to fool? I, Bai Fu, have a cheat. How can I be fooled by you? The favorability is over -80, you are just pretending. You. In the bridge, several of Xue Chuan's confidants pointed at Bai Fu, and they couldn't say a word after saying you for a long time. They really wanted to say, aren't you a saint? Why did you do it so easily? But they didn't dare to say it out loud. What if Bai Fu wanted to drag them to be buried with Xue Chuan? The first person to stand up and take charge of the situation was Lei Mingdao. He threw himself on Xue Quan's body. President, President, why are you so confused? He cried out in sadness, but in fact, he was already very happy. Bai Fu looked down at Lei Mingdao and did not make any move. The only person she really wanted to kill in this action was Xue Quan. After discovering that Lei Mingdao and others had a positive impression of her, she had no reason to take action. Of course, she did not plan to bring Lei Mingdao and others to the Silent Alliance. First, she was afraid that there was a spy hidden inside. Just because she had a positive impression of him didn't mean he wouldn't be a spy. Secondly, it might be a good thing to let Lei Mingdao and others stay with Ignatz. As long as she had the upper hand, Lei Mingdao and others might turn against Ignatz. This would be much better than if she accepted Lei Mingdao and others, and then sent them to deal with Ignatz. Just as Bai Fu was thinking about the next action plan, the interior of the spaceship suddenly flickered. In a flash, a familiar figure emerged from the spaceship. It was the three-dimensional projection of the Son of Prophecy. Bai Fu! Bai Fu couldn't help laughing. You are a step late. The Son of Prophecy's chest rose and fell violently. This time, they were really tricked by Bai Fu. He used many methods to calculate, but still couldn't figure out how Bai Fu sent the undead to the capital of the empire. Bai Fu was a fog that made people completely confused. Bai Fu continued, instead of arguing with me here, it's better to think about how to rescue the capital of the empire. Once the capital is breached, I want to see where Ignatz's face will be put. The Son of Prophecy gnashed his teeth and said, you don't need to worry about this. The capital planet of the empire will never be breached. As for you, you are hiding well now, but your death is not far away. Even if you have the soul universe treasure to protect you, it will be useless. Bai Fu was silent for a while. In fact, there is no need for us to make such a fuss. The original agreement between you and me was to break the destiny that this universe should have. I have never actively attacked you before. It was you who insisted on dealing with me, saying that my existence posed a threat to this world. You speak in a high-sounding and righteous way, but is it really so? You have no selfish motives, even if you don't. What about the Weaver of Destiny? Even if the Weaver of Destiny doesn't, what about Ignatz? The new order that Ignatz wants to establish, is it really for all the civilizations he knows and doesn't know, or for becoming the Lord of Order and standing forever in the sky? You should know very well that even if Ignatz really establishes a new order as he wishes, he cannot guarantee that there will not be another person with strength comparable to mine in the future. This universe is too big and boundless, and the dimensional spaces contained in it are countless. Ignatz's new order cannot completely bring this universe under its rule. His path was not the right path from the beginning. The Son of Prophecy narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you saying this to seek peace? Seek peace? Of course not. I am just formally declaring war on you, because our paths are different, and we will never agree with each other's path. So let's decide who is better based on strength. You have your own path, and I have my own path, and the path I agree with is that I would rather die on the road of putting out fires. Bai Fu smiled and shook her head, then stretched out her right hand and raised 3 fingers. After 300 sunsets, I will personally deliver death to you. She left this sentence and disappeared. In the bridge of the Titan Industries command ship, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The Son of Prophecy wanted to say something, but in the end, he disappeared quietly like Bai Fu. He wanted to take Bai Fu's war declaration back and tell the Weaver of Destiny and Ignatz. Chapter 389. Seeing Bai Fu and the Son of Prophecy leave one after another, the tense atmosphere in the Titan Industries command ship suddenly relaxed. Except for Xuechuan's confidants, not many people actually thought that Xuechuan's death was a bad thing. Of course, everyone still maintained a sad expression on the surface. We still had to do what we should do. What should we do now? The president's assistant asked the various super specials in the command ship tremblingly. Lei Mingdao shook his head and sighed, and stood up from the ground. At this point, let's just retreat and withdraw to the explored universe. The president just died, and I think the initial agreement will not reject our application. The others had no objection. After sending the application to Ignatz, Lei Mingdao and others immediately abandoned some ships and left the holy city of apostles without looking back. In fact, according to Lei Mingdao's original plan, he intended to surrender to Bai Fu unwillingly after Bai Fu killed Shui Quan. But perhaps because the Son of Prophecy suddenly appeared, Bai Fu actually withdrew directly, leaving only a group of undead to continue attacking Titan Industries' fleet. There was no way. He could only return to Titan Industries first and make long-term plans. Soon, the news of Titan Industries' experience spread throughout the explored universe. It was impossible to hide the death of the president. The entire explored universe was in shock. The capital of the reborn empire was under siege and in danger. This news was shocking. I didn't expect that there were masters. Is this Bai Fu's counterattack? It's so terrifying. For a while, many people who had joined Ignatz after seeing his great power a while ago became active again. It seems that Ignatz's ship is not as stable as imagined. Leader, the situation is not good now. The Son of Prophecy told Ignatz what Bai Fu had just said. Ignatz narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that Bai Fu has some hidden card that I don't know, otherwise she would never be so arrogant, but it's hard to say. Maybe she is deliberately provoking me, hoping that I will be emotional and reveal my flaws. The Son of Prophecy nodded in agreement. Leader, there is another thing now. Shika contacted me just now, and said that after the news of Xuechuan's death spread, some people began to get restless. Oh, really? Ignatz's tone was very calm, and he was not angry because he was betrayed. There was nothing to be angry about. Those people came to him because of his power before, and now they can go to Bai Fu because of Bai Fu's outstanding performance. Of course, he couldn't fail to see this. He just felt excited now. This is an opportunity. Let Shika continue to monitor them, don't expose them, and let them take the initiative to contact Bai Fu. The Son of Prophecy immediately understood what Ignatz meant. This is a fishing hook. Bai Fu had just won 2 big victories, and once she was proud, she might take the bait. Even if Bai Fu didn't take the bait, what about her subordinates? As long as one fish took the bait, Bai Fu would be dead. 300 sunsets later, we will be on our way, right? I will be at your door tomorrow. Ignatz crossed his arms and said, even if these people fail to lure Bai Fu out in the end, and we have evidence of their secret collusion with Bai Fu, we can legitimately get rid of these fence-sitters. Haha, Bai Fu's action did catch us off guard, but she would never have thought that after doing so much, she actually gave us a breakthrough. The Son of Prophecy couldn't help but applaud the leader's quick wit. 6. The leader was right. Bai Fu had been struggling for a long time, but the actual damage she caused to them was actually killing Shui Quan. The problem is that people like Shui Quan are dead, and they can't affect the overall plan of the original agreement at all. I will tell Shiko about this plan immediately. Go, I will solve the troubles in the Empire first, and then I will meet up with you. Even if you find Bai Fu's hiding place, don't act rashly. The two hurriedly ended the conversation. Soon, the Son of Prophecy found Shika. Keep an eye on these people. Also, don't forget the people I asked you to keep an eye on. The leader trusts them, but they have always had a good relationship with Bai Fu. They may do something stupid at a critical moment. Shika agreed solemnly. Leave it to me. With me here, they can't turn the tables. When the news of the attack on the Empire and Xuechuan's death spread, Boilo was as shocked as everyone else and suspected that he had heard it wrong. It was not until he contacted Thunderblade that he confirmed that all this was true. Bai Fu's strength. Boilo became excited. He did not dislike Bai Fu because of her attack on the capital of the empire. Instead, he wanted to contact Bai Fu more urgently. The strength shown by Bai Fu gave him hope, the hope of saving the empire from Ignatz, who should have become history long ago. Even if I will be exposed, I must find a way to contact Bai Fu and tell her the secret. Boilo clenched his fists tightly. Then, he suppressed his excitement and pretended to be calm. He was waiting for the opportunity to come. This day came much faster than expected. Titan Industries urgently withdrew its troops because of Xuechuan's sudden death, and the Supernova Corps was resting because of the heavy losses in the previous attack. Therefore, the fleet that was wreaking havoc in the Apostle Holy City recently was the only one sent by the Empire. Therefore, the Empire's fleet naturally became the target of the player's attacks. When the player rushed towards the Imperial fleet in anger under the attack of the virtual troops, Boilo immediately put on an angry look. These bastards dared to take advantage of the chaos to attack the Imperial capital. I must settle this debt with them today. After a roar of anger, Boilo, who rarely took action personally before, took a group of confidants and rushed out directly from the mothership. His emotions were well controlled. Almost everyone thought that he was really angry because the Imperial capital was attacked and Emperor Odoacer was scared to death. Except for Hick, who was hiding in the dark. Among the people that the Son of Prophecy had told him to pay special attention to was Boilo. After receiving the order, Hick deliberately used a part of his body to lurk in the communication network of the Imperial mothership. These days, Hick has been keeping an eye on Boilo's every move, and he would repeatedly ponder every word Boilo sent to others. However, he did not find anything unusual. Originally, his suspicion of Boilo had almost disappeared. Until just now. Boilo's outburst seemed reasonable, but was it really reasonable? No. If Boilo really cared about the face of the Empire and Odoacer, then he should have been very angry and humiliated when he first received the news that the capital of the Empire was attacked. But he didn't. So, Schick dared to conclude that Boilo must be acting. When the undead attacked, Boilo did not think about defending himself, but deliberately acted in front of everyone. If there was no trick, Schick would eat it directly. Of course, this only shows that Boilo has a secret in his heart, not that Boilo really wants to betray the Empire. The specific situation remains to be further observed. As an intelligence worker, Hick has always been a very rigorous person. He never slanders others without reason. After Boilo left the mothership, he immediately followed and secretly observed. He saw Boilo and his men rush into the crowd of undead. He saw Boilo and the undead fighting fiercely. He saw Boilo desperately saving the Imperials in danger. He saw Boilo use special props to control the undead, and win a chance for the Imperials in danger to escape. Then, he saw that Boilo suddenly stopped and did not kill the undead trapped by him. Instead, he talked to them. Stop, I am not your enemy. I have important information to tell Bai Fu. Please help to tell her. If Bai Fu is not convenient to see me, let Dimitri come. Boilo did not directly tell the player what secret he wanted to tell. He was afraid that the player was not careful, or there was a traitor among the players, which led to the information being leaked before Bai Fu got it. After listening to the conversation between Boilo and the player, Hick's eyes gradually became sharper. Boilo, as a noble representative of the Imperial Senate and a widely recognized loyal minister of the Empire, are you really going to betray the leader who has brought supreme glory to the Empire? Hick was incredulous. It was difficult for him to understand Boilo's thoughts, because he really couldn't think of any benefits Boilo could get by doing this. There was another thing that made Hick incredulous. Did Boilo mention Dimitri just now? But shouldn't Dimitri have been killed by Bai Fu in the Battle of Zuyuan Star? Why? Could it be that Dimitri is not dead at all? Schick did not dare to delay, and quickly reported his findings. The news that Boilo tried to betray the Empire did not make Ignatz too angry. What really broke Ignatz's defense was that Dimitri was not dead, and was very likely to be with Bai Fu now. No wonder the 3 methods I arranged in the Battle of Zuyuan Star were all ineffective, and in the end I fell into Bai Fu's trap. Dimitri, it turned out to be you. You had secretly defected to Bai Fu a long time ago. Ignaz was about to vomit blood. Some of his energy leaked out of his body uncontrollably, causing a strong wind to blow, and the whole palace was shaking. After roaring, Ignaz immediately found Odoacer. He insulted him without mercy. Waste, you waste. Look at what the Empire has become under your leadership. Whether it was Dimitri or Boilo, their power in the Empire was enough to rank in the top 5. But they both betrayed the Empire and turned to Bai Fu. How ridiculous! Ignaz grabbed Odoacer's neck and lifted him up. If he didn't know Odoacer's true nature, he would have thought that Odoacer had secretly defected to Baifu. Odoacer's face turned red. But he didn't dare to struggle, nor did he dare to show even a little anger, although he was very angry in his heart. But so what? After Ignaz came back, he was still the emperor of the empire on the surface, but in fact, the Senate no longer reported to him. The only member of the Senate who still remembered him was Boilo, but the outrageous thing was that Boilo had betrayed the empire. What a sin! Odoacer was about to collapse. After a long while, Ignaz threw Odoacer out. Forget it. There was no point in killing Odoacer. Now that I have figured out the reason why I lost, the next thing to do is naturally revenge and give Baifu a big surprise. Create an opportunity for Boilo, so that he can meet Baifu or Dimitri smoothly. At Ignaz's command, Schick and the intelligence department he led immediately took action. While Ignaz was teaching Odoac a lesson, Baifu was discussing with Dimitri how to respond to Boilo. They both felt that this was an opportunity, but also that it might be a trap. Although both of them had a good relationship with Boilo, it was difficult for them to say whether Boilo would trick them at this time, because it was related to the core interests of the empire. After some discussion, Dimitri felt that he could not miss this opportunity because of his worries. I go meet Boilo. He probably thought we would be suspicious, so he said it's okay to meet me. Dimitri insisted on going, and Baifu didn't say anything more after persuading him. With the evolved Heaven's Arc, as long as we are careful, even if it is a trap, it shouldn't be a big problem. A few days later, the player attacked the Imperial fleet again. In the melee, Boilo received a reply without any danger. The person who contacted him was Dimitri, who gave him an address and asked him to find a chance to go to that address. I contact you again when we get there. Finally, Boilo felt extremely fortunate. He had never expected that all this was actually under Ignaz's watch. After the war, he did not take action immediately, but was busy in the fleet for several days before leaving the fleet on the pretext of going to the rear maintenance base. This time, Boilo traveled light. Behind him, Ignaz, the Weaver of Destiny, the Son of Prophecy, and others who received the notice from Hick were fully armed. The group flew all the way to a place far away from the Holy City of Apostles. During this period, the spacecraft made 3 jumps. After a full day, Boilo finally arrived at the place mentioned by Dimitri. There, he met Digger G. Digger G told her the real location of Dimitri. Thank you for your help. Boilo smiled with ease. It was not until now that he felt that the burden on his shoulders had been lifted. After telling Dimitri the secret, he might as well follow Dimitri to Baifu, so that he would not have to continue to act in the empire. Not long after, Boilo met Dimitri at the agreed place. Haha, Dimitri, long time no see. Boilo opened his arms and wanted to hug Dimitri. At this moment, Dimitri's face suddenly changed. Be careful. But it was too late. A figure gathered behind Boilo. When Boilo felt something was wrong, the terrifying power had already fallen on him. He didn't even have time to shout before his body was pierced. Ignaz? Dimitri stared straight ahead. Ignaz smiled at Dimitri. Thanks to Boilo, we can find you. Chapter 390. Ignaz did it himself, and before Boilo could react, he completely turned into nothingness. When he died, he was still immersed in the joy of reuniting with Dimitri. In his mind, he was still thinking about telling the secret to Dimitri and Baifu, and then winning a more sustainable future for the reborn empire. However, now everything has turned into a bubble. Dimitri's eyes suddenly turned red. He and Boilo have been friends for nearly 100 years. Although they didn't get along with each other in many things, they knew better than anyone else that no matter how fiercely they argued, their starting point was for the good of the empire. They were not real friends. But their relationship was much closer than that of ordinary friends. But now, Boilo was dead. Like a yellow leaf blown down by a whirlwind, it floated lightly and disappeared in the vast sea of stars in a flash. Before meeting Boilo, Dimitri thought a lot. He even thought that this was a trap, and he would fight a big battle with the people brought by Boilo, and finally kill Boilo with difficulty. He never dreamed that the situation would turn out like this. You? The look in Dimitri's eyes when he looked at Ignaz was not only disappointment. There was also murderous intent. Ignaz saw the murderous intent in Dimitri's eyes. But he was not angry. At this moment, he was immersed in the joy of successfully finding Dimitri. Finding Dimitri meant that he was only half a step away from finding Baifu. And it was not difficult to take this half step. Ignaz smiled jokingly. Dimitri, I am confused. What did I do, or what did Baifu do, to make you and Boilo, The two of you who are known as the most loyal ministers of the Empire disrespect me so much. You can respectfully call me His Majesty Odoacer, but you are unwilling to call me the Great Emperor. Dmitri clenched his fingers until they turned white. Do you want to know? Ignaz nodded. I am very interested in this answer. Not only he was interested, but the Son of Prophecy and others were also interested. Dmitri took a deep breath. Then, to everyone's surprise, he roared like an explosion in the public communication channel. Ignaz, you should ask yourself about this kind of nonsense, not me. Along with the explosive scolding, Dmitri's annihilation ability burst out. At this moment, he was extremely angry. The excitement made his ability almost out of control, and the effect of being almost out of control was that the power of the ability also increased a lot out of thin air. Collapse, disintegration, destruction. With Dmitri's body as the center, everything around him is promoting this process. The Child of Prophecy, the Weaver of Fate and other people standing next to Ignaz, as well as Schick hiding in the dark, were all stunned by Dmitri's fierce reaction. They all understood that Dmitri would be angry about Boilo's death. But they didn't expect Dmitri to be so angry that he actually said he wanted to hack the leader's horse and called the leader a bastard. This, as expected, Ignaz exploded on the spot. Joy could not dilute the anger brought by humiliation. However, Ignaz's anger was not the kind that was very obvious on the surface. He turned his anger into a cold mockery. Your annihilation ability is essentially derived from my root disintegration. Even if we are at the same level, do you think you, a defective product, can beat me? So what if I can't beat you? I have to fight even if I can't beat you, even if I can't destroy the order you are trying to establish. Someone will definitely destroy it in the future. That person might be Baifu, or even more terrifying than Baifu. In this world, there is no eternal throne. Civilization will be destroyed, stars will be destroyed, and even the universe itself will be destroyed. Dmitri burst out with all his strength, leaving no way out for himself. Unfortunately, the gap between him and Ignaz is too big. It's not just the gap in level. Just as Ignaz said, his ability is indeed just a lower level ability of Ignaz's ability. After defeating the Power Garden, Ignaz failed to obtain the Power Garden's cosmic treasure, the Power Evolution Tree. But after becoming the leader of the initial agreement, he got the Power Evolution Tree as he wished, and thus deduced his power to an extremely exaggerated degree. The annihilation power that Dmitri was proud of could even annihilate the existence of space itself, creating a strange gravity well in the starry sky, but after the power touched Ignaz's body, it didn't even shake Ignaz's hair. It's not because Ignaz's hair is very hard, but because Dmitri's ability has failed. Dmitri's pupils shrank suddenly. If the ability doesn't work, how much strength can he have left? Just when he felt something was wrong, he suddenly found that his clothes were floating. Someone is approaching. That person is undoubtedly Ignaz. Not good. Dmitri's eyes widened. But even if he had reacted, it was still useless. Ignaz is not only a genius with abilities, but also a top martial artist. Before the martial artists were promoted to the super ultimate, they were divided into power type, agility type, tank type, etc. After the promotion to the super ultimate, they all developed towards the direction of hexagonal warriors. Ignaz was no exception. His speed was so fast that when Dmitri realized that he was being attacked, he had actually punched Dmitri thousands of times in a row. The thousands of punches of a 274 level peak martial artist, who had touched the natural chasm of life, were definitely not something Dmitri could resist. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of explosions, Dmitri found that his body was completely blown up. Only a remnant of his soul was left, floating where he had just stood. See? This is the gap between you and me, a gap that can never be crossed. The power of annihilation attacked from all directions, locking Dmitri's soul. Tell me where Baifu is hiding. This threat naturally had no effect on Dmitri. Of course, Ignaz didn't expect Dmitri to tell him that he was just acting, pretending that he had no choice but to rely on torture to find Baifu's trace. How could Dmitri know that he had so many tricks? After a fruitless interrogation, Ignaz pretended to call the Weaver of Fate over. Since he won't talk, dig out all his memories. The Weaver of Fate obeyed and stepped forward. At this moment, Dmitri's soul suddenly expanded at a strange speed. Damn, Dmitri had already tampered with his soul. He came prepared. The Weaver of Fate retreated in time, but was still bombed in the face. Fortunately, he retreated in time and was not seriously injured. But the impact of the soul still gave him an extra debuff. He was affected by Dmitri's emotions. Many different emotions intertwined in his body, which made the Fate Weaver lose interest in everything, and had to rest for a while. Can you recover after a rest? That's good. Ignaz nodded. It was just a small accident, and it would not affect the overall situation. This time, they won a great victory. At the moment, when Dimitri blew himself up, he had already implanted the tracking spell into Dimitri's information as planned. Now he only needed to use this spell to determine Dimitri's location. Sick luck. Sick emerged from the data network and immediately sensed the spell he had created himself. Soon, he sensed the approximate location. Leader, the spell is working properly. Then go ahead. Yes. Sick did not delay and immediately flew towards the location of the spell. After all, the curse was on Dimitri, not Bai Fu, so he needed to make a final confirmation before actually taking action. Otherwise, if they went straight to kill him, and Dimitri didn't have time to meet Bai Fu, then they would have alerted the enemy. Not good. Dimitri suddenly woke up from the Ark of Heaven. Before his soul and new body were completely integrated, he struggled to rush out of the laboratory. He had to tell Bai Fu what had just happened as soon as possible. Recently, there are more people who want to secretly surrender to Bai Fu than just Boilo. Since Boilo Bei followed, it is hard to guarantee that no one else was followed. Therefore, he planned to persuade Bai Fu not to pay attention to those who tried to change sides for the time being. A few minutes later. You said Boilo is dead? After listening to Dimitri's story, Bai Fu unconsciously showed a trace of emotion on her face. Yesterday's friend, today turned into ashes, and there will be no time to meet again in the future. That feeling is really not good. Bai Fu shook her head. It was a pity that she didn't get the secret that Boilo said, but now was not the time to think about it. She should help Dimitri remove the debuffs that came with him when he was resurrected from the Ark of Heaven. She threw an apostle's vision to Dimitri. The next second, her eyes narrowed slightly. Dimitri asked in confusion, "Is it difficult to recover this time?" At this time, Bai Fu's sight was fixed on a small debuff that was very inconspicuous among the dense debuffs behind Dimitri's name. Tracking spell. Explanation. The tracking spell created by Hick, the intelligence chief of the original agreement, through his innate ability. The spell is implanted into the victim's existence in the form of information. Once locked by the spell, Hick can feel it no matter how far away they are. Interesting. Bai Fu now understood why Ignaz did not continue to track, but killed Boilo the moment Dimitri and Boilo met. He was so anxious, firstly because he was afraid that Boilo would reveal the secret, and secondly because he had other tracking methods. It was all calculated. Fortunately, I have a cheat. Bai Fu did not tell Dimitri about her discovery. The debuff description detected by the Apostle's vision is actually incomplete. For example, it does not mention whether Sheikah can eavesdrop through the spell. So she can't say it. If Sheikah can eavesdrop through the spell, then she will waste a card she just got if she says it now. It's a bit troublesome, but the trouble I'm talking about is that some resources need to be transferred from other places, so you may need to wait a few more days to recover. Dimitri heaved a sigh of relief. It's just this, that's all. A few more days is a few more days. Bai Fu asked Dimitri to rest first, and after sending Dimitri away, she fell into deep thought. Since Ignatz asked Schick to plant a tracking spell on Dimitri, he should soon follow the spell to find me. I can withdraw at any time, but the Silent Alliance will not be able to withdraw in a short time, so I can't just think about running away. I have to take advantage of this intelligence gap and teach Ignatz a lesson. With my current strength, as long as I plan properly, I can't kill Ignatz, but it's not difficult to send Ignatz's followers to heaven. As she thought about it, Bai Fu suddenly realized a problem. Dimitri was resurrected with the help of the power of the Heavens Arkansas. If Ignatz is not a fool, he will definitely think that the place where Dimitri was resurrected is the location of the Heavens Arkansas. The first target they hit is probably not me or Dimitri, but the Heavens Ark. Bai Fu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she thought of this, otherwise the Heavens Ark would be in danger. After 2 reinforcements, the Heavens Ark is now extremely hard, but it is hard to say whether it can withstand Ignatz's attack. Moreover, Ignatz didn't need to destroy the Ark of Heaven, he just needed to take it away. Bai Fu hurried to take the Ark of Heaven out of the laboratory. After taking the Ark of Heaven, she went to the supernatural garden again, where she planted the supernatural evolution tree. She needed to verify one thing. Dimitri brought her 2 important pieces of information during this trip. One is that Schick can find her location by arranging a tracking spell, and the other is that Ignatz's supernatural power is a higher supernatural power than Dimitri's. Bai Fu seriously suspected that the game mission implied that Ignatz was difficult to kill because Ignatz's ability was very special. The ability evolution tree already included Dimitri's ability, so she wanted to let the ability evolution tree continue to deduce upwards based on Dimitri's ability to see if Ignatz's ability could be deduced. It takes 7 hours to deduce once, and the success rate of deduction is only 1.2%, and it doesn't benefit from the lucky halo. It's outrageous. Ignat's ability must be very outrageous. Bai Fu's heart sank. The power evolution tree has a special ability called power nullification. Now she doubts whether this ability can work on Ignat's. I can only say that I hope the power evolution tree can give her a surprise. Bai Fu urgently summoned Yulia, Elegy, and others to the Pure Land of the Dark Night for a meeting. The Pure Land of the Dark Night is a secondary space that belongs to her exclusively. There is no need to worry about being monitored when holding a meeting here. A few days later, in the starry sky near the area ruled by the Silent Alliance, hiding behind a meteorite, Sheikah finally smiled. Found it. He crouched here for a long time and finally saw a passing mining ship. He did not delay and immediately transformed into an information state and integrated into the mining ship's communication network. Then, without being noticed by anyone, he quietly sneaked into the Silent Alliance through the network. Chapter 391. Shik had originally prepared for a long-term battle. The starry sky is so big, who can guarantee that a spaceship from the Silent Alliance will pass by his hiding place in a short time? But the fact is that he only spent a few days waiting for an unprepared mining ship. Such luck. The destiny is in my hands. Use your imagination. The advantage is in my hands. Tone. I have a strong feeling that this trip to the Silent Alliance will not only allow me to locate Bai Fu and Bai Fu's soul-like cosmic treasure, but also bring other huge gains, and this gain will break the balance between the original agreement and the Silent Alliance. Sheikah felt like he was on fire. With a great expectation of making great achievements, he could not wait to divide his body into countless parts. He traveled through the new information network built by the Silent Alliance, wandering around and looking around like a pervert. Not long after, he finally found the person he was looking for. Haha, I found you. On a virtual display screen, Sheikah excitedly looked at Bai Fu, who was idly browsing the player community on the ground below. Shik immediately manipulated another part of his body, and sent the specific coordinates of the location of the Silent Alliance, Dimitri's location, and Dimitri's resurrection place to Ignat's. In fact, at this point, he could almost leave, or dive directly. But his desire to make achievements made him unwilling to leave so hastily. If I can steal Bai Fu's cosmic treasure, if I can also engrave the tracking spell on Bai Fu's body. Shik didn't dare to think about what kind of praise he would get when he returned to the original agreement. Is there a possibility that after returning, he will replace the Weaver of Fate and the Son of Prophecy and become the leader's most trusted person? Yes, brother, this possibility must exist. Thinking of this, Sheikah immediately ventured to Dimitri's resurrection point to take a look in person. To his disappointment, he did not find anything suspected of being a cosmic treasure there. Damn it. It seems that stealing the house is impossible. Then, he could only try to plant a tracking spell on Bai Fu. Sheikah was not in a hurry. He couldn't cast the spell directly on Bai Fu. If he did, his movements while casting the spell would definitely attract Bai Fu's attention. He had to use a more natural and less noticeable method. This wait took Hik a long time. Bai Fu received a call from the communicator and left for something. Seeing Bai Fu leave the planet directly, Hik took action immediately. What he did was very simple, which was to cast the spell in the drink that Bai Fu drank. After casting it, he hid back again. Waiting. About an hour later, Bai Fu came back. She laid down on the recliner, crossed her legs, and continued to browse the community while waiting for the deduction result of the supernatural evolution tree. While browsing the community, she subconsciously took the cup of drink next to her. Then, carbonated drink containing tracking spell. Bai Fu shook the cup in her hand expressionlessly. Although she found something unusual, there was no abnormality on her face. She was 100% sure that this drink was just an ordinary drink before she left, but now something was suddenly added to the drink. Tracking spell, isn't this made by Shik, the intelligence chief of the original agreement, using his innate ability? In other words, Shik is nearby now? It seems that Shik's ability is very extraordinary. With her perception, she can't find any abnormality. He must have no entity now, otherwise I can't fail to detect his existence. His hiding method must be unrelated to space, otherwise as the Lord of the Void, I can't fail to detect his existence. It seems that he is a very special energy body life? When it comes to dealing with energy body life, Bai Fu herself has no experience, but as the manager of the Void Realm, a special space constructed by spiritual energy and dark energy, Elegy is an expert in this field. Without saying anything, she sent a message to AI Legia. While Bai Fu was waiting for AI Legia to come over, Sheikah was also waiting for Bai Fu to drink the drink. It would have been fine if he hadn't waited, but once he did, Sheikah got so impatient. Drink it, damn it. Why don't you drink it? Sheikah stared at Bai Fu for more than 10 minutes. Bai Fu had clearly held the broken cup in her hand, but she just didn't drink it. She shook the cup there for a long time, and when she was about to drink it, the communicator suddenly rang, and she chattered for several minutes before it finally ended. Sheikah thought, Bai Fu will drink the drink after all, right? He even saw Bai Fu's lips touching the edge of the cup, and her head began to tilt back slightly. Just when the drink in the cup was about to slide into her mouth, Bai Fu suddenly laughed out loud for no apparent reason. This laugh made it impossible to drink the drink. Fuck you. Sheikah was so aroused that he wanted to rush out of the virtual display screen immediately, grab the cup and pour the drink into Bai Fu's mouth. Be a decent person. You are drinking a drink. Don't you have to go through fire and water? Why do you have to fight with the drink? Hick was very angry, but he didn't dare to show it. Any extra fluctuations could lead to his whereabouts being revealed. He could only draw circles and curse Bai Fu. Sooner or later, I will catch you and burn you to death. Hick continued to wait. A few minutes later, when Bai Fu was about to drink again, a shout came from a distance. Sister Fu, I'm here. This shout made Bai Fu put down the cup for the nth time. I kill you. This time, Sheikah could no longer suppress his anger. He stared fiercely at Eiliji, who suddenly appeared, and his emotions fluctuated uncontrollably. In fact, it was only a moment of fluctuation. But it was enough for Eiliji to lock him. Is it fun to spy on others? Sheikah's heart was suddenly hanging. Did Eiliji say this to Bai Fu or to him? No matter. No matter who she said it to, he couldn't stay here any longer, so he had to hide for a while. Just as he tried to slip away, Eiliji spoke again. It seems that you must let me ask you out. Not good. Hick's face changed drastically. Knowing that he had been exposed, he turned around and ran away. This time, he didn't want to stay in the Silent Alliance for a moment. Achieve merit? Achieve a fart of merit? A fart of career? He just wanted to quickly escape back to the original agreement. Laughter sounded behind him. I have discovered you. Do you think you can still run away? An extraordinary wave emanated from Eiliji, instantly connecting to the internal network of the Silent Alliance. Before Hick left the network, this force attacked from all directions, firmly grasping every part of Hick's body that was separated. The great fear devoured Hick's sanity. He struggled with all his might, and finally succeeded in prying a loophole in the blockade. But when he finally rushed out, he found that he was no longer in the main space. He was brought to the virtual world. Above his head, a giant ecliptic theodolite was constantly rotating. Destined sphere. Damn it. Hick's face turned extremely pale. He knew that he could not escape. He was completely confused. He had no idea how Bai Fu had noticed his existence, and he had never expected that Eiliji could actually capture him in the network. If he had known this, why would he have been so agitated to cast a curse on Bai Fu? Bai Fu, let's talk. Sheikah shouted. However, no one paid any attention to him. No matter how he shouted, no matter how anxious he was, no matter how desperate he was, the space locked by the fateful orb never changed at all. From the beginning, Bai Fu didn't expect to get any information from Sheikah. The group of people who made the initial agreement were not easy to fool. Even if Sheikah confessed everything, she would still suspect whether Sheikah was lying. After locking up Shik, Bai Fu immediately moved the power evolution tree over and asked it to analyze Shik's power. Analyzing Shik's power is much easier than deducing Ignat's ability. It took less than a day for Bai Fu to receive a prompt that the new power was successfully included. It's done. The power evolution tree has 3 skill slots that can be temporarily copied. Bai Fu cleared them all, and then copied 3 of Shik's skills. The first skill is to transform the body information into state, and sneak into any data. The core skill of the game is information stealth. The second skill is the unique skill that Shik uses to track other spell follow like a shadow. The third skill is information all-knowing, which can capture all data and information within a limited range. The first skill is very useful whether it is used for stealth or for running away. The latter 2 skills are specially learned by Bai Fu to deal with the initial agreement. Give someone a taste of their own medicine. The next afternoon, Bai Fu captured the message sent by the Son of Prophecy to Shik as she wished. The Son of Prophecy said that the initial agreement had been prepared and that they were expected to leave for the Silent Alliance soon. He asked Sheikah to keep a close eye on them and to inform them immediately if the people from the Silent Alliance showed any strange movements. Are they coming? Bai Fu relayed the news to Eiliji, Yulia and others and asked them to act according to the plan. She disguised herself as Sheikah to reply to the Son of Prophecy. Based on the principle of saying too much will lead to mistakes, Bai Fu did not say much, but sent a few cold coordinates to the Son of Prophecy in a very cold manner. Dimitri is out recuperating because of a serious injury. Bai Fu is with him now. I will keep an eye on them. How could the Son of Prophecy have expected that the person in contact with him had changed? Ignatz, who had not seen the conversation between the two directly, was even less aware of the abnormality. They looked at the coordinates set by Bai Fu and headed straight for the Silent Alliance at a very fast speed. While waiting for them to arrive, Bai Fu was not idle either. She sent a large number of players to the Reborn Empire again in batches, but this time she did not rush the players to launch an attack. Players knew that something big was about to happen, and they were so excited that they kept discussing it in the community. In fact, under normal circumstances, Bai Fu's unusual actions would have been leaked by players long ago. But this time, except for those who knew about it in advance, all other NPCs were kept in the dark. The reason why things turned out like this is all to blame Ignatz, whose amazing operation directly messed up all the players. Even those Bai Fu haters, who wanted to cut Bai Fu into pieces, temporarily stood on Bai Fu's side after learning that Bai Fu was going to deal with Ignatz. Near the Silent Alliance, Ignatz turned his head and looked at the Son of Prophecy. What did Shik say? The Son of Prophecy shared his communicator interface with others. Nothing special. Bai Fu has been staying in the same place these days. Very good. Ignatz smiled happily. He remembered the harsh words Bai Fu said to the Son of Prophecy not long ago. At that time, Bai Fu said that she would send him off in 300 days. But now only a month has passed, and he has already found Bai Fu's hiding place. Bai Fu, I hope you like this surprise I gave you. Let's go! Ignatz coldly issued the attack order. In order to achieve success in one battle, this time, he not only brought the Son of Prophecy and other confidants from the original agreement, but also drew a large number of spaceships from the Revolutionary Army and the Resistance Army under the original agreement. Counting the fleet supported by the Reborn Empire, the number of people he brought this time is an astronomical number that is difficult to estimate. This will be a big battle. Although the scale of the conflict is not as large as that between the Holy City of Apostles and the three cosmic civilizations, it can still be called a rare battle in hundreds of years. After giving the order, Ignatz led his men to fly to the coordinates set by Shik. According to the plan, when they caught Bai Fu by surprise and trapped Bai Fu, the fleet would launch the attack. Everything went extremely smoothly. With almost no effort, Ignatz and others arrived at the destination. It was a planet located in the border area of the Silent Alliance, and there was nothing special about it from the outside. When they arrived, Bai Fu and Dimitri were basking in the sun idly. Follow me. Ignatz waved his hand. The chi in his body burned like a star, carrying a huge martial arts statue and smashing towards the opposite planet. Under the impact of the chi, the planet began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the Son of Prophecy and others who followed Ignatz also exerted their strength. They launched a large number of attacks one after another, and various means of blocking space also smashed out like raindrops. Ignatz was almost at full firepower, and he had made full preparations to severely injure Bai Fu right away, not giving Bai Fu the opportunity to summon the Void Spirit God King and the majestic divine body. But just as he was about to rush to Bai Fu, something unexpected happened. The surrounding space boiled like boiling water, and in almost the blink of an eye, the virtual dimension descended, just covering Bai Fu and Ignatz. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Your speed is not as fast as I thought. Bai Fu smiled and stretched out her hand to the left side of the void. Oops, Ignatz sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. The dimensional projection was activated. Bai Fu dragged herself and Ignatz directly into the desolate starry sky billions of light years away from the Silent Alliance. Let's do it. Bai Fu gave orders to others. A special operation against the Reborn Empire, the initial agreement, and the people who followed Ignatz to the Silent Alliance began. Chapter 392. It's bad. The moment Ignatz was transferred by Bai Fu, the Son of Prophecy realized that this was a trap. Did Bai Fu see through their plan? Or did Shiku, Dimitri, Boilo and others secretly join Bai Fu? The Son of Prophecy had no time to think about this question. He quickly called on those around him to retreat, and urgently notified the fleets still outside the Silent Alliance. However, everything was too late. From the moment they did not realize that this was a trap, it was too late. The fleet of the Silent Alliance hidden in the dark surged out like an overwhelming force, roaring towards the fleet brought by the initial agreement. The fleet brought by the initial agreement was caught off guard and lost a large number of spaceships as soon as the battle began. Damn it! Can anyone tell me what is going on? The officers in the initial agreement fleet looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit. They roared hard and tried to find out the news everywhere, but the information blockade left them with nothing. They could only urgently call on the power of the virtual forces to break the blockade. But this is Bai Fu's home ground. For this war, Bai Fu had already prepared for about 10 days. The fleets that launched the attack on the initial agreement fleet included not only an astronomical number of warships, but also a large number of long-range cannons deployed in the Silent Alliance, the Void Dimension, the Virtual Realm Dimension, and even the gaps between dimensions. Of course, psychic forces are also indispensable. Although the virtual forces formed by the initial agreement were extremely powerful, they still seemed powerless in the face of such a large-scale siege. Found you. Paw, the space was shattered, and a superclass psychic prayer master belonging to the Silent Alliance emerged from the crack, looking at the virtual mechanic, who was constantly manipulating the network to disrupt the Silent Alliance fleet with a sneer on his face. You? Boom, the dark energy torrent rushed out, and the terrified virtual mechanic was directly blasted into pieces before he could call for help. The target has been solved. Where is the next target? Xiaosher, who was sitting in the rear, fought with the mechanics of the initial agreement in the virtual world without changing his expression, and at the same time sent the coordinates he captured to his own superclass people who were responsible for the cleanup. Coordinates have been sent. The target is about to change position. Please stop it immediately. Leave it to me. They can't run away. The movement here quickly attracted the attention of the virtual troops on the original agreement side. Shadow Storm Corona was also in this army. After realizing that the situation was not good, he immediately thought of running away. He joined Ignatz because Ignatz was powerful. Now that Ignatz's situation was not good, he did not intend to sync with Ignatz. Goodbye. Corona secretly summoned his mechanical god. While others were still struggling to stop the Silent Alliance, he slipped out of the spaceship. Just as he was about to enter the mechanical god, a black light suddenly shot from the side and back. The mechanical particles floating around his body automatically gathered to form a round shield with thousands of layers, blocking the path of the black light. Ding! The round shield broke layer by layer, and then quickly reorganized after breaking. After resisting for several minutes, it finally blocked the black light. Is it you? Corona's eyes widened. He had already recognized the person. Ingfu, a famous super assassin under Baifu. No. It's not just Ingfu. The micro-detectors scattered around sent a message that on the other side, a strange eye had just descended from the void. It was another general under Baifu, the Eye of Sorrow. Damn it, Baifu didn't intend to let him go. It was just a sneak attack before. Is it necessary to be like this? Corona complained in his heart and immediately launched an attack. The mechanical gods were firing at full power, and billions of mechanical soldiers rushed out from the secondary dimension barracks. A large number of mechanical particles automatically combined into various extraordinary weapons, and carefully crafted mechanical divine weapons also appeared one after another. Corona almost took out everything he could in a short period of time. Unfortunately, the opponent he faced was much stronger than he imagined. That was Shadow Fu and Eye of Sorrow, who had been strengthened by Baifu countless times, and would become stronger as Baifu became stronger. Shadow Fu and Eye of Sorrow were already very strong, and the combination of the two of them would be even more terrifying. The Eye of Sorrow launched a mental attack, limiting Corona's control over his own mechanical troops, revealing a flaw in the coordination of the mechanical troops. Shadow Fu, who had extraordinary attainments in speed, took this opportunity to directly break through the flaw and kill Corona. Not all fragile professional superpowers are like Baifu, who relied on the game system to learn a lot of life-saving and blood-adding skills and talents at a very low level, which made many tanks feel sick. Corona is a standard mechanic, and his tankiness comes more from his equipment rather than himself. Still want to run? It's just a foolish dream. The attack of Ingfu fell on Corona like a storm. After suffering continuous blows, Corona was defeated as expected. Wait, I throw. Swish. The shadow did not give Corona, the little man who jumped back and forth, any chance, and directly cut her neck with a knife. Afterwards, she and the Eye of Sorrow burst out their ultimate moves at the same time. Corona whined and died directly. It was not until then that the other people in the virtual army of the initial agreement noticed that Corona was dead. But no one was in the mood to avenge Corona at this time. They were too busy protecting themselves to care about Corona, an outsider. We can't retreat. For the original agreement, for the eternal oath, we have to fight them. The soldiers of the original agreement roared. Although they were in a dangerous situation, most of them did not run away. Instead, they drove their warships to rush towards the enemy. At the same time, the Silent Alliance was not to be outdone. Most of them were targeted by the original agreement or the three cosmic civilizations. They were much more angry than the other side. Now they finally got the opportunity to fight back. They would never give up unless they rushed to the end. Defeat them. The two torrents collided in the starry sky, and even the space began to break into pieces. Every second, a large number of spaceships on both sides were blown into pieces, and a large number of people died in the explosion. In this battle, the Silent Alliance had the upper hand, but it was still difficult to tell the winner for a while. In comparison, the Scourge Legion that lurked in the Reborn Empire had a much smoother operation in this operation. For foo. For a better tomorrow. Kill you, kill you, kill you. Shouting slogans that were either Chunabun or shameful, after receiving the general attack order from Baifu, the players of the Scourge quickly launched a large-scale attack on several predetermined targets. Because it was attacked not long ago, the security level of the Shining Star Space City cluster near the Empire's capital star was directly raised several times. When attacking here again, the players encountered fierce resistance. However, the area near the capital star can resist the players, but other areas do not have this ability. Stop them! Stop them! Damn it! Where did these undeads come from? Hurry up and ask His Majesty for help. It's useless. The capital planet has also been attacked. Then ask for help from the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries next door. The Supernova Corps can only send a small fleet, and Titan Industries simply refused to help on the grounds that the president had just died. Now only Jose from Eternal Investment is willing to lend a hand. Fuck these beasts. For a time, war broke out in the Empire. Although there are only tens of millions of players in the Scourge Legion. But a large number of these players are psychic praying professionals, and one of them can often fight against thousands or even more people. When they burst out with all their strength, the Empire was directly stunned. Don't worry about this or that now. Quickly call back all the legions that can be mobilized. Odoak was almost fainted by anger. What a sin! I thought that with the return of Emperor Ignatz, even if he could not be the head of the Empire, he could still rely on the Emperor's care to have a good time. Who would have thought that the capital of the Empire had been besieged twice in just a few years of good times? The Empire had never been so miserable before when Emperor Ignatius was away. Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? Odoacer hid in the palace and trembled. The elder who succeeded Boilo could not think of any good solution for a while, and could only comfort him by saying that the problem was not big, and Emperor Ignatius would soon return to solve the problem like last time. And even if the Emperor did not come back, the legions of the Empire would not be vegetarians. With the current defense capability of the capital planet, it can definitely hold out until the various legions come back. Can it really? Odok no longer has much confidence, and he has completely become a pessimist. Facts have proved that his pessimism is not wrong. As time goes by, the fleets of the various super-absolutes, overlords, and fleets not far from the capital planet of the Empire have returned to defend. But at the same time, the Scourge Legion has also welcomed powerful helpers. Anya, Cixia, the Lord of the Oath, the Lord of the Curse, and others who were sent by Baifu in advance appeared one after another. Near the small capital star of the Empire, nearly 20 super-strong battles were taking place. The aftermath of the battle could easily tear a spaceship into pieces. If Ignatz had not arranged a circle of space fixtures outside the capital star of the Empire in advance, the players would have taken advantage of the chaos to enter. However, even so, since the Empire was not as well prepared as Baifu, it gradually showed signs of defeat. This incident quickly became a hot topic in the entire explored universe, and everyone was paying attention to the final outcome of this war. What the explored universe will look like in the future will most likely depend on the outcome of this battle. Give up. I have already made the surrounding space virtual. You can't escape, except for Ignatz himself. Everyone else in the original agreement will be responsible for this operation. Elegy looked at the Son of Prophecy, and others, who were so anxious that their foreheads were sweating. The breath she exuded was as shivering as the wind in the cold winter of December. The Son of Prophecy did not dare to act rashly, and could only launch a verbal attack. Elegy, do you know what you are doing? You are an accomplice in the destruction of civilization. You will kill everyone sooner or later if you follow Baifu. Wake up. It's not too late to turn from darkness to light now. What about your mother? Elegy rolled her eyes. How can we avoid the destruction of civilization? I am a survivor of the previous generation, the manager of the virtual dimension. Don't I know more than you guys? You dare to sow discord between me and Baifu's sister. You deserve a beating. Alice clenched her right hand in the air, and the entire space began to collapse rapidly towards the place where the Son of Prophecy stood. This is the virtual dimension crushing the main space. As a psychic prayer master, Alice's fighting style is completely different from Baifu's, much simpler and more brutal. Directly swing the virtual dimension to hit people. Hey, our virtual administrators are so arrogant, and they hold back if they don't obey. The face of the son of prophecy was flushed, and he was pressed like this by the strong pressure. We act separately. The opponent's number is not as many as ours, so we may not lose. Moreover, we don't have to win. As long as we can hold on until the leader comes back. Baifu will never be able to defeat the leader. The voice of the son of prophecy calmed down the die-hard supporters of Ignatz around. They had no confidence in killing Allergy, but if they just wanted to stop Allergy temporarily, it shouldn't be difficult, right? Everyone quickly dispersed, each showing their strengths. Some people held back Yulia and others who attacked with Allergy. Some people cooperated with the son of prophecy to try to injure Allergy. The group of super-supers, who had made the initial agreement, were all masters among masters, much stronger than those super-supers, who resisted the attack from the reborn empire. But the bad news is that the opponents they face are much stronger than the group of super-strong people in the rebirth empire. In the face of absolute strength, all the ideas of the son of prophecy and others have become impossible to achieve. Am I going to die here? The son of prophecy felt desperate. Although he could not directly predict his own death, he could often sense his own safety through the foresight of his enemies and people around him. It was with this ability that he repeatedly survived crises. However, when facing Baifu and the undead, his ability was completely ineffective. He could not see anything. Before this operation, he also made a prophecy. Unfortunately, because the operation involved Baifu, he still saw a blank. Who would have thought that this blank actually hit his death? The son of prophecy's mentality exploded, scolding Elias, Baifu, Ignatz, and even the Fate Weaver who was injured and could not come with him. No matter how he struggled, under Elias's full-strength attack, his body was finally smashed to pieces, leaving only a remnant soul. Just as Alice was about to attack further, a dazzling red light suddenly ignited from the side. What is that? This scene attracted everyone's attention. Suddenly, a hole opened in the virtual world, and then countless red feathers flew out of the hole. Alice had to retreat and dodge. Good opportunity. The son of prophecy was overjoyed. Although he didn't know who attacked Alice, it didn't matter. He immediately abandoned everyone else and fled quickly with his remaining soul. Tens of seconds later, seeing that Alice had not caught up, the son of prophecy breathed a sigh of relief. He survived? He survived? Ha ha ha. The son of prophecy laughed. At this time, he could not care about others. He calmed down a little and flew towards the explored universe. He urgently needed to find a place to recover. He left in a hurry and did not expect that this was a trap. The person who attacked Alice just now was actually Faye. While he was being beaten, Alice had secretly cast the tracking spell made by Baifu on him. Okay, we can slowly deal with the remaining people next. Elegy clenched her fists and looked at the group of supernaturals who had agreed to the original agreement with a grim smile. She had been unhappy with this group of people for a long time, and today was the perfect time to send them all away. At the same time, in the distant starry sky, Ignatz had roughly figured out the situation, and also understood that other places must be in war now. When did you find out? Guess. I guess your head. Ignatz was furious. That's a good idea, but do you think you can stop me? He directly burned the holy relic he carried with him, and the terrifying power turned the galaxy. In the blink of an eye, his strength attribute rushed to 90,000, and his agility, physique, spirit and other attributes also soared. Baifu narrowed her eyes slightly. As she guessed, Ignatz's attributes were not weaker than hers, but the gap with her blessing of the virtual realm was not big. So where's the danger of Ignatz? The apostle's spiritual vision was not enough for her to completely see through Ignatz's panel, so she could only go up and try it herself. If you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. Baifu opened all the burst skills without hesitation, and this time, she also summoned Hei Fu. The two worked together, and then controlled the virtual spirit god king and the majestic body to rush straight to Ignatz. The 5 super gods fought without reservation in this empty starry sky. Chapter 393. Baifu has 100 million HP and possesses a large number of defensive skills, defensive cosmic treasures such as Titan Shield, multiple HP recovery skills, and Hei Fu, a clone that is no different from the original body. It can be said that she has a lot of trump cards. But when facing Ignatz, she gradually fell into a disadvantage. The reason is that Ignatz consumes too much energy. As a martial artist, Ignatz's ability to withstand beatings is much stronger than other professions, and he is also a martial artist who has practiced for nearly 10,000 years. Over the past 10,000 years, his attribute growth was not exaggerated, but he had indeed learned a lot of skills that were enough to make him more durable. Bai Fu added a lot of effects such as true injury, vulnerability, bleeding, and death when she attacked, and barely suppressed Ignat's bloodline. But just when she thought she had a chance to win, the holy relics collected by Ignat began to work again. With a flash of fire, Ignat's blood volume, which was less than 30%, was like a tube inserted, and it soared back to more than 80%. Fuck, you're just opening it like this, right? Bai Fu was speechless. She finally understood that after merging with the double helix tree, she couldn't open it as big as Ignat's. She could understand it. The resources mobilized by Ignat's were the resources accumulated by the initial agreement for more than 10,000 years. In the past 10,000 years, the number of super holy relics collected by the initial agreement was at least 4 digits. The power that could be unleashed by so many holy relics piled on one person was unimaginable for ordinary people. But even though she understood, Bai Fu couldn't help but want to curse. Are these holy relics the trump card of Ignat's? No, that's not right. If it was just this, would Boilo have to be so mysterious? And if it was really just this, the rewards for the tasks related to Ignat's would never be so much. Ignat's is very strong now, but his strength is not reflected in his lethality, but in his endurance. If I want to leave, I can run away at any time, and he can't stop me at all. Bai Fu looked at Ignat's with a serious look. She no longer expected to kill Ignat's here. So, she quickly changed her battle strategy, aiming to test Ignat's background and delay the actions of others as much as possible. With the help of many skills and prayer cards, Bai Fu accomplished the goal of delaying time. But until the Void Spirit God King was defeated, until both of her bodies were defeated, she still didn't see what Ignat's final trump card was. Old thing, you are really good at hiding. Just wait, I will come back. I can't kill you now, but I can't say for sure after a while. Bai Fu's body exploded. In the starry sky, only her voice was transmitted in the scattered spiritual energy and dark energy. Seeing that Bai Fu was finally killed by him, Ignat's was in no mood to continue to maintain the fierce and arrogant look just now. He quickly tried to contact the Son of Prophecy with his mind. However, the result was heartbreaking. There was no movement from the Son of Prophecy. Could it be that? Ignat's face turned pale. He called out dozens of times before he finally received a reply from the Son of Prophecy. Leader, something bad has happened. The Son of Prophecy was still alive, but his voice was surprisingly weak. But at this time, Ignat's had no time to pay attention to his injuries, because the news he brought made Ignat's freeze in place. The supernaturals who raided Bai Fu's location were besieged, and most of them were killed or injured under the attack of Elegy and others. Although the remaining people were still alive, they were also in danger. The huge fleet parked outside the Silent Alliance was also ambushed. Thanks to the assistance of the virtual forces, the fleet suffered little loss in the early stage. However, as the members of the virtual forces were targeted and eliminated, the fleet's defeat could no longer be reversed. It is estimated that it will completely collapse in half a day at most. At the same time, the Reborn Empire was ambushed by the undead again. The number of undead participating in the operation this time was several times that of the previous one. The Reborn Empire urgently summoned reinforcements from all directions, but only the Eternal Investment was willing to help all the way. The various legions of the Empire did rush back in time, but this time Bai Fu was extremely well prepared and transferred a large number of his men to the vicinity of the Empire's capital planet early. These people led the undead to launch round after round of attacks on the capital of the Empire. The Imperial defenders tried their best, but could not defeat them, and could only retreat. Up to now, only the last of the dozen or so lines of defense arranged near the capital of the Empire has not been breached. If no new reinforcements arrive, this last line of defense can only hold out for about half an hour. Ignat's felt that something was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a complete sentence. The moment Bai Fu moved him, he knew something was going to happen, but he didn't expect the situation to deteriorate to this extent. The fact that the situation has evolved to this point shows that Bai Fu did not act on impulse, but had made sufficient preparations in advance. So, save. What can he use to save? Now, he can do nothing but watch Bai Fu's people killing people, and sweeping all the wealth accumulated over thousands of years in the initial agreement into the garbage dump. More than 10,000 years, that's more than 10,000 years. Ignat's body began to tremble uncontrollably. A martial artist of his level has long controlled his body, to the most basic particles. Even so, he still lost control, which shows how angry he was. The Son of Prophecy saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly comforted him. Leader, the situation has not deteriorated to the point where it cannot be saved. I will guide you back first. As long as you come back, everything will be fine. Really? Ignatz was willing to believe the son of prophecy for once, because he had no choice but to believe, otherwise the reality would be too cruel. However, what's going on? Ignatz frowned. A few minutes had passed, but the son of prophecy still didn't say a word. Can't you sense where I am at all? The son of prophecy had cold sweat on his forehead. He hesitated for a long time, but finally admitted honestly that there was no way to fool around with this kind of thing. Ignatz was furious. The son of prophecy couldn't confirm his exact location, so he couldn't ask others to pick him up, and could only fly back slowly by himself. It was over. Everything was over. Contact Bai Fu, find a way to help me contact Bai Fu. Ignatz roared at the son of prophecy angrily. The son of prophecy trembled and agreed. Although he was full of fear of Bai Fu, he didn't dare to offend Ignatz at this time. I hope I can get in touch with him. Just as Ignatz was flying madly in the general direction of the explored universe, Anya and others were also leading the players to launch a mad attack on the last line of defense of the Empire's capital star. It's almost there. As long as they break through this line of defense, they can capture most of the Empire's top leaders alive. Whether it's Anya or the players, they are now fighting as if they were given drugs. On the contrary, the people on the Empire side are in low morale and sighing non-stop. It's already, there's no hope. Odoak slumped on the ground. He didn't look like an emperor anymore. But no one reminded him to pay attention to his appearance as an emperor, and the others were not much better than him. The entire capital planet was in chaos. Normally, in such an emergency, everyone should be gathered in the Senate chamber to discuss countermeasures, but now there was no one in the huge chamber, only the robots that obeyed Guangwei were still guarding the chamber diligently. There are only 50 million shields left. Everyone, work harder, damn it. Take my Armstrong Cyclone Jet Armstrong Cannon. Hello everyone, I am the war reporter Digging G, and the theme of today's live broadcast is the fall of the Imperial Capital Star. Accompanied by the bombing of players and Anya and others, the shield value of the last line of defense of the Imperial Capital Star dropped rapidly. 40 million, 30 million, 20 million, 10 million. Oh, at the moment, when the shield value was cleared, the sound of a tsunami shook the entire planet. On the ground, a large number of spaceships and individuals tried to take this opportunity to escape. But facing such a large number of players, everything these people did was useless. Huh, you want to escape? Old Biden, I recognize you. You organized people to scold Fufu in the live news. Kneel down obediently. I told you to lie down, but you dared to resist. Do you want to test the strength of 600 sticks per second? Countless spaceships descended from the starry sky and blocked the entire planet. Then, players jumped out of the spaceships in groups. Some people began to search for the NPCs with red names on their heads. Some people began to attack important facilities in the capital planet. Another group of people went straight to the Imperial Palace without saying a word. Boom! The Imperial Palace's defense level was very exaggerated, but in the face of the players' attack, it still fell down unwillingly after holding on for a while. Run, run! I surrender, I'm just guarding the database, don't kill me. It's Odoak who's wrong, not me. I know where he is, I lead you. Faced with the players rushing in aggressively, the people in the palace had no intention of resisting at all. They all became guides, leading the players to kill the Emperor Odoacer's hiding place. Odoacer, who was hiding in the attic, was secretly observing the situation outside through the surveillance. Seeing this scene, he was completely numb. Ah! I paid you so much salary. Is this how you treat me? He was so angry that his beard stood up. Fortunately, I took a special drug that can temporarily change species when I saw the situation was not good, and secretly changed to another place to hide when no one was paying attention, otherwise I would really be tricked to death by them this time. Damn it, as long as I survive this wave of raids, I should be safe. Odoacer scratched his hair in frustration, then sat down against the wall with a dejected look. He thought he was disguised well. Unfortunately, this time he met a player who had a hack. Bang! The door of the attic was kicked open. You come out! Yes, yes, yes. Odoacer walked out with an awkward smile. At this time, he used his lifelong acting skills to act like the other waiters in the palace. I should be able to get away with it. I'm sure I can get away with it. Wait! A loud shout from the side startled Odoak. What happened? He turned around, still smiling awkwardly. The player standing opposite him suddenly sneered. I was wondering if something was wrong. How could an ordinary waiter have such a low impression of me? Fortunately, I checked it in time. Brothers, come here quickly. This guy is Odoak. He used a disguise. Oh shit, how did you recognize him? Odoak was so scared that he was numb. He shouted loudly. Wrong, you recognized the wrong person. I am not Odoak. Odoak is not here. He is hiding in the basement. The opponent stepped forward and gave Odoak a big fight. You are fooling around, be honest. If you are not honest, then I will let you feel the feeling of having your buttocks bloomed. Odoak was stunned by the beating, staring at the opponent for a long time, and finally lowered his head helplessly. Yes, I am Odoak. Are you satisfied now? The news that Odoak was caught spread immediately. At that time, in the spaceship Anya was on. Bai Fu got out of the Heaven Arc, stretched her waist, and then asked Anya, who had been waiting for a long time. What's the situation? Anya reported, just received news that the undead have successfully captured the Emperor of the Empire, Odoak. Oh, did you catch him? Bai Fu laughed, then let's go see this old friend. She was very interested in Odoak's expression now. The two left the spaceship and soon arrived at the Imperial Palace. The huge palace was crowded with players at this time. When they saw Bai Fu appear, they immediately led Bai Fu to see Odoak. However, as they walked, Bai Fu found that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Why did these players always secretly look at her? Her appearance did not change after resurrection, and her clothes were not revealing. It was not until they entered the palace that Bai Fu figured out the situation. Give it to you. Several players standing next to Odoacer, whose appearance had been restored, snatched the crown from her head, and then ran to her amid the cheers of other players, and put the crown directly on her head. It fits perfectly. That's right, this empire should be ruled by people like Fu. Bai Fu, You guys are always wearing this outfit? Odoacer is about to break apart. Stop. That's my crown. However, he only dared to complain in his heart, and dared not show any dissatisfaction on his face. The undead are the most courageous beings in the world. He has no doubt that these undead will chop him up in anger. He can only look at Bai Fu with a pleading look. For the sake of our past friendship, spare my life. Wow. Bai Fu took off the small crown. She didn't have time to think about this and that. She was about to say a few words to Odoak. Suddenly, Guangwei's voice sounded in the palace hall. Ignatz requested a call. Do you want to answer it? Oh, Bai Fu raised an eyebrow. Answer it. Chapter 394. Ignatz's shadow appeared in the palace hall. During the time when Bai Fu was resurrected, he kept in touch with the Son of Prophecy to understand the situation of the explored universe. After hearing that the capital of the Empire had fallen, he immediately asked the Son of Prophecy to act as a signal tower and projected him in front of Bai Fu to talk to Bai Fu. At this time, his chest was already filled with anger. The killing desire flashing in his eyes seemed to penetrate billions of light years, and condensed into substance in the palace hall. Bai Fu! A deep roar sounded. Ignaz ignored everyone around him, and stared at Bai Fu. Bai Fu said calmly, Are you here to threaten me or to surrender? Ignaz said coldly, You have the upper hand now, but... Help, Emperor, save me, they want to kill me, and they have taken away the supreme crown of the Empire, and put the crown on Bai Fu's head. Odoak suddenly shouted, interrupting Ignaz's words. Before the player could pin him down, Ignaz exploded first. Get out of here, you useless bastard. You have no right to speak here. But... Odoak wanted to say something else, but Ignaz started to scold him again. If you say one more word, I will kill you if Bai Fu doesn't. Odoak opened his mouth, but finally lowered his head in dejection. Yes. How could he be so crazy as to ask Ignaz to save him? Ignaz never looked down on him. Not only Ignaz, but also other people in the original agreement, and even many people in the Empire, never looked down on him. Odoacer knew. In fact, Dmitri and Boilo were also very disappointed with him. But their love for the Empire made Dmitri and Boilo continue to assist him conscientiously even if they were disappointed with him. However, he once thought that all this was taken for granted, and did not cherish it at all. Now, Dmitri is unknown whether he is dead or alive, and Boilo is unknown where he is gone. Looking around the huge imperial capital, he couldn't find a single loyal minister. For the first time, Odoak felt that he was a failure, so failed that he was completely unworthy of being the emperor of the empire. It was also the first time that he felt regretful, regretting that he should not have sided with Ignaz without reservation just because of Ignaz's relationship with the empire. You cursed your own people so harshly? Bai Fu looked at Odoak, then at Ignaz. It seems that you are very angry. Not light. Ignaz sneered. Bai Fu, you'd better release the people who made the original agreement on the Silent Alliance side quickly, otherwise, when I return from the Dark Realm, I will turn the entire Silent Alliance into a living hell at all costs. This naked threat shocked the surrounding players. Are you making a declaration of massacre here? Oh my god, how could Ignatz be so mean? Fuck, you can't beat Fufu, but you actually threaten Fufu with civilians. Are you human? All kinds of insults came out of the players' mouths. Ignatz was completely unmoved. Oh no, he was even more arrogant. Don't question whether I can do it. You don't have that much time to transfer all the people of the Silent Alliance to a place I don't know before I get back. The method you used on me before can't succeed a second time. Bai Fu's face darkened slightly. Your goal is to continue civilization, but what you are doing now is contrary to your goal. Ignatz, on the road to the future, there will always be people who will sacrifice. They don't have to sacrifice. If you commit suicide now, they certainly don't have to sacrifice. Bai Fu, From the UN Star, she has never encountered a boss as shameless as Ignatz. Other bosses may be bad, but they never seem to blackmail her morally. For a moment, the players cursed even more fiercely. They broadcast the conversation between Ignatz and Bai Fu directly, not only to other players, but also to NPCs who have explored the universe. Most NPCs were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Isn't it true that Ignatz is such a person? Isn't it true that someone is doing a fake live broadcast to discredit him? Some people questioned. Some people even cheered Bai Fu directly. Come on, big sister with white hair. Bai Fu nodded. Okay, I will let them go, but you are late. There are not many survivors over there. Ignatz didn't care much about this. He immediately changed the subject. I have another request. Bring your soul-like universe treasure to the place I specify and duel with me. I don't know what makes you confident enough to say that you can completely kill me in 300 days. Now, I won't give you any more time. There are more question marks on Bai Fu's head. It's endless, right? Do you really think you can defeat me with the Silent Alliance? Ignatz laughed. Of course I'm not that naive. So this time I'm using all the civilizations in the universe as my bargaining chip. Wait. Bai Fu suddenly understood what Ignatz meant. Ignatz meant that if she didn't go, he would forcefully increase his strength, or spread the news of the Reapers, induce the Reapers to descend, and directly destroy all civilizations of this generation, so that everyone would die with him. Damn, the word beast is not enough to describe Ignatz. Bai Fu originally wanted to argue with Ignatz, but now she has completely given up the idea. Ignatz is so crazy, there is no point in her saying anything. I can't give you an answer right now. Give me one day. I tell you my decision this time tomorrow. Okay. Ignatz agreed readily, and didn't embarrass Bai Fu. The conversation between the two of them was full of danger, but those who didn't know the inside story were confused. The bargaining chips are all civilizations in the entire universe. What nonsense is this? As soon as the two sides ended the call, Ignatz received a lot of questions from the members of the original agreement. The leader was the Fate Weaver, who was recovering from his injuries. Ignatz, do you know what you are doing? The Fate Weaver didn't even call Ignatz the leader. Ignatz looked calm. Of course I know, don't worry, I don't really intend to do this, I'm just threatening Bai Fu. I bet she doesn't dare to bet with me. At the moment, except for this method, we have no other way to force Bai Fu to come out and die. His words convinced many people, but failed to convince the Fate Weaver. The Fate Weaver was in existence that joined the initial agreement earlier than him. He could become the current leader of the initial agreement, and the Fate Weaver played a lot of roles in it. You can win the bet, of course, is good. The Fate Weaver nodded and said nothing more. He realized the problem. During this period of time, he always thought that Ignatz had changed, but thinking about it carefully, he was very wrong. In fact, Ignatz has never changed. The reason why Ignatz feels that he has changed now is just because Ignatz has never fully shown himself before. Ignatz had lived too smoothly in the past. From the moment he was born into the royal family of the reborn empire, he was covered with countless halos and enjoyed the praise of countless people. Before that, the biggest setback he encountered was that the empire's expeditionary force was defeated by the superpower Garden. However, this defeat was not enough to make him feel real pressure. The empire's foundation is still there, and more importantly, the Supernova Legion and Titan Industries are standing beside the Empire. These two cosmic forces will never sit idly by and watch the Empire be annexed by the Superpower Garden. After surviving the crisis in the Supernatural Garden, Ignatz became a saint. Whether in the Empire or in the initial agreement, he was always praised. He always stood on the clouds, overlooking the world below. He had never really seen the abyss, so he knew what he would do when he really touched the abyss. The Weaver of Destiny felt that he had seen it this time. He began to regret it. But it was too late. Ignatz now was not someone he could control. The purpose of the original agreement was to try every possible way to completely resolve the crisis of the Reaper's arrival. In order to achieve this goal, even if some people have to be sacrificed, it is worth it. But now, under the leadership of Ignatz, the Weaver of Destiny feels that the original agreement has gone astray. He is very suspicious that after Ignatz establishes a new order, he will no longer spend time looking for solutions to the problem, but will focus on how to maintain this order, and how to eliminate all those who try to challenge him. What should I do? The Fate Weaver was at a loss for a moment. He felt that Bai Fu would most likely go to the appointment under the threat of Ignatz, and then die in Ignatz's hands. Once Bai Fu died, no one among all the people known so far could challenge Ignatz. Just when the Fate Weaver was at a loss, Bai Fu also fell into deep thought. Should I go? If I go, with her current strength, she will definitely die. But if I don't go, she will also have a high probability of dying, but the intelligent life of the entire universe will die with her. Bai Fu didn't really know Ignatz. But from Ignatz's expression and tone of voice just now, she felt that Ignatz was capable of pulling everyone to explode. Fu, you must not go. Indeed, if you go, you will be fooled by him. Fu, don't worry, nothing will happen in this world, because this world is. In the hall, the players began to persuade. Many of the players' words turned into strange tones without any practical meaning. Bai Fu certainly knew what they were talking about. It was nothing more than saying that this world was a game world, and the game developers would never allow Ignatz to mess around and destroy the game world. Even if Ignatz really did it, the game developers would roll back the game, or simply create a new version of a parallel world to start all over again. It was reasonable for players to have such thoughts. But is this game really a game? Bai Fu almost didn't believe it. So she didn't think there would be any rollbacks or parallel worlds. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, Bai Fu suddenly found that her communicator was ringing. She clicked it, and found that the person who contacted her was AI Legia. Could it be that something happened in the Silent Alliance? Bai Fu quickly answered the call. I watched the live broadcast just now. Legia said straight to the point. I think you can agree, but you have to find a way to set the dual time for a month later. Bai Fu was surprised and said, Sister AI Legia, do you have any special way to deal with it? AI Legia explained, I can use my power to help you speed up the process of merging with the double helix tree. As long as you completely merge with the double helix tree, I believe you can definitely defeat Ignatz. Bai Fu's heartbeat slowed down. She forced herself to calm down. What price do you need to pay? It's just giving up the identity of the virtual realm administrator, and my strength will decrease. I will be weak for a while. It's not a big deal. You won't ignore me after my strength decreases. Bai Fu stared at Elijah's eyes for a long time, then nodded in agreement. No problem, she has a hang-up, and can stop at any time if she finds something abnormal. After ending the call with Elijah, Bai Fu did not rush to reply to Ignatz. She waited for a day on purpose. Waiting for this incident to ferment, waiting for everyone to guess what decision she would make. Taking advantage of this day, she also made some other arrangements. First, she issued orders to all parts of the Empire in the name of Odoak, asking them to give up resistance. Then, he ordered Anya and others to rush to the headquarters of Yonghing Investment and smash Hishi with one punch, so that the world could see the consequences of insisting on surrendering to the original agreement. After handling these two matters, Bai Fu had another in-depth discussion with Legia, and contacted Ignatz after confirming many details. Okay, I promise you time, place. Have you thought about it? Ignatz sneered. Why rush? I will tell you the place one day in advance. What about the time? Ignatz did not answer immediately. He was obviously calculating how long it would take for him to come back. Bai Fu interrupted. 2 months later? It won't take that long. Then let's do it in a month. Bai Fu pulled out the imperial calendar and drew a circle on it. Ignatz didn't think much about it and agreed directly. It wouldn't take him that long to return to the explored universe, but he had to make some preparations. And what could Bai Fu do in a month? The conversation between the two ended quickly. Just like last time, there were still players broadcasting the whole process live. The entire Star Sea was shaken by this. But Bai Fu's mind was no longer on this. There was still a month left, and she had to hurry up to eliminate the debuffs generated during the resurrection process and take Legia over. The day after she took Legia to her side, Bai Fu received good news. The power evolution tree deduced the advanced form of Dimitri's power. Could it be that destiny is with me? Bai Fu's eyes lit up. It was hard for her not to be excited to receive such good news at this time. She quickly found the power evolution tree. Annihilation X. After reading the introduction of the new ability, Baifu couldn't help scratching her head. It is certain that this ability is indeed much more powerful than Dimitri's annihilation. However, Baifu does not think that this ability is enough to threaten her life. Is this really Ignat's trump card? Baifu was puzzled. Suddenly, Foo. Baifu received a call from Digger. What happened? Odok said he has a secret to share with you, and this secret was secretly told to him by Boilo before. Baifu's eyes narrowed, and she smelled an unusual smell. Chapter 395. Bring him here. At Baifu's instruction, Odoak, who looked sad, was brought here. Baifu stood on the platform, looking down at Odoak, who was shaking constantly. I heard you have a secret to tell me. Odoak said quickly, yes. Before coming here, he had a long psychological struggle. Do you really want to tell the secret to others? If you tell it to others, it will be equivalent to standing completely against Ignaz. As the Emperor of the Empire and the descendant of Ignaz, is it necessary for him to go this far? If Baifu knew this secret and still couldn't defeat Ignaz, and if Ignaz knew later that he was the one who told the secret, he would be dead. Should I tell you? Should I tell you? Really? Odoacer questioned himself over and over again, trying to find the answer to the question. Until he recalled Ignaz's attitude towards him, the Empire's past glory and current embarrassment, and Dimitri and Boilo, he finally made up his mind. Say it. Must say it. Not only for himself, but also for Boilo and the Empire. Odoacer raised his head. At this time, he was no longer as scared as when he first came in. Baifu asked, what do you want to exchange for this secret? Odoacer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said in a calm tone, I originally wanted to exchange this secret for my life, but I figured it out. You won't kill me. If you really want to kill me, you would have executed me in public when you broke through the capital of the Empire, so I don't plan to exchange anything. Baifu looked at Odoak in surprise. She suspected that Odoak had been possessed by someone, but the attribute panel fed back by the Apostle's spiritual vision was normal. She nodded. Then tell me. Odoak said, before you tell me, I hope you can take me to other spaces, whether it is the void or the virtual world. If I tell it here, the Son of Prophecy and the Weaver of Destiny are likely to notice it. There is such a thing? Baifu was surprised. But it didn't waste time anyway, so she believed Odoak's words and took Odoak directly to the virtual world. Odoak looked around and was obviously relieved. This secret was quietly told to me by Boilo before the Imperial Expeditionary Force set out for the Holy City of the Apostles. At that time, he suddenly pulled me to a secondary space that even the glory could not monitor, and said that he had something to tell me before leaving. As he spoke, his thoughts gradually returned to that day. At that time, he had no idea why Boilo told him this. He was still the Emperor of the Empire in name, but he was no longer the real master of the Empire. Therefore, he directly replied to Boilo that if it was a very important matter, then there was no need to tell him, and he would not be able to do anything if he told him, and it would only cause trouble. Boilo's reply was, this matter was very important, but it was hard to say whether it was a serious matter or not. He asked me to remember it first, and I saw that he was very serious, so I said, okay, then you tell me, and then he told me. He was talking about a battle plan formulated by Ignatz at the special meeting of the initial agreement not long ago. Boilo was the only person in the entire empire who was qualified to attend the meeting. Battle plan? Baifu was immediately interested. Odok said, the overall battle plan is very ordinary. It is nothing more than using various methods to find the location of you and your soul-type cosmic treasure. There is only one very special thing. After finding you, Ignatz will use an ability called Myriad Aspects to kill you. Here it comes. Baifu's breathing became rapid. She knew that the Annihilation X deduced by the supernatural power evolution tree just now was not Ignatz's real trump card. Odoak gestured and said, Myriad Aspects is an ability that Ignatz accidentally awakened when he was cultivating his own superpowers. If Ignatz uses normal means, it will be difficult for him to completely kill you. After all, your strength has reached a very terrifying level, you have a lot of means to save your life, and it seems that you are still getting stronger. But after using Myriad Aspects, the situation is different. Using Myriad Aspects, Ignatz can split you into countless smaller versions of you. This splitting is not simply cutting you into small pieces, but a complete splitting from the body, soul, power, to existence itself. After being hit by Myriad Aspects, you are split from one Baifu into many Baifu, and the strength of each Baifu is far inferior to the original you. This is not simply that the strength is only 1/n of the original you, but, how to say it, the general meaning is that the more you split, the more the strength of the Baifu will decline, and even the rank will decline significantly. Think about it. You were originally a super absolute, but after the split, you may only be left with the rank of domination, calamity, S+, or even less than S. This is quite scary. After the rank drops, many of your abilities will become invalid. They will disappear directly, not because of insufficient energy, and cannot be used temporarily. Baifu nodded. She probably understood what Odok meant. Existence itself is not important. What is important is that Ignat's ability can turn her from a super absolute Baifu into many low-level Baifu. After her rank dropped, she could no longer use many of her life-saving methods. For example, the virtual dimension descended, such as dimensional projection. Without these methods, she could only stay where she was in duel with Ignat's, and even conventional tactics such as pulling could not be used. Duel. After her rank dropped, even if she had more people, she was no match for Ignat's. What price will Ignat's pay when he uses myriad aspects? Baifu asked. Myriad aspects, the effect is too exaggerated. Baifu does not believe that this ability has no limit. Odok said, Ignat's must bind with the target before using this ability. That is to say, after using this ability, he will also be split into equal parts. But you know, Ignat's is a top martial artist. The more parts he splits, the more his rank drops, and his advantage among people of the same rank increases. At that meeting, Ignat said that even without the help of others, he has enough confidence to kill every one of you by himself, and then completely eliminate you. Baifu rolled her eyes. She said she could kill her by herself, but considering Ignat's character, she believed that Ignat would definitely call a bunch of people to beat her up. I see. Then how will he recover after getting rid of me? Odoak explained. The myriad aspects has a time limit, and when the time is up, the cleavage will automatically be lifted. Are there any preventive measures? I don't know, Boilo didn't tell me. I understand. Baifu thought seriously. Knowing what Ignat's trump card is a good thing. But the current problem is how she should deal with it. I don't know if Ignat's myriad aspects can work on the double helix tree. If it doesn't work, then it's useless even if he splits me. I can easily kill him with the high-speed blood recovery ability of the double helix tree. If it works. Baifu frowned slightly. It's hard to say whether the double helix tree can still recover blood after being split. I can't put all my hopes on the double helix tree's ability to restore health. I have to think of a more reliable way. In addition, there is one more thing I need to consider in advance. Baifu was worried that Ignat would give up after finding out that he couldn't beat him, and deliberately reveal the existence of the Reaper, dragging all the intelligent life in the universe to his grave. We have to find a way to shut him up. Baifu had almost figured out what to do next. She thanked Odoak, but didn't rush to send Odoak back to the capital planet of the Empire. Everything should be decided after she goes to fight. Odok understands this. It doesn't matter where you go to jail. Anyway, you only need to stay here for a month. After leaving the virtual world, Baifu immediately found Elegy and others to hold a meeting. 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. At the meeting, everyone brainstormed and proposed many response plans. Baifu wrote them down one by one. As for which plan to adopt, it depends on her strength after she fully integrates the double helix tree and the changes in the situation before making a decision. After the meeting, Baifu called Elegy alone. The necessary preparations had been done, so there was no need to delay, so let's get started. I start moving, and if you feel pain or discomfort anywhere else, tell me right away. Elegy looked at Baifu seriously. Baifu nodded. No problem, just go ahead. Elegy no longer hesitated. She began to analyze her virtual world number 1 administrator's authority, and then, slowly injecting into Baifu's body. Just as she said, this process is long, boring, and accompanied by pain that even Chaoju can't suppress. But who is Baifu? Baifu is the most resistant psychic prayer master in history. This level of pain is not as scary as the long-term experiments she and Yulia have been doing. Fusion progressed 50%, 60%. 20 days later. With the help of Elegy, Baifu finally succeeded in increasing the fusion progress of the double helix tree to 100%. The game prompt sounded one after another. The first prompt was to remind Baifu that she had become the new number 1 administrator of the virtual world. The second prompt was to remind Baifu that she had successfully merged with the double helix tree. The third prompt was to remind Baifu that she had obtained the bottom-level control authority of the virtual world. The fourth prompt was to remind Baifu that all of her basic attributes had exceeded 30,000, successfully breaking through the life chasm. Has it finally come to this? Baifu put the weak Elegy on the bed, and then clicked on her attribute panel. The life chasm status after her name has disappeared, and a plus sign has appeared after her main profession original lord, which means she can continue to upgrade. Bai Fu stretched out her hand. Ding! The level of the origin lord has been raised from LV44 to LV45. Another new reminder sounded. Your progress in divine transformation has reached 99.9%, and you have triggered a new transformation task. This is the 5th divine transformation triggered by Bai Fu. Compared with the previous 4 transformations, the 5th transformation has only one requirement: understand the true face of the world. The true face of the world? Bai Fu was silent for a moment. This true face obviously does not mean that there is a group of harvesters above the stars, otherwise she would have completed the transformation task the moment the transformation task was triggered. Are you asking me to figure out what above the stars is? Bai Fu thought it should be this. It seems that she will not be able to complete the 5th transformation in a short time. Because in order to figure out what above the stars is, it is likely that she needs to complete the task of upgrading permissions to obtain the 2nd level permissions of the mysterious code. Her level, Yulia's level, and Phase, Jinlu, level have all reached the standard. However, because the administrator privileges were transferred to her, Eilidji's level dropped to 253. Even with her full help, it would take a long time to upgrade from 253 to 274. Forget it. This kind of thing doesn't matter. Even if she hasn't completed the 5th transformation, Bai Fu believes that her current real strength is far beyond Ignat's, provided that Ignat's does not use myriad aspects. After this fusion, her attributes reach Strength 30879, Agility 35342, Constitution 41696, Intelligence 30685, Spirit 39544, Inspiration 83705. In addition to the huge increase in attributes, she also gained a lot of new abilities. First, the skills that Eilidji gained after becoming the #1 administrator of the virtual world were transferred to her, making her attack, defense, control, and other means all more abundant. Then, the fusion of the double helix tree gave her several new abilities. 1. Complete control of virtual space. As the name suggests, after mastering this ability, Bai Fu can manipulate the virtual space at will. 2. World overlap, indirect control. This ability is quite special. Bai Fu can temporarily overlap the virtual space with other spaces, and then manipulate the virtual space to control other spaces, and even affect everything in other spaces. 3. People of the Void. This ability is similar to the ability of Esalen to use the double helix tree to devour other extraordinary powers of the Apostle Holy City, and then turn these extraordinary powers into his own puppets. Of course, since Bai Fu has completely merged with the double helix tree, this ability is much stronger than that of Etheron. No need to devour, just register to turn the target into Void people. Void people are firmly bound to the Void Realm, enjoying the bonus of the Void Realm, and in turn become the anchor point of the Void Realm's existence. As long as there is still a Void people alive, the Void Realm will not really dissipate. As the master of the Void Realm, Bai Fu can summon Void people to the double helix tree at any time, that is, to fight for her side. Bai Fu's eyes lit up when she saw these 3 new abilities. She has already thought about how to deal with Ignat's. Send a message to all members of the Scourge Legion, and ask them to come to the capital planet of the Empire immediately. Chapter 396. The Silent Alliance suddenly issued a special mission. The mission had no other requirements, just asking the players who received the mission to rush to the capital star of the Empire within 4 days. Many players were puzzled by this, and asked familiar NPCs what this mission meant. But the answers they received were without exception. I don't know either. This directly confused all the players. Out of trust in Bai Fu, the players who were close to the capital star of the Empire set off as soon as possible. Maybe there is a special action. Will Fufu want to give us a surprise? In the community, speculations arose. However, when the players who received the news rushed to the capital of the Empire, they found that they were just called back to register. Although the registration process seems mysterious, it is just registration no matter how mysterious it is. The players were confused. The members of the original agreement, who were always observing Bai Fu's every move, were even more confused than the players. Who can tell me what Bai Fu is doing? The Son of Prophecy was puzzled. In response to his question, the others looked at each other. They also wanted to know the answer. Could it be that Bai Fu was telling her about her last wishes? Or did she think that she could turn the tables with these undead? Ignat's, who had just returned 2 days ago, patted the table and said, "Don't worry about her. As long as she doesn't run away, she can do whatever she wants. We just need to do our own thing, and then send her off when the time comes. The others nodded. That's the truth. No matter what kind of losses the initial agreement suffered, as long as Baifu can be killed, everything will be fine again. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before Baifu and Ignatz agreed. In the past month, the news media of the Exploration Universe, the Apostle Holy City, and the Silent Alliance have all been hyping up this war. As the day approaches, more and more related reports are coming out, and many news media have even launched special programs to speculate who will win in the end. Some people think that Ignatz has a good chance of winning because he is not only strong but also shameless. Some people think that Baifu has a good chance of winning because she calmly accepted Ignatz's invitation to duel. Amid the quarrel, Baifu contacted Ignatz. Now you should tell me where the venue is? Ignatz threw an address coldly. It's the last day, say goodbye to those you know well, and take this opportunity to do what you want to do, otherwise you will have no chance in the future. Baifu simply responded with 2 words to Ignatz's ridicule. Hee hee. She actually wanted to say rebound, but that was a bit too childish. Remember to bring your soul-type cosmic treasure, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to the Silent Alliance. Ignatz threatened again. Baifu snorted coldly, don't worry. The two hurriedly ended the conversation, and then Baifu looked down at the address sent by Ignatz. To her surprise, the address Ignatz gave was Zuyuan Star, not the headquarters of the original agreement. Is this because they are afraid that the headquarters of the original agreement will be accidentally destroyed in the battle? Baifu quickly shared the location with Yulia and others. Everyone near Zuyuan Star has been moved away in the previous operation, so we don't have to worry about this battle. Given Ignatz's character, he must have done something nearby. Baifu, you must be careful. When you notice Ignatz using the myriad aspects, summon us immediately. A lot of eyes were cast over, and Baifu nodded and said, I won't be stubborn. Similarly, you should also be careful. Once you find yourself locked by Ignatz in the battle, retreat immediately. This time is different from the past. Once you die, you may really die. In such a chaotic battlefield, it is difficult for me to have the opportunity to resurrect you with the Ark of Heaven. Yulia and the others said they understood. After I leave, you will immediately notify the undead who have completed the registration, tell them that they will have new tasks soon, and tell them not to leave this world and be ready to fight at any time. Baifu gave several instructions before ending the meeting. The meeting did not last long, because Baifu still had to discuss with Dmitri and others. After she left the Empire, she had discovered that turmoil was likely to break out in various parts of the universe, and at this time, Dmitri and others needed to make an effort. She didn't want to find out after her victory that the explored universe was in flames and tragedy caused by the group of people who made the original agreement. After more than a month of recuperation, Dmitri had already recovered to normal, and he immediately said that he would live up to the trust. I feel relieved when you say that. 1 day later, Baifu, who was ready, officially set off. For others, it would take 2 days to get from the Empire to Zuyuan Star, but for her, who mastered the ability of dimensional projection, it was just a moment. Here we come! In a ruin on Zuyuan Star, Ignatz opened his eyes, and where he looked was the space door opened by Baifu. He suddenly felt an endless fighting spirit. Everyone get ready. Ignatz gave an order. He was not in a hurry to ask the other members of the original agreement to come out and kill Baifu with him. It was not the right time yet. Baifu was too strong now, and pulling the others out would just be sending Baifu to the slaughter. He had to wait for Baifu to step into the trap he set. You're here. Looking at Baifu approaching quickly, Ignatz's martial arts energy could no longer be held back, surging like a tide, and in the blink of an eye, the entire starry sky was dyed red. Under his feet, the Zuyuan Star, which had been reinforced by Baifu for many rounds, finally couldn't bear the burden and exploded under the impact of the energy. The death of a planet, in front of the collision of the two Supreme Masters, was as insignificant as an ant being accidentally stepped on by a giant. Baifu stopped dozens of kilometers away from Ignatz. Behind her stood Heifu, her many true spirit summons, her psychic army. At this time, she stretched out her right hand, and a small ship model floated in her palm. I have brought the soul-type cosmic treasure you mentioned, but whether you can kill me depends on whether you have the ability. Ignatz stared at the Ark of Heaven for a long time, and then he nodded. It seems that you are not playing tricks, so... Death, there is nothing much to say. Ignatz simply wanted to vent the murderous intent in his heart. A huge shadow appeared behind him, with a fist wrapped in flames, moving like a falling millstone. This punch hit Baifu's psychic army straight, and the red flames exploded, splitting the psychic army in two, leaving a burn mark between the two that will never dissipate. Ultimate power, Ultimate violence. Bai Fu did not flinch at all. With just a thought, her psychic army once again grew out of thin air to the same level as before, and then rushed to Ignatz with a deafening war cry. Virtual particles gushed out, and various moves were superimposed, constantly tearing the energy on Ignatz's body. Explosions occurred one after another. Even as strong as Ignatz was, facing such an attack, his body was scratched with scars one after another. Today is different from the past. Now, after Bai Fu activated the bonus skill, her instantaneous inspiration has exceeded 100,000. This is a number that Ignatz, who stepped aside, would feel suffocated. How is it possible that in just 1 month, her strength has become so much stronger? Ignatz's eyes widened in shock. It was hard for him to accept it, and he could only suspect that Bai Fu was deliberately playing him. Fortunately, although Bai Fu had become stronger, she was not strong enough to undergo a qualitative change. That's right. If Bai Fu really became strong enough to undergo a qualitative change, it would not be his turn to deal with Bai Fu, and the Reaper would have come down long ago. So it didn't matter. Ignatz quickly calmed down. He just had to keep the current rhythm and fight Bai Fu, and he would definitely be the winner in the end. Seeing that Ignatz was not in a hurry to use myriad aspects, Bai Fu was not in a hurry either. Ignatz wanted to play slowly, and she wanted to take this opportunity to consume more of Ignatz's holy relics. The two giant gods, the Void God King, with their majestic bodies, smashed the huge shadow behind Ignatz again and again like giants who created the world. Along with the huge shadow, the surrounding space was shattered. As for asteroids, planets, and stars, they had long been annihilated in the aftermath of the battle, and not even a shadow could be seen. The dark starry sky where Zuyuan Star is located was originally a place with dense galaxies, but now it has been beaten into a cosmic void. How many holy relics does this guy have? In just a few minutes, he has replenished his blood dozens of times. Counting his consumption when we fought before, he has lost at least 200 or 300 holy relics, but he didn't even frown. Did I guess too little before? Bai Fu lowered her eyebrows slightly, but her expression was still calm. She is no longer the wuxia Afu of the past. In terms of consumption, she is not afraid of anyone now. It is just a pure competition of speed. She is not afraid of Ignatz now. Although Ignatz's agility attribute is 1.5 times that of her after strengthening, she has a back-to-back helper, and she also has the advent of the virtual dimension, force field, super aura, 9 attributes psychic erosion, and other multiple means of blessing. Once Ignatz approaches her, his speed will be greatly restricted immediately. Even if she does not use those powerful psychic moves, Bai Fu is enough to consume Ignatz with fists and feet alone. Heh, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect you to have made such great progress. Looking at you like this, do you think you have a sure win? After knocking back the Void Spirit God King with one punch, Ignatz turned around and glanced at Bai Fu. There was no other color on his face, only an indescribable fierceness. What do you think? Bai Fu did not answer directly, but proved it with actions. In the broken space, a large amount of ink suddenly gushed out. This ink came from around Ignatz's body, and came so suddenly that Ignatz had no time to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the ink turned into black hands, locking his body and soul. The next moment, Bai Fu suddenly raised her right hand. The virtual particles condensed into a beam, and hit Ignatz's head with a bang, blowing the whole head into pieces. The body under him was also shaking like sitting on an electric chair under the stimulation of the virtual particles. If it was an ordinary creature, after being hit by Bai Fu's move, even if the blood volume was not bottomed out, the blood bar would start to drop by a percentage until it died. But Ignatz is Ignatz after all. No matter how uncomfortable he felt, he calmed down in time, quickly used his chi to dispel the virtual particles on his body, and burned a large number of holy relics in succession, and managed to hold on until the effect of the health percentage decline disappeared. This is the gap between you and me now. Bai Fu looked at Ignatz calmly, as if she had really won. Ignatz's teeth were almost broken. If he didn't have a final trump card, he would be so angry that he would die when he saw Bai Fu's face. But he was still angry and unwilling. Why could Bai Fu surpass him in such a short time? If you think you can beat me like this, then you underestimate me. Ignatz roared, staring at the Void Spirit God King who kept attacking like a madman. This scene was broadcast to the other people in the initial agreement through the telepathy of the Child of Prophecy. After the last action, the number of Chaojuas still alive in the initial agreement was less than 1/5 of the original number. They were all terrified and very glad that they did not foolishly run out to ask Ignatz for help. If Bai Fu's move just now had landed on them, they would have been dead. What should we do now? Cold, the Son of Prophecy said, We can't do anything now, just watch, and wait until the leader leads Bai Fu to that confined space, then it's time for us to take action. The others nodded. Will it work? They saw the leader desperately replace the void spirit god king, and successfully delay the existence time of the majestic god's body. Although it paid a huge price, it finally forced Bai Fu's body to personally come down to support the battle. It's getting better. The situation finally developed in a direction that was favorable to them. Soon, Bai Fu also discovered something unusual. First, she found that Ignatz seemed to be retreating in a certain direction intentionally or unintentionally. Second, she found that her game map had changed. Originally, the place where she and Ignatz fought was the old place of Zuyuan Star, and the recommended entry level was 1 to 275. But after fighting with Ignatz for a while, she found that the recommended entry level of this new area had become 250 to 275. This change was so big that even a fool would think there was something wrong, not to mention Bai Fu, who had been wary of Ignatz from the beginning. Are they going to start? While Bai Fu continued to use all her methods to drain Ignatz's health, she secretly contacted the double helix tree that had become a part of her body, ready to initiate a remote summon at any time. I don't know how long it took, but at the moment, when Ignatz completely entered the new map, he suddenly flashed and quickly distanced himself from Bai Fu. Bai Fu, I have to admit that if we fight, even if I try my best and bet my future, I will most likely lose to you. But, Ignatz smiled. I have taken the initiative in this duel from the beginning, so no matter how strong you are now, you can never be my opponent. Today, you are destined to die. For the continuation of civilization. Bai Fu, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for the false reputation you have been stained with. As soon as he finished speaking, countless dazzling red rays of light suddenly shot out from Ignatz's body. The moment these rays of light came into her eyes, Bai Fu received a game prompt that she was locked by Ignatz. Is it finally here? Ignatz burned a large number of holy relics while binding himself and Bai Fu. He began to use his hidden ability, the Myriad Aspects. The moment he used his ability, the original agreement supernatural powers hidden in the dark emerged one after another. This does not include the Child of Prophecy and the Weaver of Destiny. Although some time has passed, their injuries have not yet fully healed. Bai Fu, you're done. A pair of eyes filled with surprise and murderous intent stared at Bai Fu from a distance. These initial agreements that suddenly appeared were like wolves and leopards waiting for the elephant to die so that they could pounce on it and share the food. Ignatz laughed loudly, wanting to see a panic expression on Bai Fu's face. But the situation was completely beyond his expectations. Panic? Not at all. Bai Fu's face was filled with a smile that made people feel inexplicably nervous. It's a powerful ability, even I can't resist it at all, but your ability can't split the double helix tree, so I will definitely not be the one who dies today. Bai Fu used the summoning ability without hesitation. Come out! At the same time, billions of light years away from the capital of the empire, Elegy and others sat together. Not long ago, they sent a message to the players, notifying them that something big would happen soon. After that, they kept discussing the battle situation between Bai Fu and Ignatz. Although Bai Fu said that she was confident that she could beat Ignatz, and Yulia, Ingfu and others, who were closely connected with Bai Fu also said that Bai Fu's breath was still there, the others were still very worried. Until this moment. The boss called us. Anya stood up quickly, with excitement flashing in her eyes. Without waiting for others to respond, she was the first to be summoned and left this place, heading to the double helix tree. Immediately afterwards, Elegy, Fei Jinlu, Xixia and others also set off. Now is the most critical moment of today's battle. We must not let down. In the huge conference room, no one was left in the blink of an eye. It was not only Anya and others who were concerned about Bai Fu's safety who acted quickly. Those players who had received early notifications that something big would happen today were no exception. A remote summon from Fu Fu? Fuck, something big is really happening today. Isn't Fu Fu fighting Ignatz? Could this summon be a summon for us to go over and deal with Ignatz? No way, with our current strength, we can't fight Ignatz with our heads. We have fought before, and tens of millions of people are no match for him. Why do you care about this? Fu Fu can fight whoever she wants, we just need to go. Brothers, charge! We must complete the task beautifully this time. Our guild can't lose face again amid the chaotic discussion. A large number of players accepted Bai Fu's remote summons, and went directly to the battlefield. Now! When the dazzling light completely enveloped himself, and Bai Fu, although he was puzzled and worried, Ignatz immediately summoned the other people in the original agreement to help him eliminate Bai Fu. It's almost there. Bai Fu will soon die at his hands, and no one in the currently known universe will be able to stop him. Ignatz was full of expectations. But what he didn't expect was that he waited for a long time, but still didn't wait for those extraordinary people in the original agreement. Could it be that? Ignatz suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. When the light faded, he looked carefully and saw that, as expected, those people had been stopped, and the people who blocked the way were clearly the group of people around Bai Fu. Ignatz's face changed drastically. How did you summon them? He had long expected that Bai Fu would not honestly come alone to fight, so he asked the Son of Prophecy to secretly monitor the movements of Anya and others, and deliberately led Bai Fu to a special confined space. Logically speaking, Bai Fu would never summon people here. But Bai Fu did it anyway. Not only did she do it, she did it very well. Ignatz only took a glance and found that his people were still at a disadvantage. Although they would not be killed in a short period of time, there would definitely be heavy casualties over a long period of time. The death of these super absolutes in the initial agreement, next it would be his turn. He just used the myriad aspects to divide himself and Bai Fu into billions of parts, and the ranks of both of them quickly dropped to not even the natural disaster level. With this level, he was completely unable to deal with the group of people summoned by Bai Fu. He could remove the effect of the myriad aspects in advance, but in this case, since his original body was no match for Bai Fu's original body, he would still die. Bai Fu, don't think you're sure to win. I still have a chance. As long as I kill you before they come, I win. Ignatz roared, almost insane. Billions of him rushed towards Bai Fu at the same time, and these billions of him almost used the secret method of burning his vitality at the same time, vowing to kill Bai Fu in the shortest time. Facing Ignatz, who rushed over quickly, Bai Fu was not afraid. Ignatz, we could have lived in peace, but your pride hurts you. She waved her hand. The dark and enclosed space suddenly experienced abnormal fluctuations. 1, 2, 3 more and more. Ignatz rushed forward, but suddenly found himself bumping into something hard. When he raised his head, he was horrified to find that it was the undead who blocked his way. There were tens of millions of undead, protecting tens of millions of Bai Fu. No! The moment they saw this scene clearly, billions of Ignatz screamed at the same time. He had expected the result. Even if he killed all the other Bai Fu, as long as these tens of millions of Bai Fu were still alive, he would lose in the end. Ignatz couldn't accept it at all. His mentality collapsed. Bai Fu didn't care about him so much, she immediately issued a task to the players. Kill Ignatz. The players who were just summoned didn't know where they were, nor did they know what was going on. They only knew that Bai Fu issued them a new faction mainline task. What else is there to say? My sword is thirsty. The summoned players looked at Ignatz on the opposite side excitedly. Let's kill.